The man was the world's only gold medal teacher the day before, but the next day, he found himself surrounded by tens of thousands of Special Forces soldiers, ready to execute him on the spot. All of this happened because, during the annual student council evaluation, he gave the school beauty a bad grade. This led the school beauty to use her family's power to frame him as a criminal who used drugs to harm minors. Even witness testimony, physical evidence, and victims were all carefully arranged. They even fabricated an overseas account with billions of dollars in deposits out of thin air. Under this overwhelming slander, even though the man had a million reasons to defend himself, he was left speechless. Countless clueless netizens were stirred up and joined in this attack, becoming pawns in this bloodless execution. At this moment, the man stood on the rooftop of a tall building, speaking softly into the phone. "Mom, I can't give you the peaceful retirement you deserve. If there's a next life, I want to be your son again. Please forgive me for not being a good son." "Son, what are you going to do? Please don't do something foolish. It's not your fault, the police won't wrong you, you can't take your own life." On the other end of the line, his mother's old voice was filled with tears, as though it could break apart any second. "Mom, I'm so sorry, I'm so tired, I can't hold on any longer. Everyone is calling me an animal, attacking me online, even in real life they're surrounding me, cursing me. Now the police are accusing me of a crime I didn't commit. Why do I have to endure all this?" Gu Yuan's heart had already shattered. "Mom, I really don't want to die. I just gave Lu Ruyue a bad review honestly. Why is she doing this to me? Why is she framing me, trying to kill me?" His voice grew hoarse, trembling as he hung up the phone, as if severing the last tie he had with the world. He turned around and looked at the police officers who had drawn their guns, shouting at him, "I, Gu Yuan, did not sell drugs, make drugs, or traffic children. You have no right to judge me. The ones you should investigate are the Lu family, they are the ones who did this. Gu Yuan, the evidence is clear. Are you still trying to deny it?" The leading female officer's gaze was as cold as a knife. "The children you trafficked and drugged will suffer lifelong disabilities. A teacher like you did such things. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Even if you jump down from here today, it won't wash away your crimes." Upon hearing these words, Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud, his laugh full of sorrow and unwillingness. To add a crime, there's no shortage of reasons. Damn you. With those words, he showed a determined expression and leapt straight down to the ground. "Mom, I'm sorry, you worked so hard to raise me, but I can't give you a peaceful retirement." Then, with a loud thud, Gu Yuan fell like a broken-winged bird, crashing to the ground. Ha ha ha, he deserved to die. People outside the police circle looked at the mangled corpse of the teacher, who had hidden his drug-dealing identity behind his teacher status and even trafficked children. They felt no sympathy or pity. In their ignorance of the truth, they pointed at the body on the ground. The police, seeing this, had no choice but to pull a white sheet over the shocking corpse. Soon, the body was carried away by an ambulance in a grand procession. Gu Yuan's suicide video quickly spread across major internet platforms, making him the center of attention online. "The children he trafficked are so pitiful, this devil will definitely go to hell. His parents must be responsible for raising him this way. I'm going to destroy his parents offline," someone shouted. Late at night, in the Lu family villa, a beautiful woman in pajamas with wine-red hair watched the report on the television, her face showing a smug expression. "Gu Yuan, you were a gold medal teacher at Beihua University, you could have had a bright future, but why did you offend me? Some people, you can't afford to offend. Like Ruyue, this is the only time I'll help you. Hee, brother, thank you for your hard work. There won't be a next time." In front of this man, Lu Ruyue appeared particularly well-behaved, smiling and acting cute. This man now controlled all the assets of the Lu family's empire, standing at the top of H city, able to shake the entire city with just a stamp of his foot. His identity was clearly not simple. At this moment, Gu Yuan, who was dead, woke up again, but he found himself inside a cold coffin. As he instinctively tried to move, he realized his soul had left his decaying body. In a daze, he heard harsh curses piercing through the coffin and reaching his ears. "A scum like your son should be thrown into the wild to be eaten by beasts. Why bother with a funeral?" Each word felt like a sharp dagger stabbing into Gu Yuan's heart. He thought in pain, "Why, after I'm dead, can't you let me go? Why do you have to torment my mother so cruelly?" He saw his frail, aging mother, silently squatting on the ground, burning paper money for him. The crowd had surrounded them tightly, even setting up a live stream. The village chief was also among them, his face showing no compassion. "Little sister, don't blame me for not letting him into the ancestral hall. A scum like him would never be accepted by our ancestors." Another person said coldly, "He should be thrown away. It's embarrassing for our village to have produced such a disgrace. Look at who in the village would carry your son's coffin." The villagers' taunts and the outsiders' jeers blended into a chaotic, despairing noise. Gu Yuan's mother, Huang Guiying, had long been numbed by these malicious words. She only mechanically squatted on the ground, burning paper money for her son, as if it were the only thing she could do at that moment. Just an hour ago, Huang Guiying had called the police, crying out that someone had forcibly entered her home. But when the police learned that she was Gu Yuan's mother, they hung up the phone without any sympathy and chose to ignore it all. As a soul, Gu Yuan looked at this scene in front of him, his anger reaching its peak. But he could do nothing. At that moment, those malicious people, seeing they had no new curses to throw, began bringing up the story of Gu Yuan's father dying in an accident at a construction site many years ago, mocking him without restraint. Hearing these words, Huang Guiying's frail body trembled violently. She could no longer hold back, standing up with her red, cloudy eyes and roaring at the crowd with all her might. "My son is dead, what else do you want? Ha? Do you need me, this old woman, to die in front of you to satisfy you?" Her maddened roar instantly silenced the room. But this silence only lasted for a moment. If you want to die, just die. We won't stop you. It'll be just right to bury you with your beast of a son. That's right, do you dare die? Your son was a beast, and you're probably not much different. Anyone who raises a son like that can't be anything good themselves. The sneers and mocking voices rose again, flooding Huang Guiying like a tidal wave. Put. Huang Guiying could no longer bear the overwhelming pressure and spat out a mouthful of old blood, collapsing unconscious to the ground. "Ah, Mom." Gu Yuan trembled violently at the sight, his anger and sorrow reaching their peak. He rushed frantically to his mother, trying to lift her, but his hands could only pass through her body, unable to do anything. "Why? Why are you doing this to me? I, Gu Yuan, have never done anything wrong in my life. God, why are you so cruel to me and my mother?" Who? As Gu Yuan shouted to the sky in fury, the killing intent and resentment in his heart surged wildly. In this already oppressive courtyard, a cold wind suddenly rose, sending shivers down the spines of many present. At this moment, the magnetic field of his soul seemed to resonate strangely with some evil force from beyond the domain. Whoosh! At that moment, a streak of dark light, moving at a speed no one could detect, instantly shot into Gu Yuan's soul. Ha! Gu Yuan's whole body shook, letting out a stunned sound, and then he instantly lost consciousness. Soon after, his soul involuntarily returned to the decayed body in the coffin. Then, his body began to emit thin strands of black mist, dark, evil, and cold to the extreme. This eerie scene was hidden by the coffin, and no one in the outside world knew about it. Outside, as Huang Guiying spat blood and fainted, the village chief realized things had escalated and hurriedly dismissed the crowd, asking the young men of the village to take Huang Guiying to the hospital. "Village chief, should we still deal with Gu Yuan's funeral?" After the outsiders had all left, a man from the village asked. "Why bother? Let's go, this matter ends here. When Huang Guiying wakes up, she can figure out how to bury that beast of a son herself." The village chief curled his lips and motioned for everyone to disperse, as if the lives or deaths of Gu Yuan's family had nothing to do with them. The video of Huang Guiying vomiting blood and fainting was uploaded online that very day. However, it seemed as if the world had been filled with indifference and malice, and no one offered any sympathy. People acted like puppets under the control of online trolls, cursing wildly, as if only by doing so could they prove their justice. Anyone who spoke up for Huang Guiying was immediately drowned in a flood of insults, and some even had their real addresses exposed, suffering harassment. This was the power of capital, and in its face, ordinary people were like ants, powerless to fight back. The Liu family ruled H City, and framing someone like Gu Yuan, a poor, powerless man, was as easy as lifting a finger, and they could incite the public to attack him together. Under the power of the Liu family, forget Gu Yuan, even those with a little wealth could hardly escape the fate of being punished. This incident caused a huge stir online, but perhaps within a week or two, it would be forgotten in the corners of people's memories. Those who had cyberbullied would continue their lives as if nothing had happened, while the suffering endured by Gu Yuan and his mother. Chapter 3, The Corpse Awakens. Time passed in a flash, and the footsteps of the new year quietly approached. More than a month had passed since Gu Yuan's tragic disaster. In the world of the internet, popularity was like fleeting bubbles, and the discussions about Gu Yuan's incident had long vanished without a trace. Those who once poured out their malice online and those who ruthlessly destroyed others' lives in reality had all forgotten this matter as if they had lost their memories. To them, it was nothing more than a moment of pleasure, an insignificant episode in life, but to Gu Yuan's family, it was an irreversible catastrophe. Huang Guiying, this ill-fated old woman, had lost her husband in her early years and now had to endure the pain of losing her son. Though she was only in her early 50s, she seemed to have been crushed by fate's merciless wheel, her face haggard, her body hunched, looking like a woman in her 70s or 80s. Every day, she sat in the yard where her son was buried, her gaze empty, sitting there for an entire day, as if her soul had left her body, devoured by endless pain and despair. If this continued, her life would soon come to an end. Especially with the arrival of the new year, the joyous laughter and family reunions of others only made her loneliness more unbearable. Watching the villagers' children return home with their families, Huang Guiying's heart felt like it was being pierced by countless blades, bleeding profusely. Even as New Year's Eve approached, she had no desire to step out and prepare for the festivities. Now, she was all alone. Without her son, her home was no longer a home. For her, the new year was just another painful reminder of her loss. In the past, she always looked forward to her son returning home for the new year. It was the happiest time of her life. But now, all of it had turned into an illusion. She was nothing but a walking corpse, the light of life completely gone, leaving only a shell riddled with suffering, her flame of life on the verge of extinguishing. Finally, New Year's Eve arrived, and the entire village was immersed in an atmosphere of joyous celebration. Laughter echoed from every house, firecrackers rang out one after another, and brilliant fireworks bloomed in the night sky, illuminating the village with dazzling lights and festive cheer. However, only Huang Guiying's home was shrouded in dead silence. The lights were dim, the house cold and desolate. No one came to visit. The neighbors all seemed to have made an unspoken agreement to ignore this household. Even those who passed by her door merely glanced briefly before hurrying away, as if this place carried a dreadful curse. Tonight, Huang Guiying, forcing herself to stand despite her frail body, cooked a few of her son's favorite dishes and brought them to his grave. She sat down quietly, eating in silence. From time to time, she murmured softly, as if speaking to her son, pouring out the words buried deep in her heart. Gradually, her cloudy eyes turned red, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face, dripping onto the cold earth, merging with the boundless sorrow. At this moment, if Huang Guiying were to open the coffin, she would witness a terrifying scene. Her son's once broken corpse showed no signs of decay. Instead, it had miraculously been restored to its original state. Inside the cramped coffin, an eerie black mist lingered. Gu Yuan's body was as pale as paper, completely devoid of color. At first glance, it was no different from a true corpse. His hair, at some unknown time, had grown down to his waist and turned snow-white, emitting a strange glow in the darkness. Between his eyebrows, a faint black mark flickered, radiating a mysterious and ominous light. This corpse showed no signs of life. Yet it exuded an unusual vitality, as though it was undergoing some unimaginable transformation, the legendary corpse change, and an incredibly outrageous one at that. And all of this, obviously, was closely related to that mysterious dark light descending from the sky. During the long sleep, Gu Yuan's consciousness was trapped in an endless dark world. It felt as though he was in the chaos at the beginning of the universe, surrounded by complete darkness. No matter how desperately he ran or shouted, he could not escape this dark prison, unable to find any direction or see a single ray of light. There was no concept of time here, no sounds at all, only endless loneliness and despair accompanied him as he aimlessly wandered through the darkness. He didn't know how long had passed, it felt like a century, when suddenly a faint light flashed ahead. Gu Yuan, like someone drowning in darkness, saw a life-saving straw, and without hesitation, he ran towards that light. The moment he rushed into the light, a pair of blood-red, evil eyes suddenly lit up in the coffin. In that instant, Gu Yuan felt an unprecedented powerful force, surging like a tidal wave, filling every inch of his body. He felt that every movement of his, every gesture, contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. His gaze pierced through the coffin and layers of soil, reaching the night sky outside, as though nothing in the world could block his sight. Have I turned into a corpse? What is that dark light from the sky? What is it that allows me to transform into such an invincible being? Gu Yuan looked at his pale hands and the sharp, blade-like black nails, feeling the power within him rushing like a great river, both shocked and excited. He was full of doubts and curiosity about that mysterious dark light from the sky, but at this moment, the flames of revenge were burning fiercely in his heart, leaving him no time to care about anything else. Gu Yuan slowly extended his hand and placed it on the coffin lid, then gently pushed. With a loud bang, the coffin lid, along with the thick soil covering it, was easily pushed open by him. Just as the nearby soil was about to rush in, the evil black mist surrounding Gu Yuan surged violently, instantly shaking off all the falling soil, which scattered and flew in all directions. Next, Gu Yuan's figure flickered and appeared on the ground like a ghost. He looked around. Under the night sky, it felt as though the entire world was under his control. His eyes flickered with blood, and countless faint karmic red threads appeared in his sight, interweaving and connecting people across the country. Each karmic line represented someone who had once participated in cyberbullying him, and among them, one line was the thickest. Undoubtedly, that was the karmic line of Lu Ruyue. At this moment, Gu Yuan was only wearing a pair of black pants, his pale upper body exposed. The black tattoos on his body, like veins, crisscrossed and extended up to his neck, exuding a chilling aura. His white hair, like snow, cascaded down to his waist, dancing wildly in the night wind. On his bloodless face, an unparalleled evil curve was outlined, especially his blood-red pupils and the black mark between his brows, which seemed to captivate the soul, sending chills down one's spine. Some things, once done, must be paid for. Enjoy your time while it lasts. I will devour you all alive, one by one. No one can save you beasts. Gu Yuan muttered to himself, his voice low and cold, as though it came from the judgment of hell. A reckoning was inevitable. Even those who had only tapped on their keyboards or moved their fingers to insult him online, Gu Yuan would never spare any of them. In his eyes, they were all guilty. They must all pay with their lives for their evil deeds. At this time, it was already past 3 a.m. The sound of firecrackers and fireworks had long ceased, but occasionally a few sharp cracks would break the stillness of the night. Gu Yuan's gaze pierced through layer upon layer of barriers, and he arrived at his mother's room. When he saw his mother lying on the bed, her face haggard and looking as if she had aged more than 10 years, the resentment and anger that had been lying dormant within him suddenly surged like a flood breaking through a dam, uncontrollable and overwhelming. Die, you all should die. His voice was low and hoarse, filled with endless killing intent. In that moment, Gu Yuan's anger was unprecedented. Even on the day when he was scorned by everyone at his own funeral, he had never felt such a burning fury. Because he could clearly feel that his mother's condition, both physically and mentally, had deteriorated to the extreme. Her life was hanging by a thread, and she had only a few days left to live. Ha ha ha, all of this is because of you beasts. Since that's the case, let your lives pay to extend my mother's life. The way of heaven has its cycles. Heaven spares no one. It all starts here, from this village. Gu Yuan was completely consumed by rage, and he roared in his heart, "Black mist domain, open." In an instant, a dull humming sound echoed in the void, and without anyone noticing, a mysterious domain, shrouded in thick black mist, enveloped the entire village. At that moment, anyone in the village connected to Gu Yuan by a karmic bond, whether they were soundly asleep or sitting together playing cards, was instantly transported into this black mist-filled domain, filled with evil energy. In this eerie and terrifying space, the black mist swirled around, spreading a chilling and spine-chilling atmosphere. Above, a throne made of white bones and black mist intertwined, standing tall and sinister. Gu Yuan sat expressionlessly upon it, looking down from above at the bewildered and helpless faces of over 100 people, his eyes filled with coldness and murderous intent, as if they were just a group of lambs to be slaughtered. Where is this place? How did I end up here? Third uncle, sixth grandpa, village chief, why are you here too? The people below had not yet noticed Gu Yuan sitting on the throne. They looked at the familiar faces of the villagers around them, their faces filled with fear and confusion, all asking in a daze. There were 87 people in total, old and young, with the youngest being only in their teens. What awaited them was a judgment of revenge from hell. Chapter 4, Only killing can relieve the hatred in my heart. Ah, look up there, is that Gu Yuan? At this moment, a terrified scream suddenly pierced the eerie silence of the space. The others, instinctively, looked up in response. On the 18th step of the staircase, on the throne made of terrifying white bones, sat a man exuding a chilling and evil aura. His gaze was deep and cold, like a pair of icy rays from the abyss of hell, directly fixing on the people below. Gu Yuan, how are you here? The oldest of the group, sixth uncle, trembling uncontrollably, extended his hand shakily, pointing at Gu Yuan, his face filled with panic and unease. This is impossible? Others, too, were pale as paper, their fear overwhelming them like a tide. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, as if they had seen the most terrifying evil spirits in the world. I have come to claim your lives. Gu Yuan's voice. It smashed hard into everyone's hearts. Thump! 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 At Gu Yuan's final, furious low shout, everyone was so terrified their legs went weak, and they all collapsed to their knees. Gu Yuan, mercy, mercy. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you that way. Please, give me a chance. I will definitely make it up to sixth aunt. One of Gu Yuan's cousins was so scared that he lost control of his bladder, leaving his pants soaked. As he begged incoherently, he kept kowtowing, his forehead smashing against the ground with dull thuds. I was wrong too. Gu Yuan, if you let me go, I swear I will take care of your mother until her last day. Please, I'm begging you. Gu Yuan, please, just give us a chance. We swear we'll take good care of your mother from now on. Looking at Gu Yuan, whose face was pale as a ghost and whose blood-red eyes gleamed with cruelty, everyone, including sixth great-uncle, desperately kowtowed, their voices trembling with tears. Cries, pleas for mercy, all mixed together, rising and falling like waves. Some of them might have truly realized their mistakes, filled with deep regret. But some were simply acting out of instinctual fear under the threat of death, not out of real repentance. But it didn't matter anymore. There wasn't a trace of mercy on Gu Yuan's face. His voice was still as cold as ice, same village, same bloodline, yet you treated my mother like this. You are the ones who deserve to die the most. So, all of you, just die. Buzz. As Gu Yuan's words fell, an invisible force of pure evil burst out in an instant. Everyone present felt their bodies tightly bound by a sinister power, thick black mist pouring out from them. They twisted and writhed in agony, letting out blood-curdling screams, as if their very souls were being forcibly torn apart. Then, before their very eyes, their bodies withered at an alarming speed, turning into lifeless, dried-up corpses. Gu Yuan looked down at his palm, where a single drop of blood shimmered with an eerie glow, brimming with pure life force. This drop of essence blood should be enough to extend Mom's life for a few more months. Staring at the drop of essence blood in his palm, Gu Yuan's icy expression finally showed a faint, almost imperceptible softness. Then, with a wave of his hand, the black mist that had engulfed the entire space vanished instantly. The shriveled corpses, as if controlled by an invisible force, returned to their original positions. Ah! In that instant, terrified screams erupted throughout the village, slicing through the silence of the night. Gu Yuan ignored the screams completely and walked straight into his mother's room. Seeing the frail, nearly lifeless woman lying on the bed, he didn't hesitate. He gently injected the drop of essence blood into her body and activated his internal power to help her absorb it. Son! As the essence blood was fully refined, Huang Guiying let out a startled cry in her sleep and abruptly woke up. Her eyes darted to the bedside, where a familiar figure sat silently. When she saw who it was, her clouded eyes instantly welled up with tears. She threw herself forward without hesitation, wrapping her arms tightly around Gu Yuan as she sobbed, "Son, have you come to take me with you? I've been waiting for you for so long." Huang Guiying knew that her life was nearing its end. These past days, all she had wished for was to reunite with her son. "Mom, I won't let you die. And besides, I'm not completely dead yet." Gu Yuan gently embraced his mother's frail, aging body. His face, usually filled with cruelty and darkness, softened as he chuckled lowly, comforting her. "Son, your body is ice cold. Don't lie to me." Huang Guiying tightened her grip, as if afraid that letting go would make Gu Yuan disappear forever. "Your father is gone, and now you're gone too. What's the point of me living? Take me with you, let me see your father again." Gu Yuan fell silent. Then, his lips curled into a bitter smile, and he whispered softly, "Mom, I have turned into a corpse. Those who have brought our family to this point, I will not spare a single one, I will make sure to kill them all." Gu Yuan grabbed his mother's hand, walked to the yard, and pointed at the broken grave, saying, "Mom, look, I crawled out of the coffin." "Ah!" Huang Guiying looked at the open grave, her eyes filled with joy, shock, and disbelief. "Son, you really turned into a zombie? Is it like in the movies? Do you need to drink blood?" "I don't need to, I think." Gu Yuan was also a bit uncertain, forcing out a faint smile. "Mom, just now I killed everyone in the village who cursed and insulted us. Listen, there are screams everywhere outside, the entire village of over 300 people, I killed nearly a third of them. This is just the beginning. The people I need to settle accounts with, at least 1 million, tens of millions at the start. No one can stop my reckoning, not even the legendary Taoists or monks. Anyone who blocks me, dies." His smile was filled with endless evil and madness. Under the night sky, it looked like a demon returning from hell, sending chills down the spine. But in Huang Guiying's eyes, this smile was like the warm sun in winter, bringing her endless warmth. "They all deserve to die, no matter what you do, son, I support you." At this moment, in her heart, everything her son did was right, even if it meant going against the whole world. That night, Gu Yuan stayed by his mother's side. Meanwhile, in the village, cries and screams intertwined, creating a scene like a human hell. Everywhere, firecracker sounds cracked and popped, but this wasn't the celebratory sound of the new year, it was the sorrowful sound for the dead. In the midst of the mournful cries, withered corpses were carried to the village's ancestral hall. Almost everyone in the village gathered in the ancestral hall, their faces filled with fear and sorrow. As the night deepened, sounds of the Taoist priest banging gongs and drums came from the ancestral hall. The noise felt especially eerie in the quiet night. Gu Yuan listened to these sounds without showing any emotion, he even felt that not slaughtering the entire village was his final act of mercy. "Son, what are your plans next?" Huang Guiying made a bowl of noodles for Gu Yuan and asked with concern. "Naturally, I will openly start a massacre. I want those people to regret ever coming into this world, especially the Lu family." Gu Yuan said as he picked up the noodles and took a bite, only to find it tasteless, like swallowing plain water. He was shocked inside, quietly thinking, "What's going on? Have I really stopped being human?" But he quickly regained his composure, not showing anything unusual in front of his mother. Hearing this, Huang Guiying's face was filled with worry. "Son, even you could turn into a zombie, could there be real Taoists or monks in the country?" Before, she hadn't taken Gu Yuan's words seriously, but now, after calming down, she was truly afraid of losing her son again. "Mom, you can rest assured about my strength. I don't believe there are any Taoists in Great Xia who can suppress me. Reckoning is something that must be done, and it must be done in a grand way. I want to make this matter big, let those people die one by one in despair and fear. Only then can my hatred be relieved." Gu Yuan never thought of secretly getting revenge. If he was going to do it, he was going to do it in a way that shook the heavens, making the whole world know his anger and brutality. Chapter 5, Buddha, Monster, Zombie. Gu Yuan had absolute confidence in his own strength. In his heart, he firmly believed that there must be cultivators in this world. After all, since even he could undergo the unbelievable transformation into a zombie, it would not be surprising if there were cultivators in the world. But even if the legendary cultivators came out, Around 9 p.m., Gu Yuan bid farewell to his mother and rushed towards H City, aiming for the Lu family. He couldn't wait for even a second longer. Moreover, a fierce, bloodthirsty desire burned in his heart like a raging fire, making him increasingly aware that he was no longer the human he once was. That night, Gu Yuan was like a strange black mist, rapidly traversing the clouds above. His speed was terrifying, and no fighter jet could even compare in front of him. He crossed the vast land, with a clear target, heading straight for H City, 400 kilometers away. Just as Gu Yuan was about to cross a deep mountain forest, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence stirring deep within. There, the demonic aura was rampant, as if some terrifyingly evil creature was lurking. If it were an ordinary person, they would have never noticed this immense and powerful aura, likely belonging to a cultivator, and such dense demonic energy. Gu Yuan hovered in the night sky, his cruel blood-red eyes flickering uncertainly, staring down at the depths of the forest below, a faint, eerie smile curling at the corners of his lips. Interesting, could I have encountered a legendary cultivator so soon? But what about the other demonic energy? What monster is that? Could it be a legendary monster? As soon as the words left his mouth, he shot like an arrow towards the source of the two auras. This deep mountain was seldom visited by humans, the trees were extremely dense, their branches and leaves blocking out the sky. Gu Yuan descended from the sky, like a black mist rapidly approaching. As he got closer, he heard a few deafening explosions and roars. He flickered and landed atop a large tree, his gaze fixed on the destroyed forest several hundred meters away. The scene before him was something he had never seen in his life. He saw 6 monks, dressed in cassocks, their bodies surrounded by a golden light. They formed a battle formation, working together to encircle and kill a fox demon and a zombie, whose bodies radiated sinister and evil energy. Buddhas, demons, zombies, these were things that only existed in legends, yet now they appeared before Gu Yuan's eyes. The battle between them was terrifying. The trees and plants within several miles were swept away by the overwhelming power. With the clash of their spiritual energy, demonic energy, and corpse energy, the ground became pitted, and the thunderous booms rang out incessantly. It had to be said that the fox demon, transformed from a white fox, was indeed as enchanting as the legends had described, possessing a beauty capable of causing great turmoil. And the zombie seemed to be under her control, following her every command. Gu Yuan never imagined that, just one day after his transformation, he would encounter these 3 legendary beings: Buddhas, demons, and zombies. The 6 monks, individually, were no match for the fox demon or the zombie. But once they formed their battle formation, the 6 seemed to merge into one. With the radiance of Buddha and a continuous flow of spiritual energy, they suppressed and cornered the fox demon and the zombie, relentlessly attacking. If things continued this way, barring any surprises, the fox demon and the zombie would surely die. Gu Yuan watched as the fox demon's shoulder and waist were repeatedly struck by sword strikes, muttering to himself, "The things I plan to do are too sensational, too brutal, and bloody, I can never cooperate with cultivators." Since that's the case. Boom! In an instant, a dense black mist surged like a tidal wave, pressing down with suffocating intensity. This black mist carried with it a bloodthirsty, brutal, evil, and domineering pressure that instantly enveloped the forest. This overwhelming pressure made the 6 monks and the fox demon, far in the distance, freeze with fear. They knew that an unparalleled catastrophe had descended. After exchanging a blow, they all ceased their attacks and looked up towards the sky. They saw that the once clear night sky was now completely covered by a cold, dense black mist. The pressure from above made their bodies tremble involuntarily. Then, in their line of sight, a figure appeared, a person with long white hair reaching their waist. A man with a twisted and sinister bare chest, his body deathly pale, exuding an aura of extreme evil from within, stepped out from a large tree, each step seeming to float in midair. His eyes, filled with a bloodthirsty gleam, coldly stared at them, as if they were a group of prey. With each step he took, it felt as though he was crushing their hearts, making it hard for them to breathe, almost suffocating them. Stepping on empty space. This is the hallmark of the heavenly light ascension realm of inner refinement. This scene caused the 6 monks' pupils to shrink sharply, their faces filled with terror. The 6 of them were merely at the early stages of innate cultivation, facing such a terrifying being, at least of the heavenly light ascension realm, with no chance of victory. "Senior, we come from Thundersound Mountain, sent here to eliminate demons." "Senior, may I ask if you have any advice for us?" The leading monk, struggling to steady his mind, respectfully bowed to the figure floating in the sky, Gu Yuan. "Ha! Since when did the monks of Thundersound Mountain show such respect to beings they see as monsters?" The fox demon smiled faintly, also bowing to Gu Yuan, and said, "Senior, you should know that the monks of Thundersound Mountain have always exterminated our kind without mercy. Their current respect is only to save their lives. Once they return alive, Thundersound Mountain will definitely send stronger cultivators to deal with you." The leading monk retorted, "Nonsense. It is well known that the mountain's guardian beast is a flood dragon. As long as you do no harm to the world, Thundersound Mountain will accept you." "Ha! Hypocritical, who doesn't know that the flood dragon was suppressed by your Buddha? The fox demon sneered and, with a seductive look, turned to Gu Yuan and said respectfully, Senior, you have lived longer than I have. I am sure you know well how cruel Thunder Sound Mountain's monks are towards us. Once captured by them, we would likely be refined into medicine. Gu Yuan silently listened to their argument, not speaking. He slowly raised his hand and squeezed downwards with force. Boom! A giant hand made of black mist suddenly covered the 6 monks, crushing them straight into the palm. Amidst their terrified screams, Gu Yuan didn't even give them a chance to beg for mercy. With a sudden breath, they all turned into dried corpses. Phew! The fox demon let out a long sigh of relief upon seeing this, bowed to Gu Yuan, and said, Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. With that, she turned to leave with the zombie behind her. Just as they turned, Gu Yuan's cold voice suddenly sounded, Did I let you go? The fox demon stiffened slightly upon hearing this, then slowly turned around, respectfully asking, What instructions does Senior have? I am short of a maid for chores, and you will do. Gu Yuan spoke indifferently, as for this disgusting zombie. Poof! With a wave of his hand, the zombie exploded into a burst of blood mist. After speaking, regardless of whether the fox demon agreed or not, Gu Yuan formed a ball of black mist around her, then flew into the air, disappearing into the vast night. Chapter 6, The Person I Wish to Kill, No One in This World Can Stop. H City, tonight's sky was as if it had been carefully outlined by a divine brush, with a bright full moon hanging high, like a brilliant night pearl, emitting a cold yet enchanting light. Outside H City, in the boundless, deep expanse of the night sky, Gu Yuan was surrounded by eerie black mist, like a demon descending to the world. The dense black fog swirled unceasingly, exuding an aura as though it would devour everything. Each step he took seemed to cause the space to tremble slightly. Behind him, closely followed by the fox demon, she looked like a dark night spirit, so beautiful it was breathtaking. She wore a white waist-cinching short skirt, her tall figure and curves strikingly graceful. She moved gracefully, every gesture exuding endless allure. Her skin was whiter than snow, glowing softly under the moonlight, as if carved from the finest mutton fat jade. A head of jet black, shiny hair cascaded down to her waist, swaying gently in the breeze. The 2 furry ears on top of her head stood playfully, not fully folded yet, adding a touch of liveliness and charm. Her features were exquisite, flawless, every line seemed like a masterpiece sculpted by the heavens, so beautiful it was beyond words. Her captivating gaze and sensual lip line made it impossible for anyone to look away once they met her eyes. Master, are you about to enter the human city? The fox demon hesitated slightly, her voice soft but trembling. She whispered, Every human city hides a formation carefully arranged by the 749 Bureau's formation masters beneath the ground. That formation is mysterious and powerful. Once beings like us step in, they can instantly lock onto our location and launch an all-out attack using the power of the formation. 749 Bureau? Formation masters? Gu Yuan was shocked by the fox demon's words, but his face remained calm, his expression indifferent. His voice was deep and steady as he spoke, It doesn't matter. Those I wish to kill, no one in this world can stop me. Besides, what kind of institution is the 749 Bureau? Not understanding, he asked. For him, there was no shame in asking. The fox demon froze for a moment. The seemingly unfathomable senior in front of her didn't know about the 749 Bureau that controlled all cultivators in the Great Xia Kingdom? This surprised her greatly, but she didn't dare to ask further and could only explain in detail. As far as I know, the 749 Bureau is the highest authority that governs all human cultivators. Every cultivator must register and leave their personal information at the 749 Bureau. All major cultivator sects, without exception, are under the management of the 749 Bureau. Whenever there is a significant task to eliminate demons, monsters, or zombies, the 749 Bureau quickly contacts each sect and dispatches cultivators. Major sects? Cultivators have sects too? Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow, continuing to inquire. Yes, Master. Within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, there are 6 major cultivator sects: Longhu Mountain, Lane Mountain, Xingcheng Mountain, Zijin Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, and Ma Mountain. And the 749 Bureau was created and is overseen by the ancestors of these sections. It is said that some of the ancestors are terrifying beings from the pre-Qin era, their strength immeasurable, capable of changing the heavens and the earth with a single move. The fox demon explained, her words filled with reverence. Beings like us, demons and other outcasts, would never dare to act recklessly in human cities. Once we step in, it won't take long before the cultivators of the 749 Bureau notice, and we will be ruthlessly suppressed. In their eyes, we demons and outcasts are nothing but precious materials for alchemy. Even if we behave peacefully, living carefully, if we are unlucky enough to be spotted, we cannot escape the tragic fate of becoming medicine ingredients. The fox demon said these last words with a look of pleading in her eyes, her meaning clear. She was trying to persuade Gu Yuan not to take the risk of entering. Gu Yuan remained indifferent after hearing this, his voice cold as he spoke. Have you never thought of resisting? Resisting? The fox demon smiled bitterly, her smile full of helplessness and sorrow. From the moment I began cultivating, I've been hiding, living in darkness every day. The power of human cultivators is beyond imagination. In front of them, we demons are no different from ants. I don't know if there are any powerful beings among our demon race or other outcasts secretly planning a rebellion. As far as I know, since modern times, the only one who dared to lead a resistance against human cultivators was the flood dragon captured on Laying Mountain. Is that so? I really want to meet these human cultivators. Gu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a trace of wickedness. The smile was filled with provocation and confidence. As soon as the words were spoken, the black mist under his feet surged suddenly, like a black angry tide, rushing forward with unstoppable momentum, heading straight towards H City, targeting the Lu family villa. Gu Yuan had absolute confidence in himself, and this confidence stemmed from his invincible strength. Tonight, no one could stop him from slaughtering the Lu family to the last member. It's over. The fox demon secretly lamented, I have gone through countless hardships and finally gained many opportunities, reaching the level of a shapeshifting minor demon, but today, it seems, I will lose my life here. Her heart was filled with despair and hopelessness, but she dared not defy this unfathomable man. She could only silently pray in her heart, hoping that this man truly possessed the terrifying strength to suppress everything. As Gu Yuan entered H City, the once clear sky seemed to be instantly covered by an invisible hand, and a thick black cloud rolled in, quickly obscuring the entire city. The sky grew dark and low, as if it could collapse at any moment, creating a strong sense of oppression, as if a terrifying storm was about to strike. Every city in the Great Summer Kingdom had cultivators from the 6 major sects stationed to guard it. At the moment Gu Yuan and the fox demon stepped into H City, in an ancient and elegant Liha courtyard, a mysterious purple stone tablet suddenly erupted with dazzling light, so bright that it was almost blinding. This stone tablet was the core formation eye that enveloped the sensing formation of H City. As its light exploded, an illusory light curtain instantly appeared in the air, and on the curtain, the figures of Gu Yuan and the fox demon walking on black mist, rapidly moving through the night sky of H City, were clearly displayed in real time. These two people, who else could they be but Gu Yuan and the fox demon? Swish! 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 In an instant, shadows flickered in 6 courtyards, figures appeared, and a group of cultivators emerged in front of the purple stone tablet. These 6 groups of cultivators came from Thundersound Mountain, Dragon Tiger Mountain, Qingcheng Mountain, Amei Mountain, Purple Gold Mountain, and Kunlun Mountain. The monk from Thundersound Mountain wore a monk robe, his bearing solemn. The Taoist from Dragon Tiger Mountain wore a Taoist robe, exuding a celestial aura. The sword cultivator from Qingcheng Mountain carried a long sword on his back, with sword energy that was sharp and intimidating. The magic cultivators from Amei Mountain were all beautiful women, dressed in ancient attire, graceful and heroic. The soul cultivator from Purple Gold Mountain had a mysterious expression, with an eerie aura surrounding them. The body cultivator from Kunlun Mountain was sturdy, with a physique like a mountain, his vitality surging. The leaders of these groups were all elderly men with white hair. Their cultivation was unfathomable, at least at the celestial light realm, which was above the innate level. Amitba, this is an unprecedented great disaster. The old monk from Thundersound Mountain put his hands together and looked up at the oppressive black cloud, his face serious, muttering a Buddhist chant, his voice full of worry. He has stirred the celestial phenomena. This guy is definitely at the celestial phenomenon realm. His cultivation is far above ours. We must not act rashly. The old woman from Amei Mountain spoke solemnly, her eyes filled with deep caution, her voice trembling slightly. The elder from Kunlun Mountain, who was as strong as a mountain and whose blood and chi surged like a rushing river, spoke in a deep voice, What do you all think? Should we observe the purpose of this anomaly entering H City, or report to the 749 Bureau immediately for support? The strength of this anomaly is terrifying. In my opinion, the priority should be to request support immediately. The elder from Qingcheng Mountain, carrying a long sword, said with a serious expression. I think we should first observe the other's purpose. Maybe he is just passing by? The elder from Purple Gold Mountain murmured thoughtfully and then slowly said, Such a powerful anomaly is too hard to suppress. If he is just passing by, we should turn a blind eye. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and then nodded one by one, agreed, let's first see if he is just passing by. Faced with such a terrifying existence, they didn't want to provoke it from the bottom of their hearts. The only beings capable of affecting the weather are those at the celestial phenomenon realm. Such a terrifying ability to change the heavens and the earth. However, there are some special anomalies in this world, who, even in the Tianzhao realm, can trigger celestial phenomena. But no matter which type it is, none of them are beings they can provoke. Gu Yuan naturally did not know that every move he made was closely watched by a large group of cultivators. The fox demon nervously looked around, her eyes filled with fear and unease, silently praying in her heart, Master must control the situation and intimidate the cultivators of H City. Otherwise, today we will be buried without a trace. Gu Yuan looked at her cautious expression, his face calm, and said lightly, you don't need to be so nervous, my cultivation might not be weaker than that dragon from Thundersound Mountain. Ah? Really? The fox demon's beautiful eyes shone brightly upon hearing this. Gu Yuan did not say more. The black mist beneath his feet accelerated, and the Lu family villa was almost within reach. Their conversation, to the cultivators at the Six Harmonies court, sounded like thunder crashing through the skies. Not weaker than the dragon from Thundersound Mountain? Celestial Phenomenon Peak? Upon thinking of this, the cultivators shivered and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This was a huge matter, it must be reported to the 749 Bureau headquarters. The first step in cultivation is to refine qi into the body, commonly known as qi training. The second step is to condense the qi into true essence, known as post-heaven. The third step is to transform the true essence into spiritual energy, known as pre-heaven. The fourth step is to internally refine the heavenly light, known as Tianjiao. The fifth step is the unity of heaven and earth, known as celestial phenomena, where one can move mountains and fill seas with a wave of their hand. The sixth step is the immortal of the land, the currently known strongest existence, with a lifespan of up to 5,000 years. Such beings rarely take action, so few cultivators have witnessed their terrifying power. It is rumored that they possess the ability to change the heavens and the earth. Chapter 7, The Evil Might is Overwhelming. Arriving at the Lu family. In H City, black clouds pressed down like a towering mountain of demons, heavy and hanging over the city, as if it would crush this bustling metropolis into powder. Ordinary people only felt a sudden unease in their hearts, restless and uneasy, as if millions of ants were crawling inside their chests. But any cultivator, even those just beginning their qi training, could keenly sense the terrifying aura descending on H City, a pressure so strong that it made their souls shiver. In an instant, countless figures appeared on the rooftops. They gazed up at the oppressive black clouds, their faces serious and solemn, as if they were staring at the arrival of the apocalypse. There were quite a few cultivators in H City. Most of them were in the qi training or post-heaven realm, and were usually supported and sheltered by wealthy and powerful families. The Lu family, as the wealthiest family in H City, supported even more cultivators. The strongest among the family had already reached the half-step Tianjiao realm, with most of their spiritual energy condensed into the terrifying heavenly light. Moreover, the Lu family also had an ancestor, another half-step Tianjiao powerhouse, a towering figure in the cultivation world of H City. At this moment, on the vast grounds of the Lu family villa, on the grand stargazing platform, a large crowd stood densely together. At the forefront were two elderly men with white hair, their faces marked deeply by the years, but their eyes held a deep, steady gaze, as though they had experienced countless trials. The others were cultivators, their gazes fixed tightly on the black clouds above, their faces serious as if they could feel a huge storm approaching. Two seniors, could it be that a celestial phenomenon powerhouse is arriving in H City? A middle-aged cultivator at the 9th level of post-heaven whispered from behind, his voice very low, as if afraid to disturb the mysterious celestial phenomenon. The others also perked up their ears, listening quietly, filled with awe and curiosity towards the celestial phenomenon powerhouse. In their minds, celestial phenomenon powerhouses were beings comparable to gods. With a wave of their hand, they could command the winds and clouds, possessing the power to destroy the world, like walking nuclear weapons. They rarely showed themselves. It is undoubtedly a celestial being, but I wonder what exactly happened in H City that attracted such a powerful celestial being to descend. It really makes one curious. The ancestor of the Lu family pondered, his nearly bald head only had a few strands left, clinging to his scalp like dry grass, but no one dared to underestimate him. If we could receive the divine enlightenment of a celestial being, we would certainly step into the realm of heavenly light and live another 500 years. An elder beside him spoke with great longing. Both of them were already old, with little time left to live. The celestial light was too intense, and trying to use one's own power to condense the remaining qi inside into celestial light would undoubtedly be playing with fire. A slight mistake could lead to instant destruction. But if a celestial being helped, they could ascend to the heavens in one step, achieving a qualitative leap. Alas! A celestial being, how can we possibly come into contact with them easily? The Lu family ancestor sighed deeply, his voice full of helplessness and emotion. However, what he did not know was that this mysterious celestial being was now rapidly approaching them, and would arrive very soon. Today was the first day of the new year, and the Lu family villa complex was brightly lit, like daytime. Whether it was the direct lineage or the collateral branches, most of them had gathered together. Some were sitting together playing cards, with continuous laughter and joy, others gathered to chat and share amusing stories from the past year, and some were raising their cups, enjoying drinks, making the place lively. Unaware that a disastrous fate was quietly approaching. Lu Rumun had thrown a grand party tonight, inviting many young masters and ladies from noble families to come together. The atmosphere in the party hall was extraordinarily lively, with almost all the rich second-generation heirs of H City gathered here. Some were singing passionately on stage, their voices melodious, some were dancing gracefully on the dance floor, their movements elegant, and others were chatting and toasting nearby, talking and laughing, enjoying the feast of their upper-class youth. Meanwhile, 2 to 3 kilometers away in the night sky, a strange black mist was rapidly approaching with astonishing speed. The black mist resembled a demonic dragon from hell, twisting the space wherever it passed. In no time, this terrifying black mist arrived above the Liu family villa complex, enveloping the entire area, as if draping a shadow of death over it. That is, both the Liu family ancestor and his old friend Zhang Juanxiang, who were on the stargazing platform, involuntarily narrowed their pupils, their faces full of terror. The two figures above the black mist clearly appeared in their sight. The fox demon they didn't pay much attention to, but the white-haired man in front made them feel a terrifying fear like never before. This person exuded an evil aura from the inside out, as if a demonic god had stepped out from the hellish abyss, making them feel as small as ants looking up at a dragon. Watching him step on the black mist and slowly approach, and recalling the strange scene of the dark clouds pressing down on the city, the Liu family ancestor and Zhang Juanxiang broke into a cold sweat in an instant, subconsciously thinking, could he be here for the Liu family? Gu Yuan stood above the black mist, coldly looking down at the brightly lit villa complex below, where every corner was filled with an aura of luxury. His gaze, like a sea of blood, fell upon the group of cultivators, led by the Liu family ancestor and Zhang Juanxiang, on the stargazing platform. Old Chen, is this person a human? Why does it feel like a zombie? And it looks like he is heading toward us, Zhang Juanxiang said in shock, quickly transmitting his thoughts to the Liu family ancestor. I don't know either. But it certainly seems like he's heading toward us, Liu family ancestor frowned and replied. I can't sense any life force from him, but there's no decaying aura like that of a zombie either. What kind of strange being is this? What could be here that could attract a celestial being to personally come? Zhang Juanxiang swallowed hard, feeling an ominous premonition surge in his heart, telling him that things were not looking good. The ancestor of the Liu family did not respond, but instead respectfully bowed to the figure in the sky, saying loudly, Senior, you have come to the Liu family. What instructions do you have? Gu Yuan's blood-red eyes flashed slightly, as if two burning red stars, emitting a chilling glow. He coldly looked down at the Liu family's villa complex, revealing a playful smile, and spoke, I say, Liu family, how is it that you can smoothly conduct such immoral deeds like drug trafficking, drug manufacturing, and child trafficking? It turns out there are cultivators watching over you. Senior, what do you mean by this? I really don't understand. Please enlighten me. The Liu family ancestor felt an unpleasant premonition rising in his heart but still asked with a stiff face. Enlighten you? Gu Yuan's face turned cold, as if it were an ancient iceberg that had never melted, speaking lightly, you don't even recognize me? A few months ago, your Liu family drove me to the brink of death, exploded the entire network, and even didn't spare my mother. Now, I've come to take revenge and settle the score, and yet you don't even recognize me? Ha! Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the Liu family ancestor was filled with confusion, laughing bitterly, Senior, with your abilities, who could force you to die? Liu Senior, this is certain. I thought this person looked so familiar, and it turns out to be him. Ah, yes, it's him. I almost didn't recognize him. What happened? How did this person, who should have died, suddenly become so powerful? At this moment, several cultivators in the crowd recognized Gu Yuan with difficulty, their faces filled with shock, gasping for breath. A month ago, the incident had caused a huge uproar. They had seen plenty of related reports online. Hearing the words of the younger generation behind him, the Liu family ancestor was even more puzzled. You're saying that this senior was framed and forced to death by our Liu family a month ago, and after a month, his corpse turned into a Tianxiang corpse king? Isn't that nonsense? That's a Tianxiang corpse king. Even if the corpse turns, without 1,000 or even hundreds of years of cultivation, without sufficient opportunities, it's impossible to reach this level. Liu Senior, the facts are indeed like this. He really looks quite similar to Gu Yuan. The younger cultivators didn't dare to believe this, but the facts were in front of them, and honestly, they were all deeply puzzled. Zhang Juanxiang's whole body turned cold, his voice trembling as he said, Old Chen, if it is really like this, the only explanation is that Gu Yuan was already so powerful, but he wanted to experience the various aspects of life, so he deliberately sealed his cultivation and memories to become an ordinary person, only to revive after death. Now he's come to take revenge on us. He said this because he knew that there had been cultivators in the past who had done the same thing. To break through to Earth Immortal, they sealed their cultivation and memories, experiencing a normal life as a human. Hiss. The Liu family ancestor's heart and soul froze, gasping in cold air, his aging body trembling uncontrollably. Such an act would ruin someone's path to becoming an Earth Immortal, and was a sin greater than killing one's parents, an irreconcilable feud. The Liu family ancestor's face was filled with panic as he said, Senior, I wasn't aware of this and didn't participate in it. I'm willing to bring out all those involved in this matter for you to deal with, please spare me. Spare you? Gu Yuan let out a cold laugh, his smile like a chilling wind from hell, causing a shiver down their spines. A month ago, those who attacked me online, those who framed me, those who captured me, why didn't they spare me? Why didn't they spare my mother? Gu Yuan's laugh was terrifying. Not only must the Lu family, the main culprits, die, but anyone who participated in the online violence and framed me, none of them will be spared. Chapter 8, 3,000 soldiers. Not a single one left. In the Six Harmonies courtyard, the cultivators from the six major sects were watching the situation at the Lu family through the formation's light screen. Even their conversations could be heard clearly by all the cultivators present. Gu Yuan, this name and his fate, were indeed known by many cultivators present. The commotion a few months ago was simply too big. Though they were cultivators, they couldn't stay away from the internet, and many had come across it. But they never expected that this Gu Yuan was actually a celestial corpse king, who had sealed his cultivation in memories to experience a mortal's life in order to break through to the land immortal stage. How unfortunate must the Lu family be to encounter such a calamity? No one believed that Gu Yuan had truly been just an ordinary person before. That was simply impossible. Turning into a celestial-level corpse just a month after death, such a thing had never been heard of in history. Only this explanation made sense. Everyone, should we intervene in this matter? The elder leading Kunlun Mountain frowned and said, the Lu family is at least a third-rate family in our great Xia. If we just watch them be annihilated, the higher-ups may hold us accountable. The old woman from Amei Mountain shook her head and said, intervene? With what? At most, we can report this to headquarters and let them decide. Yes, we are powerless. It's best not to even show ourselves. Just report it directly. If headquarters wants to intervene, let them send someone. The elder from Zijin Mountain nodded in agreement. In the end, after a discussion among the six of them, they unanimously decided to report this to headquarters and let them handle it. They would not interfere in any way. What a joke. Before a peak celestial-level corpse king, with their mere late-stage Tianjiao cultivation, a mere flick of his fingers could wipe them out. The only way to stop this being was to send a peak celestial-level powerhouse. No matter how many of them went, it would only be certain death. Seeing that Gu Yuan was about to slaughter the Lu family, they did not hesitate and immediately reported the matter. Lu family. Hearing Gu Yuan's bone-chilling words, the Lu family's ancestor and all the cultivators under him felt a coldness pierce from head to toe. Begging was useless, they couldn't win a fight like lambs to the slaughter, the sheer powerlessness made them tremble in despair and fear. Senior, if you are willing to spare the innocent among us, my Lu family is willing to serve you from now on. For the sake of survival, the Lu family's ancestor disregarded everything. Even if it meant submitting to an inhuman being, he knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing and pleading for mercy. Senior, we all swear allegiance to you, please show mercy. Seeing this, the others also knelt down one after another, their bodies soaked in sweat, shivering violently. Before a celestial-level corpse king, not just the Lu family, even the top families of Great Xia, if Bureau 749 did not intervene, would also be forced to kneel and beg for their lives. Gu Yuan, his long white hair draped over his shoulders, stood high in the clouds, looking down coldly at them. The killing intent in his eyes did not waver in the slightest. He spoke no unnecessary words. Behind him, the void suddenly surged with a tide of black mist. As a skeletal throne took form, a towering and sinister gate of black mist abruptly materialized. Gu Yuan slowly seated himself upon the skeletal throne, then spoke indifferently, Black Mist Legion. Boom! As Gu Yuan's solemn and icy voice fell, a thunderous roar erupted from the gate standing behind the skeletal throne. Then, a terrifying spectacle unfolded. From within the towering 100-meter-high black mist gate, the clash of weapons, the rhythmic march of footsteps, like the doomsday bell of a dark apocalypse, resounded. Then, squad after squad of soldiers clad in black mist armor, wearing sinister helmets, with blood-red eyes like spectral warriors of the underworld, surged forth in a mighty procession. These grey mist spectral soldiers bore no signs of life. Black mist swirled around them, their eerie presence overwhelming, as if a nine-nether army had descended upon the mortal world. Under the horrified gazes of the fox demon standing beside the skeletal throne, the Lu family's cultivators, and the six sect cultivators from the Six Harmonies Academy, an entire 3,000 black mist spectral soldiers arrived in the world. They stood in perfect formation. Stepping on the black mist, standing in midair, lined up in front of the bone throne, they kneeled on one knee under the lead of the Yin soldier leader. We greet our king. Hiss. Under the terrifying aura of this Yin soldier army, the fox demon beside the throne trembled in fear. They held long spears, swords at their waists, and wore armor, like an army hardened through countless battles. Each of them had at least the strength of the Tianjiao realm. And the leader of this 3,000-strong Yin soldier army was even more terrifying, a Tianshan level. What the hell is that? In the Lu family villa area, someone just happened to come out and immediately saw the scene in the clouds above. Shocked, they blurted out in astonishment. Gu Yuan leaned against the bone throne, looking at the black mist army before him, and spoke softly, "Have everyone in the villas below suppressed and brought here. If one is missing, the consequences will be severe. Obey the king's command." The black mist leader's voice was deep and hoarse, answering respectfully, then signaled to the 3,000 soldiers behind him. Like demons, they scattered and charged toward the villas below. It's over. The ancestor of the Lu family saw the scene and couldn't even think of resisting. Despair filled his heart, and he collapsed weakly onto the ground, waiting for death to come. "Senior Corpse King, we are not from the Lu family. Please, give us a chance to live." Behind them, dozens of small cultivators, seeing the overwhelming yin energy and black mist approaching, kept shouting and begging for mercy. Many of them wet themselves in fear. How could this happen? Damn it! How did you Lu family get involved with this kind of existence that can summon yin soldiers? You've doomed me! Zhang Juanshan yelled, his heart dead, unwilling to surrender and wait for death. He activated the Tianguang and tried to escape as quickly as possible. Put! Suddenly, a long spear sliced through the air like lightning, piercing through his body. Anyone who tries to escape will die. The voice of the yin soldier leader was evil and brutal, resonating through the heavens and earth. This roar terrified the hundreds of Lu family members in the villas and dozens of rich second-generation members at the party. What's going on? Who's yelling like that? Who has such a loud voice? Scared the hell out of me. Let's go out and see. The roar was so violent that everyone who was startled stopped what they were doing, gathering in small groups to walk out of the villas. And then, they saw a scene they would never forget. A group of extremely evil black mist beings in armor charged at them. Without a word, they slapped them unconscious one by one. Lu Ruyue encountered the same treatment. She had just led 2 or 3 dozen rich second-generation people out of the villa, and they ran into a large group of yin soldiers. Before they could say anything, they were all slapped unconscious. No one could escape. Even their pet dogs suffered the same fate. Chapter 9, 1 million or 10 million, all must die. The night was as dark as ink, with black clouds pressing down, and it was already just past 11 p.m. Soon, 300 to 400 people from the Lu family, including the family head, were all suppressed in the leisure square in the center of the villa area. Those who had been slapped unconscious began to slowly wake up. The 3,000 yin soldiers surrounded them tightly, layer by layer. What's happening? What is this? Ah! Ancestor, how are you here? Ancestor, what's going on? Why are these people suppressing us? Dazed, the Lu family members woke up, seeing everyone from their family suppressed here, all with confused expressions. When they saw their ancestor also being suppressed here with an expression of despair, the Lu family members approached and asked one after another. The Lu family ancestor, whose mood was already extremely gloomy, listened to the incessant chatter in his ears and roared in anger, "Damn it! Shut up and die!" Puff puff puff. Filled with despair and anger, he slapped several people to death, shouting angrily, "You've killed me! You beasts who only know how to harm your ancestors! Damn them all!" Furious, he killed a few more with a single strike. Seeing the enraged ancestor like an angry lion, the people of the Lu family felt their hearts freeze, and they kept retreating. Even the current head of the Lu family, Lu Zhengnan, who was Lu Ruyue's father, subconsciously distanced himself. The Lu family ancestor ignored them, prostrating on the ground and kowtowing towards the dark clouds in the sky, saying, "Predecessor, I am willing to personally kill all these beasts. Please spare my life, and from now on, I will serve you like a dog or a horse." Seeing this, the hundreds of Lu family members all looked up, but they could only see a sinister, gloomy black cloud. Lu Ruyue was among them, dressed in a snow-white evening gown. She had a tall and graceful figure, her skin was pure and crystal clear, and her delicate face resembled a beautiful flower or jade. She whispered, "Why is the ancestor kneeling to a black cloud? What has happened? Why does the ancestor show such fear? And why does he want to kill us to apologize? What is going on? Who knows? Our Lu family might have provoked something terrible. Damn it! What should we do? What should we do? If even the ancestor, who is a cultivator, is like this, who can save us? Damn it! I'm not even a Lu family member. I've been tricked." The Lu family members were full of fear and confusion, while the rich second-generation people who had been invited cursed loudly, repeatedly shouting that they were not part of the Lu family. But the yin soldiers surrounding them remained indifferent, murderous, and coldly staring at them. It was as if at any moment, with a single command, their heads would fall to the ground. Under the gaze of the Lu family, the black cloud in the sky slowly dispersed, and then a bone-chilling, evil white bone throne descended from the sky, hovering about 20 to 30 meters above the ground. Then, they saw a man with white hair flowing to his waist, blood-red eyes like an abyss, his upper body bare and exuding extreme evil both inside and out, sitting high on the throne. Beside him stood a vixen demoness, bringing ruin to nations. You are Gu Yuan?
In the crowd, Lu Ruyue screamed as if she had seen a ghost. Although Gu Yuan had changed a lot since then, Lu Ruyue still recognized this man at first sight.
Looking at the devil-like man, her eyes widened in disbelief. Then, endless fear flooded her like a tidal wave.
What? This person is Gu Yuan? Ah. It really is him. How could this be? The other Lu family members looked over, and immediately, their souls seemed to leave their bodies.
They shook their heads in fear, unwilling to believe that the person in front of them was the very Gu Yuan they had killed.
On the bone throne, Gu Yuan's gaze was cold as ice, and he gave an evil grin. Ruyue, it seems you have a deep impression of me, you recognized me so easily. These words hit Lu Ruyue and the entire Lu family like a heavy hammer on their hearts. This indirectly admitted that he was Gu Yuan, so tonight, the Lu family. Thinking of this, they felt as if they had fallen into an icy pit, despair consuming them completely. You. Lu Ruyue's crystal-clear face turned pale, her delicate body trembling, unable to speak a word. Teacher Gu, I'm not from the Lu family. Can you let me go?
Please, Teacher Gu. Lu Ruyue's close friend, Zhang Mengmeng, a beauty, looked at Gu Yuan with hope in her eyes, her voice choked with sobs.
Esteemed senior, we, too, were invited by the Lu family and have no relation to them.
Yes, esteemed senior, please let us go. The other rich second-generation people, seeing this, began to plead for mercy. Although you are not from the Lu family, in order to please them, you incited online to attack me, so you are not innocent.
Gu Yuan sneered coldly, the people I want to kill are not just you few.
It's everyone who has participated in online violence, whether it's 1 million or 10 million, they all deserve to die. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, not only the Lu family members on site, but also the 6 sect cultivators in the 6 heavens courtyard.
Everyone gasped in shock.
The elder from Kunlun said in terror, he's about to start a bloodbath.
Horrifying.
I just checked, and a month ago, the number of views on the topic of Gu Yuan reached 100 million. Probably more than half of them have online bullied him.
The Amei elder was even more terrified. What? So many? Everyone shivered, sharply inhaling cold air, as if they could already see rivers of blood.
They had no doubt that Gu Yuan's words were not just empty threats. Such an existence would always follow through with his words. Unless someone can stop him, otherwise, the great Xia will soon drown in blood.
Damn it, is Gu Yuan trying to stir up a storm of blood and slaughter in our great Xia?
The elder from Zijin Mountain swallowed hard. The elder from Qingcheng Mountain nodded gravely, with his strength, plus those 3,000 Yin soldiers, if our 6 major sects want to fight back, the cost will be unimaginably heavy.
Amatba, King Shi, has there been any response from the headquarters?
The old monk from Thundersound Mountain looked towards the Kunlun elder and asked.
Not yet.
The Kunlun elder shook his head, his face serious, this matter is getting out of hand. This celestial corpse king doesn't plan to hide anymore, he's ready to unleash a storm of blood and slaughter.
If he can summon more Yin soldiers, both the cultivation world and the mortal world will be overturned by him.
Gu Yuan was unaware that every one of his actions was being closely watched by a large group of people, but he didn't care at all. Leaning on the throne, he looked down at the terrified and hopeless members of the Lu family below, and laughed cruelly. Leave Lu Ruyue, imprison everyone else in the Black Mist prison. Then, capture anyone in H City who has a red dot on their head and imprison them in the Black Mist prison. I will gather them all together and then start a live broadcast. One by one, they will be executed. He. As his orders were given, the Yin soldiers immediately began to act. They grabbed one Lu family member after another and casually threw them into the black mist vortex they had created. In just a few breaths, only Lu Ruyue remained at the scene. The Yin soldiers left 100 to guard the Lu family villa, while the rest scattered, rising into the black clouds to capture those with red dots above their heads. Why you? What do you want to do? Lu Ruyue's face turned pale, staring at Gu Yuan with terror and hopelessness. You are the culprit, so naturally, I must show you both love and torment. He. Gu Yuan's figure flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ruyue, then he grabbed her by the neck and dragged her into the villa. His evil laughter echoed in the night, lingering long after he had gone. Big brother, what kind of existence is the master? After Gu Yuan left, the fox demon, filled with curiosity, approached one of the Yin soldiers and asked. However, the Yin soldier didn't even glance at her, completely ignoring her. Damn! The fox demon cursed silently, but dared not leave. She looked around, then entered a villa to bathe and enjoy the luxurious human villa. The Corpse King's reckoning has begun, what should we do? Should we intervene? Even though it's the new year, there are probably tens of millions of people in H City who have online bullied the Corpse King. Intervene? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Right, those Yin soldiers are at least in the mid-stage of Tianzhao, what can we do? Go die? Has the headquarters responded yet?
Let's report this matter again and let the headquarters deal with it.
Right, I won't provoke those Zine soldiers and that corpse king. Whoever wants to go, let them go. Exactly, they are taking revenge, they are in the right, we shouldn't cause them more trouble. The elders from the 6 major sects present, all in the Tianzhou realm, had similar opinions: stay on the sidelines. No one was willing to die for some ordinary people, especially those with ugly faces, not when they didn't have to.
Bullying online without paying the price? No.
That's just because you haven't encountered a true ruthless person yet. Once some things are done, the corresponding price must be paid.
But they felt.
The virgin woman at the headquarters will never allow Gu Yuan to kill tens of millions of ordinary people. She will definitely mobilize the cultivators from the 6 major sects to deal with Gu Yuan.
A life and death bloody battle is undoubtedly unavoidable. Chapter 10, The Ghost Soldiers Rampage, shocking the whole country. Tonight, in H City, a bloody storm is brewing.
2,900 ghost soldiers scattered throughout H City, searching for those with red dots on their heads. Their methods are extremely brutal, directly breaking through doors, ignoring everyone else, and heading straight for the person with the red dot. With a slap, they knock them unconscious, casually throwing them into the black mist whirlpool inside a black mist prison, then leaving to find the next target. For a moment, H City is in chaos.
On this night, countless families, whose homes were invaded by the ghost soldiers, dialed the patrol officer hotline.
Patrol cars are dispatched one after another, their sirens ripping through the silence of the deep night. Are you sure the people who broke into your house and took your daughter were ghost soldiers? When the patrol officers arrive and hear the descriptions from the victim's family, they are immediately dumbfounded. Yes, it was like soldiers from hell, wearing black armor, with black ghostly energy all over their bodies, extremely terrifying. Every family member of the victim is scared out of their wits, and they haven't recovered yet. The patrol officers don't believe in such things, so after taking a report, they leave for the next incident. However, as more and more similar incidents occur, the number of patrol officers increases, and some officers finally encounter the ghost soldiers who are forcefully breaking into homes. Upon seeing the ghost soldiers, the patrol officers are drenched in cold sweat. They immediately pull out their guns to stop them, but the ghost soldiers don't even look at them. They go on with their business, knocking out and imprisoning the ones with red dots. Some patrol officers open fire, but the bullets have no effect on the ghost soldiers, who immediately kill the officers on the spot.
The ghost soldiers don't harm innocent people.
As long as you don't make any attacks with even the slightest killing power, you can shout at them, and they won't even glance at you.
That night, H City is completely in turmoil. The patrol officers are also scared out of their wits and no longer dare to respond to these incidents. Damn it, those are ghost soldiers.
Screw it, I don't care anymore, whoever wants to go, go yourself.
Patrol officers who have witnessed the horror of the ghost soldiers refuse to go on duty.
Especially the officers who have seen the ghost soldiers in action, their courage has been completely shattered. A thick wall, torn apart with a single slap.
Damn! If that slap had been aimed at me, wouldn't I have exploded on the spot?
With the patrol officers in action, the cries of countless victim families fill the air, gathering together to surround the patrol station. As time passes, the patrol station is surrounded by victims' families, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside.
My husband was taken by the ghost soldiers. Why didn't you respond? As public patrol officers, you're so scared that you're hiding? Hurry up and save my son.
You garbage who only bully us ordinary people, now that you've encountered something tough, why are you too scared to act against them?
Countless curses are aimed at the patrol station's 6-story building, which is surrounded tightly. At the same time, news of the ghost soldiers in H City causes a huge sensation on the internet.
Many people who have seen the ghost soldiers have recorded videos and posted them on various social media platforms. Even though it is already midnight, within just half an hour, it has made its way to the trending topics.
The comment sections of major video platforms are boiling. Holy crap, ghost soldiers are grabbing people, what is going on? Amazing, this video doesn't look like AI effects.
Hiss. Listen to the terrified screams in the video, they're not acting, and the ghost soldiers directly lift a person with one hand and throw them into a black mist whirlpool. Holy shit, the legendary ghost soldiers have appeared, isn't the revival of spiritual energy not far away? The whole internet is in uproar, and various videos are flooding the online world. Even many influencers in H City have started live streams. Drove out to seek the shadow soldiers. Indeed, several streamers spotted the traces of the shadow soldiers. In the footage, a shadow soldier in black armor, wielding a long spear and carrying a sword at his waist, soared through the black mist, traversing H City. Once this scene was live-streamed, it caused an increasing uproar online. For a time, countless people debated heatedly on the internet about why the newly emerged shadow soldiers wanted to capture those individuals. The high officials in the municipal hall, upon seeing such an incident, were at a loss for how to issue an announcement.
So many people witnessed the shadow soldiers, and this matter could no longer be clarified, they could only report it upward and let the higher-ups worry about it. At the police station, the number of victims' family members continuing to gather kept increasing. If it weren't for the sturdy iron gate, these people would have rushed in long ago. Boom! Just as these family members were cursing the police, suddenly, a fierce shadow energy surged from afar. Then, a squad of 10 shadow soldiers descended amidst the black mist. Ah! The shadow soldiers are coming. Seeing this scene, the gathered family members immediately fell into chaos, fearing they too would be captured, and without a second thought, they turned to run, causing a bloody scene of people trampling each other. That squad of shadow soldiers paid no attention to these people. They descended from the sky, landed in front of the iron gates of the police building, kicked the gates open, and then rushed inside, capturing more than 10 police officers armed with red dots. They had not been inside long when a series of gunshots rang out from within. But it lasted only a few seconds before silence returned, and then the squad of shadow soldiers disappeared into the black mist. With the police station now fallen, the nearby victims' families were left dumbfounded. Shadow soldiers ran rampant, wreaking havoc across H City. Elders from the 6 factions in the Luhai courtyard of H City received a response from headquarters half an hour ago. Immediately take action to stop those shadow soldiers. Experts from headquarters are on their way. Damn it, those shadow soldiers are all like Amaterasu. Do they want me to go die? An old man from Kunlun exploded. Anyway, I'm not going. Whoever wants to go can go. Damn, I won't go either. Asking us to go die in such a huge disparity is too barbaric. An old woman from the MA faction also swore. Stop what? Everyone knows what level those shadow soldiers are, yet still asking us to stop them. Don't they value our lives? Do whatever you want. Anyway, I'm not going out. The 6 elders were unyielding. But they still replied with a message: we have low cultivation and truly cannot stop them, let's wait until the experts from headquarters arrive to act together. Headquarters did not reply to them again, perhaps knowing this was a command for them to go die. After a long time without receiving news, the 6 sect cultivators here all breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely afraid of being forced to go die by headquarters. At midnight, in the highest command hall, an announcement was issued across the internet. Guyuan, debts have their owners, the Lu family allows you to handle this, we will not interfere, please immediately release all innocent people, otherwise, don't blame us for suppressing you. This announcement obviously came from the high officials of Bureau 749. As this announcement surfaced, netizens were puzzled. Who is Guyuan? Is he that scoundrel from a month ago who dealt drugs, manufactured drugs, and trafficked children? What does this have to do with Guyuan? When Guyuan saw this announcement from Bureau 749, he responded using the official account of the Lu family. To the 6 factions in Bureau 749, I advise you not to get involved in this matter. All those who have cyberbullied me. Could it be that the ghost soldiers have been summoned, come to take revenge on us? He is already dead, right? I even attended his funeral, he was clearly dead, so what is going on? Hiss. Does such a mysterious force really exist in this world, one that science cannot touch or explain? Even the legendary ghost soldiers have appeared in the world. What exactly happened to Guyuan, to cause him to rise from the dead and command the ghost soldiers? Brothers, what should I do? I am in H City right now, and those ghost soldiers haven't found me yet, I'm waiting online, urgent. Now that the ghost soldiers have appeared, can't our great Xia have cultivators who step forward? Come save us. Those who had once maliciously slandered and ruthlessly cyberbullied Guyuan online, now felt like frightened birds, caught in endless panic. Especially the cyberbullies in H City, who were like ants on a hot pan, spinning around in desperation. Under the official announcement, messages begging for help flooded in like a surging tide, covering the entire network. Filled with fear and despair, they watched videos on the internet of ghost soldiers passing by, capturing cyberbullies, feeling cold all over, unable to sit still. Who could have predicted that a few words of mindless online slander would lead to such a deadly reckoning? At this moment, H City was covered by a cloud of hopelessness. Everything happening here had already shocked the entire country. 3,000 ghost soldiers, full of momentum, rampaged without restraint. Wherever they went, pedestrians were frightened and retreated in panic, no one daring to step forward and stop them from capturing the cyberbullies. They could only dare to film videos from a distance, later shocked to upload them online, hoping to gain some traffic and satisfy their trivial vanity. Guyuan's name, after being silent for a month on the internet, once again surged across the entire web like a thunderbolt. Various topics about his resurrection and reckoning appeared like bamboo shoots after a rain, one after another trending on social media. Inside the highest command hall of the Great Xia, top leaders gathered together, each of them frowning deeply, at a loss for what to do. Facing those terrifying ghost soldiers, even sending troops would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly incapable of suppressing them. They had already sent a distress signal to the 749 Bureau, and the cultivators of the 749 Bureau were rushing to H City.
The top leaders, through satellite projections, were closely monitoring every movement in H City. They watched in real time as ghost soldiers wreaked havoc in H City. One batch after another of those who had cyberbullied Gu Yuan were captured, but the ghost soldiers harmed no innocent people. As long as they did not take action first, they were extremely disciplined. Through the 749 Bureau, they gradually learned about Gu Yuan's situation. Damn the Lu family, how could they cause such a huge trouble for us? Why stir trouble with someone who calls themselves a non-human, sealed of their memories and cultivation? At the head of the long table in the conference hall, Xian Yuanmo's face was as dark as if water could drip from it. He was the highest authority in the Great Xia. Now I can't help but doubt, is what he was accused of really true, said Nangon Luotian, the second in command of the Great Xia, frowning in confusion. Is there any doubt left in this matter? A dignified celestial corpse king, even if they sealed their memories and cultivation, could never have done such a thing. It is undoubtedly the Lu family's malicious framing. Lin Zhengtang, the third in command of the Great Xia, shook his head with a bitter smile. If only we had investigated thoroughly at the time, how could we have ended up in such a situation today? Who is the head of H City? Get them. If this matter had not been approved by them, it could never have escalated to such a disaster. Xian Yuan Mo spoke in a deep voice, this matter will surely cause an earth-shattering uproar. After today, the cultivators of the 749 Bureau and the 6 great sects will no longer be able to hide the truth. We must give the 749 Bureau an explanation. The 749 Bureau had just sent a message, the disaster you caused will trigger the ultimate showdown between cultivators and non-humans. Reflect, investigate thoroughly, and never allow such events to happen again. While everyone waited anxiously, the headquarters of the 749 Bureau was already in chaos. The headquarters of the 749 Bureau, built beneath the dragon vein of the Yellow River, housed a massive magical array that supported an underground space of 100,000 square meters, continuously drawing spiritual energy from the dragon vein, nourishing this mysterious place. This place resembled an ancient underground city, with antique buildings stacked upon each other, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. The concentration of spiritual energy here was comparable to the era of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, when gods were enshrined. In the grand plaza of the ancient city stood 6 teleportation arrays, corresponding to the 6 sections. During this time, the 6 teleportation arrays occasionally flashed with light, and then a group of people would appear out of thin air. The arrivals were all cultivators from the 6 sects, dressed in ancient clothing, their expressions hurried as they rushed to gather at the ancient hall on the plaza's steps. Facing a ghost king capable of summoning ghost soldiers, neither the 749 Bureau nor the 6 major sects dared to be the slightest bit negligent, standing ready for battle. After all, no one wanted to recklessly go to their death. That night, many cultivators exploring ancient secret realms were urgently summoned back. The Kunlun sect's saint's son, Qinhao, was one of them. He was originally in an ancient secret realm, about to tame a third-tier beast, when he suddenly received a message from his sect, commanding him to lead the Kunlun sect cultivators back immediately. With the shining light of the teleportation array, Qinhao, dressed in an otherworldly white robe, looking as graceful as jade, led over 600 cultivators of the Kunlun sect who had reached the celestial radiance realm to appear here. At this moment, 5 of the 6 sects had already arrived, leaving only the Kunlun sect's physical training cultivators still missing. Qingu, what major event has occurred that requires such a large mobilization? After the Kunlun sect cultivators had gathered, a plump figure beside Qinhao asked with a puzzled expression. They had rushed to assemble so quickly that they hadn't had a chance to ask in detail. Upon hearing this, others also pricked up their ears, their faces filled with curiosity. Qinhao's expression was serious as he said in a deep voice, a ghost king has emerged, bringing with it 3,000 ghost soldiers to wreak havoc among the mortals, a bloody battle awaits us. After saying this, he led the Kunlun sect cultivators up the steps and into the ancient hall. The hall space was vast, able to accommodate at least 4,000 to 5,000 people. At this moment, more than 3,000 cultivators from 5 sects had gathered here, all at the celestial radiance level, led by the saint sons and saint daughters, each sect sending 600 cultivators. Qinhao arrived with the Kunlun cultivators. Familiar with him, Ame sect's saint daughter, Zhou Waner, and the saint son of Zijing Mountain, Xiaohua, approached him with smiles as they reminisced. They were both half a step away from the celestial phenomenon realm, and with just a few more years of cultivation, they would ascend to become true celestial phenomenon masters. Xiaohua playfully slung his arm over Qinhao's shoulder and laughed, Qinhao, it's been so long. The last time we fought side by side was over 10 years ago. I thought you'd broken through to the celestial phenomenon level by now. The celestial phenomenon level is not so easy to break through, one still needs to focus on deepening their cultivation. Qinhao sighed lightly, then looked at Zhou Waner and said, it's been over 10 years, Sister Waner, your charm is even greater than before. I heard you and Sword Gu are getting married, when can I drink your wedding wine? Zhou Waner's beautiful eyes sparkled like water, her figure tall and graceful, her purple dress flowing like evening clouds. She smiled and said, you should prepare a generous gift first. If the gift is too light, I won't accept it. Qinhao laughed and replied, no problem, do you prefer mortal gifts or cultivator gifts?
I'll make sure to find something for you.
In the eyes of those cultivators, the world of ordinary people was referred to as the mortal realm. On the long road of cultivation, during times of boredom and dullness, they would occasionally step into the mortal realm to experience ordinary life. By the way, where is Sword Gu? Xinhao glanced toward the Qingqing sect's cultivators, filled with curiosity as he asked, is it possible that Sword Gu is already attempting to break through to the celestial phenomenon level? Zhou Wanner's lips curled into a gentle smile, bright as flowers blooming in spring. Yes, I've been in seclusion for half a year, I should be about to break through that barrier. A double joy, indeed. Xinhao couldn't help but sigh, a hint of envy in his voice. He secretly estimated that he would need at least 10 more years of cultivation before he might break through the heavenly phenomenon barrier. Zhou Wanner could see his thoughts and gently comforted him, stinky little brother, you're only 60 years old, why are you in such a hurry? To achieve heavenly phenomenon before 80 is something only a handful of people can do in these 2,000 to 3,000 years. Your sword brother is already over 130 years old, what's there to envy? In the cultivation world, 100 years is not considered old. When cultivating qi into the body, one has a lifespan of 120 years. In the later stages, when refining true yuan, one's lifespan extends to 300 years. In the innate stage, when true yuan turns into qi, one's lifespan becomes 500 years. In the heavenly light stage, when one refines heavenly light, the lifespan reaches 1,000 years. At the heavenly phenomenon stage, the lifespan dramatically increases to 2,000 years. An immortal on land would have at least 5,000 years of life. Xinhao gently shook his head, his expression serious, and said, before breaking through, no one dares to say they can cross this hurdle in their lifetime. Throughout history, how many talented individuals have stopped at the half-step heavenly phenomenon and could not advance an inch? This was not his humility, but in the cultivation world, such cases were too numerous to count. Those who were once seen as sure to break through the heavenly phenomenon, the dazzling prodigies, eventually faded into obscurity, disappearing in the river of history. While they were chatting, 6 middle-aged cultivators, each wearing different robes, slowly walked out from backstage. 4 men and 2 women, coming from 6 major sections. Their appearance brought an invisible sense of pressure, causing the entire space to fall into silence. The cultivators present, upon seeing them, stopped their conversations and all stood in unison, bowing respectfully, saying, we greet the 6 esteemed seniors. The 6 before them held immense prestige in the cultivation world. Their names were thunderous, revered by countless cultivators. Among them, the strongest were the 6 ancient monks from Great Thunder Sound Temple and Xianyazi from Kunlun sect, both peak heavenly phenomenon experts. Then came the Amei sect's master extermination, Yuxian from Purple Gold Mountain, Yuan Xiaozi from Qingqing sect, and Zhang Jinyan from Longhu Mountain, all of whom were at the late stage of heavenly phenomenon, with strength that could not be underestimated. Amit Ba. Tonight, we've gathered you all here. I'm sure you know what's going on, said one of the 6 ancient monks from Thunder Sound Temple, his face gentle, his appearance solemn as he spoke. His voice carried a soothing power, but it also conveyed the seriousness of the matter. Senior 6 Dao, isn't it just one heavenly phenomenon corpse king and 3,000 soldiers? Do we need to make such a big deal out of it? Zhang Junbao from Longhu Mountain, Taoist of Longhu, asked, his face full of confusion. Yes. I think just 4 of you seniors could go and suppress them all, others chimed in, agreeing with similar sentiments. Their words were filled with confidence, even a bit of arrogance, believing that a mere heavenly phenomenon corpse king and 3,000 soldiers weren't worth such a grand mobilization. Undervaluing the enemy is the most deadly mistake. Have you forgotten the turmoil caused by that Jiao dragon? Because we underestimated the enemy, how many of our people perished? Xianyazi from Kunlun sect, the 6th supreme elder, spoke severely, his voice loud, do not underestimate a corpse king who can summon legendary soldiers. This bad habit must be corrected. His voice was like a bell, shaking everyone's heart. Yes. Everyone lowered their heads in shame, recalling the painful losses from the Eastern Sea War. Enough talking, no use in further discussion. Let's go. Master Extermination from the Amei sect spoke calmly, her expression cold, if we don't suppress that corpse king tonight, many will lose their lives. We can't be sure that the corpse king won't summon more soldiers, so don't be careless. With that, they led the elite cultivators from various sects to the teleportation array bound for H City. One after another, cultivators disappeared into the teleportation array. Rushed to that unknown battlefield. This time, whether life or death, no one knows who will return alive. Isn't your Lu family fond of selling drugs, making drugs? Eat them all. In the Lu family villa complex, inside the main villa, Gu Yuan's face was twisted with fury, resembling a demon crawling out of hell. He kept forcing Lu Ruyue to consume white powder, and whenever Lu Ruyue showed any sign of resistance, he would ruthlessly press her to the ground and rub her. In just 1 hour, Lu Ruyue was tortured beyond recognition, her once beautiful face now filled with pain and despair. Gu Yuan would not give her an easy death, he would torment her to the point where she couldn't live or die, regretting in endless pain.
After forcing a large amount of white powder into her, Gu Yuan casually tossed her into a corner and sat arrogantly on the sofa, looking at the shadowy soldier across from him, askingly, "How many online bullies have you caught? Is it enough for 100,000? The chilling business made the temperature in the room drop sharply. Replying to the master, "We have caught about 86,000 online bullies so far," the summoned shadow soldier respectfully answered. Gu Yuan lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep puff, and nodded slightly. Gather up the remaining 14,000, then place them all in the largest bird's nest in H City. Tonight, I will execute them all inside. Understood. The shadow soldier answered and left. At this moment, the fox demon sneaked in quietly from outside. She first glanced at Lu Ruyue, twitching in the corner, then looked at Gu Yuan and said, "Master, with the noise you've caused, the 6 major sects won't just stand by. Their strong warriors may already be on their way." Her voice carried a hint of worry, and her flawless, charming face was full of concern. Although she had already realized her master was the Sky Image Corpse King, she didn't think he could compete with the 6 major sects. Gu Yuan took a deep puff of his cigarette, his pale, evil face revealing a brutal expression. "If they dare come, I will make sure they come but never return. Anyone who blocks my revenge will die." He only wanted to settle the score of revenge and would never harm innocent people. But if the 6 major sects came to stop him, Gu Yuan wouldn't mind summoning the remaining 7,000 shadow soldiers to destroy them. With his current strength, he could summon no more than 10,000 shadow soldiers. The strongest of these were the 3,000 he had summoned now, with the weakest being in the middle stage of Sky Illumination, and the highest being in the middle stage of Sky Image. The soldiers summoned later had mostly innate cultivation levels, and 3 Sky Image shadow soldiers could still be summoned. After these shadow soldiers die, they will return to the world behind the Black Fog Gate. With the higher their cultivation, the longer their resurrection time. "Alright. Let me knead your shoulders for you." Seeing the man so confident, the fox demon no longer persuaded him and moved behind Gu Yuan, placing her long, fair hands on his shoulders, gently kneading them. From this body, she could feel no warmth, but she could vaguely sense the terrifying power hidden in it: evil, domineering, brutal, bloodthirsty. It made her demon power tremble uncontrollably. The fox demon couldn't resist this impact, letting out a soft moan, quickly pulling her hand back, blushing as she said, "Master, your body is just... My cultivation is too low, I shouldn't touch it." She was at the peak of her transformation, in a late stage, but in front of an existence like Gu Yuan, she felt like an ant. "Aren't you curious about human cities? Go play by yourself." Gu Yuan lazily stretched, slowly stood up, and said softly, "I sense the aura of Sky Image Realm descending on this city. The strong warriors of the 6 major sects are coming." How many of them are coming?" the fox demon asked in a panic, her eyes filled with fear. 2 peak Sky Image, 4 mid Sky Image. They are so eager to die, I'll make their wish come true." Gu Yuan's face, twisted with extreme evil, showed a grim smile. Chapter 13: 3 Great Zombie Kings. The night was as dark as ink. Tonight, the commotion caused by Gu Yuan can be called earth-shattering. In this age of rapid information spread, many hidden and dormant creatures, such as monsters with human electronic devices, zombies, and others, have learned through the internet about the shocking event that occurred in H City. The news quickly spread, soon reaching the 3 great demon kings hidden deep in the ocean and the 4 great zombie kings concealed in the deep mountains and forests. Mount Luwafu, a mysterious and secretive spatial node, is filled with dark energy year-round, and tonight, numerous zombies are roaming about here. At this moment, 3 terrifying beings, draped in black robes and exuding a foul odor of decay, lead a massive group of zombies marching out of this spatial node. Upon learning that their kind has declared war on human cultivators, a surge of hot blood fills their hearts, thinking, with our kind challenging human cultivators, how can we not come to their aid? After stepping out of the spatial node, the 3 zombie kings emanate a rolling surge of dark energy, like a violent black wave, carrying over 1,000 flying zombies, in the Tianzhou realm, as they swiftly cross the night sky heading towards H City. In their understanding, Gu Yuan belongs to their kind, as kin fighting against human cultivators, they feel compelled to support him no matter what. Just like back then, when the Dragon King of the East Sea declared war on human cultivators, countless demon cultivators rushed to provide assistance, and the scene was grand indeed. However, at that time, the zombie clan did not participate. Although both the zombie clan and demon clan regard human cultivators as enemies, they seldom interact, maintaining a delicate distance from each other. Similarly, this time, with Gu Yuan causing such a ruckus, the demon clan is unlikely to lend a helping hand. However, as fellow beings, the zombie clan feels that they must support Gu Yuan to some extent, so 3 out of the 4 great zombie kings directly mobilize. But compared to the grand scene of the Dragon King declaring war on human cultivators back then, the current situation seems rather trivial. When the Dragon King challenged the human cultivators, it was a true spectacle. At that time, no less than 10 demon kings were deployed, and various forces gathered, leading to fierce combat. After that battle, the demon clan suffered greatly, falling into a desolate state, and now only 3 demon kings barely survive in the broken secret realm of the deep sea, occasionally collaborating with foreign monsters to create some minor troubles for Eastern cultivators. Yet, the zombie clan is different from those beasts. Even as zombies, they retain the emotions and sense of belonging of Easterners. Unlike those beasts, who have no stance, they side with whoever treats them well. The zombie clan rarely harms ordinary people of the Great Xia. When hungry, they go overseas to hunt, returning only after they are full. But even so, Eastern cultivators still relentlessly pursue them without letting up. What the zombie clan truly despises are the Eastern cultivators. They have always adhered to their principles, never transferring their hatred onto ordinary people of the Great Xia. Above H City, dark clouds loom, as if threatening to crush the city, while dark soldiers move through the city at will. At this moment, all the dark soldiers seem to have received some mysterious command, gathering towards the largest nest in H City. On the stargazing platform of the Lu family's villa, Gu Yuan stands quietly with long white hair flowing down to his waist, gazing into the distance towards the direction of the Six Harmonies courtyard, his eyes revealing an elusive depth. At this time, a dark soldier approaches respectfully to report, "Master, the 100,000 internet bullies have all been captured." A ruthless flash crosses Gu Yuan's enchanting blood-red eyes as he nods slightly and says, "Good, the bloody storm I have been waiting for will officially begin tonight." As soon as the words fell, a dark mist suddenly rose, like a gigantic black monster. All the Yin soldiers present were pulled into it, quickly flying toward the largest bird's nest in H City. The fox demon had already gone to the city to have fun, and Gu Yuan did not let her follow him. Moreover, with the fox demon's innate cultivation, she would be of no real help in the impending battle. Lu Hui Courtyard. Thousands of cultivators from the 6 factions gathered here, densely packed, a sea of black, filling this space, which was not small, to its limits. Their eyes were all focused on the virtual light screen created by the purple stone tablet. Through the light screen, they saw Gu Yuan, who was in the Lu family, surrounded by overwhelming black mist, heading toward the largest bird's nest in H City. Amat Ba. The ancient monk of the 6 paths chanted a Buddhist mantra, his face serious, and said, "Everyone, this battle will surely be a brutal bloodbath. The strength of this corpse king is far beyond that of the Jiao king from back then. He may already have 1 foot in the realm of land gods." What? A quasi-land god? This. When the ancient monk of the 6 paths said this, everyone's face immediately changed. The once high spirits were instantly doused by these words. "Don't panic, I've already sent a message to that Jiao king. Under the influence of Buddhist teachings, he now has 1 foot in the Jiao king realm and is on his way here." The ancient monk of the 6 paths' expression remained solemn as he continued, "Before he arrives, let's wait for now." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If there is a being of equal rank to hold back Gu Yuan, the battle might not be as terrifying. The strength of the Jiao king had been witnessed by everyone present. Back then, he was invincible in the celestial realm. Even when a quasi-land god made a move, it was difficult to defeat him. In the end, it happened that the Buddha was away, and with a casual move, he suppressed him. Otherwise, they would have had to call upon the land gods of the 6 factions. Before the Buddha, he had no power to fight back and was easily suppressed with just one hand. Everyone thought that if the Jiao king were present, this battle might be a foregone conclusion. With these thoughts, their gazes returned to the virtual light screen of the stone tablet. However, what they saw next made their scalp tingle. Inside the giant space of the bird's nest, as the overwhelming black mist surged and dissipated, over 100,000 people were tightly chained together, a black mass, suppressed there. 10,000 Yin soldiers, like emotionless killing machines, spread out and surrounded the terrified, desperate, and pleading net bullies. The noisy voices echoed throughout the entire space. The remaining 7,000 were summoned by Gu Yuan not long ago. This is 100,000 lives. Is he really going to kill them all? The crowd couldn't help but gasp. I think they deserve it. They all thought there would be no consequences for online violence. After this, let's see who dares to speak recklessly on the internet again. Indeed, ever since the internet became widespread, so many innocent people have chosen to commit suicide under the heavy pressure of cyberbullying. Let me risk my life to save these scum, I really feel reluctant. Some people were indifferent to it, thinking these online bullies deserved their fate and weren't worth saving. Hearing these words, the ancient monk of the 6 paths silently chanted a Buddhist mantra, and the other 5 celestial beings also fell silent, not reprimanding them for their misguided views. Because what they said was not entirely unreasonable. Especially for the ancient monk of the 6 paths, who believed in karma, he knew that every cause has an effect. These net bullies had sown evil, and now they were reaping the fruits of their actions. They just might not have realized how heavy those fruits were. That being said, they could not just stand by and watch so many lives be lost. No matter how reluctant they were inside, they still had to act when the time came. Because of the being behind the 749 Bureau, the 6 major sects were truly a force not to be provoked. Had it not been for the presence of that esteemed one to suppress them, the 6 major sects would never have risked their lives for the lives of these ordinary people. That woman was a saint, a living embodiment of a saint. In the past, just one person with a sword pressed them, the 6 major sects, so that they could not lift their heads. The 749 Bureau was founded by her alone, solely to protect humanity. Within the Great Xia, there were originally not just 6 sects, but 12. The other 6 sects, simply because they did not submit to her control, were destroyed by her. Before she rose and dominated the world, the high-ranking cultivators did not care at all about the lives of ordinary people, and even if they slaughtered indiscriminately, there would be no ripple. But since she rose, the position of cultivators underwent a huge change, and they became protectors serving ordinary people. Now, it is not only forbidden to harm ordinary people, but even if ordinary people encounter danger such as from ghosts and do not offer help, they will be held responsible by the 749 Bureau. In the eyes of these cultivators, this is an utterly absurd thing. Chapter 14, The Reckoning begins. At the same time, about 700 to 800 kilometers away from H City, a flood dragon, its body winding like a river, with scales shimmering with a cold green light in the dark night sky, as if every scale was engraved with ancient runes, was rushing toward H City at a terrifying speed. Its eyes, like 2 ghostly lamps in the abyss, emitted a chilling aura that froze the air wherever its gaze reached. Sharp bone spurs grew from its back, like a weapon from an ancient battlefield, carrying a primal wildness and majesty. At its speed, it would reach H City in just a few minutes. Once the ruler of the seas, now it had become a henchman for human cultivators. How pitiful. After the Buddha planted the soul seal on it, it had lost all freedom. It could either die or be enslaved to death. Roar! The Dragon King, unwilling, let out a roar that shook the night sky, cracking like thunder. In H City, at the largest bird's nest, over 100,000 former internet bullies were bound and suppressed here by an iron chain exuding black mist, unable to move a single inch. They were desperate, fearful, helpless, and many were so scared they wet themselves on the spot, all crying for mercy and help. The shadowy soldiers patrolling around them were like death messengers from hell, sending chills through their entire bodies. When did internet bullying require paying with one's life? Moreover, that person was a beast, a pure beast. Was it wrong for me to curse him? Everyone thought this way, full of regret, fear, resentment, unwillingness, and anger. Among these people was the female officer who had been responsible for capturing Gu Yuan and her team. How could this happen? Was it wrong for me to capture a demon? Why aren't any human cultivators coming to save us? The female officer, Bai Jingyi, had a grim expression as she shouted loudly, even the shadowy soldiers have come out. Are there no cultivators among us humans? Why aren't you coming to save us? As her voice echoed, many people immediately shouted in agreement. Yeah. What's wrong with us bullying a demon? Now the demon has gone crazy and wants to kill us. Where are the human cultivators? Why don't they come out? Ha! If there were really cultivators among humans, would they care about our lives? Just accept your fate and die. Accept death, you bastards. What's wrong with me bullying a heartless beast? Why won't they come out and save us? The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Are they really going to watch us all be executed by that demon? They are also beasts. I curse them to never have children. Some accepted their deaths calmly, but others refused to comply, starting to curse the cultivators who weren't coming to save them. The cultivators from the 6 sects, in the Liuha courtyard, watched the scene before them, listening to their curses. The expressions were all extremely gloomy. Damn it, is it really worth us risking our lives to save these things? Beasts. If they don't die, who does? I won't sacrifice my life to save these beasts. Suddenly, someone couldn't hold back and cursed out loud, wanting to turn around and leave these beasts to their fate. Honestly, I don't want to get involved either, but we can't resist that woman. The leader of the Amei sect, the ruthless master, couldn't help but voice her true feelings. This was not just her thought, but the most genuine feeling in the hearts of all the cultivators present. You worthless people who follow the crowd, your mouths stink even when death is upon you. If you could die easily, that would be too kind for you. At that moment, dark clouds surged over the bird's nest, accompanied by a cold, chilling voice. Boom! Immediately after, a violent, bloodthirsty, domineering, and utterly evil pressure enveloped the entire scene, causing over 100,000 people present to struggle to breathe, nearly suffocating to death. They widened their eyes, gasping for breath but unable to get any air, and amidst the endless feeling of suffocation, they saw a white bone throne slowly descending from the night sky. Sitting atop it was a figure they were all too familiar with, emanating an extreme evil aura from within and without. A pair of cold, bloodthirsty eyes looked down at them as if viewing a group of corpses. The 100,000 online bullies, upon seeing this man, were left speechless in their suffocation. Their pupils turned white, and some were about to suffocate to death. Gu Yuan did not disperse the pressure. A wicked smile appeared on his pale face as he looked at the figures below who were about to suffocate, grinning and saying, "Feeling despair? Feeling." At this moment, the more than 100,000 people in the livestream room, seeing the live broadcast, listening to Lin Xian's words, and watching people suffocate and collapse to the ground, all erupted in an instant. "Senior Lu, I was wrong, truly wrong. I was just following the crowd. I didn't know the truth. Please spare my life." "Ha, now you realize you're wrong? It's laughable." "Yeah, did you really think there would be no consequences for cyberbullying? These people deserve to die. I support Senior Gu in settling the score." Countless bullet comments flooded the screen, with some cyberbullies admitting their mistakes, others mocking them, and many strongly supporting Gu Yuan. "Whether the truth matters or not is irrelevant to me. What matters is that no cyberbully will escape my retribution." Gu Yuan spoke calmly, "I only kill those who deserve to die, and I will not harm an innocent person. Anyone who tries to stop my revenge is my enemy." Chapter 15, A suppressed beast dares to act recklessly in front of me. Inside the bird's nest, large groups of people suffocated to death under Gu Yuan's pressure. This was the most painful way to die. As about 1/3 of the people suffocated, Gu Yuan withdrew his pressure. Around 60,000 to 70,000 people were still alive, and as the pressure dispersed, they all gasped for air like people drowning. "Demon, beast, you will die a horrible death. Please spare me, Senior Lu. I know I was wrong. I beg you, forgive me because of my ignorance. Senior Lu, please don't hold a grudge, I beg you." After regaining the ability to speak, many of the survivors cursed angrily, while more of them, in fear and despair, repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Stop begging, there is no way for you to survive." Gu Yuan's tone was icy, unmoved in the slightest. He raised his hand, and black mist surged from his palm, turning the dead into dry corpses. Then he spoke. "When you cyberbullied me, when you cyberbullied my mother, did you think of sparing us? Let me tell you, the first batch of people to explode, I will make your deaths miserable. Someone, drag out the remaining members of the Lu family, and chop them into pieces from head to toe." "Understood." Immediately, more than 100 soldiers marched forward, their steps echoing as they grabbed the remaining members of the Lu family by the hair or neck. Amid their frantic pleas for mercy, they brutally dragged them to the high platform for the show. Then, the Yin soldiers stomped on the Lu family members, unsheathed their swords that could cut through iron like mud, and started to chop from their feet upwards amid the continuous screams. In an instant, heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the space. The cyberbullies suppressed here, witnessing such a bloody and cruel scene, almost wet their pants in fear. The hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream room were also so disgusted they almost vomited, all calling it brutality. Gu Yuan listened to the screams, lazily leaning back on his throne of bones, his face showing a look of pleasure. When all the members of the Lu family were chopped into pieces, Gu Yuan ordered the Yin soldiers to execute the others. Immediately, batch after batch of cyberbullies, in despair and screaming, were dragged onto the platform and had their heads chopped off. After executing 4 to 5,000, the bodies inside the bird's nest piled up like a mountain. Roar! At that moment, a roar, like that of a dragon or a flood dragon, suddenly swept from outside the bird's nest. "Beast, stop!" Then, a thunderous roar, carrying overwhelming killing intent, surged over. Soon, in the sky above the bird's nest, a massive azure flood dragon, hundreds of feet long, descended with thousands of cultivators. "Is that to save us? They've come, the legendary cultivators are here, we're saved. Woo woo! Quickly, kill that beast Gu Yuan." The remaining 30,000 cyberbullies who had not yet been executed, seeing the terrifying flood dragon in the sky above the bird's nest, and the thousands of cultivators floating in the air, all cried tears of joy, thinking they were saved. "Continue, don't stop." However, Gu Yuan's calm words made them feel as if they had fallen into an icy pit. The Yin soldiers continued to carry out the executions. The 6 ancient monks saw that Gu Yuan was still unwilling to stop. He frowned and spoke, "Amatba, Benefactor Lu, you are a nearland immortal, why lower yourself to the level of this trash? Help! Holy monk!" A new batch of cyberbullies was dragged onto the platform, their hearts filled with terror as they screamed for mercy. But as a series of slicing sounds rang out, 1,000 heads tumbled to the ground. With each wave, 1,000 were executed. Gu Yuan wanted them to die in despair and agony. The throne of bones beneath Gu Yuan slowly ascended, carrying the strongest 3,000 ghost soldiers and foreign generals at the heavenly phenomenon realm. They rose into the sky above the bird's nest, facing off against the 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators behind the flood dragon. "Focus the camera on them." Standing atop the black mist, Lin Xian signaled the cameraman to turn away from the bloody scene below. The gruesome sight had already made her vomit several times, emptying her stomach completely. The cameraman nodded. He, too, didn't want to see such carnage. He immediately aimed the live broadcast at the 2 opposing non-human forces in the night sky.
The Grandmaster of a sect watched as the ghost soldiers in the bird's nest prepared to execute the next batch of cyberbullies and spoke in a deep voice, Taoist Lu, if you are willing to stop now, we will let bygones be bygones.
Gu Yuan leaned against the throne of bones, his abyss-like blood-red eyes flashing with cold light. He spoke indifferently, stopping is impossible. Those I kill all deserve to die. I advise you not to court disaster, leave now, and I will grant you a way to live. Arrogant brat, do you think this king needs you to grant me a way to live? The ferocious green flood dragon spoke in human tongue. In the next instant, its enormous body shifted and transformed into a handsome man dressed in green robes. Gu Yuan's icy gaze locked onto him, his eyes narrowing slightly. A mere beast that has been sealed away, and you dare act insolent before me? Just in time, I lack a mount, and you have come at the perfect moment. Hey, it has been a long time since I've met such an arrogant boy.
The green flood dragon smiled, but his smile was ice-cold, filled with a bone-chilling killing intent.
He turned to the ancient monk of the six paths and asked, are we fighting or not? Don't waste my time.
The ancient monk of the six paths chanted a Buddhist prayer, looking at Gu Yuan with sorrow and compassion.
Benefactor Lu, I shall give you one last chance, cease this at once.
Hearing this, Gu Yuan slowly rose from his throne, his figure like a towering demonic mountain rising from the abyss.
His tall and slender form appeared eerily ominous under the dim light.
The black patterns on his body seemed to come alive, slithering like countless venomous snakes beneath his skin. They spread up to his neck, exuding a sinister and vile aura, as if even the air around him was corroding, making a faint sizzling sound.
As he moved, the heavens and earth changed dramatically.
Black mist surged like a raging tide from all directions, instantly swallowing the entire sky. It was as if an endless sea of darkness had collapsed, pressing down so heavily that one could hardly breathe. Within the black mist, countless skulls tumbled and roared, their hollow eye sockets burning with eerie green flames. Deafening howls echoed like the wails of 10,000 ghosts from the depths of hell. The entire H-city was engulfed in this overwhelming demonic might. Streets, buildings, even the sky itself trembled under this force. Wherever the black mist passed, vegetation withered, living beings shivered, even the wind seemed frozen in place. An immeasurable pressure erupted from Gu Yuan's body, crushing everything in its path like the collapse of heaven and earth. It sent chills down the spine and shattered the minds of those present. Standing there, he was like a demon god from ancient times, his gaze cold and commanding, as if all things in the world were mere ants before him. His voice was low and icy, yet carried an undeniable authority. Old bald donkey, put away your sanctimonious hypocrisy. If you dare to make a move today, I guarantee that no more than 10 of you will leave here alive. As his words fell, it was as if only his existence remained in the world. The black mist roiled, the skulls howled, and the overwhelming demonic power shook all living beings to their core. Under this terrifying pressure, countless ordinary people in H-City felt as if disaster was imminent, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Ordinary people only have this feeling, but cultivators feel as if they are being pressed down by an immovable magic mountain, breaking out in cold sweat, their hearts racing as if they were about to lose their minds. What a terrifying power. The six sect cultivators facing off against Gu Yuan, even the six celestial realm powerhouses, could feel an inexplicable tremor at this moment. Gu Yuan's tall figure seemed to grow infinitely taller in their eyes, just like an unshakable, towering demonic mountain. His cold words echoed in their ears, and with such overwhelming demonic might, such world-shaking evil power, no one dared to doubt that his words were just empty boasts. The blue Zhao's eyes kept contracting, and under this overwhelming force, even he felt great pressure in front of the man. Cursing inwardly, damn, it seems like I've hit a solid wall. Has my luck really been this bad all these years? 50 years ago, I wanted to fight for a better survival environment for the demon race, but unexpectedly, I was suppressed by the Buddhist strike. Now, how did I run into this kind of solid wall again? Damn it. Haha, senior, your demonic might is unrivaled, truly second to none in the world. We, the Zombiewood clan of Luofu Mountain, have come to assist. At this moment, a loud laughter came from afar, followed by 1,000 or more decayed zombies with a corrupt aura, charging towards them in overwhelming waves. Chapter 16, The Might of a Sword. At this very moment, millions of ordinary citizens in H-City, under the ravaging evil power covered by endless black mist, felt like a small boat in a stormy sea, at any moment being swallowed by the skeletal shadow in the sky, and the boundless evil fog. All across the country, at this moment, hundreds of millions of people were watching the standoff in H-City's bird's nest through Lin Xian's livestream. Gu Yuan's wild white hair fluttered, his blood-red eyes deep as an abyss, his demonic might overwhelming the world, his tall figure like an unshakable demonic mountain in the eyes of the people. His power was mighty and supreme, bringing an immense sense of pressure. So domineering, too domineering. Damn, this is exactly like the main character from the dark stories I read, it's like he's straight out of a novel. Incredible, truly incredible, he's practically oppressing the world, making the heavens and earth change color. Idol, from today, Gu Yuan is my idol. Lin Xian's livestream was buzzing, the barrage almost overflowing the screen.
Countless viewers in front of the screen wore expressions of fanaticism, deeply excited as if they themselves were the protagonists.
And those who had once cyberbullied Gu Yuan now had white knuckles, their hearts full of panic and despair, filled with endless regret. They secretly prayed and thought to themselves, if I can survive this, I'll never cyberbully anyone again.
What kind of power is this?
The entire H city is covered by his strength, hissing. In the highest conference hall of the capital, Xian Yuan Mo watched the scene through a satellite projection, unable to stop from drawing a cold breath.
I hope Bureau 749 can suppress this demon.
Otherwise, millions of people will die at his hands. Lin Zhangtang said with a bitter expression. During this time, they had counted the number of cyberbullying accounts, and it turned out to be in the tens of millions. They were puzzled as to how Gu Yuan could so precisely find these people.
Could this be a cultivator's method? It's too terrifying, isn't it?
Just then, the 3 zombie-wood kings from Luofu Mountain, leading 1,000 flying zombies, arrived. Their long laughter shook the sky. When the 6 sect cultivators saw the 3 zombie kings with over 1,000 flying zombies descend, their expressions became extremely serious. The 3 zombie kings ignored them and directly landed in front of Gu Yuan, raising their hands in a bow and saying, "We, the Zombie-wood clan of Luofu Mountain, have come to assist the senior in battle." The 3 zombie kings were all dressed in black robes, their wild hair draped over their shoulders, looking no different from ordinary people, but they emitted a decaying smell that only cultivators could detect. This decaying smell, only land immortals could completely rid themselves of. This scent was not the smell of rotting corpses, but
it wasn't too bad, not even as bad as body odor.
Gu Yuan's gaze slightly lowered as he looked at the 3 zombie kings in front of him, genuinely not expecting zombies to come to assist tonight. Facing Gu Yuan's brutal gaze, the Ming Hai Zombie King, Sha Huang Zombie King, and Yan Huang Zombie King all felt a wave of indescribable pressure. Although Gu Yuan didn't have a favorable opinion of zombies, since they had come to help, he naturally wouldn't show them a cold face.
He said in a calm voice, "Welcome. Today, let's join forces and deal with these so-called human race cultivators."
Ha ha.
No need to hide it, senior, we've been displeased with them for a long time.
The Ming Hai Zombie King laughed.
The Sha Huang Zombie King said with a sinister tone, "Who says not? Whenever we are hungry, we usually go overseas to hunt.
We've never tasted the blood of the people of the Great Xia, yet they relentlessly chase us down, wanting to exterminate us.
They are nothing but hypocritical pretenders. Senior, once we destroy these hypocritical human cultivators, we have to flee. Once their ancestral masters make a move, things will be bad for us. Let's not waste time and quickly eliminate them."
The Yan Huang Zombie King said, full of killing intent. They were under immense pressure coming here. Once the ancestral masters of the 6 major sects arrive, their end will certainly be as dust blown away in the wind.
But still, they came. Earthy mortals, ha! I'm not afraid of fighting them.
Gu Yuan's white hair danced wildly as he walked through the void. Black mist surged around him as he looked past the 3 zombie kings at the cultivators from the 6 sects in the distance. He spoke in a deep voice, "It's time to solve them. Kill." Behind them, 3,000 Yin soldiers shouted in unison, their voices shaking the night sky. Their spears pointed toward the cultivators opposite. For heavenly Yin generals soared into the air, black mist and Yin energy intertwined, waiting for Gu Yuan's command.
No, let's talk, there's no need to fight to the death over some trash."
The Qing Jiao was sweating profusely, constantly waving his hands as he said, "Big brother, I admit my tone was too arrogant earlier, I'm truly sorry.
I bow to apologize to you."
As he spoke, Qing Jiao's sweat dripped down as he kept bowing to Gu Yuan, then continued, "I'll be honest, big brother, I was forced into this. I have a soul mark planted by the Buddha, I truly dare not go against them."
Gu Yuan gave him the feeling that, although he wasn't as powerful as the Buddha, he could easily suppress him.
Being cowardly was not scary, being dead was.
Gu Yuan nodded slightly.
"Then transform into your true form and serve as my mount. You are forbidden from transforming without my permission. This I still have the soul mark planted by the Buddha, I truly have no control, big brother." Qing Jiao said with a mournful face.
"No problem."
Gu Yuan said, then snapped his fingers, sending a wisp of black mist essence into Qing Jiao's body.
Ha! Ha ha ha! I'm free!
After the black mist essence entered his body, Qing Jiao froze for a moment before suddenly laughing wildly to the sky, excited and thrilled. Then, he obediently and meekly transformed into his true form, but only about 10 meters long, lying flat at Gu Yuan's feet. "From now on, I willingly serve as Big Brother's mount."
"How is this possible?"
The 6 Dao ancient monks exclaimed in shock, realizing that their connection with Qing Jiao had been completely severed and they could no longer control him.
"Kikik, big brother, no need for you to act.
I'll deal with these trash myself." Qing Jiao laughed eerily, his body growing larger, then viciously pouncing toward the 6 Dao ancient monks.
"You evil creature, seeking death. Hiss." At that instant, a dazzling sword light suddenly erupted in the distant sky, as if the Milky Way itself was descending, shining like the sun, illuminating the entire world. The sword light was incredibly sharp, carrying an unparalleled edge, as though even time and space were being severed before it. The sword intent shot up into the sky, piercing the heavens, tearing through the endless black mist, causing even the stars to pale in comparison. Its speed was so fast that it could hardly be captured with the naked eye. One could only see a brilliant streak of light cutting through the sky, bringing with it an unstoppable momentum, heading straight for Qin Jiao to strike him down. This sword seemed to have gathered all the killing intent and sharpness of heaven and earth. The sword light had not yet reached, but the scales on the azure flood dragon's body had already started to crack, as if even its soul was trembling under the pressure of this sword strike. Ah, an earth immortal, an earth immortal. Big brother, save me, save me. Under the impact of this sword light and sword intent, the azure flood dragon, which could no longer withstand the pressure, cried out in despair and fear. If struck directly, wouldn't it instantly turn to ash? Swish! Just as the sword light was about to touch the azure flood dragon, Gu Yuan's domineering figure appeared before it, blocking the terrifying sword intent while, in the blink of an eye, he flicked a finger to meet the invincible sword light. Then, with a bang, Gu Yuan's fingertip, surrounded by black mist, collided with the sword light. The sword light shattered, and Gu Yuan's figure staggered slightly, taking a step back. To block my sword so easily, you do have some skills. The night breeze brushed lightly, the sky hung low, and suddenly, a cool figure broke through the covering black mist and slowly descended from the clouds. She wore a long green robe, its sleeves fluttering, like ripples on a green wave or mist in the mountains, graceful yet exuding an unapproachable and majestic aura. In her hand, she held a long sword, its blade as clear as autumn water, the tip shining coldly, as if it could cut through all worldly troubles. Her steps were light and calm, each one causing the world to fall silent. Her black hair flowed like a waterfall, dancing in the wind, her features were as beautiful as a painting, yet her expression was as cold as ice, with stars seemingly flickering in her eyes, deep and unfathomable. Her presence was like a high mountain, cold and aloof, but with an invisible pressure, as if even the air around her had become stagnant under her might. At this moment, it seemed as if the world had quieted for her, and everything fell silent in her presence. Please give me some monthly votes and recommendation votes. The book has reached 100,000 words, and there will be explosive updates once it goes online. Chapter 17, Battle with the Earth Immortal. To force me to retreat a step, you're not bad, but unfortunately, today will be your downfall. Gu Yuan's expression remained unchanged, incredibly calm, as he gazed at the proud, cold, and majestic green-robed woman, who descended like a lotus from a snow-capped mountain. Who? The azure flood dragon, barely escaping with its life, had scales shattered in several places, blood flowing out in streams. Not caring about its injuries, it cried out in terror, "Big brother, this woman, she is very likely an earth immortal. You should be careful." As it spoke, its body continued to retreat. Greetings, Director, may you descend. When the cultivators of the 6 major sects saw the green-robed woman, they all slightly trembled, bowing respectfully. This woman before them was one of the 3 direct disciples of the Holy Mother, the current director of the 749 Bureau. She had inherited over half of the Holy Mother's green lotus sword intent and had entered the Earth Immortal realm 300 years ago. They truly did not expect the director to have personally arrived. Each of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at the green-robed woman. Director? What director? Could it be, this woman is the legendary director of the 749 Bureau? Damn, what kind of strength does she have? She looks so powerful. Lin Xian's live stream room also erupted at this moment. Countless online attackers, seeing this scene, prayed for the green-robed woman to kill Gu Yuan so that they could be safe. A bunch of useless fools, get out of the way. The green-robed woman's cold gaze swept across the cultivators of the 6 major sects, her voice icy. Yes. Being scolded like this, the 6 heavenly phenomenon experts dared not show any displeasure. They quickly led the 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators behind them and retreated far away, watching from a distance. You all step back as well. Gu Yuan spoke. Understood. The 4 heavenly phenomenon generals and the 3 zombie kings immediately retreated to the distance to watch the battle. The 3 zombie kings all looked serious. A true Earth Immortal had arrived, this was a big deal. If Gu Yuan was defeated, they would likely be wiped out tonight. The green-robed woman, with an air of detachment, stared at Gu Yuan as if looking at a corpse and spoke coldly, "Since you've struggled in your cultivation, I will spare you. I can give you a chance, stay and serve me as a servant." You? Worthy? Gu Yuan sneered, a wicked grin spreading across his face. I can also give you a chance, stay and be my maid. Then, I'll spare your life tonight. The woman in green had eyes as cold as ice, and her voice was as chilling as frost, as if even the air froze with her words. Fools never seize their chances. I hope you won't regret this. Before her words had fully fallen, an infinite sword aura suddenly erupted around her.
That sword aura swept through the heavens like a raging tide, and in the void, countless azure lotuses bloomed out of thin air. Each lotus was crystal clear, its petals flowing with mysterious runes, as if containing the truths of the universe, radiating a terrifying power that could pierce through everything. The lotuses slowly spun, slicing the air around them into countless fragments, emitting a faint humming sound. Even space itself trembled under this sword's power. Shoo! The woman in green lightly twisted her wrist, and her long sword moved like a dragon, slashing out with a single strike. In an instant, all the azure lotuses seemed to respond to her call, gathering onto the tip of her sword and transforming into a blinding sword light. That sword light was like a scorching sun in the sky, dazzling and brilliant, illuminating the pitch-black night like daytime. Wherever the sword light passed, the void cracked, the world lost its color, and even time itself seemed to freeze under this strike. The speed of the sword was beyond limits, not just in strength but in the ultimate embodiment of Tao, making even the rules of heaven and earth bow before it. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached Gu Yuan, carrying an unstoppable force that would overshadow anyone in its presence.
Is this the power of a land immortal?
Gu Yuan felt an oppressive force creeping onto him. As blood mist surged from his palm, a blood-red spear wreathed in black lightning suddenly appeared. Boom! In the next moment, the dark night was split apart by a spear light as blinding as a blood-red sun. It clashed head-on with that unstoppable sword radiance, shaking the sky, causing black mist to surge wildly, and nearly overturning the heavens and earth. Then whoosh! Whoosh! Two piercing sounds broke through the air as their figures shot out from the explosion, soaring into the sky, continuing their fierce battle above the heavens. Boom! Above the firmament, dark clouds churned, thunder roared, and even the heavens trembled at the intensity of this battle. All of H-City experienced slight tremors as the earth shook beneath their fight. One figure was like a blood-red sun, while the other was like an azure moon, intertwining in the night sky. Sparks exploded with every clash of the blood spear and the long sword, each strike tearing apart the heavens.
Gu Yuan wielded the blood spear, its shaft crackling with black lightning.
Each strike brought forth a monstrous wave of blood mist, dyeing the entire night sky crimson. His attacks were wild and ferocious. The blood spear raged like a dragon, rampaging through the sky, pressing relentlessly toward the woman in green. Wherever the spear's edge passed, the void shattered, black mist and blood mist swirled, and even the laws of this world twisted under his power. Not bad. The woman in green, however, remained indifferent. The long sword in her hand was as clear as autumn water, yet its sword light was sharp beyond compare. Her swordsmanship transcended worldly limits, with each strike infused with the profound truths of Tao. Sword light arced like rainbows, cutting down everything in its path. Her figure was as elusive as a phantom, effortlessly weaving through Gu Yuan's wild attacks. Wherever her sword passed, azure lotuses bloomed, making it seem as if even heaven and earth bowed to her blade. Boom! The blood spear and longsword collided once more, unleashing a deafening explosion. Black lightning and azure sword light intertwined, forming a massive vortex of energy that ripped through the surrounding clouds. Their figures flickered within the vortex, moving at unimaginable speeds, as if even time had frozen in their battle. If this battle had taken place on the ground, half of H-City would have already been destroyed. No matter where one stood in H-City, they could see the two raging figures locked in combat in the sky. This is exhilarating. Gu Yuan's white hair whipped wildly in the wind. The black tattoos crisscrossing his upper body had now transformed into a blood-red battle pattern. With a long howl, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals with both hands. Blood mist suddenly condensed into countless blood-colored skeletons, flashing and transforming into a huge blood dragon, roaring as it charged towards the woman in green. Where the blood dragon passed, the void shattered, revealing terrifying large holes. The woman in green's gaze sharpened, and with a slight wave of her sword, the sword light shone like a rainbow, instantly transforming into countless green sword chi, raining down, covering the sky, and meeting the blood dragon. The sword chi collided with the blood dragon, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the entire night sky.
Is this all the strength of an earth immortal?
Gu Yuan laughed wildly, his figure suddenly rising higher, like an ancient evil god, his hands abruptly coming together, and the blood spear split into countless blood-colored lightning bolts, forming a massive net that covered the sky, instantly enveloping the woman in green. Each lightning bolt contained the evil power to destroy everything, piercing through all. Don't be so complacent, this will only make your death faster. The woman in green remained unfazed, still proud and cold. With a light slash of her sword, countless sword lights formed from blue lotuses surged upwards, slicing through the lightning net. Immediately after, her figure flickered, appearing behind Gu Yuan in an instant, slashing with her sword. Gu Yuan reacted extremely fast, the blood spear suddenly sweeping back, colliding with the sword light, creating an earth-shattering roar. In the sky above H-City, over 30,000 meters high, it seemed as if two great suns were colliding, the deafening roar, carrying energy waves more terrifying than a nuclear explosion, lighting up the entire H-City like daylight.
Is this what the legendary cultivators are like? Too terrifying.
Hiss.
Every strike is like a nuclear explosion. If they were fighting on the ground, wouldn't our H-City already be wiped off the map?
Yes.
If Gu Yuan really wanted to wipe out humanity, why would he fight with the director of the 749 Bureau in the sky? He only wants revenge. I support him. Yes, yes. Gu Yuan has no ill intentions towards humanity, otherwise, he wouldn't be fighting the director of the 749 Bureau in the sky. This terrifying scene made countless ordinary people feel both thrilled and chilled. For Gu Yuan's massacre tonight, the vast majority of people expressed their support. Does online violence come without consequence? You just haven't targeted someone as ruthless as Gu Yuan. Low-level cultivators watched the figures battling in the sky, their faces filled with longing. As cultivators themselves, they were like fireflies, unable to compare with the two suns above. Wow, Big Brother can actually fight an earth immortal to this point, that's amazing. The young blue flood dragon gazed at the battle above, swallowing saliva continuously, feeling immensely lucky. I'm so glad I had the foresight to join Big Brother, or I'd definitely be dead now. Hiss. This senior is too amazing. The three zombie kings from Mount Luofu and their flying zombies were all stunned, their mouths dry. The battle between Earth Immortals was of such great power that even a single residual wave could annihilate them. That guy can actually fight with the director to this extent. Senior Six Paths, is he really a quasi-Earth Immortal? Yeah. This doesn't make sense. The cultivators from the 6 major sects were also shocked by the scene before them. No one knew better than them how strong the director was. Although not comparable to the founders of the 6 major sects, among Earth Immortals, he was an elite. Maybe I sensed it wrong. The 6 Paths ancient monk was also puzzled. Earlier, through the H-City's formation, he had sensed that Gu Yuan was clearly a quasi-Earth Immortal. How could he be on par with the director at this level? Is this the power of an Earth Immortal? Xinhao's face was filled with longing, secretly thinking, I wonder if I could reach this level in the future. Not just him, the other saints, sons, and disciples from the 5 sects present were also filled with longing. They were elites of their respective sects, their talents and potential beyond words. Achieving the heavenly phenomena was inevitable. It's just a matter of time, but to them, the land immortal seems a bit distant. Wow. The master I encountered by chance is so powerful. No wonder the master was so confident back then. The fox demon was eating barbecue on a night market street, her exquisite and charming face filled with disbelief as ordinary people were watching the battle in the sky. The shouts on this food street never stopped, coming wave after wave. Many people took out their phones to record videos, some even started live streaming. The internet was on fire. Especially in Lin Xian's live streaming room, the number of online viewers had surpassed 10 million. Damn! Are you sure I'm not watching a fantasy blockbuster? What the hell, this is ridiculous, those two are really like two suns colliding. Simply invincible, even movies can't capture such explosive scenes. The shocking comments in Lin Xian's live streaming room never stopped. Boom! The fierce battle continued. The woman in green still appeared detached and cold, but her heart was in turmoil. Before using the unique artistic conception of the land immortal, she found she couldn't subdue this strange creature in front of her, which was hard for her to accept. Then with a flick of her long sword, thousands of green lotus sword intents erupted, like a long river of sword energy rushing toward Gu Yuan. Each sword intent could kill a newly ascended land immortal, yet was all annihilated in the vast sky by Gu Yuan, who transformed like a blood-colored evil god, conjuring a giant hand of blood and evil. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided, and then both pulled back in their shapes. Above the night sky, the two faced each other like a blood sun hanging high, or a great sun in the blue sky, standing off at a distance. Gu Yuan stood tall and slender, surrounded by thick, evil blood mist, his white hair dancing wildly, interwoven with blood-red tattoos on his skin releasing a brutal glow. Flicking the blood spear in his hand, he grinned wickedly. What's wrong, you can't suppress me? Are you about to use the unique artistic conception of the land immortal? The woman in green was proud and cold, with blooming blue lotuses all around her, illuminating the night sky. She spoke softly. I really didn't expect that a mere peak of celestial phenomena could fight me to this extent. I admit I can't suppress you without using artistic conception. Next, I hope you can still stand safely before me. What? He is only at the peak of celestial phenomena? How is this possible? Hiss, what kind of monster is this? The director is not a mere newcomer at the land immortal level, but one who has accumulated for 300 years. He may not be as strong as the founder, but he is still invincible under the founder. The moment the woman in green spoke, the 6 ancient monks, Xianyazi, and the ruthless master were all dumbfounded, unable to believe that Gu Yuan was only at the peak of celestial phenomena. This was just too outrageous. Crap, what kind of freak is my brother? Xing Jiao shook his head, feeling deeply incredulous. Boom! Before they could think too much, suddenly the sky trembled, accompanied by the cold voice of the woman in green. Blue lotus annihilation. Boom! Following the woman's voice, the endless void above her head suddenly shattered, and countless great Dao blue lotuses bloomed from the cracks, instantly filling the entire night sky.
Every blue lotus was as majestic as a mountain, with golden runes carved on the petals, releasing sword intent that penetrated the universe. Countless blue lotuses spun, forming a giant blue lotus that blocked the sky and covered the moon, with dazzling sword light bursting from its heart, like a river of stars hanging upside down, illuminating the night in a sea of green. Beast, die. Blue lotus. Annihilation of all worlds. The woman in green's expression was icy, her killing intent overwhelming. Pointing her sword, that unmatched giant blue lotus instantly transformed into 9 grand sword formations, with sword light rushing like a torrent. Where it passed, the void vanished, stars fell, as if even the heaven's way was to be severed by this sword. Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. Though I have no artistic conception, I possess a gifted supernatural ability. Guyuan's gaze was terrifying, his white hair danced wildly, and he let out a long, loud howl. Blood hell, eternal night's return. Boom. In an instant, from the endless void behind him, a boundless sea of blood surged, followed by countless massive skeletal cities rising from the towering blood waves. Each city was formed from the resentment of billions of living beings. Deep within the sea of blood, a towering blood-colored evil god slowly rose, wrapped in black thunder, holding a massive bone spear, with eyes like blood moons hanging in the sky. Come, let's see whether your divine realm is stronger, or my innate divine power is more supreme. Guyuan was like a god, like a demon. With a long howl, the evil god, towering in the sea of blood, thrust his spear into the heavens. The sea of blood and black thunder intertwined into a destructive torrent that pierced through heaven and earth. Where the torrent passed, all things decayed, even the light was devoured. The entire sky was torn apart with countless black cracks, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Boom! The green lotus sword array collided violently with the blood hell torrent. In an instant, the world fell silent. One half of the sky was dyed green by the green lotus swordlight, with sword chi swirling like dragons, shredding the void. The other half of the sky was stained red by the sea of blood, and the evil god roared, his bones cracking. At the boundary of these two forces, space collapsed inch by inch, and even time seemed to be shattered into fragments. The earth of H city trembled, mountains and rivers cracked, and the mortals knelt and trembled as if witnessing a battle between gods. SSSSS. The 9 green lotus sword arrays, controlled by the woman in green, were layered and spread across the night sky. They slowly purified the sea of blood, slowly erasing the evil god. Guyuan, witnessing this scene, sneered and suddenly tore open his chest. A drop of pitch-black essence blood fell into the blood sea's manifestation. With my evil body, I offer up the eternal night. The next moment, the sea of blood suddenly boiled, and in an instant, it turned into a black prison. The evil god's body also suddenly grew in size, and the bone spear transformed into a black hole that devoured heaven and earth, forcibly shredding the green lotus swordlight. Boom! Guyuan stood on the black sea, the evil god's phantom glaring down at all beings. The entire sky was completely swallowed by the black prison, as if the eternal night had descended. The green lotus withered, the green sky collapsed, the woman in green spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and the 9 sword arrays crumbled inch by inch. No. How is this possible? The woman in green cried out in shock, but her voice was soon swallowed by the approaching black prison. Inside the black prison, Guyuan's white hair was stained with blood, his evil aura soared into the sky, and beneath his feet lay the withered remains of the green lotus. He looked down at the severely wounded woman in green, his voice like the cold wind from the 9th underworld. It seems, my innate divine power is still stronger. Chapter 19, A National Sensation. The pursuit of the remaining factions. Defeated? The director defeated? When the terrifying anomaly in the sky dissipated, the cultivators from the 6 major factions were shaken to their core, and they stood up in confusion, at a loss. The director was defeated. How many of them could still leave alive? Unless a grandmaster appeared, they were undoubtedly doomed. With the woman in green being suppressed, a heavy atmosphere of fear and oppression spread among the cultivators of the 6 major factions. Run! Xinhao shouted in a low voice, then without hesitation, he chose a direction and sped away as fast as possible. Zhou Wan'er and Xiao Wu saw this and almost simultaneously followed suit. The 3 of them escaped together in a frenzy. Damn, retreat! Seeing this, the others didn't hesitate at all, and familiar faces scattered in groups of 2 or 3. Including the 6 Paths ancient monks, and the abbot of the extinct sect. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators of the 6 major factions scattered like frightened birds. Chase, kill without mercy. The 4 shadow generals saw this and roared, simultaneously chasing after the 6 Paths ancient monks and others. Brothers, it's time to vent our anger. Follow me and kill all these 6 faction cultivators. The 3 king of the undead saw this and immediately gave the order, then they too pursued the abbot of the extinct sect and others. In an instant, the 2 opposing sides, who had been at a standoff, turned into one side fleeing and the other pursuing. Bright streaks of light accompanied by the sounds of battle quickly disappeared near the bird's nest. The blue Jiao was severely wounded and could no longer chase. Although it wasn't hit by the woman's sword,
the terrifying sword intent had still severely injured it. Inside the bird's nest, the 100,000 internet bullies were also executed. The inside was a river of blood, with bodies piled up like mountains, a sight that was truly horrifying. In Lin Xian's livestream room, the bullet comments were rolling like a tidal wave, almost flooding the entire screen. The number of viewers online had long surpassed 30 million, and the server was on the brink of collapse several times, but the platform's technical team did everything in their power to keep the livestream running smoothly. Damn! 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 Bosku is too fierce, he's just like the main character from a dark novel. Oh my god, the legendary land immortals were all defeated by him, he's incredibly powerful. I declare that from today, Bosku is my only belief. The evil god Bosku summoned earlier was so domineering and handsome. I'll never forget the scene of the black prison devouring the blue lotus. That woman lost. Her face must be swollen from the 749 rounds, huh? Bosku just wanted revenge, why were they getting in his way? In the livestream room, not only were there bullet comments of admiration for Gu Yuan, but the gift effects almost never stopped: rockets, super fire, spaceships continuously appearing, and some people even directly sent hundreds of supreme cannons, gifts worth millions, turning the screen into a sea of gold. Sister Lin, this is the knee I offer to Bosku. Bosku, please accept my wallet. Many wealthy people sent tens of millions, even they were overwhelmed by Gu Yuan's dominating appearance and invincible strength. Lin Xian stood in front of the camera, completely stunned. The microphone in her hand had already fallen onto the black mist, but she was unaware, just staring blankly at the black prison phenomenon that was gradually dissipating in the sky. Dear viewers, I don't know what to say anymore. After a moment, her voice trembled, her eyes filled with shock and awe. Senior Gu. He's really too strong. So strong that words can't describe it. The viewers in the livestream did not decrease due to Lin Xian's days, instead, they became even more passionate. Anchor, stop zoning out. Quickly analyze Bosku's strength for us. Yeah. What is Bosku's godly talent and power? How can he crush the state of land immortals? Anchor, Bosku must have had you on the livestream because you know him, right? At this moment, the livestream screen suddenly darkened, the black prison in the sky completely dissipated, and Gu Yuan's domineering figure appeared at the end. He had snowy white hair, a terrifying power gradually retracting, and he was holding a woman with disheveled hair. This scene once again caused the viewers in the livestream to erupt in excitement. Boss Gu is invincible. From today on, H City is ruled by Boss Gu, right? Of course, who would dare defy him? He even defeated the land immortals. In Lin Xian's live stream room, the bullet comments continued to roll wildly, and the gift effects kept flashing. This battle not only shocked H City but also shook the entire online world. From this moment on, Gu Yuan's name became a legend in the hearts of countless people. And Lin Xian's live stream room became the most popular existence on the entire internet because of this live stream. Dear viewers, this livestream ends here for tonight. Lin Xian, looking at Gu Yuan who seemed like a god or devil, spoke with a trembling voice, signaling the cameraman to turn off the livestream. Before the livestream closed, the final bullet comment slowly floated across: Boss Gu, invincible. Big brother, you're amazing. The blue flood dragon turned into a size of 3 to 4 meters and flew over, its gaze filled with deep admiration for Gu Yuan. I still prefer you when you were rebellious at first. Gu Yuan glanced at it indifferently. I wouldn't dare. The blue flood dragon broke into a cold sweat from being stared at, shrinking its head and speaking. Take this healing pill and use it. Gu Yuan took a healing pill from the space ring of the woman in green and tossed it to the blue flood dragon. Alright, thanks, big brother. The blue flood dragon excitedly swallowed the pill, then landed on the bird's nest to refine it. Gu Yuan looked at the mountain of blood-soaked bodies piled in the bird's nest, and black mist surged in the palm of his hand. The bodies are covered, completely drained, and refined into the vital blood that sustains the mother's life. Gu, Senior Gu, there's nothing else, can you let me down now? At this moment, Lin Xian's nervous voice came. A lot of people gave you rewards just now, can you give me your card number, so I can withdraw the money from the live stream and transfer it to you? Now, she and her two friends were high up in the bird's nest, under their feet was a mass of evil black mist. Her two friends, one a photographer and the other in charge of lighting, were both soaked in cold sweat, not daring to breathe in front of Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan put the nearly dead green-dressed woman into the black mist space, then looked at Lin Xian and said in a calm voice, I'm not interested in money, keep it for yourself. From today, you will stay by my side and be my exclusive live reporter, no objections? The reason he didn't kill the green-dressed woman was not out of kindness. Rather, he planned to slowly refine and devour her to enhance himself later. As a land deity, he could not refine her instantly for now. Ah, this. Lin Xian froze. What? You don't want to? Gu Yuan lowered his gaze and looked at her. What if I can lead you onto the path of cultivation? Ah. Really? Lin Xian was stunned, her words stumbling. Senior, can I also become a cultivator? Gu Yuan nodded. You have the 4 acupoint spiritual hub, you can practice qi and become a cultivator, but it's a pity for your 2 friends. Only those with a spiritual hub can become cultivators, which ranges from 1 to 9 acupoints, 1 being the weakest and 9 the strongest. So, does that mean I can really become a cultivator? Lin Xian was overjoyed, nearly dancing in excitement. Her 2 friends, however, were dejected, sighing deeply in their hearts. Gu Yuan spoke indifferently. If you hadn't tried to help me seek justice, I wouldn't have awakened your spiritual hub. Good people, perhaps this is your reward. But still, thank you, senior, for leading me on the path of cultivation. Lin Xian clenched her little fist, full of anticipation. Come to the Lu family's villa tomorrow, I will awaken your spiritual hub. Gu Yuan finished speaking, then sent the 3 of them to the ground, and in a flash, disappeared from the spot. Xian Jia, congratulations. After landing, Lin Xian's 2 friends genuinely congratulated her. Lin Xian said, it's a pity for you. Everyone has their own fate. We just don't have that kind of destiny, but thinking that we can still follow Senior Gu around for live streams, we're still quite content. They chuckled bitterly. Some things, you just can't force. Lin Xian didn't know what to say. It's getting late, we'll go rest first. If I need you, I'll contact you. Chapter 20, Turning Back? What should I turn back for? The night was like ink, so deep it seemed to devour everything. The night sky of H City was shrouded by an aura of cold killing intent, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and death. The cultivators from the 6 major sects, surrounded by 3,000 soldiers and 1,000 flying zombies, were retreating step by step, their screams and roars blending together, echoing in many corners of the city. Qin Hao, Zhou Wan'er, and Xiaohua had already turned blood-red with rage. Under their feet, more than 10 soldier captains at the late stage of Tianzhou had fallen. However, just as they were about to break through the H City boundary, fate revealed a grim smile to them. 10 minutes ago, the traces they left when killing the soldiers had attracted 6 Peking soldiers of Tianzhou. These soldiers descended like death gods, instantly cornering them into a desperate situation. Boom! Qin Hao threw out a punch, the golden fist light shining like the scorching sun, violently colliding with the 3 soldiers. The mountain trembled, the earth cracked, and the violent energy waves swept around, as if they were about to level the entire mountain forest. Qin Hao's physical strength was as formidable as an ancient ferocious beast, each punch carrying the power to destroy mountains, but those 3 soldiers clung to him like a curse, not allowing him to escape. Damn! How can these soldiers be so strong? Qin Hao gritted his teeth. The golden light surged around him, intense and blazing, his veins bulging under his skin like dormant dragons, ready to unleash a world-shattering force at any moment. His fists burned like golden suns. With each strike, the air boomed with a heavy explosion, like war drums, shaking the heart. On the other side, Zhou Wan'er held a long sword, its light as frosty as ice, with a cold gleam radiating from it. Her sword technique was called Clear Wind and Bright Moon Sword, its moves appearing soft like the wind, but hiding deadly intent. Her figure resembled a clear moon, holding back 2 shadow soldiers. Wherever the sword light passed, it forced those shadow soldiers to retreat, unable to approach. Bright moon shines over the 9 provinces. Zhou Wan'er shouted sharply, and her sword suddenly exploded with brilliant moonlight, as if the Milky Way itself fell from the sky, instantly enveloping the surrounding shadow soldiers. The movements of the shadow soldiers slowed under the moonlight, as if time itself had frozen. However, her face turned pale from this move, clearly drained of great energy. Xiaohua stood at the back, his brows furrowed tightly. His soul attacks had no effect on the shadow soldiers, but he did not give up. He suddenly roared. Sunfire! With a violent swing of his hands, a raging sea of fire instantly covered the shadow soldiers in front of him. The most intense and solid flames burned fiercely at the shadow soldier's body, but they were quickly neutralized by the shadow soldier's terrifying dark energy. 100 battle indestructible body. At this moment, Qin Hao, who had single-handedly dealt with 3 shadow soldiers, roared in anger. His body glowed with brilliant golden light, as if he had donned a layer of golden armor. He pushed his physical strength to its peak, as if wearing a golden armor. The fierce attacks of the 3 shadow soldiers hit him, producing dull sounds, but they could not harm him in the slightest. Qin Hao, using his ultimate skill, was as fierce as a beast. His fists roared like thunder, his attacks came in waves, pushing the 3 shadow soldiers back step by step. Die! After over 100 rounds, Qin Hao unleashed a ferocious punch that directly smashed the head of one shadow soldier. Black smoke dissipated in the air. Then, following the same method, he exchanged his injuries for the lives of the remaining shadow soldiers, his body covered in blood as he exploded the remaining 2 shadow soldiers. Put! At this moment, Zhou Wan'er seized the opportunity. The sword light, like the moon, slashed off the head of another shadow soldier as her shoulder was pierced by the long spear of one soldier. Pure yang burning heaven flame. Xiao Wu also threw caution to the wind, disregarding the pain of backlash. He unleashed his fire, spraying out in a violent eruption. It not only overwhelmed the shadow soldier in front of him but also saved Zhou Wan'er by devouring the one about to pierce her heart with a spear. Put. After using this move, Xiao Wu's face turned as white as paper, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. I never expected that we, half-step celestial beings, would be so badly injured by 6 shadow soldiers at the peak of Tianzhou. Xin Hao was covered in blood, his wounds so deep they revealed bone, and he sucked in a few cold breaths. His 100-battle indestructible body was indeed powerful, but the consumption was terrifying. His body swayed as if about to collapse, barely able to stand. Really strong. If it were one-on-one at the same realm, we might not win. Zhou Wan'er's clothes were stained red with blood, her left shoulder pierced, her face pale with no color left. Damn it, these things don't have souls. Could they really be from the 9 nether hell? My best soul attack didn't work at all. Xiao Wu lay on the ground like a pile of mud, grumbling and feeling extremely frustrated. We can't stay here much longer, let's get out of here. Xin Hao gritted his teeth, forced himself to stand, helped Zhou Wan'er and Xiao Wu up, and quickly disappeared deep into the forest. Not long after they left, another group of shadow soldiers at the peak of Tianzhou arrived, searched around, and then left when they found nothing. At this very moment, all across H City, battles were breaking out in the night sky. But as time passed, H City gradually returned to peace. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Someone filmed the battle, revealing that among the 6 celestial realm warriors of the 6 great sects, 3 were slain, 2 were captured, and only 1 escaped. The storm that Gu Yuan stirred up. It swept across the nation and even spread overseas, causing quite a stir. Yin soldiers, cultivators, and zombies all came out, and so many people witnessed it firsthand. In the future, the topics online may all be related to these events. In the capital, at the highest meeting hall, the top leaders of the Great Xia were all frowning at this moment. How should this matter end? Shen Yuan Mo rubbed his temples, his face full of headache as he said, even the director of Bureau 749 has been suppressed, if Gu Yuan has ambitions. Nangong Luotian shook his head and said, I don't think we need to worry about this. A powerful figure like Gu Yuan could never be obsessed with worldly power. He simply cannot accept that ordinary people have obstructed his path to becoming a land immortal, that's why he is so extreme. He is killing those who deserve to die, we absolutely don't need to worry. Lin Zhengtang agreed, saying, I concur with Luotian's words. This matter is not ours to handle, Gu Yuan has no malice towards us humans. If he did, he would have already massacred H City, but he didn't, nor did he harm ordinary people. Shen Yuan Mo frowned and asked, so you mean we just let him kill and it'll be over? What else can we do? Is there a better solution? Lin Zhengtang responded. We focus on our development, as for non-human matters, let's leave them to Bureau 749 to sort out. They should have stronger beings who can stop Gu Yuan. Fine, let's not think about it. Besides, we can't. Shen Yuan Mo sighed and said, quickly order an announcement. Tell ordinary citizens not to panic, Senior Gu will not harm ordinary people. That night, shortly after 3 a.m., at the Lu family villa group, the Yin soldiers chasing the 6 major sects gradually returned, standing guard like robots outside the Lu family villa group. The remaining Yin soldiers were sent by Gu Yuan to capture other online bullies in H City. Around 3:30, the 4 major Yin generals and the 3 zombie kings returned simultaneously and immediately went to see Gu Yuan. Mistress Mia Jia and the ancient monk Lu Dao were captured alive. Inside the main villa hall, the lights were dazzling. Having bathed, Gu Yuan wore a black robe and sat on a soft sofa, with cascading white hair reaching his waist. Opposite him stood the 4 major Yin generals and the 3 zombie kings. On the ground knelt Mistress Mia Jia and the ancient monk Lu Dao, ragged and covered in blood. Cough, cough, Gu benefactor, you can never turn back now. The ancient monk Lu Dao was pale, with a deep wound visible to the bone on his chest, and spat out a mouthful of blood, saying, your strength is indeed great, able to suppress Qing Yi, but facing a patriarch-level figure, you have no chance of winning. Turn back? What do I need to turn back for? Gu Yuan looked at him curiously and said with a half-smile, you Buddhists talk about cause and effect, those online bullies are reaping their own evil results. Shouldn't they pay a price? We actually don't want to interfere with this. We were all forced to. The woman who created Bureau 749 is someone even our patriarch cannot provoke. You killed her disciple, and you are definitely doomed. Mistress Mia Jia, blood seeping from her lips, closed her eyes and said lightly, if you want to kill or maim, just do it. My life and death are not something you need to worry about. Gu Yuan smiled slightly and raised his hand to pull them into the black mist space, preparing to refine them along with that green-clad woman. At this time, the zombie king Ming Hai said solemnly, Senior, what Mistress Mia Jia said is correct, the woman from Bureau 749 is terrifying. The Great Xia originally had 12 sects, and she destroyed 6 sects by herself. Gu Yuan lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep puff, and said lightly, "You all return. If I can't win, I have ways to escape, but I can't take you with me. If you ever need help in the future, feel free to come find me. I owe you this favor for tonight." Cough, cough, I wouldn't dare accept such a favor, we didn't help much. The zombie king Xia Huang shook his head and said, "Then we'll take our leave. The Luofu mountain base has been exposed, and we need to move." Gu Yuan nodded, still the same thing, "If you need help, feel free to ask." "Alright, we take our leave." The zombie king Ming Hai, Xia Huang, and Yan Huang all bowed respectfully to Gu Yuan. Then he turned and left. After they left, Gu Yuan dismissed the 4 dark generals, then entered the black mist space, preparing to refine that woman in green and the 2 ancient monks. Chapter 21, The Great Wall Seal. The World of Eternal Night. In the mysterious black mist space, boundless black mist surged like crashing waves, rolling violently. Every wisp of mist was filled with endless evil and eerie energy, as if it connected to the ninth hell. On the throne of bones, Gu Yuan's figure slowly emerged. He stood tall and slender, and his charming aura grew stronger in the black mist. At the bottom of the stairs, the woman in green, the master of extinction, and the 2 ancient monks were suppressed in place by an invisible force, unable to move a bit. The woman in green had awakened from her coma and was quietly conversing with the master of extinction and the 2 ancient monks, their expressions serious. The moment Gu Yuan appeared on the throne of bones, they suddenly looked up, sensing Gu Yuan's terrifying aura. Gu Yuan leaned against the throne of bones in a lazy posture, with a hint of playful light in his eyes, looking down at them. "Welcome to my world." The woman in green looked at the man before her, who radiated a sinister and evil aura, and said expressionlessly, "You come from the world of eternal night, right?" "World of eternal night?" Gu Yuan was slightly taken aback, a hint of doubt arose in his heart, but he showed no sign of it, only spoke calmly. "What makes you say that?" His calm tone made it hard to grasp his inner thoughts. "Your innate divine ability revealed your identity." The woman in green took a deep breath, her expression somewhat indifferent, and slowly said, "Only beings from the world of eternal night possess innate divine abilities. Your innate ability is so powerful and terrifying, without a doubt, you must also be a high-level being in the world of eternal night. I am curious how you managed to break through the Great Wall Seal and enter our world." Every word she spoke was clear and powerful, as if stating an established fact. World of eternal night? High-level being? Breaking through the Great Wall Seal? This series of words from the woman in green carried information that stirred significant waves in Gu Yuan's heart like heavy bombs. Yet on the surface, he revealed nothing. Gu Yuan remained silent for a while before slowly speaking. "Interesting, is this the last word you wanted to say to me before dying?" He did not pursue the question too much, but in his heart, he had already begun to speculate. The mysterious black light he had fused with back then might very well come from the world of eternal night that the woman in green mentioned. However, what kind of world is this world of eternal night? The Great Wall built during the Qin dynasty was always believed to resist the Xiongnu, so how did it become the barrier sealing the world of eternal night? Though Gu Yuan had many questions in his heart, he understood that if the woman in green was unwilling to speak, even asking would be futile. Seeing him silent, the woman in green said softly, "Before dying, I really want to know how you broke through the seal of the Qin Great Wall to come here." Gu Yuan, upon hearing this, wore a hint of an elusive smile. "Just because I possess innate divine abilities, you were so sure that I come from the world of eternal night? Isn't it?" The woman in green's gaze turned cold, staring fiercely at Gu Yuan. "Of course not. The beings from the world of eternal night should not be friendly to humans. Have you ever seen me kill an ordinary person? If I truly came from the world of eternal night, how could I make such a big noise and easily expose myself?" Gu Yuan lazily stretched and spoke with a calm yet persuasive tone. "Think about it with your brain." As soon as he said this, the woman in green fell into silence. Gu Yuan's words were indeed reasonable. Most beings from the world of eternal night were evil and brutal. If Gu Yuan truly was a high-level being from there, his cruelty would undoubtedly be greater. With his power, he would never care about the ordinary citizens of H City tonight, and would engage in a fierce battle with himself in the sky. Thinking of this, the woman in green couldn't help but feel confused. Since Gu Yuan didn't come from the eternal night world, why would he possess innate divine abilities? Her gaze was filled with doubt, quietly watching Gu Yuan, as if silently asking, "You are not a being from the eternal night, so how do you possess innate divine abilities?" Gu Yuan lit a root of tobacco for himself, took a deep breath, and then said, "Let me speak plainly, I know nothing about the eternal night world. If you can tell me some information about it, I can let you die with clarity. It seems you really are not from the eternal night world." Hearing Gu Yuan's question, the woman in green completely believed him. She gently nodded and said, "All right, let me tell you. Originally, our world was not like it is now. In the Battle of the Stag, the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu fought their final battle, which shattered our world. Then, a barbaric eternal night world connected with our world. In order to stop the invasion of the eternal night world, the Yellow Emperor led his old forces into the eternal night world.
After that, more and more cultivators entered the eternal night world, but they never returned. Later, the Yellow Emperor's chief disciple, Haotian, established the Heavenly Court. After the sealing of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, he used the power of the Heavenly Court to enter the eternal night world. During the Shang, Zhou, and early Qin periods, the eternal night world remained silent, and no beings came over to kill us. However, during the Qin dynasty, the entrance connecting the eternal night world to our world suddenly became turbulent, and countless evil, vicious, and powerful beings emerged from there. Fortunately, the overall strength during the pre-Qin period was not weaker than that of the Heavenly Court at the time. Under the leadership of the first emperor, the human race successfully repelled the invading beings from the eternal night world, but the cost was extremely heavy, with casualties reaching 70%. In order to preserve this world, the first emperor built the Great Wall using the bones of beings from the eternal night world. In the years after the Great Wall was nearly completed, he, along with all the pre-Qin Shi-refining masters, entered the eternal night world and was never heard from again. Since that battle in the pre-Qin period, when the first emperor entered the eternal night world, our cultivation world has gradually declined. Now, we don't even know how much longer the Great Wall seal will last. One day, it will undoubtedly collapse. Fortunately, in this era, my master has emerged, and even if the Great Wall collapses and the eternal night world invades, we might still have a chance of winning. When talking about her master, the woman in green's delicate and fair face was filled with pride and admiration. The ancient monk from the Six Paths, who had remained silent all this time, slowly spoke, "Gu Shizhu, there's no deep grudge between us. Moreover, we now face the unknown threat from the eternal night world. Killing us will only weaken the living strength of the human race. What do you think?" "What do I think? Anyone who wants my life will not live." Gu Yuan sneered, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. "You have tried everything to kill me, and now you want me to consider the greater good and spare your lives? That's ridiculous. I've told you what you wanted to know, but why do you possess innate divine abilities? Before you die, you should at least tell me, right?" The woman in green did not beg for mercy. Her expression remained proud and cold. The one who kills is always killed in turn, and she had harbored true murderous intent towards Gu Yuan. Now, suppressed, she could find no reason to beg for mercy. Furthermore, her pride would never allow her to beg for mercy from any enemy, for she did not want to tarnish the reputation of her master. Gu Yuan looked at her with a half-smile. "You must have some special way of transmitting messages that will reach back after your death, right? You want to figure out my background so that the 6 major sects and your master can kill me with the least cost, right? You?" The woman in green's expression froze, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Unexpectedly, this man in front of me saw through it all. Therefore, I have nothing to say. Gu Yuan smiled faintly. "Next, please become the nourishment for my breakthrough to the immortal realm." With Gu Yuan's words, endless black mist surged like a tidal wave, quickly enveloping the 3 of them from all sides. Gu Yuan began to fully refine them, and after completely refining them, even if he could not enter the immortal realm, he could at least have 1 foot in that realm. In addition, the space ring of the woman in green also contained many cultivation resources, which were equally precious to him. Tonight, no matter what, he must reach the immortal realm, otherwise, he would be unable to resist the 6 major sects' ancestors and the mysterious master of the woman in green. Chapter 22, Senior, something major has happened. Your disciple in green was suppressed last night. Dawn broke, the morning light faint, and the series of thrilling events that happened last night in H City quickly spread throughout the country like a surging tide. It even crossed national borders and spread to foreign countries. In just one night, H City became the global focal point. Under the well-organized capture operation of the 7,000 IN soldiers, all those involved in the online violence in H City that night were successfully apprehended without exception. As people gradually understood that Gu Yuan would only punish the guilty and not harm the innocent, their fear began to fade. Even when encountering IN soldiers capturing people, they were no longer as terrified as before. Some even mustered the courage to step forward and film videos. As a result, the internet was instantly flooded with videos of IN soldiers appearing everywhere. Among them, the video of Gu Yuan fiercely battling with the woman in green became an internet sensation. In just one night, the total views on major online video platforms reached as high as 7 to 800 million. Lin Xian's account also soared in followers, rapidly increasing to over 100 million, and still growing. Overnight, she went from being a small internet reporter with just 1 million followers to becoming a nationally renowned, heavyweight internet reporter. Her name and reports were widely circulated and discussed online. Across the country, many people eagerly discussed online, hoping that the great master Gu Yuan would come to their city to capture online abusers. Many were eager to witness and personally feel the imposing aura of the IN soldiers up close. Meanwhile, those who had once recklessly participated in online violence were now like ants on a hot pan, uneasy and restless. They lived in constant fear, repeatedly posting videos online, pleading for mercy from Gu Yuan, hoping to gain a sliver of life. However, in the comments sections of these videos, all that could be seen were various sarcastic and gloating remarks.
But people were also left with lingering fear and no longer dared to act recklessly with online violence as they once had. They only occasionally made sarcastic comments. Gu Yuan's actions directly purified the long-standing viciousness on the internet. From now on, the phenomenon of online violence will likely decrease significantly. After all, no one could guarantee that the person they were abusing online wouldn't be someone like Gu Yuan, a ruthless figure who, once encountered, might not even know how they died. This morning, a touching scene occurred in the village where Gu Yuan lived. Early in the morning, the people of the village were kneeling outside Gu Yuan's house, their faces filled with guilt and fear, all begging for Huang Guiying's forgiveness. They were fully aware that the death of their relatives last night was caused by Gu Yuan, but at this moment, their fear had overshadowed any resentment, and they could only kneel honestly and respectfully at Gu Yuan's doorstep. You may leave. The ones who needed to be killed, my son has already killed. The elderly Huang Guiying's eyes revealed exhaustion and weariness. Looking at the villagers kneeling at the door, she slowly said these words, then turned and went back into the house. After waking up in the morning, Huang Guiying saw the earth-shattering commotion her son had caused last night on the television. For a moment, she stood there, her face filled with disbelief. If she hadn't seen her son crawl out of the grave with her own eyes and confirmed that the corpse in the coffin had vanished, she would never have believed that the person causing such an uproar on the internet and TV was her son. Below the Yellow River, in the mysterious headquarters of the 749 Bureau, the ancient city. After a night of thrilling escape, the surviving cultivators from the 6 sects, scattered and few, returned in small numbers, with just over 10 of them coming back. They had started with more than 3,600 people, but only 13 returned. The losses in this battle were not small for the 6 sects. Tonight, Gu Yuan killed so many mid-tier combatants from the 6 sects. The hatred between them should have reached a point where neither side could survive. Even if Gu Yuan released the green-clad woman, the ancient monk of 6 paths, and the exterminator mistress without harm, it would not ease this blood feud. In the main hall of the temple, the 13 survivors were all severely injured, their breath weak. They each took healing pills and sat cross-legged, desperately using their energy to heal their wounds. Among these returnees, only Xian Yazi from the Kunlun sect remained in the Tianxiang realm. He was able to return alive purely due to his extraordinary strength, killing a bloody path through the encirclement of the 4 generals and 3 zombie kings. When Kunlun sect cultivators reach the Tianxiang realm, they can manifest the heavenly and earthly Dharma, whose power is considered to be the strongest among the 6 sects. When their ancestor invokes the heavenly and earthly Dharma, even the mysterious woman who created the 749 Bureau would have to fear her. Among the young generation who survived, they were the Holy Son, Holy Maiden, and Taoist from the 6 sects, with the other 5 being outstanding individuals from each sect's younger generation. Before long, the sect leaders of the 6 sects arrived one after another. When they saw that only these 13 survivors had returned from the massive force they had sent out last night, their faces darkened immediately, like the sky before a storm, almost as if it could drip water. Zhang Tianming, the white-haired, Taoist-appearing sect leader of Longhu Mountain, looked at his sect's Taoist returning alone and was filled with sorrow and anger. His face darkened terribly as he said, "My old friends, even the bureau chief has been suppressed, and now his life and death are uncertain. If we want to deal with Gu Yuan, we may only be able to ask our ancestors to step out of seclusion." The female sect leader of Amei Mountain, dressed in ancient clothes, furrowed her brows tightly, forming a shape, and said in a low voice, "I no longer wish to be involved in this matter. We have already done our best by sending 600 disciples to subdue the demons. I am here today to take Wanner away. As for the rest, anyone who wishes to take care of it can do so. Amei sect has a clear conscience." The sect leader of Zijin Mountain, also an elderly woman dressed in purple, looked at her and asked in confusion, "No, sister, are you really just going to let this blood feud go? Disciples can be cultivated again, but facing an existence that can kill the bureau chief at the peak of Tianxiang, Amei sect truly cannot afford to provoke such a person." The sect leader of Amei, her expression serious, analyzed calmly, "Once he lies low and advances to the status of a land immortal, even our ancestor may not be his match. I don't want to bring disaster to Amei sect." The burly sect leader of Kunlun, after hearing this, deeply agreed and nodded in approval, saying, "This makes sense. We did not stand by last night, we lost over 600 inner disciples in the process. Even if she finds out, she shouldn't blame us, right? Amatba, my Lei-Yin temple will not let this matter rest." The elderly abbot of Great Lei-Yin Temple's face was cold, and his voice was icy as he said, "They killed 600 of our Buddhist elite. This grudge cannot be shared under the sky. As you wish. Wanner, let's go." The leader of Mount Amei no longer explained further, taking Zhou Wanner with him, and without hesitation, turned and left. "Qinhao, we are leaving too. Everyone, farewell." The leader of Kunlun sect called out to Qinhao, leaving a brief farewell, then turned and left without looking back. Their departure made the atmosphere in the hall even more tense. "I'm leaving too." The elderly leader of Purple Gold Mountain also hurriedly left with Xiao Hua, who had returned with her, along with another elite disciple. Ahem, Taoist Zhang, Master Yushin, our Qingqing sect has always been the weakest among the 6 sects. We truly cannot keep up with all this, we'll leave first. The leader of Qingqing sect coughed lightly, breaking the brief silence, and then left with the only 2 surviving members of his sect. Heh, they think they can take care of themselves, what a joke. The leader of Mount Longhu sneered, showing a hint of disdain on his face. Master Yushin, let's go. We'll find that woman in the Tianyi secret realm. Her disciples have been suppressed, and their fate is uncertain. She won't let this go. Amatba, let's go. Master Yushin chanted the Buddhist phrase, his voice tinged with urgency, and with that, he and the leader of Longhu Mountain rushed towards the teleportation array leading to the Tianyi secret realm. The 749 Bureau, originally just a central organization responsible for mobilizing the disciples of the 6 major sects, had always been under the control of the woman in blue. Now, with the woman in blue suppressed by Gu Yuan, the entire 749 Bureau instantly fell into chaos, leaderless. Within the Great Xia realm, many mysterious secret realms rich in spiritual energy and medicinal herbs lay hidden. The Tianyi secret realm was one such place, a legendary realm established by the Preqin Qi cultivators through extraordinary means. Only powerful beings beyond the earth immortal realm possessed the strength to open such a secret realm. The ancestors of various sects often closed themselves off in the Tianyi secret realm for secluded cultivation, rarely leaving unless a major event occurred. The true Xianyang city from the Preqin period was hidden within this Tianyi secret realm. The cultivation caves inside were crafted by the finest Qi cultivators of the time, a dream place for any cultivator. Xianyang city, grand and magnificent, towered with an imposing presence, as if connecting directly to the heavens. However, the passage of time had stripped it of the grandeur it once held during the Preqin period. The ancient buildings piled on top of each other, stretching endlessly, with spiritual energy visibly dense in the air. But the city itself was eerily silent, like a dead city, with no sign of life. This was because opening the cultivation caves required a huge amount of spiritual stones, and such massive consumption could only be supported by the ancestors of the sections. At this moment, Master Yushin and the leader of Longhu Mountain appeared outside the largest cultivation cave in Xianyang Palace. They gazed at the cave that once belonged to the first emperor, filled with awe and unease. They exchanged a glance, and then Master Yushin gently pressed a protruding button beside the door, speaking with a trembling voice, "Senior, something terrible has happened. Your disciple, Qingyi, was suppressed last night. Her fate is now unknown." After Master Yushin spoke, he and the leader of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Tianming, quietly waited, both feeling uneasy. Around the time it would take to burn a stick of incense. A voice, carrying a magnetic and mature tone like that of an elder sister, slowly emerged from within the door, "Qingyi is already dead." One sentence caused both Master Yushin and Zhang Tianming to be greatly shaken. That person really killed Qingyi? This was absolutely catastrophic. Even their ancestors wouldn't dare to kill this woman's disciple. Sweat beaded on their foreheads. Master Yushin gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, the enemy is too strong and extremely brutal. Last night, they massacred over 100,000 innocent people. If we wish to suppress them, we may need to summon the ancestors. I really don't know what to do anymore." With his words falling, the woman inside the cave did not respond immediately. Another incense stick passed, and then the voice came again, "Why kill over 100,000 ordinary people?" Answering, "Senior, it is like this." Master Yushin carefully recounted everything that happened, not daring to add any fuel to the fire. After a long pause, the voice replied, "Sealing cultivation and memories, cyberbullying to death? A mere peak of the celestial phenomenon realm, is he capable of killing my disciple Qingyi?" Master Yushin respectfully responded, "Indeed, he is at the peak of the celestial phenomenon, but he possesses a divine talent. It was his divine talent that led to the defeat of Director Qingyi. Go invite your ancestors to leave their retreat and suppress him, let him see me, just leave him a breath." The magnetic woman's voice was neither sad nor happy, her tone as calm as a still pond. "There's one more thing." Master Yushin forced himself to continue. "Amei, Zijin, Kunlun, and Qingqing suffered some losses last night and said they don't plan to get involved. They want to stay out of it. To suppress a peak celestial phenomenon, do all 6 sect ancestors need to come out?" The magnetic woman's voice turned slightly colder. "Since when did your ancestors become so useless? If your ancestors don't want to handle this matter, let them clean their necks and wait to die." "Yes, yes, yes." Hearing this, Master Yushin was instantly drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly nodding in agreement. This woman never talks big. She's always true to her word and will act without hesitation. Although she's kind to ordinary people, when it comes to us cultivators, she is ruthless to the extreme. Scram! The magnetic woman's tone was as if she were scolding 2 ants. Master Yushin and Zhang Tianming walked away with gloomy faces, standing on an ancient building, their faces full of displeasure. This woman, she still looks down on us just like before. Damn it! Zhang Tianming cursed through voice transmission. In her eyes, we 6 sects are just a bunch of workers. How hateful! Stinking bitch. Master Yushin also transmitted, showing no trace of a revered monk. Zhang Tianming sighed helplessly. What should we do, invite your Buddha or my Tao ancestor? As half-step earth immortals, they had never been treated this way for years. It's so frustrating. To be honest, we shouldn't have come. We should have left with Amei and the others, let that Gu Yuan do whatever he wants. Damn, I regret it. Master Yushin's face turned pale with anger. Regret now is useless, come on, draw lots. Whoever draws the short one will go invite the ancestor. Zhang Tianming forced a bitter smile and pulled out 2 slips of paper from his hand. Master Yushin glanced and casually picked one. Sigh. Seeing this, Zhang Tianming sighed and said, I'll go invite the ancestor. After saying that, he flew away, soon landing in front of a towering cave door, pressing the button next to it, and reporting the matter. Ancestor, the 36th generation disciple of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Tianming, requests you to leave your retreat and suppress the evil. Here's what happened. After a moment. Scram! A deep and powerful voice yelled scram. Ah, this. The ancestor's fierce reply completely disregarded the woman, leaving Zhang Tianming stunned. He then cautiously said, Ancestor, she said if you don't handle it, she will tell you to wash your neck. Do I fear her? Get the hell away from me and don't disturb my cultivation. His voice was deep and domineering, carrying the carefree attitude of a thug. Zhang Tianming was dumbfounded. When had the ancestor ever been so tough in front of that woman? What's going on today? He couldn't understand, he really couldn't understand. Zhang Tianming walked away with his tail between his legs and found Master Yushin, telling him what had happened. What? Did the Tao ancestor really say that? Master Yushin was stunned, then he frowned and stared at Zhang Tianming. You didn't lie to me, right? You didn't want to invite the Tao ancestor, did you? Lied to you? No, it's the truth, the ancestor really said that. Zhang Tianming said, speechless, so what now, maybe you should go invite Buddha? Master Yushin gave Zhang Tianming a deep look. I hope you're not lying to me, or else I will never forgive you. With that, he flew away. But soon, he came back. Before Zhang Tianming could ask, Master Yushin, looking confused, said, the Buddha told me to leave. How could this happen? Why has our ancestor become so firm? Both of them were stunned. They couldn't figure it out, no matter how much they thought. They exchanged a glance, both feeling a headache. If they told that woman, they would be condemning their ancestor to death. If they kept this secret and she found out later, they would definitely die in a very horrible way. Either the ancestor would die, or they would. What should they choose? Zhang Tianming gritted his teeth, better to betray the master and destroy the ancestor. Please forgive me for this one time. Master Yushin's expression changed several times in just a few breaths, and then he made a quick decision, then let's go, expose them. With that, they returned to the woman's closed-door residence, pressed the communication button, and said, Senior, our ancestor told us to leave. After a while, a cold laugh came from the other side, hee hee. This made both of them break into a cold sweat, fearing that the woman might burst out and crush them. Just as they were nervously trembling, the voice sounded again, It seems your ancestor is very confident that I won't be able to leave closed-door cultivation anytime soon. Does he really think that without you 6 sects, I can't accomplish anything? Does he really think the 749 bureau I set up is just an empty shell? You 6 sects, better be careful. Boom. With her voice, a terrifying force suddenly swept out, sending Zhang Tianming and Master Yushin flying hundreds of miles before they stopped. They coughed up blood, their faces full of horror, and quickly took healing pills to treat their wounds. After a moment, when their injuries had slightly healed, they slowly opened their eyes, both with serious expressions. Zhang Tianming, with a grim face, said, That bitch still has 2 disciples, right? We've never seen them pass by, and from what she said just now. Could they have secretly built a force capable of completely sweeping us 6 sects? It's possible. Master Yushin thought for a moment and said, Our ancestor likely knows what that woman is doing in secret. That's why he told us to leave. It seems he's ready to completely break ties with that bitch. In that case, Gu Yuan is definitely a huge help to us. Zhang Tianming's eyes flashed. Right, we shouldn't be enemies with him anymore. We must ally with him to deal with that bitch. Kill her, damn. Master Yushin cursed repeatedly. Let's go, we must inform the other 4 sects about this quickly. Zhang Tianming said in a deep voice, Our ancestors must have already known about the force behind that bitch. We 6 sects need to unite. This matter was very important, so they rushed off quickly, joining the 6 major sects to prepare to face that unfathomable woman. Chapter 24, Breakthrough. In H City, the Lu family villa area had now become Gu Yuan's residence. Today, fine snowflakes drifted from the sky, falling in a flurry. Outside the Lu family villa, many people had gathered. They were filled with curiosity and awe, looking around, and their filming devices kept flashing, most of the cameras focused on the cold-faced, stern-looking Yin soldiers guarding the area. Around 8 a.m., Lin Xian drove her car slowly toward the villa. The Yin soldiers recognized her and did not stop her. They tacitly stepped aside. Not long after Lin Xian entered the villa, the fox demon also finished her outdoor excursion and returned contentedly. The two women happened to meet right outside the main villa door. The fox demon spoke first, her voice clear and pleasant. "You're the Lin Xian who live-streamed for the master last night?" "Yes, I am." "May I ask who you are, sister?" Lin Xian asked humbly, a hint of curiosity in her eyes as she gently inquired. "Me? I'm just a monster, as you humans call it." The fox demon smiled playfully, her smile carrying a bit of mischievousness and mystery as she stepped into the villa. Lin Xian softly said, "Oh," and followed the fox demon inside, unable to resist looking her up and down, her gaze lingering on the two ears atop her head. At this moment, Gu Yuan was not in the villa hall. He was sitting cross-legged on the white bone throne in the black mist space, radiating an aura of extreme evil and brutality. At this moment, he was immersed in frenzied cultivation, fully devouring and refining the cultivation resources from the green-clad space ring. These resources were rich and varied, including spirit stones that emitted spiritual vibrations, pills containing immense medicinal power, and some extraordinary treasures that flickered with strange lights and contained vast innate spiritual energy. On the ground, shards of top-grade spirit stones were scattered all around. Looking at Gu Yuan, black mist surged violently, blood mist lingered and swirled, and evil runes of red and black twinkled like stars, revolving and dancing around him. Inside him, it seemed as if thousands of horses were galloping, restlessly rumbling like thunder. 1,800,000,000 cells seemed to possess independent life awareness, each one extremely active, interconnecting one portal after another made of black mist and blood mist. Within Gu Yuan's body, he could clearly sense that countless portals of black mist and blood mist had yet to be opened. Every time one opened, the power that surged out was like a raging tide, repeatedly washing over his flesh, purifying and evolving his cells. All his strength lay dormant within these 1,800,000,000 cells, each cell like a small independent world, either a deep black mist world or an endless blood mist world. Every drop of his blood was without temperature, radiating an aura of utmost evil, as if it came from a hellish curse. Gu Yuan did not feel he possessed any origin spirit or soul. In his understanding, this body seemed to be everything he had, his only proof of existence in the world. His heart was surrounded by a mysterious dark light, which made it appear filled with an extremely strange phenomenon. With each heartbeat, strands of dark light traveled throughout every corner of his body, its purpose still unknown. Gu Yuan could not fathom the origin of this dark light attached to his heart. But he knew well that without it, he might have already lost his soul. Even if it might backlash against him in the future, Gu Yuan felt no regret, as he had long been a doomed man. Boom! When Gu Yuan opened 30 million portals of black mist and 30 million portals of blood mist, the total of 60 million portals resonated intensely with the 1,800,000,000 cells in his body. In that moment, it felt as if some shackles broke. With a crisp sound, Gu Yuan's body underwent a qualitative leap, achieving an ultimate transformation. Under the rampage of his power, the entire black mist space felt like a lit powder keg, surging wildly, beginning an uncontrollable expansion. And Gu Yuan himself was in an indescribably wonderful state. It seemed as if he had completely shed his mortal flesh, and his level of life achieved a leap, jumping into another dimension, where any rules of heaven and earth seemed to lose their ability to bind him. Gu Yuan understood that he had likely succeeded in stepping into the realm of land immortals, a level countless cultivators dream of. The resources within the green-clad ring space had basically been consumed by him overnight. The richness of the cultivation resources contained within a land immortal spatial ring was unimaginable, yet it had only sustained Gu Yuan's cultivation for one night before it was all used up. After a moment, Gu Yuan slowly retracted his outward power. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him and his own state, and a satisfied smile appeared on his wicked face. Muttering to himself, breaking through to the land immortal realm, doesn't it require comprehending an intent? Why do I not have one, and yet I don't need to comprehend an intent to break through? I just awakened an innate divine ability. Not needing to comprehend an intent to step into the land immortal realm made Gu Yuan feel puzzled deep inside. He couldn't help but ponder, could it be that my cultivation system is different from that of the human cultivators? After a moment, he shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it. In a flash, he found Lu Ruyue, who was imprisoned in a corner of this black mist space, and ruthlessly tortured her for a while before leaving this place filled with darkness and evil. Returning to his room, Gu Yuan took a comfortable bath, then picked out a well-fitting black suit to wear. The crisp suit on his tall, slender body, paired with his long, waist-length silver hair, added a mysterious yet domineering aura to him, like a mafia boss. He opened the door and went downstairs to the hall, where he saw the fox demon and Lin Xian sitting opposite each other, chatting enthusiastically about something. Seeing Gu Yuan come down, the two women tacitly stood up at the same time and respectfully called out, "Master! Senior!" Gu Yuan nodded slightly, then sat leisurely on the sofa beside them, lighting a cigarette. As he puffed out smoke, he looked at the fox demon and asked, "Had fun last night?" The fox demon smiled and nodded. "It was fine. This was my first time entering such a big human city. Everything was so new and interesting."
At that moment, Shadow General Number 1 walked into the hall quickly, his expression respectful as he reported, "King, we just found out that Lu Ruyue has an older brother. We've searched all over H City but haven't found him." As Gu Yuan broke through to the land immortal realm, Shadow General Number 1's cultivation also surged to the half-step land immortal level.
Gu Yuan's expression darkened. "Haven't found him? Could he not be in H City?" Shadow General Number 1 respectfully responded, "That seems to be the case.
Just now, I went to the largest media group in H City and ordered them to immediately use the media's power to track him down.
King, rest assured, he won't escape.
Besides, overnight, we've already captured all the cyberbullies in H City and locked them in the Black Mist prison. A total of over 630,000.
Just find a random place and execute them. If there's news about Lu Ruyue's brother, capture him immediately.
I want to kill him right in front of Lu Ruyue."
Gu Yuan said indifferently, "You may leave." "Understood." Shadow General Number 1 bowed to Gu Yuan, then turned and left. "Senior, what should I do to awaken my spirit core?"
At this moment, Lin Xian's timid voice rang out.
Gu Yuan threw a spirit stone to the fox demon and said, "You handle her awakening."
"All right, master." The fox demon cheerfully caught the spirit stone, then looked at Lin Xian and said, "Come, little sister, I'll awaken it for you." With that, she took Lin Xian upstairs.
After they left, Gu Yuan summoned Shadow General Number 2 and solemnly ordered him to return home and secretly protect his mother.
Afterward, he called his mother and talked with her for over half an hour before ending the call. At this moment, a painful moan came from upstairs.
Awakening the spirit core was no easy task.
It required pure spiritual power to crash through it, and 4 apertures had to be impacted 4 times. Each impact felt like being shattered into pieces. Those with weak willpower often couldn't endure the agony and chose to give up while awakening their spirit core. Especially those with the 9-aperture spirit core. Though their talent was extraordinary, the pain they suffered during awakening was beyond imaginable, a torment worse than death.
Gu Yuan finished his cigarette, then walked out the door, soaring into the sky, vanishing into the distance in an instant.
This trip, he was going to take a look at the Great Wall. That place was where the entrance to the eternal night world was sealed.
Gu Yuan wanted to see for himself what was so extraordinary about the Great Wall.
Moreover, there was always a suspicion lingering in his mind that wisp of black light coiled around his heart was most likely from the eternal night world.
The eternal night world, if given the chance, Gu Yuan would definitely go there. After all, countless sages throughout history, including the first emperor, had entered it. Gu Yuan was very curious if they were really dead. Chapter 25 Terrifying Guess.
Kunlun, the mountain range like a dragon, stretches across the world. Like a giant dragon sleeping, it winds for thousands of miles, lying across the northwestern land. Its peaks rise and fall, interlace like a masterpiece carved by the giant axe of nature. The main peak penetrates the clouds, standing lofty like a giant sword reaching to the sky, piercing the heavens and competing with the sun and moon in brilliance. At the waist of the mountain, clouds and mist swirl, hiding the true form of Kunlun. At the summit of Kunlun, there is a portal visible only to cultivators. Inside this portal lies the Kunlun secret realm where the Kunlun sect is located. Within the secret realm, spiritual energy lingers, cranes soar, springs flow, and rare flowers and grasses bloom everywhere, resembling a celestial paradise. The Kunlun sect is one of the oldest sects in the cultivation world, with a long tradition and profound heritage. Disciples in the sect are generally not allowed to leave the secret realm for the world of ordinary people without orders or missions, as there exists a social circle among cultivators. The largest social circle in the cultivation world is the central secret realm, the world shattered by the ancient battle of deer hunting. Last night, Kunlun sent out 600 disciples of the Tianzhou realm. This loss is not considered significant for the entire Kunlun sect. After thousands of years of development, the Kunlun sect has about 20,000 to 30,000 outer disciples and 5,000 to 6,000 inner disciples. Losing 600 inner disciples is something they can still accept. Deep within the secret realm, a magnificent palace stands among the mountains, golden and resplendent, exuding great majesty. This is the main hall of the Kunlun sect. Now, the 6 sect leaders all gather in this hall that has experienced the wash of 100 years. The leader of the Kunlun sect, Tian Shuzi, sits on the master's throne, processing the news brought by Master Zheng Tianming and Master Yushin, his brow slightly furrowed. Not only him. The leader of the Amei sect, Master Qinghui, the leader of the Qingqing sect, Master Yunshu, and the leader of the Zijing Mountain, Master Xianxiao, also show serious expressions. The news brought by Master Yushin and Zheng Tianming is indeed too shocking. Seeing them silent for a long time, Zheng Tianming said solemnly, "What, don't you believe it?
Why not test your ancestors' attitude? If your ancestors are willing to take action to suppress Gu Yuan, then our guess can be considered wrong. Exactly. Master Yushin nodded in agreement and said, "Don't you find that woman's background a bit mysterious?
She appeared out of nowhere, and we couldn't find any trace of her prior experiences. I strongly suspect she is not one of our human race." The leader of Zijin Mountain, Master Xianxiao, shook his head and said, "To say she is not one of our human race seems a bit excessive. Don't forget why she established the 749 Bureau."
Zhang Tianming coldly said. "The original intention was to disregard our lives as mere lives and treat ordinary people's lives as treasures.
Knowing that the Great Wall Seal could collapse at any moment, she still heedlessly slaughtered us. The 6 major sects she destroyed, countless tens of thousands of cultivators died under her slaughter. Do you think she means well for our human race?
If one day the Great Wall Seal breaks, can we rely on those ordinary people to repel the invading Eternal Night beings?"
I not only doubt that woman is not one of our human race, but I also suspect she is a being from the Eternal Night world. Her purpose is to weaken our overall strength. As for why she hasn't destroyed our 6 sects, I guess there must be a reason she dares not to do so.
Why does she not dare? I speculate there are 2 points.
First, she cannot gauge the strength of the Kunlun ancestors. Second, she fears the backup plan left by the first emperor, the aura hiding in the Lishan Imperial tomb. I believe you all have sensed it, right?
She has delayed taking action against us because she does not yet have enough confidence to defeat the Kunlun ancestors and the backup left by the first emperor. Our ancestors must have also sensed some clues. The ancestors must have talked in secret and are preparing to have a showdown with that woman. Just one opportunity away.
Gu Yuan's sudden rise, I suspect, is the opportunity that the ancestors have been waiting for.
Zhang Tianming revealed his guess without holding back. This series of analyses was logical and well supported. The only unreasonable part was why she would protect ordinary people so fiercely. What is hidden beneath all this? After a while, Kunlun sect leader Tian Shuzi pondered and said, "We should ask the ancestors about this.
If we're not careful, it could lead to the destruction of our entire sect."
Zhang Tianming nodded. "Go ahead. Master Yushin and I will wait for your news. Please excuse us for now."
After saying this, the 4 sect leaders of Amei, Zijin, Xingcheng, and Kunlun flew out of the hall, heading straight for the teleportation array leading to the Tiani secret realm.
"Amatba, I can already see how they'll fail, ha ha ha." Master Yushin laughed heartily.
Thinking about how they would all be scolded by their ancestors, Zhang Tianming also chuckled. They're asking for trouble. As expected, less than half an hour later, they returned with dark expressions on their faces.
Zhang Tianming, pretending to be oblivious, asked, "What happened? Why do you look so gloomy?" Seeing Zhang Tianming's smug expression, the 4 of them sat down in silence.
They had truly been scolded terribly.
Especially Kunlun's ancestor, the scolding was incredibly harsh. Among them, Tian Shuzi's face was the darkest. Master Yushin, trying to maintain his dignified monk appearance, solemnly said, "Amatba, fellow practitioners, Zhang's analysis earlier, how much of it do you think is true now?" "About 8 or 9 parts of it."
They almost answered in unison. When even the ancestors scolded so clearly, they could no longer deny the truth. The Amei sect's ancestor even had Master Huaixin come into contact with Gu Yuan. So straightforward, even a dog could understand the meaning of the ancestor's words. The ancestor subtly reminded me that the 2 disciples of that woman have secretly cultivated a force comparable to the combined strength of our 6 major sections.
Also, that woman's cultivation level might have undergone a major breakthrough. Tian Shuzi took a deep breath and said, "She must be about to make her move and destroy our 6 sects to control humanity." Zhang Tianming asked, "Why control humanity?" "For alchemy." Tian Shuzi said in a low voice, though the ancestor spoke vaguely, the meaning was quite clear. "Our human bloodline seems to have some special effect for alchemy."
No wonder she forbids us from killing ordinary people, even forbidding us from not rescuing ordinary people in danger.
She wants to enslave humanity and use them as materials for refining elixirs?
Her disciples must have been completely deceived by her.
Everyone understood, their faces darkened, and a chill ran down their spines. After a moment of silence, Tian Shuzi asked, "The ancestor asked me to contact Gu Yuan. Who among you wants to join me? Let's go together."
If we had known that woman's scheme, we shouldn't have offended him last night.
Hope he won't hold it against us. Chapter 26, Immortal Qin, Wang Jian's Message.
The Great Wall, the spine of the Eastern Dragon, winding for thousands of miles, the sharp edges of bronze arrowheads piercing through 1,000 years of frost, is also the epic history carved by the blood and will of the great Xia civilization in the world. Who could have imagined that this Great Wall was not built to prevent the Xiongnu invasion, but to seal the entrance to a mysterious world in a shocking project? The Great Wall has many scenic spots, with a large number of tourists visiting every day. Gu Yuan arrived at the end of the Great Wall, standing above the clouds, extending his black mist soul intent, which infinitely stretched down to the underground of the Great Wall. Soon, he sensed the energy fluctuations of a grand formation operating about 3,000 meters below the Great Wall. Moreover, there was a dragon vein hidden deep beneath the Great Wall. The Great Wall was built on top of this dragon vein. In addition, this dragon vein was protected by a powerful magical formation, seemingly suppressing a spatial rift. It could be seen that this dragon vein had been relocated here by someone using a world-changing technique. Gu Yuan explored from the tail of the dragon all the way to the head, wanting to see if there were any damages in this dragon vein seal. As he investigated, Gu Yuan discovered that the power of this dragon vein was only about 30% of its peak, very weak. The magical formation was set up on the dragon vein, continuously draining its power and sealing that mysterious void crack. The dragon vein's power would eventually run out. Ha! When Gu Yuan detected 2/5 of this dragon vein, the black mist of his soul suddenly paused. Then it swept back. His gaze couldn't help but slightly tighten. Here, the dragon scales of the dragon vein had cracked with a nearly imperceptible fissure, and there was also a corner missing from the magical formation set upon the dragon vein. Has this dragon vein seal been broken by someone? Seeing this, Gu Yuan's figure flashed, disappearing underground, and approached the crack. This small fissure, in front of this giant dragon vein, seemed quite insignificant. If not for Gu Yuan's sufficiently strong black mist soul, it would be hard to notice. Who did this? Is it a being from the eternal night world, or a practitioner from this world? Could this crack lead to the eternal night world? Gu Yuan focused his gaze on the fissure before him, and in a moment of change, turned into a tiny figure only 3 or 4 centimeters tall, slowly slipping through the small crack before him. It was as if he entered the body of the dragon vein, a vast and solemn power rushing towards him. In front of this power, even Gu Yuan felt very small. No wonder it is the power of the dragon vein, able to seal the power of a world's entrance. What kind of person could move it here from another place? Gu Yuan was greatly shocked inside. He was now a land deity, and not just any land deity. But even so, in front of this dragon vein with only 30 to 40% of its power remaining, he felt a sense of helplessness. Gu Yuan traversed through the crack in the dragon vein, even using all his strength to fly was very slow. A certain force bound him, as if he were trapped in a swamp. After more than 10 minutes, Gu Yuan only felt that the binding force on him loosened, and then he entered a golden space. Here, it seemed like the interior of the dragon vein, with overwhelming dragon might repressing everything. In this place, Gu Yuan's soul could not unfold to explore. However, at a glance, he saw a small crack on the dragon wall at the far end. But that crack had already been repaired by a very overbearing force. Gu Yuan approached to investigate, and found that the power sealing this crack seemed to come from the eternal night world on the opposite side. Could it be that there are still ancients fighting bloody battles in the eternal night world, blocking the beings from over there? Gu Yuan murmured, is it that passing through this crack would directly lead to the eternal night world? Whoosh! Suddenly, a red light shot out from the power within the crack, so fast that even Gu Yuan didn't react in time before it struck into his brow. Boom! Gu Yuan's head suddenly resonated with a loud sound. Then, a grand and magnificent voice resounded. I, King Jian, led 500,000 Qi practitioners of Xianqin, fighting bloodily against the eternal night for more than 1,800 years. To protect the world behind us, the sons of Xianqin stained the battlefield with blood, with 70% fallen. However, reinforcements have yet to arrive, heaven and earth are desolate, and we can only fight alone. Who would have thought, the heavenly court has fallen, the divine court has turned. The first emperor fights alone in blood against the 8 desolations, and to this day, his life and death are uncertain. Heaven and earth collapse, the universe is in chaos, only we sons of Xianqin build the last great wall with our flesh and blood. If there are future generations who receive this soul-like message, I and the sons of Xianqin may have all perished. The beings of eternal night are about to sweep over, you must prepare early. We have exerted our utmost strength, fighting to the last breath. May future generations carry on our will, swearing to defend this land to the death. Immortal Qin will never perish, its heroic souls will live forever. Gu Yuan listened to the magnificent and awe-inspiring voice echoing in his mind, and his eyes unknowingly turned red. Because it seemed like he could see it. On that turbulent battlefield, the soldiers of Immortal Qin raised their battle flags high, charging forward into the darkness of eternal night. Their figures stood tall like mountains, their roars shook the sky like thunder. Beneath the bloodstained armor, there was an unyielding spine. Beside the broken flag, there was an unwavering belief that would never retreat. Their heroic souls turned into stars, lighting up the sky of eternal night. Their blood spilled over the land, all to protect the world behind them from invasion. The voice in his mind faded, but Gu Yuan's heart could not calm down for a long time. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Gu Yuan slowly lifted his head, his gaze deep and heavy. He took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all the tragic and glorious history of thousands of years into his lungs. Then, he solemnly took a step forward, deeply bowing to the deep void crack in front of him, his back arched like a full bow, as if pouring all his respect and gratitude into it. Junior Gu Yuan, with this bow, I sincerely thank the predecessors of Immortal Qin. His voice was low and powerful, each word like a hammer, striking against the silent void. Thank you for sacrificing your lives, for building the Great Wall with your flesh and blood, for lighting up the eternal night with your heroic souls. Thank you for killing for the future, bringing over 2,200 years of peace. His voice slightly trembled, as if carrying the weight of thousands of years. In the void crack, it seemed as if countless heroic souls were responding, battle flags flapping, swords clashing. A hint of moisture appeared in Gu Yuan's eyes, but he still stood tall. Your guardianship, I will remember in my heart, your will, I will inherit. As his words fell, the void seemed to tremble, as if the heroic souls of Immortal Qin were silently responding. Gu Yuan slowly straightened his body, falling into deep thought. This ceiling crack undoubtedly came from the world of eternal night. The soul light message from Wang Jian said it had been over 1,900 years, meaning the ceiling crack was pierced more than 300 years ago. And 300 years ago, creatures from the eternal night world must have sneaked over. Gu Yuan's mood became slightly heavy, and he did not continue his investigation. With a heavy heart, he turned and left. Chapter 27, The Six Sect Leaders Visit. On Gu Yuan's way back, the six sect leaders arrived at the Lu family villa. After indicating there was no hostility, the little white fox welcomed them into the main villa. Master is out and doesn't know when he'll be back. Since you insist on waiting, then wait. After welcoming them in, the little white fox did not accompany them, nor did she serve tea, and went straight upstairs. For the human cultivators who had been hunting their demon race and using them as materials for alchemy, the little white fox had no goodwill whatsoever. What about the predecessors? My master is Gu Yuan, a being capable of suppressing land gods. I won't show respect. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? The six sect leaders were not dissatisfied with the little white fox's rudeness. It's a joke. Let alone that Gu Yuan and his group were people they couldn't afford to offend, but there were also 3 semi-land gods hiding in this villa complex, who might be people they couldn't provoke either. The 6 of them sat on the sofa, took out their own tea sets, and began making tea while waiting. Tian Shuzi took a sip of tea and marveled. I'm really curious about those Yin soldiers outside, how he summoned them, and how they can stay in the human world for so long. It's incredibly mysterious. What do you think? Did the ancestors send us to contact Gu Yuan because they suspect he and that woman are from the Eternal Night, or do they really want us to cooperate with Gu Yuan? The leader of the Qingqing sect, Yun Shuzi, shook his head. If Gu Yuan were from the Eternal Night, he would never expose himself so openly. And that woman wouldn't just leave us with one breath to suppress Gu Yuan. Exactly, not to mention that with his cultivation, he could easily suppress us. And we're here to seek cooperation. The attitude of everyone should not be too proud of their own status. The head of the Purple Gold Mountain, Xian Xiao, warned. Of course, everyone nodded. They chatted casually while drinking tea. After about 10 minutes, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts and sensed a terrifying sense of oppression descending upon the space. Everyone instinctively stood up, their eyes looking towards the door. Sure enough, the man had returned. With waist-length white hair, dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, he exuded an aura of a villainous leader, both evil and sinister. Gu Yuan walked in slowly, gave them a glance, and sat on the nearby sofa, saying indifferently, the leaders of the 6 major sects? When he entered, there was a shadowy soldier informing him that the leaders of the 6 major sects had come to visit. Yes, what happened last night was our fault. We hope the senior can give us a chance to apologize. The 6 of them bowed deeply in front of him, their attitudes as respectful as possible. Gu Yuan lit a cigarette for himself and said indifferently, if you have something to say, sit down and talk about it. After learning so many things on his journey to the Great Wall, Gu Yuan had no intention of making enemies with the 6 major sects, but that depended on whether they remained obedient. Now, with them coming to apologize, it was a happy matter for all. The enemies they would face in the future were too strong. The heavenly court had fallen, the divine court had turned against them, the immortal Qin was almost entirely wiped out, and the first emperor, who had ruled the 8 wastes, was missing. Could they really withstand a large-scale invasion from the beings of the Evernight world? The divine court mentioned by General Wang Jian belonged to which era of the human race? This left Gu Yuan filled with doubts. After the 6 of them sat down, the leader of the Kunlun sect, Tian Shuzi, whispered, Senior, we fear a great disaster is approaching. What do you mean? Gu Yuan's gaze fell on him, curious, could it be that he knew something about the Great Wall? Tian Shuzi sighed, have you heard of the Evernight world, Senior? Gu Yuan nodded, signaling for him to continue. Tian Shuzi's expression grew serious as he said in a deep voice, the woman who created the 749 Bureau, she is the master of the green-robed woman you suppressed last night. Our ancestor has confirmed that she is a being from the Evernight world, who somehow crossed over here. Tian Shuzi then shared Zhang Tianming's speculations with Gu Yuan, word for word, without missing a single detail. Gu Yuan quietly listened, unable to stop himself from linking the woman who created the 749 Bureau with the crack beneath the Great Wall, wondering if she was involved.
Did she rise to prominence 300 years ago? Gu Yuan asked. If the time matched, it could only be her. Tian Shuzi nodded. Yes, it was around 300 years ago. She appeared out of nowhere with no prior signs. Then it's definitely her. Gu Yuan spoke indifferently, briefly telling them what had happened during his visit to the Great Wall. Hiss. The six of them could not help but inhale sharply, unable to calm down for a long time. Gu Yuan asked, to be honest, I'm very curious. Which era of human forces does the Divine Court mentioned by General Wang Jian belong to? The Western Divine Court, that damn thing, actually sided with the beings from the Evernight world, the six of them almost said in unison. Tian Shuzi continued, speaking of the Divine Court, we are very suspicious. The forces behind that woman, which she cultivated, are the Western God cultivators. They are preparing to send them to deal with us. When you think about it, this is indeed a possibility. The Abbess Huaxin's face darkened. Back then, she mercilessly wiped out our 6 major sects in the Great Xia, but never took action against those beasts in the West. This was a blatant attempt to weaken our overall strength. At this moment, the 6 leaders of the sects had grim expressions, previously thinking the woman was just domineering. But now, thinking it over, they realized that she had long since plotted to reduce their overall strength by half before using the Western God cultivators to destroy the 6 major sections. Gu Yuan spoke coldly, the Western Divine Court. Even if they are not the forces behind that woman, with their ancestors all surrendering to the beings of the Evernight world, I never intended to let them go. Upon hearing this, the 6 sect leaders turned their gazes upon him. He asked, what are your plans, senior? Gu Yuan countered, what level is that woman? Do the 6 grandmasters have confidence in suppressing her? This, we are not sure. The grandmasters did not tell us. They scratched their heads, their gaze shifting away, their faces filled with embarrassment. Gu Yuan said faintly, you don't even know the situation between us and the enemy. What is the purpose of you coming to me? Tian Shuzi answered truthfully, the grandmaster's intention was for us to contact you and see your attitude. Now that we've made contact, my attitude is clear, no matter the cost, I will kill that woman and destroy those beasts from the west. Then we will prepare for the invasion of the creatures from the eternal night world. Gu Yuan spoke in a deep voice, we may not be able to stop them, but there is no way back. We must fight to the death. Yes, if there is nothing else, we will return and report this to the Grandmaster. The 6 of them had serious expressions, all knowing that humanity was now standing on the edge of a cliff, with no way to retreat. By the way, Emperor Shi Huang might have left some sort of trump card in his tomb. If you have time, senior, you could go explore it. The head of the Purple Gold Mountain, Xian Shaozhenren, informed him. Gu Yuan said indifferently, since you all know about this, did the Grandmaster not go to explore it? Xian Shaozhenren smiled bitterly, the Grandmasters couldn't get in. There's a powerful formation and barrier covering it, but you, senior, might be able to give it a try. Perhaps you can enter. Chapter 28, The Gods Alliance, Lu Woyo. During the time when Gu Yuan was meeting with the 6 leaders, in the Western Empire of the United Gods, Lu Woyo, the older brother of Lu Ruyu, flew out with a large group of golden-haired, blue-eyed, majestic, beautiful, and noble men and women from within the secret realm. Fellow brothers and sisters, I've been out for more than half a month. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. Lu Wuyo, dressed in a white suit, born into a noble family, exuded an extraordinary air as he cupped his hands to the group of seniors in front of him. A woman, with enchanting eyes and an extremely seductive appearance, nodded and said, Junior brother Lu, don't slack off in your cultivation when you return. We will soon be making big moves, and you'd better break through to the celestial god level. Don't worry, senior sister Ruya, I won't slack off. I'll take my leave now. Lu Wuyo said, and with a flip, he soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. This guy is really lucky, even the Eastern Yellowskin people can awaken our Western divine bodies. Someone mumbled. Don't speak such words in the future. If this guy can survive and grow, his achievements will be limitless. The beautiful woman who was just called Senior Sister Ruya by Lu Wuyo whispered, he is greatly valued by the Alliance leader. In the future, we might all have to rely on him. The Gods Alliance gathered all the divine cultivators of the West. Their celestial god realm was equivalent to the Eastern celestial phenomenon realm. In other words, Lu Wuyo, only 25 or 26 years old, was already at the half-step celestial phenomenon level. Such a terrifying talent would surely shock the world if revealed. Talents like Qin Hao and others would be nothing in front of Lu Wuyo. Let's go back. Shilan Ruya looked at Lu Wuyo's disappearing back and turned to lead the group back to the secret realm space. Ah! At this moment, a miserable scream of pain suddenly came from the distance. Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan, Gu Yuan, I'm going to peel your skin and pull out your tendons, I want you to suffer more than death. Senior sister, what is that kid doing? The group, who was about to return with Shilan Ruya, heard the scream and looked towards the distance. You all go back first, I'll go take a look. Shilan Ruya signaled them to go ahead,
and then her figure flashed, disappearing from the spot. When she appeared again, she was already by Lu Woyo's side.
Junior brother, what's wrong?
Shilan Ruya looked at Lu Woyo, who was staring at his phone, his face filled with pain, and asked with concern.
Senior sister. I'm the only one left in my family.
Lu Woyo handed his phone to Shilan Ruya, his eyes bloodshot, as his fists clenched tightly, cracking with rage.
Gu Yuan, I want him dead, more miserable than death.
Shilan Ruya looked at the content on the phone, her brows slightly furrowed, and she whispered, Junior brother, don't let hatred cloud your judgment.
This person is not someone you can deal with. Everything must be planned carefully. She was horrified in her heart.
Even the sect leader's junior sister was suppressed by Gu Yuan, and now she is lost to the unknown.
If Lu Woya loses his rationality and blindly rushes over, it's basically seeking death.
Although I can't deal with him, I must make him pay a heavy price. Lu Wuya's face twisted with anger. I see he is living in my Lu family's house. His mother has no one to take care of her. I will go and kill his mother first, to relieve the hatred in my heart.
Whoosh!
After speaking, he urged his divine power to the fullest and rushed back to the country.
Shilan Ruoya saw this and sighed softly, secretly following behind. This is the sect leader's beloved disciple.
As the senior sister of the Alliance of Gods, she cannot let him face any danger.
Lu family villa.
Hearing them say that even the ancestors of the six sects couldn't enter the first emperor's tomb, Gu Yuan shook his head. Since even your ancestors were stopped outside, I should also be unable to enter. If the first emperor really left behind any precautions, he would surely help us in a crisis.
Upon hearing this, several sect leaders nodded. Our ancestors also thought this way. Since the first emperor doesn't let us in, there must be his reasoning.
Gu Yuan lazily stretched and said in a calm voice, you go back and get me a batch of cultivation resources, then ask your ancestors if the six of you together can suppress that woman. As for the other people, leave them to me. He really didn't expect that just one night after his rebirth, the secrets he learned made him feel like he'd lived for 1,000 years. Was his encounter destined to awaken that streak of black light inside him and merge with it, leading to the impending human disaster?
Gu Yuan had to think this way.
Everything was just too coincidental. Actually, he was overthinking. Even if he hadn't gone through that experience, the Great Wall would one day collapse, and the creatures from the world of eternal night would one day invade. And he could only say he was an accident.
The real protagonist is the one who can receive the summons from the first emperor's tomb. Senior, you need cultivation resources? The six sect leaders were shocked. Resources should be of no use to him anymore.
At this level, it is mostly about enlightenment. Once inspiration strikes, just taking some pills would naturally break through. If there's no need for talent, one can use cultivation resources to accumulate, and the six of them old guys wouldn't have been stuck at the semi-earth immortal level for over 1,000 years. Gu Yuan could naturally see what they were thinking and calmly said, my situation is different from yours, the system is different. After refining the resources from the green-robed woman and her spatial ring last night, I have reached the earth immortal level. Currently, I haven't encountered a bottleneck, but it should be coming soon.
Ha! Senior, you've already broken through to the earth immortal level?
Upon hearing this, the six sect leaders showed shock and joy on their faces. With the peak of the celestial phenomena, he could suppress the green-robed Qing Yi, who was already an earth immortal.
Now that he has entered the earth immortal level, could he fight the ancestor?
My current strength is still a bit far from the ancestors, but even if I can't defeat him, I can escape safely. Continue bringing a large batch of cultivation resources.
Gu Yuan hadn't yet encountered a bottleneck, but as he said, that bottleneck shouldn't be far off.
His body now contained hundreds of millions of blood in the Black Mist Gate, with each billion serving as a boundary.
Gu Yuan has now unlocked 63 million hidden doors in his physical body. If he opens 1 billion more, he might hit his bottleneck. He has this premonition.
Ha ha ha, good. If Senior can still significantly improve your cultivation with spirit stones and various cultivation pills, this is truly something to be happy about. Indeed, we will go back right now and prepare enough cultivation resources for you, and by the way, ask the ancestors about their and that woman's cultivation realm.
Senior, if there's nothing else, we will take our leave now.
The sect leaders were overjoyed,
eager to return and prepare cultivation resources for him.
If Gu Yuan can elevate to the level of an ancestor, there would be more certainty in dealing with that woman.
Gu Yuan nodded, no need to see me off. Alright, I will take my leave. The sect leaders stood up and hurriedly left.
After returning, not only would they inquire about the ancestor's realm of cultivation, but also inform the ancestor about the earth-shattering news Gu Yuan brought back from the Great Wall.
Chapter 29, Zhao Su, Fu Su.
Zhao Su had a very long and strange dream. He dreamed of the Li Mountain Imperial Tomb, and a voice was calling him to come. This morning, after waking up, to confirm the dream, on the second day of the new year, he said goodbye to his family and drove to the Li Mountain Imperial Tomb. Looking at the towering Imperial Tomb in front of him, Zhao Su mumbled, "I drove 200 or 300 kilometers just for a dream. I'm such a fool." Though he said that, he did not regret coming. It should be said that he was once Gu Yuan's student, and at the age of 19, he also didn't believe his teacher would do such things. Whoosh! At this moment, a streak of light descended directly above the Li Mountain Imperial Tomb. The visitor was none other than Gu Yuan. He released his black mist spiritual energy, covering the entire Li Mountain Imperial Tomb, but found that his spiritual energy couldn't penetrate, blocked by a powerful force. Even my spiritual energy can't get in. It seems that forcefully breaking in is also impossible. Gu Yuan sighed in disappointment, and as he was about to leave, his spiritual energy suddenly sensed a familiar presence. Zhao Su. He saw Zhao Su sneaking up the mountain, looking as if he was afraid someone might see him. On the second day of the new year, how did this kid end up here? A flash of curiosity passed in Gu Yuan's eyes, and in the next instant, he appeared directly in front of Zhao Su. Ah! Gu Yuan's sudden appearance startled Zhao Su, who was already on edge. Ah, Teacher Gu? Upon seeing who it was, Zhao Su froze in place. He never imagined meeting his teacher, who had been on a killing spree last night, here. What are you doing here? Gu Yuan looked Zhao Su up and down, asking his puzzled question. Zhao Su stammered, unable to finish his sentence. He couldn't possibly say, "I had a dream last night, that's why I came here, right?" Teacher Gu, how did you come here? Zhao Su scratched his head and asked. Me? Gu Yuan smiled faintly and said, "This imperial tomb is not simple, it hides secrets that no one knows. Emperor Shi Huang may have left behind some kind of inheritance inside. However, I am not the destined one and cannot enter." Oh, even you can't enter, teacher? Zhao Su was shocked, his mind in turmoil. He hesitated about whether to tell his teacher that there was a voice calling him from inside the imperial tomb. Gu Yuan lit a cigarette for himself and smiled. Emperor Shi Huang is not as simple as recorded in the history books. He did not die, and there is definitely no corpse of him inside the tomb. Really? Zhao Su's face showed a bit of confusion, looking like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Gu Yuan seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled. What's wrong? Could it be that something in the tomb of Shi Huang is calling you? Ah, yes. Last night, I had a dream, and when I came here, that feeling became even stronger. Zhao Su's expression was a bit embarrassed. Gu Yuan smiled lightly. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. That feeling calling you, did it make you climb the mountain? Zhao Su nodded heavily. Yes, it gave me a location and told me to go up there. I'll take you up. Gu Yuan grabbed his shoulder and immediately soared into the sky, descending onto the mountaintop in an instant. It was Zhao Su's first time flying, and the excitement made his face turn red, filled with exhilaration. Looking down at the imperial tomb, before Gu Yuan could speak, Zhao Su pointed to a barren spot below and said, "Teacher, over there, that's where the voice is calling me." All right. Gu Yuan nodded, his figure flickering, and in the blink of an eye, Zhao Su found himself standing in the barren area. The speed was astonishing, and it left Zhao Su yearning for more. His heart could not calm down for a long time. Do you feel anything? Gu Yuan patted his shoulder and asked. That sound made you leave, teacher. Zhao Su scratched his head and said. Gu Yuan smiled faintly, then left the area. Buzz. When his front foot left, Zhao Su was immediately enveloped by a dazzling light, and then, with a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Interesting, it seems this boy is the fated person of the Emperor Qin's legacy. Gu Yuan was quite surprised, but unfortunately, he couldn't enter. Moments later, Zhao Su's voice came through. Teacher, you can leave first. I can't get out so quickly. That person told me, I am actually the reincarnation of the eldest son, Fusu. Fusu's reincarnation? Gu Yuan was surprised and said, all right, I'll leave first, be careful. With that, he soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Gu Yuan's direction of return wasn't H City, but back to his village to prepare to bring his mother out. When he was about to approach Gu village, less than 50 kilometers away, a large causal line suddenly appeared in his eyes, second only to Lu Ruyue, rushing quickly towards Gu village. Who could have such a large causal line, and also be a cultivator? Could it be Lu Ruyue's brother? Gu Yuan's heart stirred, and the black mist soul thought spread rapidly, covering everything. Sure enough. More than 100 kilometers away, he saw a man who resembled Lu Ruyue, racing quickly above the clouds, his face twisted in a fierce expression as he hurried toward Gu village. Behind him, there was also a Western woman who was half a step into the Earth Immortal level. Gu Yuan, seeing this, temporarily ignored Lu Wuyo, this insignificant ant. With a flash of his figure, he appeared behind the woman who was following Lu Wuyo, Shilan Ruoya. She didn't even sense him.
Gu Yuan quietly followed this woman and said softly, "Are you going to Gu village?" "Who?"
The sudden voice startled Shilan Ruoya, and she broke into a cold sweat, spinning around in a defensive posture. She saw behind her a man with white hair falling to his waist, a cruel and evil aura emanating from him, staring at her like a corpse.
"You are Gu Yuan?"
Shilan Ruoya's mind was shocked, and she felt a cold chill all over her body.
"Indeed, I am Gu Yuan. Are you here to kill my mother?" Gu Yuan looked at her with a faint smile. I'm not." Shilan Ruoya continuously stepped back, shaking her head to deny. Gu Yuan smiled lightly. "If not, then you're chasing the person in front of you, go bring him back to me." Alright, I'll go right now."
Shilan Ruoya didn't dare say no, and after agreeing, her speed surged, catching up with Lu Woyo.
"Master."
Seeing Shilan Ruoya, Lu Woyo joyfully shouted a word, but was slapped unconscious by Shilan Ruoya, who then grabbed him by the neck and returned to Gu Yuan.
Gu Yuan showed a playful smile. "I think I just heard him call you master. Senior, you must have heard wrong."
Shilan Ruoya flashed an incredibly charming smile, speaking in a delicate voice. "This man killed an important member of our God's Alliance, and I was ordered to bring him back. Please, Senior, give us the God's Alliance some face, and allow us to take him back to deal with him."
Chapter 30, Huang Guiying missing.
Shilan Ruoya felt extremely bitter inside. How could such a coincidence occur, meeting this man here? Now, if she wanted to save Lu Wuyo's life, she could only invoke the God's Alliance, but she couldn't let Gu Yuan know about Lu Wuyo's connection to the God's Alliance.
Anyone with a brain could see that Lu Wuyo was going to kill this man's mother.
If he found out about Lu Wuyo's relationship with the God's Alliance, Shilan Ruoya was certain that her life would end here.
Gu Yuan watched her performance, a playful smile on his face. "Are you finished?"
Yes, please give us a chance. This man is extremely evil, you can rest assured, he definitely won't survive." Shilan Ruoya bit her red lips, her eyes full of affection as she gazed at Gu Yuan.
"In that case, you can die." Puff. With Gu Yuan's words falling, without Shilan Ruoya noticing, a black mist tentacle pierced through her front and back.
Ah! Shilan Ruoya's eyes widened, spitting out fresh blood, staring at Gu Yuan with a face full of confusion.
Gu Yuan remained silent, grabbing Lu Waya from a distance and throwing him into the black mist space.
Then, with a flick of his mind, Shilan Ruoya's entire body was drained, turning into a dry corpse.
Gu Yuan really didn't expect such a harvest on this trip.
Originally, he thought his mother might be lonely at home, so he planned to bring her to the Lu family's villa, where Lin Xian and the fox demon could keep her company and talk. But unexpectedly, he caught Lu Waya, a big fish.
Anyone who would secretly protect someone at the half-step Earth Immortal level must have a significant identity in the God's Alliance.
Moreover, it just so happens that he came to kill his mother, giving him the perfect reason to start a war with the God's Alliance.
Gu Yuan's figure disappeared from the spot, appearing in the black mist space. In the corner, Lu Ruyue, already tortured to the point of being skin and bones and on the verge of death, was being held by her brother, her face full of pain and despair. "Did you ever think this would be the outcome?" Gu Yuan's indifferent voice came from behind them.
Hearing this, Lu Waya roared, "Beast, I will kill you." Furious, he put down his sister and lunged at Gu Yuan with a hideous expression.
Bang! Gu Yuan slapped him across the air, slamming him to the ground.
He coldly spoke, "I have no grudges with you, but because of one bad review, you nearly caused my family to fall apart.
If I am a beast, you are even worse than a beast."
"Beast, I am the beloved disciple of the leader of the God's Alliance.
Do you dare kill me?"
Lu Waya lifted his head, his eyes filled with hatred, like a wounded beast, staring dead at Gu Yuan.
"Oh? I didn't expect you to have this identity. Not bad.
Gu Yuan lowered his eyes, genuinely surprised, and said faintly, "So, you still have some value to use.
As for your sister, I've vented my anger enough, let her go and reunite with your family." Puff.
With Gu Yuan's words falling, Lu Ruyue's near-death body was instantly pierced by several black mist tentacles, draining all her blood, her fragrance, and beauty gone.
"Ah, beast, I will not let you go."
Watching his sister die, Lu Waya's face twisted in rage as he screamed hysterically. Gu Yuan spoke indifferently, "At that time, I also roared like you, but nothing changed, powerless, hopeless like you. You, a worthless life, can you compare to my Lu family? It was an honor for you that my Lu family framed you, you garbage." Lu Waya, whose family was destroyed, was beyond furious. Yes, now you, a superior life, are controlled by me, a lowly person." Gu Yuan didn't argue with him, and after speaking, he left. After the chaotic killing last night and learning so many secrets, Gu Yuan's state of mind had become much calmer. Leaving the black mist space, Gu Yuan went straight back home. However, when he returned to Gu village, he didn't see his mother's figure. Even after spreading his soul sense, covering the entire village and fields, he still didn't see her.
Gu Yuan frowned.
It was the second day of the Lunar New Year.
Where could his mother have gone? And why couldn't he find the second in general either? After scanning the area within a few hundred miles of Gu village, still no sign of his mother, Gu Yuan's face became terrifyingly dark, with a bad premonition rising in his heart. Could it be that the second in general took my mother away? Gu Yuan whispered, immediately heading back to H City at top speed. As soon as he entered the villa hall, he saw the second in general, anxiously waiting here. Upon seeing Gu Yuan return, he jumped up and said, "My king, your mother was taken by a group of people in black clothes. When I arrived at Gu village, there was no sign of her. After asking the villagers, someone said they saw a group of black-clad people descend from the sky and enter your yard." Boom! Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's mind exploded like a thunderclap. His body staggered, his face as dark as if water could drip from it. Who exactly is it? Gu Yuan clenched his fists so tightly that they made a cracking sound, the murderous intent in his eyes almost solidifying into a tangible force, and the entire world seemed to be affected by him. Dark clouds gathered in the sky above, thunder flashed violently, enveloping the entire H city. In this moment, everyone felt a sense of heart-stopping dread. Gu Yuan silently sat on the sofa, lighting cigarette after cigarette, his emotions highly unstable, like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. No one dared to disturb him. Under the influence of his emotions, the whole of H City was shrouded in dark clouds and thunder, as though the end of the world was approaching. Who exactly is it? Is it that woman from the 749 Bureau who secretly sent people to capture my mother? Or is it some other force? While Gu Yuan's emotions were unstable, his mind was also racing at full speed. He finished a whole pack of cigarettes in no time. The Fox Demon and Lin Xian, standing by, could both feel the terrifying fury hidden beneath Gu Yuan's calm expression. Lin Xian. After silently contemplating until noon, Gu Yuan finally spoke calmly. "Senior, what is your command?" Lin Xian asked as she quickly stepped forward. "Using your account, send out a statement with the following content. My mother, Gu's mother, is not someone who can be easily handled. The people who secretly took her, if even a single hair on her body is harmed, I, Gu, will make you wish you were never born. I don't know your intentions, but you better return my mother safely right now. You can't bear the consequences of taking my mother." "Got it." Lin Xian nodded heavily, took out her phone, opened the account platform, typed out Gu Yuan's words, and then posted the video. Her account had already surpassed 200 million followers. Once the video was posted, likes and comments surged at an incredible speed. "Damn, how dare anyone kidnap Boss Gu's mother? Who is it? Exactly who? Damn it, Boss Gu was too careless." The comments section was buzzing, with many people thinking Gu Yuan had been too careless. There were all sorts of comments, but no one was gloating or cursing. Although Gu Yuan hadn't yet figured out where the people who took Huang Guiying were, once the early morning arrived and the causal line was formed, they would have no escape, no place to hide. This causal line would definitely be thick and easy to spot. Therefore, Gu Yuan remained calm. As long as he could get through today, it would be the time to unleash his fury. The more peaceful it was now, the more violent the storm would be later. Chapter 31, which one could it be? I hope you can withstand my fury. The video Lin Xian posted had a massive impact online. A tyrant who could slaughter millions without hesitation, and yet someone dared to kidnap his mother? This was as if they didn't even consider him. Without a doubt, another bloody storm was about to come. The top leaders of the Great Xia, including the first, second, and third, were all shaken when they saw this, but as the matter concerned cultivators, there was nothing they could do except quietly watch what would happen next. Around 3 p.m. in the afternoon, the 6 sect leaders who had learned about Gu Yuan's mother's abduction hurried back. "Senior, we suspect that the people who took your mother were behind it by that woman, and they definitely aren't cultivators from our Great Xia." Seeing Gu Yuan's dark expression, they could all sense the raging fury in his heart. Gu Yuan coldly said, "Whoever it is, after midnight, their death will come." "Senior, do you have a way to track them?" the sect leaders asked in surprise. Gu Yuan did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Have you asked your ancestors and that woman about their cultivation levels?" "We asked." Tian Shuzi spoke, "Except for our Kunlun ancestor who has entered the mortal immortal level, the other 5 ancestors are all half-stepping into the mortal immortal level. As for that woman, our Kunlun ancestor suspects she might be in the late stage of mortal immortal. If it comes to a fight, our chances of winning are only about 30%. At this point, their faces grew serious. "There is only a 30% chance of winning. And we have no choice but to fight." Gu Yuan said calmly, "Even if there is only a 30% chance, this battle is unavoidable. Have you all brought the cultivation resources I need?" "They are all here." Hearing this, the various sect leaders took out a space ring and presented it, saying, "The probability of our defeat in this battle is very high. The ancestor instructed us to bring all the resources we could use to you, senior. They are all in this space ring." Good, we will advance and retreat together in this battle. Gu Yuan accepted the space rings they offered and said solemnly, you all need to be mentally prepared. Even if we manage to win this battle, we may still not be able to resist the invasion of the eternal night beings afterward. We need a way out, a way to preserve the legacy of humanity. Zhang Tianming said, Senior, please rest assured. Our ancestor has long been prepared for this. Secretly, 6 spirit energy flying boats were made, each capable of carrying about 100 million people. If we win this battle, we will have to start a great migration. In the vast universe, there will always be a place for us. Yes. The other 5 sect leaders sighed, what a pity. We can only organize our Daxia people to board the 6 flying boats by killing that woman. I hope that woman moves slowly. Gu Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he said, Today, I visited the royal tomb of Lishan. I saw a young man being summoned inside by something within the tomb. Perhaps the first emperor left behind a great weapon, and I hope to see him come out. Upon hearing this, the sect leaders all showed expressions of surprise and eagerly asked, Senior, who is this young man? What makes him extraordinary? Gu Yuan replied gently, he was once my student. He said there is a being inside who claims he is the reincarnation of Fusu. Speaking of your ages, have you ever experienced the preaching era? Is Fusu as recorded in history books the same? The reincarnation of Fusu? The 6 sect leaders looked astonished. That is something for ordinary people to read. How could it possibly be true? The oldest, Tian Shuzi, whispered, the senior Fusu fell in the battle between the preaching and the invasion of eternal night beings. At that time, I was just over 30, with low cultivation, and did not participate in that battle. I never imagined he would reincarnate in this era. The lifespan of those in the heavenly phenomenon realm is between 2,000 and 2,500 years. Half-step Earth immortals can live up to 3,000 years. Tian Shuzi probably has about 600 or 700 years left. Master Yushin breathed a sigh of relief and said, the first emperor must have known that his son Fusu would reincarnate in this era. The things left in the royal tomb may indeed help us withstand this crisis. Tian Shuzi, it is rumored that in the Immortal Qin court, there is a supreme weapon named Immortal Qin Great Extermination Strike. Do you think the first emperor might have left a few of these in the royal tomb? Master Huaixin looked at Tian Shuzi and asked, it is rumored that this device, coming from the Gongsun family, can strike and kill with pinpoint accuracy. Tian Shuzi nodded, indeed, it exists, but not in large quantities. In the battle between Immortal Qin and the Eternal Night Beings, I only saw the Immortal Qin court bring out 9 of them. That thing is terrifying, once it locks on, there is no escape anywhere. But as far as I know, the first emperor took them all away. What? He took them all away? The sect leaders all looked despondent upon hearing this. Tian Shuzi smiled, but it doesn't rule out that there were not just 9 during the Immortal Qin's time. We can wait and see. Indeed, we should look forward to it. If that thing exists, our chances against that woman would at least rise to 70 or 80%. Upon learning that Fusu had reincarnated in this era, the sect leaders felt that the pressure on them had lessened considerably. At this moment, Gu Yuan spoke, tonight, I will have a big operation. As you said, those. Seeing his attitude, it seems he has no plans to continue killing his own people. If that's the case, then going out tonight to destroy a country, as long as he likes it, then so be it. With this in mind, the 6 great sect leaders all nodded, alright, senior, we will return now and summon all the inner disciples. After speaking, they turned and left. Why was Gu Yuan so certain that it was not the work of the great Xia cultivators? Because that woman could no longer command the 6 sections. She must have nurtured more than one alliance of gods overseas. Near Great Xia, there were the Cherry Blossom Country, the Indian Country, and the Great Stick Country, among others. Which one could it be? I hope you can withstand my fury. Gu Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. After sorting the resources obtained from the 6 sect masters, Gu Yuan looked at the fox demon and Lin Xin standing beside him, tossing them each a spatial ring, saying, there are lots of cultivation resources inside, take them and cultivate well. After saying this, he vanished in place and entered the black mist space. This black mist space is very mysterious, even Gu Yuan cannot figure it out. If he were to lose in the battle against that mysterious woman, he could easily bring a large group of people in to take refuge. But there was no spiritual energy or any substance here, and it was harmful to outsiders. Over time, this space would gradually erode outsiders' lifespans, vitality, and blood energy. Gu Yuan did not think too much about that, sitting cross-legged on the bone throne, and began his refining journey. In the black mist space, his refining speed could be significantly increased. 10 days outside might not compare to even 1 day here. Chapter 32, Call to Arms. Cherry Blossom Country. After the 6 sect masters returned to their respective sects, they immediately began to summon all inner disciples with the strength of Tianzhao realm. Together with many Tianxian realm elders, they were summoned to the sect's council hall. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was solemn.
With the elders' methodical arrangements, the six sects finally decided to leave only 10% of their elite forces to guard the sect, while the rest prepared to accompany Gu Yuan to annihilate a certain country. Once everyone was gathered, the six masters came together at Kunlun sect, exchanging words and guessing which country's cultivators had captured Gu Yuan's mother. Based on clues and intelligence collected from various sources, the masters' judgments gradually converged. All believed that the cherry blossom country was the most suspicious, followed by the Indian country. No matter which country it turned out to be, in their view, that country was very likely to face disaster after tonight. That ruthless man, known for his decisive actions, certainly had the potential to make such a resolute move. After discussions, the few appeared calm on the surface, quietly chatting and leisurely tasting tea while waiting for dawn to arrive. According to the plan, they would set out at exactly 23:30 to lead their elite troops to H city. As for which country they aimed to destroy tonight, they seemed indifferent. In their hearts, as long as the six sects united and fought together, they could dominate the world, holding an unshakable position. Only that enigmatic woman remained a lingering worry in their hearts, a powerful presence they could not ignore. The six sects had a long history and deep foundations, each sect had an earthly immortal overseeing it. These earthly immortals, as the supreme elders of each sect, usually lived in seclusion and rarely appeared before the world. Their existence was like the anchor of their sections. Years ago, the Buddha suppressed the blue dragon precisely when he was out investigating a hidden matter. The six sects had endured countless years of trials, and their inheritance had never been interrupted. Aside from the founding ancestors, how could there be no earthly immortals? To say there were none would truly be unreasonable. However, given the current situation, things were still within a controllable range, and for the time being, there was no need to disturb the earthly immortals of each sect. After all, with Gu Yuan around, with his strength, neither the 3 land immortals of Sakura Island nor the 5 land immortals of the Yin Fan Kingdom can cause too much of a stir. The sect leaders secretly speculated that the forces from overseas countries must have already been secretly recruited by that mysterious woman, becoming pawns in her hand to deal with the 6 major sections. As their conversation continued, they grew increasingly worried and gathered together, repeatedly discussing whether they should reveal to the public that the woman came from the eternal night world. If this news could spread, perhaps it would shake the hearts of those overseas forces who had been subdued, prompting them to defect at the last moment and join forces with the 6 major sects to resist that powerful enemy. However, without concrete evidence, how could those people easily believe their word alone? This was the biggest headache for the sect leaders at this moment. At present, they could only take things one step at a time and deal with whatever came their way. Each sect leader silently hoped that Gu Yuan could raise his strength to the level of the ancestor before the great battle arrived. Sakura Island, the sacred capital. This bustling city was like a dazzling pearl, embedded in the map of the Sakura Kingdom. About 20 million people lived in the city, making up 1/10 of the total population of the Sakura Kingdom. It was densely populated, with thriving trade and commerce. Beneath the Jingwa Shrine, there was a hidden, unknown independent space, which was the location of the Sakura Kingdom Ninja Alliance's sect headquarters. Upon entering, the rich spiritual energy rushed toward them. Looking around, ancient buildings stood in rows, with a distinct, orderly arrangement. Each building emitted an aura of age and mystery, telling stories of past glory and history. At this moment, in the main hall of the Ninja Alliance headquarters, all the elders gathered together, some whispering, others with serious expressions, all eyes focused on the enchanting, beautiful woman seated at the head. This woman was the leader of the Ninja Alliance. Her figure was graceful, her face stunningly beautiful, but she also radiated an imposing and unignorable authority. Alliance leader, we just received the latest news. Gu Yuan has issued an announcement. If he finds out that we captured his mother, he will stop at nothing and immediately come to kill. Moreover, if he really takes action, the ordinary citizens of our country might not escape this catastrophe and will suffer innocently. Alliance leader, why have you made such a decision? One of the elders stood up, his face filled with confusion as he asked. Yes. That guy was even able to easily suppress the head of Bureau 749, Ching Yi. His strength and ruthless methods are evident. Once he finds out that this was our doing, he will definitely be enraged and come to slaughter. Why would we actively provoke such a calamity? Many of the elders nodded in agreement, their faces also filled with confusion and unease. What are you all afraid of? The enchanting woman on the throne raised the corner of her mouth slightly, showing a sneer of disdain. We have handled this matter very secretly, each step meticulously planned and arranged. Even if Gu Yuan has extraordinary abilities, he won't easily guess that it was our doing. Furthermore, do you know that the senior behind us has already started to make plans and is preparing to take action against the Great Xia Kingdom? As long as we succeed in eliminating the 6 major sects of Great Xia, the feast of dividing their land will begin. Is the senior really going to take action? This is wonderful. We have long coveted the land of Great Xia, and for countless days and nights, we have been waiting for this day to come. Yes. Now, we've finally waited for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
They had personally witnessed the strength of the woman behind them. Now, hearing that she was truly going to take action against the Great Xia Kingdom, everyone in the room was both excited and nervous. Finally, an elder with a meticulous mind stood up and asked in confusion, "Lord, although you say this, what does it have to do with capturing Gu Yuan's mother?" His question was also the confusion in the hearts of many present, and everyone turned their gaze to the Lord. Upon hearing this, the woman at the table's expression darkened. That senior's intentions are not something we can casually guess. Whatever she tells us to do, we just follow her orders. Why ask more? Just remember, obeying the command is the foundation of our survival. Yes, since it is the will of that existence, we just do it as instructed. We don't need to worry about any consequences. With her backing, what do we have to fear? Upon learning that this matter was instructed by that mysterious and powerful woman, the elder's concerns immediately vanished. Order it down, make sure to take good care of the old woman. Her body is extremely weak now and cannot withstand any disturbance. Do not let her die. The woman at the table's expression was serious, and she solemnly reminded them, "I suspect that Senior wants to use Gu Yuan's mother to threaten him into joining her side. So, you must take care of her in every way, not a single hair should be left unattended. Do you understand? Rest assured, Lord, I will immediately prepare some spiritual liquid to nourish her health. With my alchemy skills, this small matter is nothing, it's an easy task for me." An elder with a mustache nodded heavily, speaking with great confidence. This was the strongest alchemist in the Ninja Alliance, with deep expertise in alchemy. "Good, if there's nothing else, you can all leave." The woman at the table waved her hand to signal. Understood. Everyone stood up, bowed, and then left the main hall in an orderly manner. After the others had left, a figure cloaked in black slowly walked out from the shadows behind the hall. The figure seemed to merge with the darkness, exuding a mysterious and eerie aura. Senior. Upon seeing this, the Sakura Queen's face changed dramatically, and she quickly stood up, bowing respectfully. "You are very clever, you understand our intentions. Gu Yuan is someone we must win over. Do not let his mother suffer the slightest harm, and make sure her mental state is better than ever. Only then will we have a chance of bringing him to our side." The voice of the figure in black was low and hoarse, making it impossible to tell whether it was male or female. "I understand, Senior." The Sakura Queen was extremely respectful and quietly asked, "Please forgive my impudence, but when do you plan to act against the 6 major sects of the Great Xia? I also want to prepare in advance so I'm not caught off guard." "Soon, it won't be long. When the day comes, I will come to find you. Just wait patiently and do what you need to do." After speaking, the figure in black turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind an empty hall and the Sakura Queen, whose face was filled with confusion. Looking at the dissipating black smoke, the Sakura Queen's eyes flickered, and she thought to herself, who exactly is this person? However, no matter how much she racked her brains, she couldn't guess that the figure came from the world of eternal night, and just this mere clone could easily crush a land deity. Chapter 33, Sakura Island, it's time to become history. At dawn, in the black mist space, on the white bone throne, Gu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, the black mist within him, the blood mist portals, had now opened to 36 million, totaling 72 million. The resources sent by the 6 major sects had also been consumed by 80%. It wasn't that Gu Yuan could not continue to improve, but this level was enough. As the black mist and blood mist portals opened, the power of cause and effect became more detailed, and the lines of cause and effect were now clearly visible. The line representing his mother's cause and effect was now extremely clear. Since that's the case, it's enough. When Gu Yuan came down from the upper floor. In the hall, Lin Xian immediately stood up and walked forward. "Master, you have emerged from seclusion." "Master?" Seeing Gu Yuan looking at her with a hint of confusion, Lin Xian quickly responded, "I heard that those who cultivate the way place great importance on inheritance. Senior, you led me into the way, so naturally, you are my master." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan said nothing. Inheritance was not important to him, after all, his cultivation system was still unclear, so no one could use him as a model. As for the title of master and disciple, he was not sure he could really teach her anything about cultivation. Seeing that Gu Yuan did not respond, Lin Xian did not show any sign of disappointment. Even if Gu Yuan had not made a statement about the title of master and disciple, since he had once been a university teacher, he would certainly not reject the title of master. Thinking of this, Lin Xian spoke again. "The leaders of the 6 major sects have already gathered with their people in H City. Sister Bai Hu is hosting them. Now everyone is ready to move. We just need your command, and we can set off." Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded slightly. "Good. I have something more important to do now. Tell the leaders of the 6 sects to wait for me to return, then we will depart." "Yes." Lin Xian had just opened her mouth when Gu Yuan had already disappeared from sight. At this moment, Gu Yuan had already landed on Sakura Island.
Previously, Gu Yuan had no clue who had kidnapped his mother. He could only ask the 6 sects to analyze, and the target could only be set between Sakura Island and Yingfan Kingdom. But now, it was different. The causal line for his mother's disappearance was now crystal clear, and following this line, he had immediately locked onto Sakura Island.
Gu Yuan's purpose in coming to Sakura Island was to rescue his mother first.
Even though he was powerful, he still did not have the ability to resurrect the dead. As for revenge, that could only come after rescuing his mother.
Following the causal line, Gu Yuan quickly arrived at the location of the Jing Kingdom Shrine.
According to the guidance of this causal line, his mother was beneath this Jing Kingdom Shrine.
Is this the so-called Jing Kingdom Shrine? It's truly unbearable. It seems that what Tian Shuzi said about the headquarters of the Sakura Ninja Alliance should be here. I didn't expect it.
It saved me the trouble of looking for their lair.
With a slight laugh, Gu Yuan immediately concealed his form and infiltrated the Jing Kingdom Shrine.
Now, Gu Yuan had already opened 72 million portals in his body, and his strength was roughly at the later stage of the Earth Immortal realm. It was no problem for him to hide his form and remain undetected.
Soon, following the causal line, Gu Yuan found a portal within what seemed like an underground maze of the Ninja Alliance.
This portal must be where his mother was held. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuan pushed open the door, only to freeze for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't see his mother, but rather Gu Yuan had expected the Ninja Alliance to torment the old lady. To his surprise, the woman in front of him, Huang Guiying, seemed to be perfectly fine and even appeared in better spirits than before. There was even a Sakura maid dressed in a kimono, feeding her soup. "Old lady, just stay here. Lord Gu will come to see you once he's done." The maid was halfway through her words when she froze upon seeing Gu Yuan suddenly burst in.
"You are." Hearing this, Gu Yuan's face darkened, and he said, "No time for nonsense.
This place is no longer safe. The queen has ordered us to move immediately.
You go and pack up."
"Yes." Hearing this, the maid did not doubt him and immediately stood up to leave. Once the maid had left, Gu Yuan took off his hood and restored his original appearance, looking at Huang Guiying.
"Mom! Son!"
Seeing Gu Yuan, Huang Guiying immediately trembled and stood up shakily.
"Son, are you done with your tasks? Mom just heard you say something about danger, is it?"
All right, Mom, there's no danger, I was just joking with that little girl, let's go to my place first." Hearing what the maid just said, Gu Yuan had already guessed most of the situation. It was likely that they were afraid his mother wouldn't cooperate, so they were using tricks and lies, saying it was his subordinates. Since that's the case, Gu Yuan saw no need to expose the lie, to prevent his mother from worrying unnecessarily. The real reason Gu Yuan hadn't acted here was because Huang Guiying's health was indeed not good. When burying his own body, combined with the recent ordeal, Huang Guiying's physical state was already on the verge of collapse. Normally, with proper care, it might not be noticeable, but if the Ninja Alliance arrived, even the shockwaves from the battle could be too much for her to bear.
At this moment, Gu Yuan was also glad for his rationality.
Even though he was restrained when infiltrating Sakura Island to save people, if a fight broke out, and if they threatened his mother, it would only make him more cautious. Moreover, with his mother's health, it would be impossible to send her into the black mist space. From here, Gu Yuan said nothing more, and with Huang Guiying, they simply disappeared from the spot. At this moment, in H City, the leaders of the 6 major factions gathered together, listening to Lin Xian's words, all nodding and smiling. Especially the wise and compassionate Master Hui Xian, who smiled and said, "I didn't expect Senior Gu Yuan not only to be extraordinarily powerful but also sharp-minded. Saving the old lady ahead of time really saves a lot of trouble."
But Master Yushin, the head of the faction, stroked his beard and said, "I've heard that within the Ninja Alliance, there is a natural maze.
Even their own members only know fixed routes. Senior Gu Yuan's coming and going will likely consume quite a bit of time."
As soon as Master Yushin finished speaking, Gu Yuan appeared in front of everyone, holding Huang Guiying's hand. Seeing Gu Yuan suddenly appear, the leaders of the 6 factions exchanged glances. "Senior Gu Yuan, you saved her? So fast. It's done. This is my mother."
Gu Yuan introduced her briefly, without any pleasantries, and directly instructed the second Shadow General to always stay by his mother's side. The several Shadow Generals had already reached the Earth Immortal level, so they were fully capable of protecting his mother.
Even if an ancestral level expert made a move, Gu Yuan would sense it immediately. "Are all of you ready?"
"We are all ready, just waiting for you, Senior."
"Good." Gu Yuan smiled coldly and nodded. It's time for Sakura Island to become history. Chapter 34, Killing into Sakura Island.
Early morning, Sakura Island, Divine Capital. The Sakura Queen slapped the maid's head, shattering it, and instantly, the room was splattered with blood.
The dozen or so high-ranking members of the Ninja Alliance present didn't even try to dodge, letting the blood and pieces fly all over them. Please calm down, leader. The first alchemist of the Ninja Alliance, with a mustache, stepped forward and lowered his head, speaking. Gu Yuan's abilities are extraordinary. Deceiving a little girl is nothing for him. You mustn't let this matter upset you and harm your health. Nonsense. Hearing the alchemist's words, the Sakura Queen almost fainted and shot him a cold glare. Am I angry because Gu Yuan's mother was taken? That Gu Yuan saved his mother. What do you think he will do next? Calm down, all you know is to calm down. While speaking, the Sakura Queen also adjusted the armrest of her chair. She was, after all, a great ruler, so why were all her subordinates so useless, unable to help in critical moments? Meanwhile, the vice leader of the Ninja Alliance smiled slightly and said, Leader, I don't think you need to rush. Gu Yuan is indeed unfathomable, but in the end, isn't he just an Earth immortal? Our Ninja Alliance has 3 Earth immortals. Indeed, the 3 of us together may not necessarily be a match for that Lu Yuan, but, Alliance leader, did you forget? You still have that ultimate weapon in your hands. Upon hearing this, the Sakura Queen waved her hand again. Once we use that thing, the Ninja Alliance will most likely cease to exist, and even with that thing, I don't think it can defeat that Gu Yuan. Moreover, even if we successfully defeat that Gu Yuan, without the Ninja Alliance's value, do you think that person will still keep us? Upon hearing this, the Vice Alliance leader of the Ninja Alliance, Zhao Jinqing, helplessly sighed, Alliance leader, you're being foolish. Who said we have to defeat Gu Yuan? As long as we stall for a moment, just long enough for you to contact that person, once that person arrives, who cares about Gu Yuan? Wouldn't that be delivering him to his death? Hearing this, the Sakura Queen finally showed a faint smile. However, in her heart, she was quietly anxious. She indeed had a way to contact that person, but it could only send one-way messages. Telling that person now about losing Gu Yuan's mother was no different from seeking death. But if we wait for Gu Yuan to arrive, what if that person arrives a little too late? While thinking about this, the Sakura Queen's brows suddenly furrowed. He's here. Sakura Island, as a neighboring country of Great Xia, is surrounded by the sea, and thus its coastal industries are extremely developed. But at this moment, the citizens of the coastal city were running in panic as if they had lost their souls. What the hell is this thing? Is it the legendary sea monster? Run! The sea monster is coming. On the sea, a vast expanse of black fog, stretching for thousands of miles and endless, was like a natural disaster descending from the sky, spreading from the sea and quickly engulfing most of the coastal cities. In just a few minutes, the boundless black fog had already spread over the entire Sakura Island. Who dares to attack my Sakura country? At the same time, on Sakura Island, dozens of powerful beings from the celestial realm acted together, trying to disperse the black fog, but it was utterly useless. Not only that, but within the black fog, there were faintly visible creatures, like giant snakes, hundreds of meters long, constantly appearing and disappearing. Countless Sakura country cultivators tried to strike, but they couldn't even touch it. Cities covered by the black fog began to experience chaotic riots and suppressions. It was as if, under the influence of the black fog, the essence of people's hearts was amplified infinitely, making the good even more righteous and the evil even more wicked. However, the spread of the black fog stopped at the Jingwa Shrine, as if intentionally leaving a space. The Sakura Queen, along with thousands of cultivators from the Ninja Alliance, had already appeared outside the Jingwa Shrine. Upon seeing this overwhelming black fog, chills immediately ran down their spines. Even the mighty Sakura Queen was somewhat affected by the black fog at this moment. It must be that Gu Yuan's doing. Grinding her teeth, the Sakura Queen clenched the communication talisman tightly in her hand. Before the battle truly begins, she must not use the communication talisman, otherwise, once that person arrives, she would have no way to explain herself. On the contrary, after the battle begins, if she sends the message to that person, even if Gu Yuan's mother is lost, she could say it was taken by Gu Yuan, and if the battle becomes even more brutal on her side, she wouldn't be blamed by that person. While thinking, above the capital city of Jingwa, something dark and dense appeared, blocking out the sun, making the already fog-covered city fall into darkness. The Ninja Alliance cultivators looked closely and realized that the dark mass was not black fog at all. It was cultivators from Great Xia. Upon seeing these cultivators from Great Xia, the Ninja Alliance cultivators immediately felt as though they had fallen into an icy abyss. At a glance, these cultivators numbered at least 30 to 50,000, and every single one was floating in the air. To fly, one must be at the Tianzhou realm. With the few thousand cultivators from Sakura Island, how could they possibly contend? There is no chance of winning at all. While thinking, a dragon's roar seemed to pierce through the sky. The next moment, a green-scaled jelon, thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters wide, rose from the black mist, its enormous figure almost wrapping around the entire Sakura Island. A giant dragon head emerged from the black mist, along with its massive body, its cold eyes judging all the living beings on Sakura Island.
The next moment, a cloud of black mist slowly appeared above the dragon's head. In the mist, a pale figure with disheveled long hair, a strong and robust physique, and an overwhelming aura of evil walked out slowly. The person seemed like an evil spirit coming from hell, with pale skin, his upper body bare, exuding an oppressive aura of death. Even from hundreds of thousands of meters away, one could clearly feel it. The Sakura Queen didn't even have to think, the figure on top of the dragon's head must be that Guyuan. But no matter how she thought about it, she never expected Guyuan to have brought so many people. At this moment, standing atop the dragon's head, Guyuan heard a voice transmission. "Big brother, am I reliable? Our Jialong clan can grow big or small, even if it grows bigger, it's no problem." Hearing this, Guyuan smiled and nodded. He didn't expect this green Jialong to have such ability. Indeed, it was a wise choice to take it as a mount. At this time, the leaders of the 6 major factions had gathered around Guyuan. In this battle, they had all brought their elite forces. Each faction had 5,000 inner disciples and elders, and just the Tianxiang realm accounted for a tenth of the total. This was no longer a question of whether they could win. This was a perfect opportunity to show off their strength if they wanted to stand by Guyuan's side. Standing atop the dragon's head, Guyuan looked at the Sakura Island shrouded in mist, with the green Jialong coiled around it. He was extremely satisfied. This time, he wanted more than just war, he wanted an attitude. An attitude that would completely sever ties with that mysterious woman. Chapter 35, any last words? Is there no one on Sakura Island who can breathe? Someone come out. With Guyuan's cold shout, the Sakura Queen had no choice but to bring 2 vice leaders of the land immortal realm and several thousand cultivators to slowly rise into the air. Guyuan. You bring so many people to my Sakura Island, are you going to war with us? Hearing the Sakura Queen's words, Guyuan directly laughed. Sakura Queen, saying these formalities at this point is just too degrading. When you captured my mother, you should have known I would come knocking. You just didn't expect I would come so quickly. Upon hearing this, the Sakura Queen licked her lips and then lowered her posture, replying. Senior Guyuan, I invited your mother to be a guest because I was truly afraid that someone from Daxia might harm her. The 6 major factions look prosperous on the surface, but in reality, they do all sorts of dirty deeds. They are the greatest danger around you. Upon hearing this, Guyuan sneered, clumsy attempt at sowing discord. If these are your last words, then you can all go die. Inside the highest meeting hall of Daxia, the top leader of Daxia, Xian Yuan Mo, slammed his hand on the table in anger. You 2 old fools. Guyuan is bringing the 6 major factions to Sakura Island, and such a big event, you didn't even tell me? If Guyuan starts killing again, we might have to forcibly retake Sakura province. In response to Xian Yuanmo's questioning, the second in command, Nangon Luotian, and the third in command, Lin Zhengtang, both showed indifferent expressions. Nangon Luotian even helplessly said, "What's the point of telling you? Even if you knew, what would you do? Might as well sleep a little longer before the battle is over. We can handle diplomacy and publicity." Hearing this, Xian Yuanmo's face turned red with anger, and he immediately shouted. At my age, how can I sleep? What else? Of course, it's to stand up and make a statement. Upon hearing this, both Nangon Luotian and Lin Zhengtang froze. Xian Yuan Mo furrowed his brows and said, "Can't you all see it? Right now, the 6 major sects have clearly sided with the corpse king Guyuan. This already means a complete break with the 749 Bureau. Why aren't we quickly supporting Guyuan now? What are we waiting for?" Exactly. Nangon Luotian also slammed his hand on the table and stood up. The people from the 749 Bureau treat our Great Xia Council as their own backyard, and they still want to control the development of Great Xia. I've tolerated them for long enough. But Lin Zhengtang, at this moment, raised a different opinion. Us 3 definitely share the same heart, but behind the 749 Bureau, there's that mysterious woman. What if she decides to settle scores? Why care about that woman? Xian Yuan Mo looked at Lin Zhengtang, responding with half excitement. That woman is very mysterious. Even though Guyuan has been causing trouble for so long, she hasn't shown up. Who knows where she is now? On the contrary, if we don't seize this opportunity to support Guyuan now, I'm afraid that when the 6 sects in Guyuan return, it'll be too late. Sigh. Lin Zhengtang shook his head and said, "What's the use? It's just replacing one puppet with another. Who cares about puppets?" Nangon Luotian also said seriously. At least the 6 sects have their own territories and won't interfere with the affairs of our Great Xia Council. Hearing this, Lin Zhengtang gritted his teeth, and the next moment, he slammed his hand on the table. You're right. Let's do it. As he spoke, Lin Zhengtang waved his hand, and more than 10 fully armed soldiers rushed into the Great Xia Council. Mobilize all the Great Xia forces, capture all the regular personnel from the 749 Bureau, and kill anyone who resists.
Exactly. Nangon Luotian also spoke.
Also, redirect the satellites and start a live broadcast of what's happening on Sakura Island. Say that Gu Yuan is representing Great Xia to face the Ninja Alliance, and let's settle the scores from the past few hundred years. Soon, on the streets and alleys of Great Xia, all the screens turned into live broadcast footage from Sakura Island's divine capital. At this moment, countless citizens of Great Xia were confused.
Such a big scene, is this some kind of blockbuster?
My god, tens of thousands of cultivators, this black mist, this giant dragon, these special effects are too much.
What movie's promotional video is this? Why suddenly show this? Where did my TV show go?
As the crowd reacted, a voice suddenly shouted.
This isn't a movie, look. That's Gu Shin. It's true, it really is Gu Dishun. Where is he? It's Sakura Island. This is a live broadcast.
With this voice, countless other voices followed, and slowly, someone finally noticed the live stream's title.
Gu Yuan represents Great Xia to face the Ninja Alliance? A century of blood and sea-deep hatred to be settled today? It really is Gu Dishun. Gu Dishun is amazing.
Kill those little devils. Across Great Xia, cheers like a tidal wave spread from all directions. Of course, more voices were filled with shock.
They never expected that the terrifying corpse king Gu Yuan of Great Xia would actually step forward on behalf of Great Xia.
And looking at this momentum, it seemed like today was going to be a battle to the death. Completely destroy Sakura Island.
For a moment, Gu Yuan's name in Great Xia reached its peak.
Standing on the dragon's head, Gu Yuan also felt something move in his heart, as if he had a special feeling, and soon after, he received news from the second in general about what was happening in the country. He didn't expect the Great Xia Council to be so efficient, they had already quickly sided with them.
Is this what it feels like to be held high by the people?
But right now, Gu Yuan didn't have time to savor this special feeling. He looked at the Sakura Queen and coldly said, "You must already know about my affairs in Great Xia.
If you dare touch my family, then prepare to die."
As he spoke, Gu Yuan slowly raised his hand and was about to take action when the Sakura Queen shouted loudly,
"Wait." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan sneered and asked, "Do you have any last words?" "Gu Yuan, I am that person's subordinate.
Even the ancestors of the 6 sects are not as powerful as one of that person's fingers. If you dare lay a hand on our Ninja Alliance, that lord will not only let you go, but even the 6 major sects will settle the score with you."
"Gu Yuan, have you thought this through?" Hearing this, Gu Yuan burst into loud laughter. "That lord? Queen Sakura, if I am not wrong, you are talking about the master of the head of 749 Bureau, right? You still have the face to mention that? Do you think she founded the 749 Bureau to protect the common people of Great Xia? What a joke! She only raised us common people, waiting for the day of disaster to come, and to use us as food."
The Queen Sakura seemed to have been pierced to the heart, and instantly, her face turned red, angrily cursing without the previous composure.
"You are talking nonsense." Chapter 36, Crushing.
Seeing the Queen Sakura's scream that seemed like her defenses had broken, Gu Yuan shook his head with a smile.
"Getting anxious? Then I really haven't wronged you. You captured my mother, but because you treated her well, today, I'll let you die quickly. You Ninja Alliance, the Western God Alliance, the Vedic Brahma sect, all of you who knew of his conspiracy and still collaborated with him, little did you know you were just higher-level food." With that, Gu Yuan shouted angrily, straightening his expression.
"You are just the first. Next, I will settle the score with all these forces, and the 6 major sects will join me. If that has the guts, let her come herself." Upon hearing this, all the people of Great Xia were left dumbfounded.
What did Gu Yuan just say? The 749 Bureau was going to raise them up as food? This is too absurd.
Although the 749 Bureau is now in decline in Great Xia, it really did protect the common people before. But seeing Queen Sakura lose her composure like that, and the 6 major sects standing behind Gu Yuan, it doesn't seem like this is fake. Could it really be as Gu Yuan said, that the 749 Bureau was raising them up to protect them just for that purpose? Indeed, that kind of nearly nanny-like protection, along with the cruel punishment of those monks who couldn't protect the common people, now, upon closer reflection, is terrifying. Not just Great Xia, but voices of doubt were raised all over the world. You see, although this live broadcast was only for Great Xia, there were ordinary-level broadcasts around the world. Even though this broadcast was just an ordinary channel format, it still had a wide audience. Compared to others, the Great Xia Council was even more serious about this. At this moment, the top 3 leaders of Great Xia, Xianyuan Mo, Nangon Luotian, and Lin Zhengtang, were all covered in cold sweat, their spirits nearly half gone. They had no idea about this matter in the Great Xia Council. Although these 3 leaders were almost like puppets by now, at least they were still considered the decision-makers of Great Xia.
If they had known about the conspiracy of the 749 Bureau earlier, they would never have cooperated with the 749 Bureau, even if it meant losing everything. At this moment, the three of them still felt a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, they had already captured the ordinary people from the 749 Bureau in advance. Even though it was just a little over 10 minutes earlier, it was enough. The people of Great Xia could testify for them, and this hurdle was barely passed. However, in the capital city, Gu Yuan had already lost patience with Queen Sakura. No one is spared on Sakura Island. Upon hearing this, Queen Sakura's eyes went wide with anger. Gu Yuan, you really want to? Before Queen Sakura could finish her words, Gu Yuan waved his hand lightly. Kill. With one command, the sky was immediately filled with a dense swarm of cultivators from the 6 major sects, who immediately surged up, while the ninja cultivators of the Jingwa Shrine also rushed forward. The cultivators of the 6 major sects then split, with 8 tents flying towards various parts of Sakura Island. At the same time, countless shadow soldiers and generals hidden in the fog on Sakura Island began to pour out. At that moment, from all over Sakura Island, endless screams echoed through the air. Baka! Damn Great Xia people, fight them! From all over Sakura Island, countless Sakura Island citizens rushed to join the battle. Sakura Island suddenly became chaotic. King! Gu Yuan stood on the dragon's head, hearing the mind connection from the first Dark General. How should we deal with the commoners from Sakura Island joining the battlefield? Kill without mercy. Saying these 4 words calmly, since they joined the battlefield, no matter their identity, their fate was already sealed. Facing the 6 major sects and Gu Yuan's dark soldiers and generals, the people of Sakura Island had almost no power to resist. One must know, the 6 major sects brought their elite, and the cultivators they brought were at least at the level of Tian Zhao. And at the level of Tian Zhao, in the secular world, was already the level ordinary cultivators looked up to. Let alone Gu Yuan's dark soldiers and generals, these 50,000 dark soldiers and generals, with the opening of the gateways in Gu Yuan's body, were all at the peak of Tian Zhao, and the 5 major dark generals had even reached the true realm of earthly immortals. Massacre. It turned out that Gu Yuan and the 3 major sects were truly terrifying. With such strength, let alone Sakura Island, they could easily flatten the entire Blue Star. The people in Great Xia were even more extraordinarily excited at this moment, and in an instant, overwhelming shouts surged like waves, sweeping across all of Great Xia. God Gu! Well done! Big Brother Gu is awesome! Crush these beasts! Little devils, it's time to settle the score for past deeds. Big Brother Gu, kill them! The little devils of Sakura Island have aided evildoers, they must die. Stop shouting, Big Brother Gu is live streaming, hurry to send gifts. However, the Queen of Sakura, seeing the scene turn like this, turned red-eyed and crushed the message talisman. Alright, Gu Yuan, you have guts. Let's fight him. As she spoke, the Queen of Sakura and the 2 Vice Alliance leaders all attacked Gu Yuan. Upon seeing this, Gu Yuan sneered, and with one hand down, it felt as if an invisible giant hand in the sky instantly crashed the 3 land immortals of the Ninja Alliance to the ground, spitting blood. The leaders of the 6 major sects watched this scene with smiles. Gu Yuan had now reached the level of earthly immortals, even the ancestors could fight, it was reasonable to easily suppress these 3 land immortals. At this moment, Gu Yuan also slowly shook his head. Fight me? Do you have this kind of strength? Saying this, Gu Yuan lightly waved his hand, and the spreading black mist transformed into countless tentacles, extending towards the 3. Baka Yaru. That Vice Alliance leader of the Ninja Alliance cursed angrily, not expecting that Gu Yuan had not even truly made a move but had easily suppressed the 3 of them. Damn it, where is that master? Alliance leader, don't hide any longer. If this goes on, we won't even see that master. At this point, the Queen of Sakura no longer hesitated, yanked off the necklace from her neck, then drew a kunai from the side vice leader, cutting her palm, letting the blood soak the sun pendant on the necklace. Gu Yuan had already exposed all the words, the matter had been revealed, and even if that master did come, it would surely be blamed on her. Rather than this, it was better to take a gamble, kill Gu Yuan first, then capture that woman together. Gu Yuan, you forced me. The 37th generation goddess of Sakura, I humbly request the great god to descend. As the Queen of Sakura's voice fell, the sun pendant in her hand instantly transformed into a beam of light, flying towards the sky. The glow grew brighter and brighter, even forcing back the black mist covering the divine capital. In the next moment, under the intertwining light, a female figure slowly emerged. Chapter 37, The Great God of Tian Zhao. In the sky above the divine capital, due to the summon of the Queen of Sakura, a female silhouette gradually condensed. Seeing this scene, before the leaders of the 6 major sects could react, Gu Yuan instantaneously struck, a fist wrapped in raging black mist blasting towards that silhouette. Although he did not know what this silhouette was, Gu Yuan wanted to suppress it with thunderous means, not giving the opponent any chance. Now is the chance for the people of Daxia and the entire world, as well as the cultivators, to unite against that mysterious woman, but even the slightest trouble could affect the people's faith. With just one punch, the still-formed light shadow was also struck with a punch. Boom! A loud explosion, almost echoing throughout the entire divine capital. The shockwave from the collision of the fists even made the leaders of the 6 major sects stumble. Tian Shuzi couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Is this the strength of Senior Gu Yuan? Just the aftermath of the battle almost overwhelmed us. On Gu Yuan's side, the first clash caused him to retreat half a step. Although he only used 30% of his strength, it was enough to show that once this light shadow solidified, its power would be extraordinary. However, Gu Yuan also gained some understanding of the light shadow's power. Even if it truly solidified, it would only be about half of his full strength in one punch, maybe even less. While thinking, the light shadow had already fully solidified. A goddess dressed in white silk, radiating endless light, looked at Gu Yuan and his group with eyes devoid of any emotion. The leaders of the 6 major sects also showed expressions of shock. Seeing this, Gu Yuan also asked in confusion, "Why are you all making that face? Have you seen her before?" Hui Qingshirtai nodded and said, "That's right, this is Amaterasu." Amaterasu? Hearing this, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Amaterasu was one of the highest gods of the Sakura, he had certainly heard of her. Then, Master Yushin stroked his beard and spoke. "When I was young, I saw the appearance of the God King in ancient texts. I never expected to see her today. How fortunate, how fortunate." Enough with the fortune. Gu Yuan laughed at this moment. She is the enemy. With that, Gu Yuan punched again, and this time, when the Amaterasu shadow faced him again, it was utterly defeated like a fragile object, retreating step by step, and finally crashed into a white-topped volcano. I overestimated her. Is this the trump card she boasts about? Gu Yuan. Hearing this, the Sakura Queen's face twisted in rage, and the next moment, she laughed like a madwoman and said, "I know this can't defeat you, but what about now?" As she spoke, the Sakura Queen formed hand seals, and in an instant, the entire sky above the Sakura Kingdom was dyed blood red. The next moment, countless blood streams from all over Sakura rushed into Amaterasu's body, making the leaders of the 6 major sects feel a chill down their spines. At the same time, the sounds of endless wails and curses rang out from Sakura Island. They never expected that their beloved Sakura Queen would now treat them as mere nourishment. At this moment, all the ordinary people on Sakura Island seemed to be under some kind of curse, with all their blood being forcibly drawn out to feed the Amaterasu shadow. This scene even shocked the cultivators scattered across the Sakura lands in Dacia. In just an instant, Sakura Island had fallen into a hellish nightmare. Moreover, the majority of the Sakura people even willingly cut their own veins, offering their blood to the Amaterasu shadow. Not enough, not enough. The Sakura Queen's eyes were red as she continued with her hand seals. In just a moment, all the ordinary people on Sakura Island had been drained into dried corpses. Next, the ninjas under the innate level were drained as well. Soon, the Amaterasu shadow was completely soaked in blood, slowly rising from the mountain and expanding hundreds of times. At this moment, the bloodlust and pressure emanating from the Amaterasu shadow even suppressed some of the innate cultivators in the divine capital, making it difficult for them to move. Looking at this scene in the sky above the divine capital, Gu Yuan sneered in his heart. He had already exposed the Sakura Queen's trump card, yet these Sakura people were still willing to die for her. He could see clearly that at least 70% of the Sakura people were. They are all sacrificing themselves, still chanting "Long live the Sakura Queen." It truly was not wrong to kill them. However, Master Yushin and Master Huijing were both on the verge of tears. "You beast, you actually sacrificed all the citizens of Sakura Island. You are even worse than a beast." Ha 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 ha. The Sakura Queen laughed maniacally and replied, "There is an ancient saying in your great Xia, the victor is the king, the loser is the bandit. Today, I will leave you all here, and let me see who dares to speak ill of me again. Killing you, even that esteemed person will no longer blame me. Damn." At this moment, Master Yushin could no longer hold back and cursed loudly, "Today, this old monk will punish you on behalf of heaven and wipe out all of you beasts." Enough. As Master Yushin was getting excited, Gu Yuan quickly stopped him. "Why are you angry for the death of these beasts? Besides, you are not a match for this phantom. Let me handle it. Senior Gu Yuan, be careful." Zhang Tianming also warned, "This phantom of Amaterasu has absorbed the blood of billions of citizens. Its strength now is probably on par with that of an ancestor, be cautious." Hearing this, the corner of Gu Yuan's mouth slightly curled up. How could he not see the power of this phantom? It was definitely above the land immortal level. And it was truly above the land immortal level, not just approaching the ancestor. Facing such a being, even Gu Yuan had no confidence. Of course, that was before. In reality, Gu Yuan had already discovered that all the corpses in the black mist would turn into Azine soldiers and Yin generals. The Sakura Queen was too clever for her own good. Although she had sacrificed the blood of billions of citizens, she had left behind billions of corpses for him.
Although these Yin soldiers were still very weak for now, even weaker than ordinary people, they could only slowly grow stronger in the soil of the Black Mist space.
But that was enough. After breaking through the gate to reach the land immortal level, Gu Yuan awakened a divine ability.
This divine ability was called the Nine Yin Passage, and its effect was to temporarily absorb the power of all Yin soldiers and Yin generals for his own use. Originally, Gu Yuan only had 50,000 Yin soldiers, but now, they had expanded to 300 million. Although these 300 million were the weakest of Yin soldiers, how different were they from the blood Amaterasu's phantom absorbed? Sakura Queen. The 4 words, almost emotionless, were spoken from Gu Yuan's mouth as his body stepped forward, leaving the Qingjiao behind. With this step, the corpse aura and Yin energy on Gu Yuan's body skyrocketed like an exponential explosion. Today, watch as I destroy you, this inferior Amaterasu phantom. While speaking, Gu Yuan stepped through the void, heading towards the Amaterasu phantom. With every step, Gu Yuan's figure grew 3 meters taller. Chapter 38, Sinking Sakura Island. You beasts betrayed humanity. It's only natural that you perish today.
As he spoke, the Yin energy around Gu Yuan spread, casting the entire divine capital into total darkness.
Ancient patterns appeared on his ever-growing body, which had now transformed into a green-faced, fanged demon, as though a demon from hell had stepped into the world. The strength of the corpse aura also spread throughout the divine capital, and even the sky began to rain corpse energy. You are doomed. With a roar, Gu Yuan's divine ability, the Nine Yin Passage, reached its peak. With every step, Gu Yuan struck with a punch, without any fancy movements, directly hitting the Amaterasu phantom. The Amaterasu phantom screamed in pain, and it also threw its fists forward. Boom! A huge explosion echoed, shaking the entire Sakura Island. Seeing this, the leaders of the 6 major sects were so shocked that they quickly recalled their disciples.
If this continued, Sakura Island might sink.
The strength Gu Yuan was showing now was even greater than their sect's ancestors.
Boom! Before the others could retreat, Gu Yuan punched the Amaterasu phantom again. And the Amaterasu phantom, wrapped in bloody power, rushing straight ahead. Fists clashed, and the immense impact force tore countless dense cracks into the very space around Sakura Island. Put! The Sakura Queen on the ground spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Looking up at the celestial Amaterasu projection in the sky, she saw it was already covered in countless fractures. On Sakura Island, ninjas below the level of earthly immortal had already exploded into pieces from the sheer shockwaves of their battle. The 6 great sects fared no better. If not for the joint defensive formation of their sect masters, they too would have perished like helpless fish in a storm. At this moment, Gu Yuan let out a furious roar. Where is that woman? I slaughter your disciples, and you just keep hiding? Fine. You rat of eternal night, watch closely. I will do the same to every one of your forces. The Alliance of Gods. The Brahma sect. And all those countless lapdogs. I will crush them into dust one by one. As his words fell, Gu Yuan gathered all his strength and threw a devastating punch. In that instant, time and space seemed to freeze. The moment his fist connected with the Amaterasu illusion, it shattered instantly. Then, that unstoppable punch, carrying an indescribable might, came crashing down upon the land of Sakura. Retreat, now! The sect masters of the 6 great sects immediately withdrew their defenses, turned around, and fled with tens of thousands of disciples. In the blink of an eye, they had all vanished. Buzz. There was no deafening explosion, for the impact was so powerful that it had exceeded the limits of what sound waves could carry. The entire Sakura Island instantly shattered into countless fragments. The 3 earthly immortals were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the entire blue star shook violently as if struck by an earthquake. Even countries on the opposite side of the equator could feel the lingering shockwaves from the explosion. A rain of corpse energy descended from the sky. Within minutes, it completely washed away the dust and debris that had been stirred up. The people of Dacia, every single one of them, stared with their mouths agape, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Today's events were simply too bizarre. No one could have imagined that the seemingly dignified Sakura Queen would actually sacrifice all the people of Sakura Island. And the celestial projection of Amaterasu, condensed from the blood and souls of billions of lives, had been so effortlessly destroyed. Especially the 3 leading figures of the council, who now seemed utterly powerless and devoid of any means to retaliate. The one opposing Bureau 749 was actually such a terrifying god. Had the council not recognized the situation in time, it might not have been Sakura Island that faced destruction today. When the live stream resumed, Sakura Island was already gone. This Sakura Island was sunk by Gu Yuan? Are you kidding me? Where the hell is Sakura Island? Is this the true power of Gu Yuan? With such strength, he could easily dominate Blue Star. Gu Yuan is incredible. Those little devils deserved it. Who still dares to say the Sakura people are pitiful? Speak up, haters. The people of Dacia, who had been in shock just moments ago, suddenly erupted into deafening cheers under the lead of a single voice. Yet, on Gu Yuan's side, even after sinking Sakura Island, there was not a trace of joy from victory on his face. In this world, it was not only the creatures of eternal night who wanted to raise humans as mere livestock. Their accomplices cared even less about the lives of innocent people. They sacrificed billions of lives without even blinking. No wonder they could collude with that mysterious woman, scheming in the shadows like vermin. Or perhaps, they were the ones who actively groveled and offered themselves up to that mysterious woman in the first place. They deserved to die even more. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan snapped back to his senses. He did not withdraw his divine form but instead sneered coldly and spoke loudly. What's wrong? Still refusing to show yourself? That woman, if you don't come out now, I'm leaving. As soon as Gu Yuan's words fell, the space ahead began to ripple gently. A woman slowly emerged from within. If the sect masters of the 6 great sects were present, they would instantly recognize her as the mysterious woman. Of course, at this moment, it could not possibly be anyone else. Seeing the mysterious woman, Gu Yuan shook his head in disappointment. It was just a Tao body of the earth immortal realm. Even if it came, there would be no gain. As expected, a rat from the eternal night. You finally dared to show up, but it's just a Tao body. Since you're so afraid of me, I think you should hurry back to the eternal night. I can spare your life. Upon hearing this, the mysterious woman laughed and said, Gu Yuan, you are very special, and you attract me. Too much nonsense. Don't rush, shouldn't I have a couple of opening lines? The mysterious woman smiled and said, You are very strong, do you want to cooperate with me? We can team up to tear apart the abyssal seal. Your physique is very special, even in the eternal night, you have a place. Why risk your life for those who hurt you? Hearing this, Gu Yuan just sneered, his expression turning even more mocking. Saying all this nonsense only makes you seem worthless. How about letting your real body come? Otherwise, your lackeys might become fearful because of the incident at Sakura Island. You don't need to use words to try to anger me or lure me into action. The woman smiled slightly, then immediately transformed into a wicked pose, grinning as she spoke. I can't leave right now, but don't worry, I'll come find you soon. I will bring my human slaves and crush them onto the land of Dacia. I will make my human slaves tear apart the Great Wall seal with their own hands. Don't worry, I'll leave you a breath of life. I want you to see how beautiful and how despairing the eternal night really is. He. Please vote for some monthly votes. Recommend me. Thank you. Chapter 39, Su Fu's Daughter. After the woman finished speaking, she laughed repeatedly. Seeing this, Gu Yuan's expression turned cold, and he immediately crushed the woman's Tao body with his hands. Although this Tao body was from the earth immortal realm, Gu Yuan had no intention of absorbing it, he just wanted to shatter the woman's image right before her face. After doing all of this, Gu Yuan sighed helplessly, shook his head, and after returning to his normal size, he disappeared without a trace. It's a pity that he didn't draw out the woman's true body. This was not because Gu Yuan was being arrogant or had some plan with the ancestors of various factions, it was purely by coincidence. The Yin soldiers transformed from billions of people, carrying endless resentment and evil energy, forcibly raised his strength to a new level. According to Gu Yuan's estimate, even the realm above the earth immortal realm was practically at its peak. This time, it was a matter of timing and location. At least for quite some time, Gu Yuan would not be able to use the Tong Zhouyin divine ability. After all, the Yin soldiers, transformed from those people, were too weak. After absorbing this wave of energy, they were nearly falling apart and could only be cultivated in the soil of the black mist space. And even if he used them again next time, the resentment and evil energy of the Yin soldiers would have been completely exhausted, and there would no longer be such a terrifying amplification. Having lost this opportunity, Gu Yuan could only wait step by step for the right moment. When he appeared again, Gu Yuan was already at the Lu family villa. The heads of the 6 sects and others had already gathered there, and the disciples within the sects had long returned to their mountain gates. Seeing Gu Yuan, everyone stood up, and their gazes towards him were no longer the same. The previous Gu Yuan was only comparable to an ancestor. But the Gu Yuan just now, they had no doubt that even if an ancestor appeared, they would only be beaten up. Master. Teacher. Senior Gu Yuan, you're back. You're back. Gu Yuan nodded and lit a cigarette for himself. It's a pity, in the end, I still couldn't draw that woman out. How were the casualties in each faction? Gu Yuan asked again. Yun Shuzi smiled and replied, basically, there were no casualties. The number of people who went out is the same as the number of people who returned. Even the injured disciples were few. Yes. Tian Shuzi also nodded and said, the cultivators from Sakura Island were less than 10,000, and most of them were low-level cultivators.
The main reason is that senior Gu Yuan's Yin soldiers and Yin generals were too powerful, especially those 5 Yin generals of the Earth Immortal Realm. Just catch that ninja in the Heavenly Phenomenon Realm and kill him.
Alright. Gu Yuan slightly raised his hand. Stop praising me. Xiao Lin Xian is fine. What about those 2 photographers?
They're fine too, Lin Xian smiled and replied. Zhang Zhangmen grabbed us and ran, there was no danger at all. Hearing this, Zhang Tianming's mouth immediately twitched.
Don't spread such embarrassing things about running away. However, Gu Yuan looked at Zhang Tianming and nodded slightly. Zhang Zhangmen, thank you.
You're welcome, Zhang Tianming immediately cupped his fists and said, Senior Gu, from now on, we're on the same boat. We must look out for each other.
Exactly, Gu Yuan smiled and nodded.
You could just say that you want me to look after you all, no need for all these roundabout words.
By the way, Gu Yuan suddenly asked, where are the holy sons and holy daughters of your families? Why haven't I seen them this time?
They've all gone into the secret realm to train, Lin Xian replied. After Senior Gu's education, they all realized there are greater forces beyond the heavens.
Now they're all practicing like they're risking their lives. Don't even mention it. I see. Gu Yuan was simply curious. It seemed like such a good training opportunity, why hadn't he seen the holy sons from each family?
It turned out they had gone to the secret realm to train.
At the same time, Gu Yuan also gained some information that their sect's secret realms seemed to contain many secrets.
Right now, it was the time to expand the power of the Great Xia, and maybe it would be useful in the future.
With this in mind, Gu Yuan spoke, you all have worked hard.
I believe there's more to handle in your sects, so I won't keep you.
Hearing Gu Yuan's dismissal, the sect leaders nodded, but they didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. What's wrong? Do you all have other matters?
Senior Gu Yuan, actually, we don't have any other matters, Master Xian Xiao spoke. We just wanted to ask, today your strength seems to come from a divine ability.
It can't be replicated, Gu Yuan shook his head and said. I know what you're all wondering.
It's indeed a divine ability that boosts strength, but it shouldn't be usable again soon. Even if I use it next time, the boost won't be as terrifying as this time.
Understood.
The others nodded. They could tell a few things, but they needed confirmation to report back to their ancestors.
By the way, seeing that everyone had not left, Gu Yuan asked again, Master Yushin, what was it you said about the Sun God King on Sakura Island? Is this God King the name of the next realm beyond the land immortal realm? Hearing this, Master Yushin shook his head and said, Senior Gu Yuan, you misunderstood.
The next realm after the land immortal realm is called the Mortal Dust Immortal. God King, Emperor, God Emperor, these titles aren't names of realms, they are just respectful titles for the ancestors of various countries.
The Sun God King, in legend, is the supreme god of the Sakura country, which Senior Gu Yuan should know.
But her true identity is actually the daughter of Su Fu, who created Sakura Island. She was considered a heaven's chosen one, but when Emperor Shi Huang entered the Eternal Night, she was forcefully suppressed.
I see, Gu Yuan nodded slightly.
The so-called Sakura country, at that time, was merely a province of ours.
Master Yushin smiled and said, Su Fu's daughter was ultimately punished by Emperor Shi Huang for not fighting against the Eternal Night.
Gu Yuan nodded slightly and stopped discussing the topic, speaking calmly, although we just destroyed Sakura Island, it can only be considered slapping that woman's face.
It's far from a victory.
That woman will probably come to retaliate soon, so after you return, you should prepare more and strengthen communication.
Alright, Senior Gu Yuan, we bid you farewell.
Chapter 40, Black Soil for Raising Corpses. After Lin Xian saw off the leaders of the 6 sects, Gu Yuan went to Huang Guiying's side. At this moment, Bai Hu was chatting and laughing with Huang Guiying. Huang Guiying's complexion had improved significantly compared to before they left, it seemed like Bai Hu had done something again. Seeing Gu Yuan arrive, Huang Guiying immediately sat up from the bed. Seeing this, Gu Yuan quickly stepped forward and smiled. Mom, please lie down, you've been through so much, you need to rest well.
Mom won't rest.
Huang Guiying replied with a smile, Mom is feeling good now, with Xiaoling accompanying me, I feel much better.
Just now, Xiaoling even gave me a magic pill. Master.
Hearing this, the white fox slightly bowed, greeting quietly.
Seeing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh.
He still didn't know the name of the white fox, but he guessed that Xiaoling must be a pet name for the old lady, just a name with the character Ling in it. While Gu Yuan was thinking, Huang Guiying smiled again, Son, I've taken a magic pill over there, but its effect can't compare to Xiaoling's. Look how good Xiaoling is, why don't we?
Mom. Hearing this, Gu Yuan quickly interrupted, right now, don't think about anything, just focus on resting. Isn't it just about wives? Once I finish my tasks, I'll bring you back 1,000 or 800. Hearing you brag, all I need is for you to accompany me more, why do you need so many wives? Alright. Gu Yuan laughed. Mom, I might be a bit busy recently, but once this passes, I will definitely spend more time with you. You rest for a while, and I will chat with your Shaoling. Arriving at Gu Yuan's retreat, he didn't waste words and directly asked. White Fox, what did you give my mother? Upon hearing this, the White Fox immediately responded, it's just a tonic from our White Fox clan, master. The old lady's health is too weak, she can't absorb nourishment. The pills she ate over at Sakura Island are likely of the same kind. Unfortunately, taking too much of this kind of pill doesn't show significant effects, she really needs to recover properly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan frowned. Huang Guiying's health issue is, in fact, quite easy to handle. As long as I transmit my energy to nourish her once or twice, it would be fine. However, being the corpse king, my energy is filled with negative and corpse energy, so acting rashly may backfire. The White Fox and Lin Xian have too low cultivation, so it seems I will need to ask the leaders of the 6 major sects for some pills next time I see them. After all, Huang Guiying is just a bit unwell, treating an ordinary person should be effortless in their eyes. While pondering, the White Fox spoke again. Master, while you were at Sakura Island, the Daxia Council broadcast all your activities. Now in Daxia, your support rate is quite high. Also, as soon as you arrived at Sakura Island, the Daxia Council captured 749 bureau's remnants. I think this is a signal they are sending, wanting to stand with us. Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded and replied, correct, you even know to pay attention to the situations of all forces in Daxia, you did well. Notify the Daxia Council to come to the Lu family villa for discussions. Also, you don't need to worry about my mother's safety, just find some professionals to take care of her. Yes, master. Should we continue capturing those who previously exposed you online? This matter doesn't concern you, you can leave now. The White Fox takes its leave. Replying respectfully, the White Fox turned and left, leaving Gu Yuan alone as he entered the dark mist space. At this moment, compared to his previous state in the celestial phenomenon realm, the dark mist space had undergone some changes. The most noticeable change was that a layer of vast black soil covered the ground in the dark mist space. Grabbing a handful, Gu Yuan found that this black soil was very soft, and stepping on it felt quite substantial. Beneath this black soil lay the buried Yin soldiers that transformed from Sakura Island. Gu Yuan had previously absorbed the strength of the Yin soldiers, while the previous batch of 50,000 Yin soldiers was fine. This batch from Sakura Island was barely usable, needing to be cultivated in the black soil for at least a few months before they could move. As for the other Yin soldiers, they would recover much more quickly, typically within a few hours to return to their original state. This is also why Gu Yuan hadn't dispatched troops to capture those online attackers. Looking at these black soils, Gu Yuan suddenly had an idea. Since these black soils can nurture and enhance the power of the Yin soldiers, can they also increase my strength? If that's the case, it could save me a lot of trouble. After all, the consumption of resources to break through the portals is far too high right now. The 6 major sects have sent so many cultivation resources, yet I've only broken through a few million portals. Right now, I feel like an endless pit. The higher I try to push, the more resources I consume. Although my bottleneck is almost non-existent, even with the abundant resources of the 6 sects, they certainly can't keep up with my needs. Thinking this, Gu Yuan directly lay down in the black soil and buried himself in it. After a while, Gu Yuan stood up. It didn't work at all. But thinking about it, Gu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. The power in this black mist space should be coming from Gu Yuan himself, which is like charging himself with a power bank, not very practical. But the black soil wasn't completely useless to Gu Yuan, as he found that in the black soil, his injuries and exhaustion recovered very quickly. It's just that for now, it shouldn't be of much use. Exiting the black mist space, Gu Yuan remembered the cultivation resources the 6 sects had sent earlier, with about 2 to 3% left, so he decided to take this time to start cultivating. After about 2 hours, the cultivation resources of the 6 sects had been used up, and inside Gu Yuan, the black mist and blood mist portals had opened another 4 million. Too slow. Gu Yuan could sense that his current strength was basically at the late stage of the Earth Immortal realm, but there was still quite a distance to the next realm, the so-called Mortal Immortal. It's a shame that he acted too quickly on Sakura Island, and didn't have time to loot the spoils of war. If he could integrate the resources of Sakura Island, breaking through would be easy. Master. With the soft call of the White Fox, Gu Yuan opened his eyes. The White Fox wasn't stupid. She could tell whether Gu Yuan was in a meditative state or just resting. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare disturb him during cultivation. What's wrong? Master, the 3 leaders from the Great Xia Council have arrived and are waiting in the living room. Good. Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded. It only took 2 hours from the imperial capital to H City, so it seems the Great Xia Council is sincere. Let's go, let's meet these 3 and see what their attitude is. At the Liujia Villa, in the living room. Shen Yuan Mo, Nangon Luotian, and Lin Zhengtang looked at each other, feeling uneasy in their hearts. The fox demon had left almost 10 minutes ago, yet no one had come to greet them, only a fruit platter sitting in front of them. Why is there no servant? Luo Tian, do you think that Gu Yuan wants to ignore us? No. Nangon Luo Tian shook his head and said, why would he ignore us? Do you think we're such big shots? Indeed. Shen Yuan Mo casually picked up a piece of fruit and said with a smile, probably, we'll have to wait until Mr. Gu Yuan has time to come. What are you talking about? As soon as Shen Yuan Mo finished speaking, the white fox walked out, rolling her eyes and said, this is already quite good. When the leaders of the 6 sects came, I didn't even set out a fruit platter, and you still aren't satisfied. Hearing this, the 3 of them quickly stood up, and they saw Gu Yuan and the fox demon walking toward them, one after the other. This is my master. With a brief introduction, the 3 immediately bowed and said, Mr. Gu Yuan. Hearing this, Gu Yuan smiled and said, please take a seat, White Fox, prepare the tea. Yes, master. Hearing the mention of tea preparation, the 3 immediately acted as though they were honored. They had heard that even the leaders of the 6 sects had to make their own tea when they came here. Gu Yuan didn't mind, as the Great Xia Council and the 6 sects were different. He didn't have any conflicts with the Great Xia Council. When someone takes the initiative to visit, you should give them some respect, especially considering the reputation of the Daxia Council and Daxia, which is far higher than the 749 Bureau, including the 6 major sections. Naturally, it will be more useful in the future. Thinking about this, Gu Yuan was the first to speak. You 3, I have heard about what you've done. Don't worry, the things that woman and her disciple did in the 749 Bureau, I will not hold it against the Daxia Council. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Shen Yuan Mo immediately spoke, the council is also very difficult to manage. The 749 Bureau has been trying to intervene in the council for quite some time, but that woman seems to understand the principle of moderation. We have been feigning cooperation, and for a time, we have barely managed to hold on. But after some time, I'm afraid we will completely fall. Mr. Gu. As soon as Xian Yuan Mo finished speaking, Lin Zhengtang also spoke, I wonder if you have. Zheng Tang. While Lin Zhengtang was speaking, Nangon Luotian pulled at his sleeve, but he shook it off, continuing to speak. I wonder if you have any intentions of infiltrating or secretly controlling the council? We are just ordinary people. Among us 3, only I, 30 years ago, was a miscellaneous disciple in Kunlun for 2 years, at the qi refining level. If Mr. Gu has such intentions, just say it directly. After all, we are already used to it. Hearing this, Nangon Luotian and Xian Yuan Mo both sighed. Actually, from their perspective, other matters weren't a problem. Cultivators were destined to rise above the council. It was just a matter of whether the control was public or secret. But Gu Yuan shook his head and smiled, no. Hearing this, the 3 of them also breathed a sigh of relief. With someone as powerful as Gu Yuan, there was no need to hide anything. Apart from this matter, they had no other concerns. Just as they were thinking this, Gu Yuan spoke again. I heard that the Daxia Council live-streamed what I did on Sakura Island. You must have also heard what I said about the Eternal Night invasion, right? Yes. Xian Yuan Mo nodded and said, however, we have only analyzed it roughly. It seems that the woman behind the 749 Bureau wants to raise us, waiting for a disaster to strike. That's right. Gu Yuan said, briefly explaining the invasion of the Eternal Night World and the mysterious woman. As Xian Yuan Mo and the others listened, their expressions grew more and more serious. By the end, they were completely stunned. Mr. Gu, are you saying that beneath the Great Wall is the entrance to the Eternal Night World? That mysterious woman is an Eternal Night creature, hiding on Blue Star, waiting to coordinate and strike Blue Star all at once? That's right. Damn. Nangon Luotian sneered, standing up, I didn't expect there to be such a secret. Is Blue Star in danger? And once the seal fails, Daxia will be the first to suffer. Mr. Gu, just tell us what to do. Yes, we will follow Mr. Gu's plan. Seeing that the 3 of them were so reasonable, Gu Yuan nodded repeatedly. For now, there's nothing to do. We just need to relocate the people around the Great Wall. The seal won't be broken in a day or 2. Also, I sank Sakura Island this morning. The mysterious woman will probably retaliate soon. She will certainly bring her henchmen to attack. This hard battle will likely start in Daxia. So when the time comes for personnel mobilization or evacuation, you 3 will probably be quite busy. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Gu. We will certainly not back down. However, seeing Xian Yuan Mo about to say something, Gu Yuan asked, what's wrong? Is there some difficulty? It's not that. Xian Yuan Mo responded, it's just that Mr. Gu, you see, the people who attacked you online before have already been executed by you, over 1 million of them. Isn't the remaining? Impossible. Gu Yuan immediately sneered, those people did those things, and they should have known the consequences.
None of them are innocent, so not one of them will escape.
Anyone who pleads for them is useless.
But Shen Yuan Mo heard this and said again, Mr. Gu, you may not know, after this morning's incident, your prestige in Daxia is unparalleled. At this moment, continuing to argue with those people.
Oh?
Hearing this, Gu Yuan immediately froze, his face turning cold, and a sinister aura enveloped his body as he coldly looked at the three of them.
Are you implying that I should compromise in order to please them, showing a heroic stance? Then why didn't you ask them?
When they slandered and attacked me online, even blocking my door to pour filth on me, exposing my body in the wilderness, and humiliating my mother, why didn't they stop when things were still good?
Also, are you misunderstanding something? When did I ever say that I am a good person or a hero? When did I ever say that I want to protect the people of Daxia? Did you forget? I am the king of corpses who crawled out of hell, an evil spirit. Faced with Gu Yuan's icy words, Shen Yuan Mo and the others were already drenched in sweat. The invisible pressure made even moving seem like a luxury.
Although Shen Yuan Mo was terrified inside, he had no choice but to brace himself and speak, Mr. Gu, please don't misunderstand.
That's not what I meant. Chapter 42, Shen Yuan Mo pleads for mercy, killing with words.
The coldness emanating from Gu Yuan caused Shen Yuan Mo and the others to feel weak all over. If it weren't for their long-standing high positions, Shen Yuan Mo would have almost lost control right then. He had no doubt that he had touched the Corpse King's bottom line, and if he said another wrong word, the three of them would be staying there forever.
Mr. Gu, what I mean is... Speak! Gu Yuan's icy one-word command seemed to give Shen Yuan Mo a lifeline.
Mr. Gu, the woman behind the 749 Bureau, has been causing storms for all these years to stir up conflict within our human race, hoping to take advantage of it. Although you are leading this matter, it doesn't necessarily mean there's no trace of the 749 Bureau behind it.
You also know, the people online are nothing but ignorant fools.
After seeing your shining image, many of them realized their past mistakes and sincerely repented, now supporting you.
How about this?
We immediately send out a public notice in the name of the council, stating that you no longer care about this matter, but still urging those who slandered you online to turn themselves in within 3 days. This way, those who truly regret their actions will certainly turn themselves in. After 3 days, if anyone remains stubborn, it will prove they are beyond redemption, and I can even, in the name of the council, issue an arrest and execution order to restore your justice.
No need.
Shen Yuan Mo had said so much, but Gu Yuan simply shook his head coldly. I don't need anyone to interfere with my matters. I don't need justice, I only need revenge.
Is that clear enough? Then what about your mother? Shen Yuan Mo persisted. I believe, as a mother, she would want to give her child a chance to clear his name, wouldn't you say? Hearing this, Gu Yuan pondered for a moment, then slightly nodded. 3 hours.
After 7 p.m., anyone not in the patrol bureau, I will settle with them one by one. Also, even if they enter the patrol bureau just to escape retribution, I will still not let them go.
No need to send me off.
Seeing that Gu Yuan had softened and given the dismissal order, the three of them finally felt like they had been granted a pardon and stood up.
Thank you, Mr. Gu. If there's anything we can do, we will cooperate at any time.
As the three left, the white fox showed a puzzled expression.
Humans are strange. Master, do you really think some people will sincerely repent?
Ha! With a sneer, Gu Yuan did not respond, just walked toward his secluded place.
Although Shen Yuan Mo's words made some sense, Gu Yuan had long seen through human nature, especially those online pests.
Even if he announced that he would no longer care about the matter, the people who had harmed him would never be grateful.
He would only feel that it was nothing more than that, unable to find, or even daring to move them.
It just so happened that his shadow soldiers still needed to rest for a while, so he did a favor while letting that mouth full of logic, Shen Yuan Mo, clearly see the reality. At the same time, across the ocean, in the headquarters of the Gods Alliance, inside the secret room of the Lord of the Gods, Starfall God King, with sharp sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a hooked nose, looked at the silent celestial gods and divine emperors around him, and his anger surged. This morning, that Gu Yuan had sunk Sakura Island, the Sakura Queen, who was at the Divine Emperor level, didn't resist at all, while those at the Celestial God level, those at the Heavenly Phenomenon level, didn't even know how they died. And it didn't stop there, even his master, that unfathomable existence, was crushed by Gu Yuan's hand and exploded his clone. The 6 major sects directly declared that they had completely severed ties with the Gods Alliance, the Brahmin sect, and other forces, vowing to never stop until death. Gu Yuan even threatened to destroy them one by one, and the next target was very likely the Gods Alliance.
As for Gu Yuan's strength, the Starfall God King could see it clearly.
Although the Gods Alliance had nearly 10 Divine Emperors, and he was about to break through to the Divine Emperor realm himself, he still had no confidence at all. Even if there were 10, 20, or 30 more Divine Emperors, they would still not be Gu Yuan's match. At this level, victory is no longer determined by numbers. Suddenly, the Starfall God King seemed to sense something and lightly waved his hand.
Dismiss. The gods scattered, and inside the secret room, the mysterious woman who had met Gu Yuan earlier that morning slowly appeared. Master, you've come. MHM. The mysterious woman nodded and responded, is everything ready? It's all ready, Master. Good, go summon Burrow and the leaders of other forces. Upon hearing this, the Starfall God King immediately grew excited and said, Master, are you about to leave seclusion? Are we about to attack the Great Xia and the 6 major sects? Soon. The woman nodded, I am in a critical moment of closed-door cultivation, this time, you will lead and notify and plan. I don't want any time wasted because of the preparation or mobilization of certain forces when I leave seclusion, do you understand? Yes, Master. The Starfall God King bowed, and the mysterious woman had already disappeared. At this moment, the Starfall God King's face was filled with excitement. My master is about to leave seclusion. Great Xia, the 6 major sects, Gu Yuan, let's see how long you can still be arrogant. Night fell, 6:50 p.m. Xian Yuan Mo sat in the council chair, and his expression could almost be described with 4 words. Life has no attachments. Luo Tian, how many people have turned themselves in? Nangong Luo Tian glanced at the data on the computer and responded with a gloomy face, brother, it's less than 10 million. Less than 10 million? What's the exact number? Only a bit more than 7 million. Upon hearing this number, Xian Yuan Mo immediately slapped himself twice. In these 2 days, Gu Yuan had killed 3 to 4 million, and there were still more than 60 million left unaccounted for. He had sent out the notice 3 hours ago, and only less than 1/10 had turned themselves in. He knew that many people must have been holding on to a lucky hope, but he didn't expect so many. 1/10 is almost the same as nothing. The problem was, he couldn't forcibly arrest them or do anything, as that could potentially provoke Gu Yuan's displeasure and ruin everything. Had he known this, he would never have risked angering Gu Yuan to ask for this favor. Thinking of this, Xian Yuan Mo grabbed his hair, leaned back in the chair, and sighed. Are these the people of Great Xia? We can't say that. Lin Zhengtang spoke up, brother, with so many people in Great Xia, only less than 1/10 participated in the online violence. It shows that the people of Great Xia are still rational, and the kind-hearted ones are the majority. You've tried your best. Indeed. Xian Yuan Mo nodded. He revealed a self-mocking smile. He began to understand that, while Gu Yuan seemed to agree with his suggestion on the surface, he was actually giving those cyber bullies a baseless chance to survive, making them regret even more at the time of reckoning. Despair. This was Gu Yuan using his plea to stab them in the heart. Forget it. Destroy everything, hurry up, I'm tired. Chapter 43, You agreed yourself. Lu Family Villa. On the throne of bones, Gu Yuan looked at the countless lines of cause and effect, revealing a profound smile. Among these lines that denoted those who cyberbullied him, part of them had already started to fade, even on the verge of completely disappearing. It seemed that the people represented by these lines of cause and effect must have sincerely repented and confessed. If that's the case, then if the lines of cause and effect disappear, Gu Yuan didn't plan to truly pursue these people anymore. There were still some lines that only faded a little, although not very obvious, they did lose a lot of color. This part should be those who, while not sincerely repenting, no longer dared to act. However, even so, there was still a vast majority of lines that showed no change at all. In other words, the method proposed by Xian Yuanma was indeed useful, but its effect could only be described as minimal. As he pondered, the white fox slowly walked in. Master. What is it? Xian Yuanma sent news. Glancing at Gu Yuan, the white fox looked at the tablet in hand and said. Xian Yuanma reported that 7,336,322 people have turned themselves in, hoping you can spare them. He also said that he has really been slapped in the face this time, and whatever you do next, he will not only not obstruct you, but will cooperate fully. Hearing this, Gu Yuan chuckled lightly and replied, Tell Xian Yuanma that for now, he doesn't need to do anything. However, since he said he is willing to cooperate, I hope he doesn't regret it. You may leave. Yes, master. After seeing the white fox leave, Gu Yuan leaned back against the throne of bones. Xian Yuanma's number was more than 3 times greater than the disappearing lines of cause and effect. It's not that Xian Yuanma dared to lie to him, it represented that at least 70% of those who turned themselves in saw the police station as a safe haven. That was great. Those who walked into their own trap probably found it hard to run. It was already the agreed time of 7 o'clock, but he wasn't in a hurry to act. Since it's revenge, it's only interesting to take it slow. At this moment, the vast majority of lines representing the cyber bullies had faded slightly. Seeing this, Gu Yuan was not surprised. Once the time was up, naturally, someone afraid of death would think that it was all over. In F City, in a large food stall, several young people were gathered around a barbecue stand, eating skewers and drinking lightly. One of the young men looked extremely anxious, as if he had no appetite at all. Old LV, look at how scared you are. That Gu Yuan, he isn't holding a grudge anymore, what are you so afraid of? The young man named Old LV shook his head repeatedly and said. Old Zhang, don't say that. Who doesn't know? That Gu Yuan says he isn't going to hold a grudge, who believes that? I heard someone say that Gu Yuan's real intention is to kill everyone who didn't turn themselves in. Kill everyone? Another young man laughed derisively, took a big gulp of alcohol, and laughed. Can he really kill so many people? He can find us? What, do I not believe he can crawl through the internet? Don't say that. Old LV frowned and said, have you forgotten? In the past few days, several tens of millions of people have already been reckoned with by Gu Yuan. You say he can't find them, how did he kill so many people then? You're just a coward. A young man with long hair sneered, I don't believe he dares to kill everyone. Moreover, do you think we accused him wrong? Let me tell you, he has been killing people all along. I think it's all to vent his anger, trying to kill all of us who know the truth. Exactly, another person spoke up, do you think the council issued that notice for no reason? You think there's no one above Gu Yuan? The council has already suppressed him. He didn't dare act anymore, and that's why he gave himself a way out. Boasting so much, in the end, he still had to submit obediently? Do you really think our Dasha council is made of clay? What is that? Did you see that Sakura queen from the live stream? Do you think she's dead? What about the head of Bureau 749? Her looks are simply divine. Do you see any news about her after she was suppressed? That's this. As the person spoke, he struck a posture of arrogance, clenched his fists, and pulled them in front of him. Come on, drink, drink. At the same time, across Dasha, countless people were also indulging in the luck of being safe and sound. Even on the internet, there were more voices mocking and slandering Gu Yuan. The Dasha Council, Xian Yuan Mo and the others all wore bitter faces, as if they were thinking about how to handle the aftermath after Gu Yuan's massacre tonight, but Lin Zhengtang suddenly swore. Damn! Hearing this, the other two looked at Lin Zhengtang, puzzled. Zhengtang, what's wrong? I really can't take it, just look for yourselves. Xian Yuan Mo took the phone, his mouth dropping open. Nangong Luotian also clicked his tongue, puzzled. Why are there still people slandering Gu Yuan online? Is he an idiot? Xian Yuan Mo seemed to have exploded, all the suppressed emotions bursting out at once. Find out. Who is this person? Find them. Follow the internet connection and find their home. Kill them. Hang them up in the central square. Big brother. Big brother. Don't get worked up. Get the hell out of here. Kill them. Xian Yuan speaker. As Xian Yuan Mo was shouting angrily, the secretary entered with a tablet. Upon seeing the secretary, Xian Yuan Mo took a deep breath and sat down. What is it? Xian Yuan speaker, Gu Yuan sent over a list, it has about 5 million people. These 5 million people are almost all those who have surrendered. He requests that the Dasha Council publicly execute everyone on the list live at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. He also said, this was something you personally agreed to. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Mo's vision went black, and he immediately lost consciousness. Meanwhile, over on Gu Yuan's side, the cause and effect line of those online bullies had long grown thicker. It's almost time. With a cold laugh, Gu Yuan slightly raised his hand, and the overwhelming black fog began to spread from the Lu family villa. Seeing the towering fog, the citizens of H City were almost all scared out of their wits. Don't look at how Gu Yuan acted like a savior during the Sakura battle, but everyone in H City knew, this guy killed for 2 whole days and nights in H City, he was a devil. However, this fog did not stay in H City, but spread directly to other cities. In just a few minutes, the fog had already swept across all of Dasha. Chapter 44, The Final Reckoning, Chapter 22. At night, the overwhelming fog spread throughout Dasha, causing panic among its people. Everyone knew, once this black fog appeared, the killer star was coming to claim lives. The vast majority of people were relieved they hadn't participated in that online bullying. Those who took part in the bullying, but hadn't surrendered, were either hiding at home or running for their lives, some even desperately trying to reach the police station. However, the police station had already received orders from above, no matter what, they would not open the door. At a barbecue stall in F City, several young people were still drinking beer, boasting. Look, isn't Gu Yuan after revenge? Where is he? How come I'm fine? I'm standing right here, let him come. Lower your voice, did you drink too much? One of the companions pulled at the previous young man, but was pushed away. I haven't drunk too much, bring him here. While the young man, holding a bottle of alcohol, boasted loudly, he suddenly looked up, only to see his companions turning and running. Seeing this, the young man sneered, look how scared you all are. Could he still be behind me? As he spoke, the young man turned around, but the bottle of alcohol fell to the ground.
In front of him, a towering black mist was rapidly charging toward him. In the next moment, from within the black mist, a dozen or so ghostly soldiers appeared, like phantoms, and with a single swing, they decapitated the young man. Then, the dozen or so ghostly soldiers chased after the others who were fleeing. Don't kill me, I was wrong, I won't dare again, Grandpa Gu, I was wrong. The young man, named Lao Lu, was now cornered by one of the ghostly soldiers, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly banging his head. The ghostly soldier, however, was slow and steady, calmly walking toward him. It was only at this moment that endless regret surged into Lao Lu's heart. He had clearly had a chance to save his life earlier, why didn't he just surrender? Even if he had spent 3 to 5 years in prison, it would have been better than losing his life. As he saw the ghostly soldier approach, Lao Lu's eyes turned red, and the next moment, he stood up. You're really going to exterminate me? Gu Yuan, I only cursed you online a few times, I didn't go to your house like the others. I'll fight you. Ah! Lao Lu yelled, his eyes red, rushing toward the ghostly soldier. The next second, however, he felt a sensation of weightlessness. The ghostly soldier had already cut him in half at the waist. The remaining half of Lao Lu's body was still shouting and struggling desperately. Gu Yuan, even if I become a ghost. Before he could finish, the ghostly soldier stomped on his head, crushing it. The ghostly soldier, with no expression, then chased after the next target. In a small village in Z City, a young woman was desperately pounding on the door of the police station, screaming like she had lost her mind. Just now, in this small village with only a few hundred people, ghostly soldiers had appeared. And they killed dozens of people. If she hadn't run quickly, she would have already been a victim of their blades. Inside the police station, watching the woman madly banging on the door, Zhao was more than flustered. Why, of all nights, did he have to be the one on night duty tonight? Even from this distance, he could clearly hear the screams from the village. In the nearby makeshift holding room, 2 young men looked at each other, nearly crying. Brother, it's a good thing we admitted our mistake. We must never argue online again. Yeah, how could I have been so hot-headed, not knowing right from wrong? As long as I keep my life this time, I'll accept any punishment. Zhao sat at the front desk, his mind becoming more and more chaotic. The next moment, he ran to the door, unlocked it, and let the woman in. When the woman entered, Zhao froze. Huan? What are you doing here? To his surprise, the woman was his girlfriend. Zhao, scratching his hair, was relieved he opened the door, otherwise, he would regret it terribly. Wait. Just as he thought this, Zhao froze. Huan, you didn't curse people online too, did you? Those ghostly soldiers don't kill people casually. What are you saying this for now? The woman named Huan cried, saying, What should we do, Wen, please save me, I don't want to die. Hearing this, Zhao sighed, what can I do? Right. Hurry up and go inside, maybe you can escape the calamity. While speaking, Zhao pulled Huan and sent her into the makeshift holding room. Inside the holding room, the 2 young men stared blankly at Huan when she entered. Sister Huan, what are you doing here? Did you curse people online too? They were from the same village, so naturally, they knew each other. Huan could only helplessly nod. Seeing this, the slightly thinner boy helplessly said, Huanjia, you're being silly, why is a little girl like you getting involved in this? Upon hearing this, Huan immediately changed her expression, as if she had realized she was safe, and then sneered. Why should I listen to you? So what if I scold him? Who's as dumb as you guys? You even turned yourselves in voluntarily, and once tomorrow's over, I'll go home with Wen, you guys just stay here. Bang! Before Huan finished speaking, a loud crash came from outside. In the hall of the patrol station, a ghost soldier smashed the glass door and pinned Zhao, who was locking the door, underneath him, then headed straight for the detention room. Seeing the ghost soldier break in, the 3 of them were immediately terrified and nearly lost their minds. The ghost soldier ripped the door of the detention room apart and then grabbed Huan by the thigh. As if not even noticing the 2 brothers, the ghost soldier dragged Huan out by her thigh. In the detention room, hearing the woman's screams from outside, the 2 brothers nearly fainted in fear. That night, across the entire Great Xia, screams, curses, pleas, and apologies filled the air, as if the apocalypse had come. Yet, no organization, stepped forward to intervene. Just like that, when the sun rose, the streets, neighborhoods, malls, and restaurants of Great Xia had already been stained in a sea of crimson. Countless demons, zombies, and ghosts took advantage of the chaos, fighting over bodies and blood, trying to soak up Gu Yuan's luck. As for Gu Yuan, he did not stop them. It seemed that being left to die in the wilderness, eaten by wild dogs, was the best fate for these people. After this night, those who had been cyberbullying were probably reduced to just a few stragglers. Master. As Gu Yuan was watching the situation through the eyes of the ghost soldiers across Great Xia, the White Fox walked in again. Master, the council has sent another message.
The council has sent a message? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's expression immediately became intriguing.
He couldn't think of what kind of message the council would send him at this moment.
It couldn't be a message asking him not to kill, could it? That would be far too late. Tell me, I'm really curious to know what the council has sent.
Listening to this, the white fox also spoke with a serious expression. Master, Xian Yuan Mo said that just now, there was an earthquake near the Great Wall.
What? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. An earthquake near the Great Wall could only mean one thing. The seal has been compromised.
Thinking of this, Gu Yuan immediately felt frustrated. He hadn't expected it to come so quickly. If that mysterious woman and the creatures of the eternal night were in cahoots, Gu Yuan's last bit of hope would likely vanish completely.
Master, you don't need to worry.
Xian Yuan Mo said this is already the third earthquake in the Great Wall area this year, but the previous ones were ignored.
Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan finally relaxed a little.
It seems that the so-called earthquake was merely a warning from the seal. If something really did go wrong, he and the six great sects would definitely be caught off guard. But no matter what, Gu Yuan still needed to take a look, at least to study what this earthquake was really signaling.
Thinking of this, Gu Yuan spoke.
White Fox, call the leaders of the six great sects for a meeting.
Yes, master, but I don't know where Lin Xian is. She hasn't come back tonight. She went live streaming.
This time, she used the account provided by the Great Xia Council.
It's normal that you didn't see her.
She worked overtime last night, she should be back soon.
Just take her to rest once she's back. After saying this, Gu Yuan disappeared into the black mist.
When he reappeared, he was already near the Great Wall.
Gu Yuan could appear anywhere at any time, which was quite convenient.
Unfortunately, the black mist spread much slower than Gu Yuan's flight, and it seemed to affect people's minds, so it wasn't suitable to spread it across the Great Xia for now. Soon, Gu Yuan arrived above the Great Wall area and noticed that the earthquake caused by the Great Wall had already stopped.
Following the same route as last time, Gu Yuan reached the sealing place again.
However, this time, he discovered that the seal seemed to have weakened somewhat.
Although it was only a very small extent, Gu Yuan could feel it, it was definitely weaker. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan was filled with doubt. Why, all of a sudden, did the seal weaken?
You see, by following the crack from 300 years ago, Gu Yuan could travel to the Evernight world, and this side seemed to have a rather long blank space, a place occupied by the pioneers of the Blue Star. In other words, there were no Evernight creatures attacking the seal. But if the seal naturally weakened, it wouldn't happen instantly, it would be a slow process, and it shouldn't have caused such a big stir, even triggering an earthquake.
Could it be that the Evernight world has some special method to remotely attack this seal? Thinking this, Gu Yuan could only shake his head. He knew too little about this seal and the Evernight world. Too little.
As for delving deeper into exploration, Gu Yuan had no plans for that at the moment. After all, he had already summoned the six major sects in the Great Xia, waiting for him to discuss matters.
Moreover, according to what Master Yushin said, the Evernight is a place of darkness, with no light or direction.
If he got lost and couldn't find his way back, it would be a big problem. While thinking, Gu Yuan returned to the other side of the seal, just about to leave, when he glanced at the crack in the seal and fell into deep thought. Logically, if the seal consumed energy at this rate, even 1,000 years later, it wouldn't have consumed much power. However, speaking of this, if the creatures from the Evernight world wanted to break the seal, they wouldn't necessarily have to wait for the seal to disappear. As long as the strength of the seal drops to a certain level, they could directly launch a violent attack. By then, things would be out of control. If he could repair the gap in the seal, although it might not strengthen it much, it would be better than nothing. At least it would delay things until the final battle with that mysterious woman, otherwise, if something else slipped through that crack during this time, it would be troublesome. However, Gu Yuan had no idea how to repair the seal.
Do I have to let the six major sects figure it out? Gu Yuan murmured, but suddenly had an idea.
The director of the 749 Bureau said that some aspects of himself were actually similar to the creatures from the Evernight. From this, it was assumed that Gu Yuan might be an Evernight creature, and the six major sects had originally had the same suspicion. However, Gu Yuan believed that not only was he not an Evernight creature, but he was actually born specifically to counter the Evernight creatures.
Of course, Gu Yuan was just guessing, as his resurrection had been too coincidental. If he could counter the Evernight creatures, could his special talents and abilities also interact with this seal? After all, this seal was definitely not set up randomly.
It must have been built by Emperor Shi Huang combining the characteristics of the Evernight creatures, so he should definitely give it a try. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan pondered for a moment, then grabbed a handful of black soil from the black mist space and pressed it onto the corner of the crack in the seal. It wasn't that Gu Yuan thought this black soil could repair the seal, it was just that he didn't know what else to do. Inputting energy certainly wouldn't work. Even if it drained him to death, it wouldn't repair this crack.
However, under Gu Yuan's watch, this small piece of black soil quickly transformed into a flowing liquid. A piece of the seal was repaired. Although it was only as small as a fingernail, it was really useful. Seeing this scene, Gu Yuan finally showed a smile. Though he didn't know why, as long as it worked, that's enough. The black soil, he could use it endlessly. He took out a large amount of black soil from the black mist space. It took a full hour for Gu Yuan to completely repair the crack. The gap seemed as if it had never happened. Looking at the repaired seal, Gu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Now he didn't have to worry too much anymore. At the Lu family villa, the leaders of the 6 major sects were now somewhat relaxed. "Oh, girl, you're finally willing to serve us tea? But this tea doesn't seem to match Elder Gu's status." Hearing Zhang Tianming's words, the white fox rolled her eyes and said, "I don't want to serve you tea. If you don't want it, don't drink it. Why are you angry again?" Zhang Tianming also laughed and took out a ring. "Girl, take this ring. It contains the immortal tea from Longhu Mountain. There's less than a pound produced each year. Don't look down on this. Besides serving guests, Elder Gu's mother is not in good health. Just drinking this tea every day will eliminate all diseases and make her immune to poisons. Living 200 to 300 years is no problem." Chapter 46, The Secret of the Seal. Is it the legendary immortal tea? Seeing the ring Zhang Tianming handed over and hearing his words, the white fox's eyes widened. "Yes, it's the immortal tea." Zhang Tianming laughed and said, "Not only is it immortal tea, but there's also a small amount of immortal mother tea. Even in our Longhu Mountain, it's extremely rare." Hearing this, the white fox immediately inhaled sharply. This Longhu Mountain immortal tea is a rare treasure in the entire cultivation world. After drinking it, within 12 hours, it clears the mind, opens all the body's orifices, and increases cultivation speed by more than double. If consumed regularly, it could even change one's physical constitution, unlocking a closed spiritual vessel. Although this possibility is slim, and requires years of heavy consumption to trigger a transformation, the innate spiritual vessel almost represents the future achievements of a cultivator, and there is hardly any way to improve it. Even the slightest effect would drive the entire cultivation world into madness. As for Zhang Tianming's claim that it could cure all diseases and make one immune to poisons, that's just a joke, like saying a 9-turn golden elixir could cure a cold. What's more, this ring not only contains hundreds of pounds of immortal tea, but also more than a pound of immortal mother tea. If the immortal tea is a coveted treasure for all cultivators, then the immortal mother tea is something that would make all cultivators green with envy. Even cultivators in the Tianxiang realm would fight over a single leaf of this tea. The reason is simple. It's said that a cup of immortal mother tea can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. Eating a single leaf is like 10 years of hard cultivation. Although no one knows whether this is true, it is well known that immortal mother tea is only produced in Longhu Mountain, and just a tiny amount each year. This ring contains a pound of it, which is already the output of Longhu Mountain for 100 years. Knowing the value of the immortal tea and mother tea, the white fox hesitated and wasn't sure whether to accept it. Such precious items were hard to refuse, but if she made her master feel uncomfortable because of her lack of knowledge, that would be bad. Seeing the white fox's conflicted expression, Zhang Tianming laughed heartily. "Girl, just accept it on behalf of Elder Gu. With Elder Gu's status, how could he receive guests without good tea? As for the immortal mother tea, you can serve it to the old lady, the others likely don't have the fortune to enjoy it." Just as the white fox was hesitating, a light laugh suddenly came from behind her. "White fox, since sect leader Zhang is willing to part with it, you should accept it. I've also been looking for ways to improve my mother's health. I didn't expect sect leader Zhang to be a timely benefactor. It's settled." Hearing these words, everyone turned to look, and they saw Gu Yuan slowly walking down the stairs. "Master. Senior Gu." Seeing Gu Yuan nod, the white fox accepted the ring and said, "Thank you, Master Zhang." Seeing the white fox accept the gift, Gu Yuan also walked forward and sat down with the leaders of the 6 major sections. What a joke, he didn't even know what that thing was, but since the white fox didn't dare to accept it, it had to be something good. Since someone gave it, he would accept it, especially since it was a gift for his own mother. Zhang Tianming also smiled and said, "Senior Gu, I'm just getting a bit of glory here. This tea was gifted by our ancestor from Longhu Mountain." The ancestor also said, "No matter how precious the gift, you may not even look at it, so it's better to give something useful." Listening to this, Gu Yuan nodded repeatedly. It seemed the ancestor of Longhu Mountain was also a generous person. "Then thank your sect. I'm poor and have nothing to return, so let me give you some soldiers. Later, I will send 1,000,000 soldiers to you at Longhu Mountain." "There's no need." Zhang Tianming hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Senior Gu, you really know how to joke." But Gu Yuan, upon hearing this, slightly frowned and said, "It wouldn't be a joke if I didn't. Everyone, the matter I'm about to discuss, you may not be able to laugh about." "Oh?" Hearing this, Master Yushin also spoke, "Is it about the ceiling?" Seeing Gu Yuan nod, Shen Yunjinren also sighed, Senior Gu, that sealing matter has already been explained to us by the ancestor. The seal has been broken. I fear that in no more than 3 to 5 days, creatures from the eternal night world will descend upon Blue Star. What? Hearing this, Gu Yuan asked in confusion, no way, I just came back from there, and the seal seemed perfectly fine. Hearing this, the Cloud Virtual Sun spoke, Senior Gu, you may not know this, but the seal actually has 2 layers. The place you went should be the seal on the Blue Star side, while the eternal night world has another layer of seal. Today's earthquake was the impact from the outer layer of the seal being broken. Once the outer layer of the seal is destroyed, the seal on Blue Star will soon fall as well. Moreover, since that seal already had a gap, it may last only 3 to 5 days at most. Listening to this, Gu Yuan revealed a smile, so that's how it is, no wonder when I went to the eternal night world, there was nothing there. It seems when I went, those eternal night creatures hadn't yet arrived at the seal, thankfully, I repaired the seal a bit. What? Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the leaders of the 6 major sects all stood up in shock, looking at Gu Yuan. Senior Gu, you said you repaired the seal? Senior Gu, to what extent did you repair it? Why the big reaction? Gu Yuan said helplessly, anyway, on the surface, it doesn't look different. Amit Ba. Before Gu Yuan could finish, Master Yushin brought his hands together and recited the Buddha's name. I didn't expect that our 6 ancestors have spent days figuring out how to repair the seal, yet it was so easily solved by Senior Gu. Truly, it is excellent, excellent. Yes, Senior Gu, Tian Shuzi also nodded and said, originally, the ancestor planned to forcibly break the barrier tomorrow. It seems there is still some time. Exactly. Gu Yuan also nodded, although that seal will not last long, at least it should be good for 10 days to half a month. As long as we can hold out until we battle that mysterious woman. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The battle with that mysterious woman, regardless of winning or losing, had an outcome that could be foreseen. If they lost, the 6 major sects would probably perish, and humanity would have no strength to resist the eternal night anymore. If they won, they would choose some people to escape to the universe, while the rest would stay on Blue Star. No matter the outcome, as long as they could hold out long enough, humanity would still have a glimmer of hope. Senior Gu, now that this urgent matter has been resolved, we should return to our sect. The discussion about the final battle with that mysterious woman had begun. The 6 sect leaders exchanged glances and stood up again, bidding farewell to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan didn't stop them. Since they already knew about the seal, he had no more information to share. But before leaving, Tian Shuzi came to find Gu Yuan once more. Senior Gu, my ancestor invites you to Kunlun's secret realm for a meeting at noon today. Now, with the decisive battle approaching, the ancestors are truly unable to spare any time, so it's up to you, Senior Gu. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded. It seemed that Kunlun sect's ancestor was planning something big. However, Gu Yuan understood. It was said that these ancestors were at a crucial moment in their realm breakthroughs. If successful, it would greatly enhance their chances of victory. Facing that mysterious woman, no one, even if the 6 ancestors join forces with Gu Yuan, could be certain of success. All right. After a moment of thought, Gu Yuan responded, I understand. Just have someone come pick me up when the time comes. Once Tian Shuzi left, Gu Yuan returned to the secret chamber and sat on the white bone throne. At this moment, the dense threads of cause and effect that represented online bullies had almost entirely vanished, leaving only the batch of people in prison with a glimmer of hope, along with a few hundred scattered threads of cause and effect. These scattered people were mostly those who had already fled abroad. Gu Yuan could solve them with a few dozen soldiers. There were also a few dozen others who were somewhat vague. These vague threads of cause and effect represented 2 possibilities. Either they had just followed a trend without much thought, or they were cultivators who could to some extent avoid the consequences of the mortal world. Of course, the remaining few dozen were a mix of both. If it were up to Gu Yuan, he would send in soldiers to directly storm the gates of the 6 major sects and cut them down, but now, since the 6 major sects and himself were in this together, he naturally had to give them some face. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan once again made a list and had the White Fox deliver it to the 6 sections. As for how to handle it, he believed they could figure it out themselves. It was still early in the morning, and the time for noon was still far off, so Gu Yuan decided to take advantage of the lingering black mist and headed directly to the Lishan Imperial Tomb. Zhao Su was still in the Imperial Tomb. If he could bring something valuable out of it, like that so-called Preaching Great Destruction cannon, it would greatly increase their chances of defeating the woman or dealing with the upcoming Eternal Night invasion. Unfortunately, the Lishan Imperial Tomb had already been enveloped by a strange energy. Before, the energy had only surrounded the vicinity of the tomb, but now, it had completely sealed off the entire Lishan Mountain. Looking at the Lishan Mountain enveloped in energy, Gu Yuan sighed. It seemed Zhao Su would have to wait a long time to complete his inheritance. This battle might have to be fought without reinforcements. However, besides that, Gu Yuan seemed to have noticed something unusual.
It wasn't exactly something, but rather, the air within the range of Lishan Mountain seemed different from elsewhere. It felt as if there was something else within the air.
Breathing in the air from the Imperial Tomb actually allows me to break through a threshold?
Muttering to himself, Gu Yuan became even more certain of the strange nature of this place. Though in a single breath, he only broke through a layer of black mist and blood mist, it was indeed effective. As he thought about this, a look of surprise slowly appeared on Gu Yuan's face.
Could this be the legendary Dragon Chi?
Gu Yuan had only heard of Dragon Chi but had never encountered it, and he didn't know what it truly looked like. However, he could confirm that, even if this abstract thing wasn't Dragon Chi, it was still something extraordinary. That was also beneficial for him to break through the portal. Gu Yuan once heard Master Yushin say that Dragon Chi, in fact, can be extracted from the dragon veins, endlessly renewable, inexhaustible, and regenerative. The reason why there is no Dragon Chi on Blue Star now is because this method has long since disappeared after the immortal Qin entered the Eternal Night World. As for the exact reason, Gu Yuan didn't know, but he knew that if this really was Dragon Chi, then the dragon veins on this planet would be a great tonic for him. Convinced in his heart, Gu Yuan relaxed and found a corner, sitting cross-legged on the ground, beginning to absorb that energy in the air. After trying for a while, Gu Yuan discovered that this energy in the air really helped him with his cultivation. However, the efficiency was somewhat hard to describe. After almost 10 minutes, Gu Yuan's blood mist and the black mist portal had only opened a total of 10,000 gates. But even a mosquito's leg is meat. Since he had this condition, Gu Yuan didn't want to waste it and simply stayed where he was, starting his cultivation. For full hours passed, and Gu Yuan's blood mist, black mist portal, had opened another 300,000 gates. At this moment, Yin Jiang No. 1 also sent a message: Tian Shuzi has arrived. Taking advantage of the remaining black mist in Lishan, Gu Yuan immediately returned to the Lu family villa.
Upon seeing Tian Shuzi, Gu Yuan immediately spoke. Tian Shuzi, why did you come in person?
With a great enemy before us, these formalities seem unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Tian Shuzi gave a bitter smile and helplessly said,
Gu Senior, I couldn't get away. I didn't want to come either.
But such a big matter, I didn't feel at ease handing it over to anyone, so I decided to personally come to meet you.
Saying that, Tian Shuzi didn't bother with other pleasantries and directly took out a small black stone from his ring.
This black stone was crystal clear, emitting a faint dark glow, and a wave of energy gushed out from it. Soon, under the gathering of that energy, a Dao gate slowly formed. Seeing the gate open, Tian Shuzi also spoke. Gu Senior, I don't have the strength to open the Dao gate myself, so I have to use this magic treasure to assist.
Please. Let's go. Following Tian Shuzi through the Dao gate, Gu Yuan was slightly surprised by the scene on the other side.
On the other side of the Dao gate, it seemed to be within the Kunlun secret realm, inside the gate of the Kunlun sect. Inside Kunlun sect, there were incense burners, formation altars, with smoke rising. In the sky above, various unknown birds flew freely, occasionally accompanied by the sound of cranes, giving a strong sense of a fairyland.
Seeing this, Gu Yuan also sighed.
The birds flying in the sky must be spiritual beasts or something like that.
No wonder mortals want to seek immortality.
Upon entering this Kunlun fairyland, I feel a sense of peace, even I can feel a trace of serenity. Even if one does nothing, living in such a fairyland can add another 30 or 50 years to one's life.
Chapter 48 Kunlun Secret Talk.
Upon hearing Gu Yuan's praise, Tian Shuzi's face showed a faint expression of enjoyment, but at this moment, he had no mood to enjoy such praise. Gu Senior, this path of cultivation is originally a struggle against heaven, against people, and against fate. Don't be fooled by how abundant the spiritual energy is in the Kunlun secret realm. The competition here is even fiercer. It's really not something that can be shared with outsiders.
That's true.
Gu Yuan nodded, and Tian Shuzi sighed lightly, leading Gu Yuan to a secret place within the secret realm.
Gu Senior, the ancestor is inside. I'll take my leave now. Please go ahead. After a polite reply, Gu Yuan looked around and felt a sense of approval.
Within this secret realm, Gu Yuan could feel the same heavenly energy as in the Lishan Imperial Tomb, which, if said, must indeed be Dragon Chi. But the spiritual energy here was considerably thinner than in the Lishan Imperial Tomb.
Certainly, it must be a little more or a little less. Friend Gu Yuan.
Gu Yuan was pondering when a young man, who had no cultivation at all, appeared from nowhere.
Seeing this person, Gu Yuan cupped his fists in greeting. You must be the Kunlun Grandmaster, right? But I assume you should be in the Dao form.
Correct. I am the so-called Grandmaster of the Kunlun sect, Yuan Hao. And this is not my Dao form, it is merely a projection. I am currently at a critical period of consolidating my realm, and I fear I cannot spare even the slightest bit of mental energy.
Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded and asked, I wonder what matters you wish to discuss with me, Yuan Dao friend? Yuan Hao looked at Gu Yuan for a while before speaking.
To be honest, I have successfully broken through to the mid-stage of the mortal-immortal realm, and I will break through the barrier tomorrow.
Mid-stage of the mortal immortal realm? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Although Gu Yuan did not fully understand the mortal immortal realm, he knew a little about it. At the mortal immortal realm, the gap between small realms was as vast as the gap between the larger realms before. Now that the Kunlun Grandmaster had reached the mid-stage of the mortal immortal realm, his strength was likely unmatched on this blue star. Of course, except for that woman. What level of power that woman possessed, no one knew. Dao friend, actually, the reason I invited you here today is because there are some things I want to confirm face to face. Before Gu Yuan could answer, Yuan Hao continued to speak. Your current strength seems to be in the late stage of the earth immortal realm. I wonder how strong you would be if we really fought. Also, in the short term, do you still have the possibility of breaking through your realm? The most important thing is, do you wish to protect your own race, or do you simply want to cooperate with us to deal with that mysterious woman? Please, Dao friend, speak plainly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan laughed directly. I say, brother Yuan Hao, these questions you ask don't seem to require my answers, or rather, my answers don't seem to matter much. As for my strength, I can only say that if I have enough resources, breaking through to the mortal immortal realm in a short time is no problem. If the resources are sufficient, I could even try for the mid-stage of the mortal immortal realm. Hearing this, Yuan Hao thought for a moment and nodded. Given the current state of Daxia, or rather the entire blue star, the only way was to unite all possible forces. As for what race, it no longer mattered. With this in mind, Yuan Hao spoke. Good, Dao friend, since that's the case, the 6 major sects will spare no effort these days to help you break through to the mortal immortal realm. To be honest, the other sect elders have not yet reached the mortal immortal realm. They are intensively breaking through. In the next few days, I will do my best to help others break through. Meanwhile, I will keep a close watch on the seal. As for you, Dao friend, I believe Yurine soldiers should be completely in sync with your will, right? Indeed. Very good, then the task of monitoring that woman's forces will be left to you. Yuan Hao sighed as he spoke. Dao friend, you probably don't know, but the Fantic Sky Sect, the Gods Alliance, and all those miscellaneous forces under that woman's command are already on high alert, ready to strike at any moment, waiting for her to break through. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded. So what you're saying is, what we're competing for now is who can break through first. Exactly. Yuan Hao also became serious. But I can be sure that the woman has not yet broken through beyond the mortal immortal realm. If she breaks through to a realm beyond the earth immortal realm, there will surely be signs of great change in the world. What I'm most worried about is that the woman doesn't plan to truly break through that realm. If that's the case, we will only be passively defending. Gu Yuan agreed strongly with Yuan Hao's words. If that woman really broke through that realm, whether they could win was debatable, but the signs of breakthrough would certainly. In order to signal others, instead of waiting foolishly like now. Since that's the case, I will now dispatch some shadow generals to monitor the Divine Alliance and the Brahma sect. As for the small fry, they are likely just following orders, there's no need to worry about them. All right. Yuan Hao smiled and said, Friend Gu, since that's settled, I won't keep you any longer. The resources of the 6 major sects can be delivered today, please. Farewell. Leaving the Kunlun secret realm, Gu Yuan returned to the Lu family's villa, where the white fox was watching a phone with Huang Guiying. Seeing this scene, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, I didn't expect you to have a phone. Hearing this, the white fox pouted. Master, do you have some kind of stereotype about my kind? I'm just a demon, I'm not a primitive person. What's wrong with having a phone? I can use a tablet, can't I use a phone? Ah, right. Gu Yuan nodded perfunctorily. What are you watching? Listening, Huang Guiying smiled and said, Son, look, the Daxia Council is live streaming a press conference, it's addressing you. See, even Speaker Xian Yuan said that you were wronged, it was that being from another world who stirred up trouble, just to make our Daxia lose its unity. I never expected that there really are monsters in this world. After living for so many years, I finally opened my eyes. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's mouth twitched. What do you mean there really are monsters? I've been back for so long, and now you say there really are monsters. But that's fine. Regarding the Eternal Night invasion, Gu Yuan never knew how to explain it to Huang Guiying, and now she accepts it herself, which saves a lot of trouble. Moreover, seeing Huang Guiying's current state, especially her mental state, it was quite good. This was what Gu Yuan felt the most relieved about. Thinking this, Gu Yuan nodded and said, You all keep watching, I'm going back. Master, don't leave, there's going to be an execution soon. Master, soon it will be the execution segment, aren't you going to watch it all before leaving? Hearing the fox's words, Gu Yuan shook his head. No need to watch, what's there to see? Does Xian Yuan Mo still dare to play tricks on me? Once the execution is over, if I have no other orders, you can inform Xian Yuan Mo that the remaining 200,000 people, I will truly not pursue it any longer. He can deal with them as he likes. Upon hearing this, the white fox nodded. In fact, there was really no loss at all. The shadow soldiers sent to monitor the major forces were different. Each major force is filled with talented individuals, and once the shadow soldiers enter their territory, they will definitely be discovered. But the shadow soldiers from Sakura Island were different. They were weak and not fully transformed, basically just moving corpses, and as long as they were controlled properly, they mostly would not be detected. After everything was arranged, Gu Yuan found that the causal threads representing the online bullies had already disappeared one by one, leaving only a few little cats. In this light, it seemed that Xian Yuan most promised to him was indeed credible, and the 6 major sects had also cleaned up their own ranks. As long as the 5th Shadow General finished dealing with those dozen or so who fled abroad, this matter would be completely wrapped up. Just as he was deep in thought, Lin Xian came over wearing pajamas, her eyes still sleepy. Seeing Lin Xian, Gu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Lin Xian, why did you come dressed like this? Did you have a nightmare? No. Lin Xian shook her head and replied, a little boy named Qin Hao just now said he represented the 6 major sects to bring you cultivation resources. I only woke up when I heard the knock on the door. No wonder. Gu Yuan chuckled lightly. He still had some memory of that Qin Hao, who should be one of the holy sons or holy daughters of the 6 major sections. As for the strength of these holy sons and daughters, not to mention their ability to flee quickly, that night when the cultivators came looking for trouble, only a few holy sons and daughters escaped, while the others basically perished. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan nodded and said, then you go back to sleep a little longer. I have accepted the things. I won't sleep anymore, teacher. I have an appointment with those 2 filming brothers for dinner tonight. They were scared last night. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's lips slightly curled up. He could tell that Lin Xian was speaking well of the 2 cameramen. But it made sense, since after being requisitioned by him, those 2 cameramen had not received any benefits, only being on standby 24 hours a day working, running around consistently. Thinking this, Gu Yuan spoke. Alright, you can tell those 2 little brothers tonight that they can follow me full-time from now on, and if it's convenient, they can move into the Lu family villa. There are plenty of empty rooms here. Rest assured, as long as they follow me, even if it's just running errands, I won't treat them unfairly, especially since it's a professional job like filming. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Thank you, teacher. I'll go back to pack and get ready to leave. Go ahead. After Lin Xian left, Gu Yuan thought for a moment and sent a few more shadow soldiers to stay at the entrance of the Lu family villa. The Lu family villa is so big, and he is often in a state of cultivation. In case any unannounced visitor comes, it's quite possible he wouldn't hear the knock, so 2 shadow soldiers needed to be on guard. After completing all this, Gu Yuan picked up the ring sent by Qin Hao on behalf of the 6 major sections. Not looking, he was shocked when he did. The space inside this ring was even larger than Gu Yuan's secret room. It seemed that the last delivery was merely the surface. And they claimed to have taken 70%, indeed, they were old and cunning. Gu Yuan's room, though called a secret room, was actually just the upstairs parlor that had been modified a bit, but it still had 50 to 60 square meters. And that ring was completely filled with cultivation resources. Spirit stones, spirit herbs, spirit pills, spirit items. He had no idea that the 6 major sects were so wealthy. And this might only be the tip of the iceberg for the 6 major sects. After thousands of years of accumulation, let alone anything else, their cultivation resources had definitely piled up quite a lot. However, Gu Yuan also discovered that most of these cultivation resources were of the kind that were difficult to utilize, like high-quality spirit herbs. Spirit items like these. These items usually need to be refined into pills for cultivators to use. If used directly, their effects are very limited. Moreover, such high-quality items cannot easily be utilized by ordinary cultivators. For cultivation resources like this, giving them to Gu Yuan is indeed the perfect choice. However, compared to these items, spirit stones are much rarer. It seems that even the 6 major sects consider spirit stones a precious resource. Spirit energy is also one of the precious resources produced by spirit stones. It is said that if one has the right formation and a large amount of spirit stones, spirit energy can be generated endlessly. Coincidentally, among this batch of cultivation resources, there is such a formation plate. This formation plate is about 2 square meters in size, laid perfectly underneath the bone throne, and all the spirit stones were used for this so-called gathering spirit formation. The moment the gathering spirit formation was activated, Gu Yuan already felt that within the area covered by the formation, there was an increase in spirit energy. However, the spirit energy was still quite thin, even less than that found in the Li Mountain Royal Tomb. Chapter 50, United We Stand, Great Xia. According to the small inscriptions carved on the spirit stone formation plate, this gathering spirit formation not only continuously generates spirit energy but also absorbs the surrounding spirit energy. Unfortunately, there is no spirit energy present on the surface now, otherwise, its density would surely increase. But, it is better than nothing. Gu Yuan did not complain, he simply took this free time to start his cultivation. That woman could strike at any moment, so it would be better for him to reach the mortal fairy level first.
giving him a better chance of winning. However, Gu Yuan had no idea how many layers of blood mist and black fog he would need to break through to reach the mortal fairy level. All he could do was focus on his cultivation first and worry about everything else later. In the past few days, although Gu Yuan did not take any further action after dealing with the online bullies, the heat of the topic showed no sign of cooling down. The Great Xia Council also released a statement, but it did not mention Gu Yuan's actions against the online bullies. Instead, it announced matters related to the Eternal Night World and the Great Wall Seal. Since establishing diplomatic relations with the Great Xia Council, Gu Yuan has sent any updates to Xian Yuan Mo, as Xian Yuan Mo, who needed to prepare to coordinate the Great Xia populace, could not afford to be oblivious. After the Great Xia Council announced that the Great Wall Seal was about to be breached and the Eternal Night World would soon invade, the people of Great Xia erupted in excitement. However, the overall response was drastically different from Xian Yuan Mo's thoughts. Xian Yuan Mo had prepared several plans to calm the public's panic, but unexpectedly, the people of Great Xia were all excited. Online, news about the impending invasion of the Eternal Night World became the hottest topic of discussion in history. Eternal Night World is about to invade? No need to be afraid. No matter how scary the creatures of the Eternal Night World are, can they be more fearsome than God Gu? Exactly. With Great God Gu here and the 6 major sects supporting us, we're not afraid of anything, even the Eternal Night World. We cannot say that. The strength of the creatures from the Eternal Night World is quite powerful. Even with the abilities of the 6 major sects in God Gu, it is difficult to say if they can protect Great Xia. We shouldn't be too optimistic. That's not the right way to think. Our Great Xia nation, for thousands of years, when have we ever feared invaders? Yes. From ancient times until now, when the sky fell, we would patch it ourselves, when the floods came, we would repair it ourselves. Great Xia has never shown weakness. We will fight to the end against the Eternal Night World. Yes, fight to the end. Fight to the end. Seeing those comments online, Xian Yuan Mo suddenly felt invigorated. If the people of Great Xia could unite like this, then his future work would become much easier. Not to mention that the residents near the Great Wall, upon learning of the Eternal Night invasion, also began to actively relocate. It was just to avoid causing trouble for the country. Just as the whole of the Great Xia united, preparing to resist the invasion of the Eternal Night World, Gu Yuan's cultivation had also reached a boiling point. Gu Yuan had been in the secret chamber for 3 days and nights in a row, and the black mist, as well as the blood mist portal, were advancing at an incredibly fast pace. In just 3 days, the black mist and blood mist portals inside Gu Yuan's body had surged to a staggering 38 million. Gu Yuan had a premonition that with just 2 to 3 million more portals opened, he would be able to reach the realm of a dust immortal. It wasn't that there was any hint, but Gu Yuan had actually experienced the power of a dust immortal once before. At this moment, his power was already very close to that critical point, and in just one more day, he would be able to break through. At this moment, the white fox also walked in. Feeling the white fox approach, Gu Yuan slowly exited his cultivation state. What happened? Upon hearing this, the white fox, who was about to turn and leave, hurriedly turned back and spoke. Master, the Holy Son of Purple Gold Mountain sent a pill. Oh? What kind of pill? According to the Holy Sun, this pill can temporarily help cultivators who are on the verge of breaking through to the Dust Immortal realm reach the Dust Immortal state, but it only lasts for 30 minutes. For cultivators in other realms, it has no effect. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan thought for a moment and shook his head. When the ancestors of the 6 great sects gave him this item, Gu Yuan knew exactly what it meant. It was nothing more than a precaution in case he couldn't break through to the Dust Immortal realm, something to guarantee his success. But obviously, Gu Yuan didn't need this item. Did the Holy Sun leave? Not yet. He said he wanted to borrow a few soldiers, the weakest ones will do, and he mentioned that it was a personal request to experiment with a certain technique of his. Hearing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. What experiment? Borrowing soldiers? The Holy Sun really thought of that. But Gu Yuan had a big family and a vast business, so he wasn't bothered by a few soldiers. These Holy Sons would become the backbone of the Great Xia in the future, and Gu Yuan was happy to support them. Thinking this, Gu Yuan waved his hand slightly, and black mist slowly emerged behind his throne. 20 soldiers, walking like zombies, limped out. Let him take these soldiers, but they haven't fully transformed, their strength is very weak. If he needs more, the soldiers at the gate or at the Tianzhou realm, he can take them. Also, let him take the pill back. I should be able to break through to that realm in a day or two. Among the 6 major sects, there are probably others who are about to step into the Dust Immortal realm, so leaving this pill might come in handy when we battle that woman in the future. Yes, Master, I will respond to him now. The White Fox continued, the old lady, after drinking that so-called immortal tea for several days, is completely different now. Her mental and physical health is in great condition, and I've already sent all the professional caregivers back. You did well. Gu Yuan nodded and said, as for my mother, you've worked hard.
Taking good care of her is a great accomplishment. Go ahead. I need to continue my retreat. Yes. The White Fox responded and left with the 20 limping soldiers. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan resumed his retreat. It was hard to tell how much time had passed when the impact of the Black Mist and Blood Mist portal started to slow down. This was the first time Gu Yuan had encountered an obstacle in his portal breaking. Could this be the bottleneck? Continuing his cultivation, Gu Yuan quickly dismissed this thought. At this point, he had already broken through nearly 85 million portals. According to his calculations, when the portal breaks through 85 million, it will be the day he ascends to the realm of immortal. Chapter 51, Leaving the Seclusion. The 7 Immortals gather. Gu Yuan was still very confident about breaking through to the immortal. Rather than saying that his progress in breaking the portal slowed down, it would be more accurate to say that the materials needed for the breakthrough have increased. Compared to before, it's almost a tenfold increase. However, Gu Yuan didn't mind. As long as he was willing to use resources, the speed would still be the same and wouldn't slow down by much. As for those resources, Gu Yuan had only used up less than half. By accelerating the absorption of resources, Gu Yuan was getting closer and closer to that threshold. 84,960,000. 84,980,000. As he neared 85 million, the resources he invested also increased more and more, and when the portal reached the 85 million mark, the resources actually surpassed the total he had used before. Boom! With a loud crash inside his body, Gu Yuan's portal finally opened to 85 million. At the same time, Gu Yuan could feel that the Black Mist space and the ghost soldiers within the space had undergone significant changes. First of all, the ghost soldiers from Sakura Island had instantly transformed successfully, but their strength was still weak, basically on the chi refining stage. They could easily defeat ordinary people, but when facing cultivators, they could only rely on numbers to win. The previous 50,000 ghost soldiers had all reached the celestial phenomenon stage. 50,000 celestial phenomenon stage ghost soldiers. This change gave Gu Yuan a solid foundation. With such strength and numbers, even if the Evernight world were to invade, it would still be a powerful force. Not to mention, when the Evernight world truly invades, these ghost soldiers could definitely hold on for 3 to 5 days. If 50,000 celestial phenomenon stage ghost soldiers couldn't solve the problem, then there's no need to fight the war anymore, just escape as far as possible while the seal hasn't been broken. As for the ghost generals, their strength had reached the later stage of the Earth Immortal realm. And their numbers had increased to more than 10. After informing the 6 major sects about his breakthrough, Gu Yuan continued to retreat into seclusion. Now, as long as there was a little more time, Gu Yuan would try his best to improve his strength. After all, no one knew whether that woman was about to break through to the realm above the mortal immortal. Moreover, Gu Yuan could feel that his own strength, if facing someone above the mortal immortal, probably wouldn't have much of a chance to win. What surprised Gu Yuan was that after breaking through the 85 million portal, the speed of breaking through the portal increased again. To be precise, the resources consumed had decreased again. The resources sent by the 6 major sects had consumed only a little more than 1/10, and at this speed, if he could absorb and refine all the resources. No, even if he only absorbed and refined half, he would definitely be confident in breaking through the 100 million portal. Soon, another day passed, and at this time, Gu Yuan was in the middle of his cultivation when suddenly, his mind stirred. He came to the street and saw that the sky, which was clear for thousands of miles, suddenly started to drizzle. The fine rain that fell on the ground caused the flowers and plants to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. When he caught some of the rainwater in his hand, Gu Yuan found that this rainwater was actually condensed from spiritual energy. Unfortunately, this light drizzle lasted only for a few seconds before it stopped. Such a change could definitely be called a heavenly phenomenon. Could it be that the mysterious woman has successfully broken through? Thinking this, Gu Yuan shook his head. It shouldn't be, logically speaking, a heavenly phenomenon above the mortal immortal realm would not be so small, it should at least be a global sensation. This phenomenon right now is just too simple. In that case, it means that someone from the 6 major sects has broken through to the mortal immortal realm. It seems that it should be one of the remaining 5 old ancestors. But when I broke through myself, why was there no such phenomenon in the heavens and earth? After thinking for a moment, Gu Yuan could only let out a helpless smile. If he had to count himself, he should belong to the corpse cultivators. If a phenomenon in the heavens and earth were to be triggered, what if a rain of corpse energy or rain energy, or even blood energy fell? That would be disastrous. Just as he was pondering, Gu Yuan sensed another burst of energy erupting, and the next moment, delicate rain began to fall in the heavens and earth, just like before. What good fortune, he exclaimed, revealing a smile. With 2 ancestors breaking through, it seems the odds have greatly increased. Then, within a day, there were 3 more rains of spiritual energy, meaning all 5 ancestors had now successfully broken through to the earthly immortal level. On the throne of bones, Gu Yuan was breaking through a portal.
At this point, he had shattered 4 million black mist and blood mist portals, a total of 8 million.
Sensing the arrival of the white fox, Gu Yuan opened his eyes. What is it? Master. The white fox slightly bowed and spoke. The 6 major sects have sent people here. There are also 6 individuals, but they are not the 6 sect leaders, rather people I've never seen before.
Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan immediately stood up, realizing that the ancestors of the 6 major sects had all emerged from their seclusion.
Good, take me to meet them.
In the living room, the ancestors of the 6 major sects were gathered together, drinking tea and chatting about something. These 6 people, 5 men and 1 woman, with 3 elders and 3 youths, the elders exuding an air of immortality while the youths were handsome and charming.
Gentlemen, it's an honor to finally meet you. I apologize for the inadequate welcome.
Seeing Gu Yuan approach, the ancestors of the 6 major sects also stood up and cupped their fists in salute.
Friend Gu, it's a pleasure to meet you.
After exchanging greetings, Yuan Hao, who had met him before, spoke up.
Everyone, what do you think? This is friend Gu Yuan, didn't I tell you he is unfathomable?
Indeed, he has just broken through to earthly immortal less than 3 days ago, yet he can already conceal all his scattered aura, truly unfathomable.
Friend Gu, let me introduce everyone briefly.
As Yuan Hao spoke, he began to introduce.
This is the ancestor of the Purple Gold Mountain, Master Xian Yi.
This is the Grand Master of Longhu Mountain, Master Zhang Lifeng.
This is the ancestor of the Yamei sect, Master Tian Xian. This is the ancestor of Qingcheng Mountain, Sword Immortal Luochen. And this is the Buddha of the Great Thundersound Temple, Nanifo Duankong.
As Yuan Hao introduced each one, Gu Yuan shook hands with everyone. Among these 6, Yuan Hao from Kunlun Mountain, Master Tian Xian from the Yamei sect, and Sword Immortal Luochen all looked young, while Master Xian Yi from Purple Gold Mountain and Grand Master Zhang Lifeng from Longhu Mountain both had white hair and beards, appearing elderly. Of course, such realms, even directly named after immortals, could not be judged by common sense, ages couldn't really be compared. But that Nanefo Duankong was different from the others, resembling a strong middle-aged man, almost like a fierce golden-eyed warrior. Not only that, but Nanefo Duankong seemed to exude a trace of dark energy. Calling it dark energy isn't quite right, it was more like correctly unleashed darkness.
Chapter 52, The All-Out Decisive Battle.
For the ancestors of the 6 major sects, apart from Yuan Hao from Kunlun, Gu Yuan could clearly sense that the strength of the other 5 was likely at the early stage of earthly immortals. To be precise, they were stronger than someone who had just entered the earthly immortal realm. Although the 5 had just broken through, each had once been an extraordinary genius, combined with thousands of years of accumulated strength, so their powers were indeed considerably stronger upon breaking through. Therefore, although these 5 ancestors had only recently broken through for a day or two, they could absolutely be regarded as earthly immortal level combat power, rather than the unstable state that Gu Yuan had imagined.
Gentlemen, since we have all broken through, why don't we? Gu Yuan said with a slight smile, how about we directly assault the place where that woman is in seclusion, catching her off guard? I believe our chances will greatly increase, what do you all think? Hearing this, Master Xian Yi from Purple Gold Mountain shook his head. Taoist Gu, although this method is feasible, I think it lacks much significance. That's right. The Sword Immortal Luochun from Green City Mountain nodded and said, Taoist Gu, this is our first meeting, so perhaps our views differ a little. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan also felt confused and asked. What differences? Didn't we make it clear before? Kill that woman, then focus on dealing with the invasion from the Eternal Night World. Hearing this, Yuan Hao frowned and said. Taoist Gu, if it were really that simple, how great would that be? Oh? Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow as he listened, please tell me more. Seeing this, Yuan Hao asked in return. Taoist Gu, how much do you think our chances are against that mysterious woman? How would I know? Gu Yuan shot him a roll of the eyes, helplessly saying, to be honest, I haven't even met that woman's true form. All the information I have about her comes from you 6 sections. But from my analysis, the chances don't seem very high. Exactly. Yuan Hao nodded slightly, then added, Taoist Gu, to be frank with you, that mysterious woman's power is at least at the late stage of the Red Dust Immortal. This time she is in seclusion, and she may even be pushing towards a realm beyond the Red Dust Immortal, the so-called Tao Immortal. Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded as well, Brother Yuan Hao, you have told me this before. That's why I said, should we take the chance before she breaks through and catch her off guard? Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao shook his head again. Actually, that would have little significance. What I mean is, even if the chances of winning are low, we must still prepare as if we are going to win. Because after defeating that woman, we still have to face the even more dangerous and brutal invasion of the Eternal Night World. At that time, on Blue Star, regardless of race or country, everyone must unite. There can be no internal threats whatsoever. Hearing this, Gu Yuan finally understood Yuan Hao's meaning. What you mean is, in this battle, we must defeat that woman head-on and then eradicate all her lackeys.
On one hand, it will boost the morale of the cultivators and people on Blue Star, and on the other hand, it will eliminate the potential future threat from her remaining forces.
Exactly.
Yuan Hao nodded, then added, and before the official war begins, if we can seduce some countries and factions to join us, that would be even better.
Oh? Hearing this, Gu Yuan looked at Yuan Hao with more confusion. This doesn't seem right. The saying goes, once unfaithful, always untrustworthy. Even if those who joined that woman's forces really defect, won't they rebel again in the future? Taoist Gu, you must understand, not all of that woman's followers are just her lackeys. Facing Gu Yuan's confusion, Master Tian Xian from Amei sect spoke up at this moment. Taoist Gu, don't forget, just a few days ago, the entire Great Xia still believed that woman was the savior of humanity, right? That's right.
Elder Zhang Lifeng from Longhu Mountain also laughed and said, we only suspected before, so we wanted to get the 6 sects out of her control. It wasn't until Taoist Gu entered the Great Wall seal that we sensed a crack in the seal, which led us to confirm her identity.
Exactly. Yuan Hao also nodded and said, Taoist Gu, think about it.
Even you, the person involved, only learned the news a few days ago.
What about the others? The cultivators and people from other countries, weren't they even more in the dark?
As long as we can spread the news, I dare guarantee that, aside from the Fan Tian sect of Yin Fan and the Gods Alliance in the United States, at least half of the forces under that woman's command will defect. Blue Star has fought against the Eternal Night World for thousands of years, and all the cultivators know there's no room for compromise with the Eternal Night World.
Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan thought for a moment and then acknowledged the reasoning. Yuan Hao was right, that woman was merely an appetizer.
The true crisis comes from the world of Eternal Night.
Now, Blue Star must unite all the forces that can be united.
Since that is the case, if we incite those forces who are kept in the dark as early as possible, they will have more time to prepare. Even if they do not turn against us, just withdrawing from this war would be good. Once that woman is defeated, the truth will naturally surface.
Then, let me take care of this matter, said Gu Yuan.
Upon hearing that Gu Yuan took on this task, everyone showed a look of doubt.
Taoist Gu, do you already have a plan for this matter? What plan could there be? Gu Yuan smiled and said, recently, I have been monitoring that woman's forces. The major factions are actually getting ready for action.
The leaders of all the factions have gathered in the Gods Alliance of the United States, waiting for orders.
By coincidence, I have a shadow general in the United States.
As for inciting them, I think there's no need to say much.
Just sending them the message will be enough. That's right.
Luo Chen laughed and said, exactly, then it will trouble you.
After arranging for the incitement of the major forces, Yuan Hao spoke again. Everyone, the next thing to discuss is where the battlefield will be. In my opinion, we absolutely cannot let that woman enter the territory of Great Xia.
Indeed, Zhang Lifeng also agreed, if we allow that woman and her lackeys to enter the territory of Great Xia, and they use the Great War to manipulate the seals, it would be a disaster. And if the battlefield is chosen in Great Xia, when hundreds of thousands of cultivators unleash their true fire, I fear the people of Great Xia will suffer. Master Tianxian also nodded.
Then, we will stop them outside Great Xia. Gu Yuan slammed the table and said, we will fight at sea. Let's see what tricks that woman has left. Chapter 53, Gu Yuan is here? To meet the leaders of all the sects?
In the United States, headquarters of the Gods Alliance. The leader of the Brahmin sect, Biolo, paced back and forth, his mind uncertain of what he was thinking. In the secret room, the falling star god king sat on the throne. After a while, he stood up. I say, junior brother, can you stop pacing?
You're making me annoyed.
Hearing this, the tall and thin Biolo immediately showed an excited look. He was afraid the falling star god king would ignore him. I say, senior brother, aren't you excited?
Our master is about to leave seclusion. When our master exits, I fear the whole Blue Star will be controlled by us, the brothers. You also know, our master is unwilling to intervene in worldly matters. All these years, she has only given us general instructions.
Enough. As Biolo was speaking, the falling star god king's face immediately turned cold. Junior brother, I really don't understand what you're so excited about. Among our master's disciples, you have the greatest talent. In just 230 years, you reached the peak of godhood. Our master is about to leave seclusion, and instead of seeking methods to break through your limits, you're only thinking about world domination.
What can I say about you?
As he spoke, the falling star god king sighed. Moreover, little junior sister was killed by that Gu Yuan.
How can you act like it's nothing?
Hearing this, Biolo immediately sneered and shook his head with a smile.
Senior brother, how is the death of little junior sister related to me?
She didn't cultivate her abilities properly. Master handed her the entire Great Xia, and in less than 20 years, she lost it. She just happened to die at the hands of that Gu Yuan. I think she didn't disgrace our master.
All right.
Upon hearing that Biolo didn't care at all, even showing disdain, the falling star god king immediately changed the topic.
That Gu Yuan is acting too arrogantly. He even placed spies in the God's alliance. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have already taken action. Just one spy, let him be. Biolo shrugged. Gu Yuan was really interesting, thinking that sending a low-level walking corpse would make them not notice.
They are not fools, indeed, even though that zombie was within their perception, it was just an ordinary civilian. But they are not blind either. That thing stood there stupidly not far from the headquarters of the God's Alliance, limping as it walked, its face half decayed, and it was obvious at a glance that it was not human. However, they truly did not care about those so-called spies, this kind of thing, wanting to gather intelligence, it was basically impossible. At most, they could know when they would depart in advance, but by the time they were ready to move, this level of war didn't care about letting Gu Yuan know a little earlier.
Your Majesty the King of Stars.
While the two were talking, a cultivator from the God's Alliance walked in. A cultivator of the God Sovereign level has come from outside, and wants to meet the leaders of all the major forces.
Wants to meet the leaders of all the major forces?
Upon hearing this, King of Stars and Shiva exchanged a glance, both showing signs of confusion.
Which force does he belong to? I don't know.
The cultivator shook his head, then said, but the person is filled with death energy, he should be a corpse cultivator of the land immortal realm.
I truly don't know which force he belongs to.
Upon hearing the words corpse cultivator, King of Stars and Shiva immediately sensed trouble. In fact, they had already noticed that a corpse cultivator from the land immortal realm had arrived in Huaxia a few days ago. It didn't take much thinking, it must be Gu Yuan's Dao body, or something like his own soldiers. However, when that corpse cultivator entered the United States, he started chasing and killing some people from the Great Xia.
They knew about Gu Yuan's massacre in Great Xia, so naturally, they understood what was going on. They didn't make a big fuss, just stayed alert.
Now that the corpse cultivator had arrived at the God's Alliance, it seemed that Gu Yuan had sent him to declare war.
Where is he now? In the main hall, the leaders of all the major forces have already gone in. Not good.
Upon hearing this, King of Stars cursed inwardly.
These guys, if they're told to go, they go. It's likely to be a bad situation.
Without much hesitation, King of Stars and Shiva quickly arrived at the main hall. At this moment, inside the main hall of the God's Alliance, more than a dozen land immortal cultivators, the leaders of various forces, were gathered, pointing at the corpse cultivator. The corpse cultivator, who was Gu Yuan's 15th general, stood there like a wooden stake, head lowered, motionless. Upon seeing King of Stars and Shiva, everyone nodded in greeting, and King of Stars walked up to the others, looking at the 15th general.
Are you someone from Gu Yuan of Great Xia? What advice do you have upon arriving at the God's Alliance?
As soon as the words were spoken, the 15th general seemed as though he didn't hear, still standing motionless.
Seeing this, Shiva snorted coldly, didn't you hear my senior brother speaking? Since you're here, why act like a ghost?
On the other side, in the Lu family villa, Gu Yuan was discussing the decisive battle with the ancestors when he suddenly raised an eyebrow.
Wait a moment, everyone, I need to take a call. A call?
Everyone was confused, but Gu Yuan directly sat down, his eyes glowing a bright red. Far across the ocean, the 15th general also raised his head, his eyes similarly turning bright red. This was the new ability Gu Yuan gained after breaking through the 85 million black mist and blood mist portal.
Previously, Gu Yuan's soldiers and generals were just his summoned objects, almost like puppets with self-awareness.
Usually, they would act according to Gu Yuan's instructions, and at critical moments, Gu Yuan could also control their actions directly. But after reaching the realm of mortal immortals, Gu Yuan could directly attach his consciousness to the soldiers and generals, using them as his own Dao body. However, there were also some downsides to this. That is to say, the soul power of Gu Yuan right now is not yet that strong, and temporarily, he cannot multitask. When he possesses the soldier, he directly crashes his own system. But speaking of it, Gu Yuan's soldiers and generals completely obey his command, and he can also control them proactively.
So unless necessary, Gu Yuan doesn't have to possess the soldiers or generals.
As for the God's Alliance, Gu Yuan possessed General number 5, and immediately saw the situation of the God's Alliance. At this moment, in the God's Alliance, there were nearly 20 in the Earth immortal realm, and their combat power was very strong.
Just the God's Alliance alone has so many Earth immortals.
I'm sure the 6 major sects also have a fair number.
Gu Yuan, you've finally shown yourself. This should be your puppet or Dao body.
When he saw the changes in the form of General number 5, especially when the eyes suddenly lit up, the Starfall God King immediately saw the clue.
This must be a technique that allows possession.
Gu Yuan also chuckled lightly and said, alright, more than 10 Earth immortal cultivators.
Looks like you've really prepared well. It seems all the leaders under that woman's command have gathered, right?
Hearing this, Shiva also sneered, Gu Yuan, your Dao body is just in the Earth immortal realm.
Whether we're all here or not, what can you do about it? Do you want to capture us all? Even if your true body comes here, you might not be able to leave unscathed. Listening to this, Gu Yuan laughed heartily and said, whether I can leave unscathed is none of your business. I'm not here today to fight. Everyone, I have some news. I don't know if you want to hear it. Upon hearing this, the Starfall God King sneered and said, Gu Yuan, I know what you want to say. Isn't it just that a few more so-called red dust immortal level cultivators have appeared in your huaxia? Not at all, not at all. Gu Yuan shook his head and said in a scholarly manner, everyone, you should have heard about what I said on Cherry Blossom Island, right? The master you follow is actually a being from the eternal night world. She came to Blue Star just to break through from the inside. Upon hearing this, everyone present directly laughed out loud. The Starfall God King and Shiva even sneered directly, ignoring Gu Yuan completely. Gu Yuan clearly came to sow discord, but his methods were so primitive. Since ancient times, sedition has always involved threats or bribes. Who would force a label onto someone like this? A leader from the Sea Country also shook his head and laughed, Gu Yuan, we all know about your situation, but we didn't expect you to be so lacking in character. Since we are mortal enemies, it's only natural that we don't rest until we're dead. But you actually say that the goddess is a being from the eternal night world. What crime can't you fabricate? This label is too big, it's counterproductive. Hearing this, Gu Yuan smiled lightly, not rebutting the leader, but raised an eyebrow and responded. I, Gu Yuan, have limited knowledge and do not recognize all of you leaders, but I do understand one thing. And I believe that on this matter, you all share the same thoughts as I do. You all say, in the eyes of you cultivators, do the lives of ordinary people even matter? Upon hearing this, all the leaders exchanged glances. This question was truly difficult to answer. Mainly, it was something they couldn't speak out loud. In the eyes of cultivators, the lives of mortals indeed don't matter. Of course, this is not because cultivators look down on or discriminate against mortals. It's just that in the eyes of cultivators, especially those at the earth immortal realm like them, not just mortals, but any person, any race, any life, in their eyes, their lives are not worth mentioning. The earth immortal realm is not immortals, but it carries the word immortal. They can live for 5,000 years. In 5,000 years, the world changes, and they have long abandoned all mundane thoughts. They view all life equally with disdain. However, there is a difference between disdain and hatred. The so-called immortal cultivator's disregard for the lives of ordinary people doesn't mean he'll recklessly take lives, it simply means he won't interfere, allowing things to develop freely without intervening. Seeing that everyone had agreed with his words, Gu Yuan smiled and said. But some people, those who claim to be saviors, insist on protecting all mortals. All cultivators know that cultivators are the main force against the world of eternal night, but some people, she suppresses cultivators and defends mortals. 300 years ago, the seal of the eternal night world in the Great Xia was breached. Gu Yuan had said only half of it when he noticed the expression of the falling star god king change, and a long sword suddenly materialized in his hand, pointing directly at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan. Since it's a fight to the death, what's the point of saying all this? Die now. Seeing the falling star god king make a move, Gu Yuan's expression immediately turned interesting. Controlling the fifth shadow general, he forced the falling star god king back with a single palm, then smiled and said. Look at you, I haven't even finished speaking, and you're already anxious. Are you so eager to prove something? Everyone, when Emperor Shi Huang was sealing the Great Wall and the dimensional passages, I'm sure you were all witnesses. Just think, 300 years ago, when the Great Wall seal was damaged, that woman appeared, then began suppressing cultivators and raising the human race. 250 years ago, she even separated mortals and cultivators, creating an impenetrable barrier between them. Now, mortals don't even know the existence of the eternal night world. Her actions are suspicious, her heart is full of malice. Bastard! Hearing Gu Yuan's sarcastic words, Bolo's face immediately flushed red, and in his agitation, even the entire alliance of gods began to tremble. You dare insult and slander my master. You deserve to die. As he spoke, Bolo's figure flashed, and the next moment, he appeared right in front of the fifth shadow general, swiping his claws. Seeing this, Gu Yuan simply took a step back, meeting claws with his fist, using the force to retreat a few steps. Although the fifth shadow general was also at the land immortal realm, the person opposite was at the peak of the land immortal realm, even at the level of a half-step red dust immortal. Even if Gu Yuan personally controlled the fifth shadow general, he might not be a match for him. What's more, now that the words were finished, there was no need to fight anymore. With that thought, Gu Yuan laughed loudly and said, Everyone, talking too much is just wasting breath. I've said all I needed to say, now you all think about it yourself. Number 5, retreat. With the words spoken, the fifth shadow general's eyes returned to black and white, clearly indicating that Gu Yuan had withdrawn control. The fifth shadow general showed no extra movement, turning and leaving. Bolo was about to chase, but was stopped by the falling star god king. Don't chase after him. He's just possessing that puppet, what's the use of chasing him? Upon hearing this, Biolo cursed angrily and ground his teeth. This bastard insulted my master. I will never let him go. Ignoring Bolo's words, the falling star god king's gaze shifted to the leaders of the various factions present. At this moment, several leaders were looking at each other with a trace of doubt in their eyes, which the falling star god king naturally noticed. However, as they were all leaders of factions, even if there were doubts, no one would openly express them, except for the fool from the Holy City. At this moment, the Pope of the Holy City, who was also at the land immortal realm, stepped forward and asked, "Falling Star God King, we hope you can explain about Gu Yuan's words." Upon hearing this, the Falling Star God King secretly cursed, knowing that this old man was going to stir trouble. "Your Holiness, how can you take Gu Yuan's low-level provocations seriously? His body is filled with dark energy, and his entire being reeks of evil. I think he's just shouting thief while being one himself. That Gu Yuan himself is full of evil, not to mention he possesses the innate divine powers that only creatures from the eternal night world can have. Moreover, what level is that Gu Yuan? On Sakura Island, he displayed strength far beyond the God Sovereign realm. How many existences are there on the entire blue star above the God Sovereign realm? Why was he previously unknown and now has suddenly appeared? Your Holiness, that Gu Yuan clearly looks like a being from the eternal night world, infiltrating Blue Star to provoke infighting among us. Please do not fall for his trick." Hearing the words of the falling star god king, a few leaders nodded in agreement, but most still held doubts. Yet the Pope of the Holy City seemed to disagree with the falling star god king, speaking again. "Falling star god king, that doesn't seem right. Although that Gu Yuan displayed strength above the God Sovereign at that time, who doesn't know he absorbed the grievances of commoners from Sakura Island? His own strength, in my view, is merely at the peak of the God Sovereign. Furthermore, innate divine abilities are not exclusive to beings from the eternal night world. Some races on Blue Star also possess innate divine abilities. Although this type of race is rare, there are indeed some, so we cannot conclude that Gu Yuan is a being from the eternal night." As he spoke, the Pope stroked his beard. However, the timing of Gu Yuan's statements, along with the actions of the goddess, is indeed too coincidental. "Falling Star God King, if you cannot provide an explanation, it might be hard to convince the crowd." Upon hearing this, the face of the Falling Star God King turned so dark it seemed like water would drip from it. This Pope of the Holy City, in terms of strength and power, was not very strong, even standing at the bottom among this group. But the problem lay in his noble status. The territory of the Holy City was actually quite small, yet it was considered a holy land in the hearts of all divine practitioners. This Pope was also seen as the leader in the eyes of all divine practitioners, holding a position akin to the Great Xia Council. To say the least, the Pope's reputation was much higher than his own. He couldn't exert pressure through power alone. After a moment's thought, the falling star god king sighed, "Your Holiness, I truly cannot provide you with an explanation at this moment. My master will soon leave seclusion, and when she does, wouldn't it be better if she explained it herself?" Upon hearing this, the Pope's expression turned cold as he shook his head and coldly said, "Since even you, falling star god king, cannot clear your master's suspicions, then all I can say is I'm sorry. Our battles with Gu Yuan are merely infighting among Blue Star, but if it involves the eternal night world, until things are clear, my holy city can only withdraw from this battle, offering no help. Farewell." With a slight bow, the Pope coldly snorted and turned to leave the grand hall. Seeing this, the falling star god king immediately gritted his teeth. This Pope was different from others. Once he announced his withdrawal from this battle, most divine practitioners would likely follow his lead. Even the Gods' Alliance might face some internal strife. "Your Holiness, please wait. We now face a great enemy. If you withdraw, Your Holiness, it may shake the morale of the Alliance. At a time like this, anyone wanting to disrupt the final battle, falling star god king, will never agree." Hearing this, the Pope sneered coldly, turned back to glance at the falling star god king, and spoke. "What? Falling star god king, do you really think I cannot leave? Do you intend to force me to stay? With your status in the divine realm, you are not yet qualified to order me." After saying this, the Pope turned and walked out of the grand hall. Seeing this, the falling star god king narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, a sacred sword had appeared in his hand. "Stubborn old fool. Old man, don't blame me now." With that, the falling star god king struck with his sword. The sacred sword turned into a stream of light, piercing through the Pope's chest and pinning him in place. Upon seeing this, the leaders present all showed expressions of terror. Although the Pope was not strong among the leaders, he was at least at the mid-tier of the God Sovereign, and the falling star god king was also at the mid-tier of the God Sovereign. But it was a single sword strike that killed him instantly. At this moment, the Pope pointed at the falling star god king, wanting to say something, but he had already lost his breath. "Everyone, please don't panic.
Seeing everyone's expressions, the falling star god king forced a smile. This old fool is here saying these things. It's obvious he has something he wants to hide. Most likely he's colluding with that Gu Yuan to try and break us down. As long as you don't back down in the face of danger and turn into deserters, I will never strike against you. Everyone, please do as you see fit. Hearing this, the leaders immediately expressed their loyalty. Falling Star Alliance leader, you are mistaken. We wouldn't be swayed by just a few words. That's right, Alliance leader, don't worry. Since we owe the goddess a great favor, we have no other thoughts. That's good, everyone, please go. Listening to this, the falling star god king waved his hand, and the leaders all took their leave. However, this time, most of the leaders' thoughts were already leaning more towards what Gu Yuan had said. After all, the falling star god king's actions were indeed abnormal. Killing the Pope violently seemed to be eliminating rivals, but in reality, it was just a warning to everyone. After everyone had dispersed, Shiva and the falling star god king also returned to the secret room. As soon as they entered the room, Shiva immediately changed his expression. Senior brother, what exactly is this about what Gu Yuan said? Could it be that our master really is from the eternal night race? Hearing this, the falling star god king turned to look at Shiva, with a hint of anger in his response. Junior brother, why are you listening to Gu Yuan and that old fool's nonsense? Don't you know whether our master is from the eternal night race or not? I don't know. Shiva snorted coldly and replied. At first, I thought what Gu Yuan said was nonsense, but why did you kill the Pope? Are you guilty? Before, I couldn't figure it out. Our master never cared about worldly matters, so why did Gu Yuan actively become an enemy? Now it seems, maybe what Gu Yuan said is true. Hearing this, the falling star god king immediately fell silent. Seeing that the falling star god king didn't speak, Shiva also fell silent for a moment. After a long while, Shiva spoke again. Senior brother, did you already know that our master is from the eternal night world? You're conspiring with a tiger. You're assisting evil. You're helping the cruel. The ancient sages of the Infan lineage died for the sake of fighting against the eternal night, and I will never betray humanity. As he spoke, Shiva sighed, I will leave now, senior brother. Cooperating with the eternal night world will not end well. They are just a group of inhumane monsters. Even if you gain temporary protection, in the end, you'll just be a higher level slave. Saying this, Shiva was about to leave, but the falling star god king suddenly spoke up. Stop. Junior brother. The falling star god king saw Shiva about to leave, quickly stepped forward, and grabbed his hand. Junior brother, are you really going to leave like this? How can you disregard the kindness our master showed you? Humanity? What's so good about humanity? What's so good about Blue Star? You keep saying how bad humanity is, how bad Blue Star is, but what have they given you? As he spoke, the falling star god king released his grip and continued. You've forgotten, back then, you were just an orphan, picking food from garbage piles, abandoned. If it weren't for our master adopting you, you probably would have died in that garbage pile. I admit, the beings from the eternal night world indeed do not treat humanity as real partners, but we are different. We are disciples of our master. Junior brother, you're powerful, and if you want to leave, I can't stop you. You may go. Once you leave, for the sake of our master-disciple bond, don't get involved in this war. Find a place to hide, our master won't hold it against you. When the eternal night arrives, our master will protect you, just as he protects me. After speaking, the falling star god king turned his head. Hearing this, Shiva hesitated. Indeed, back then, he was just a wandering wild child. Everything now is given by my master, that mysterious woman. Don't look at Shiva, the leader of a sect, as a mighty figure. At her core, she is just a flower that grew in a greenhouse. How could she withstand the persuasion of the Starfall God King? When the emotional card was played, Shiva immediately lost her resolve. Seeing that Shiva didn't leave, the God King of Luotian also showed a satisfied smile and once again took Shiva's hand. That's right, junior brother, you didn't think it through, so what if our master is from the world of eternal night? When has our master ever used you? When has he ever been harsh on you? Who says people from the world of eternal night are all monsters? A person lives only once, don't set your ideals too high. Just like me, your senior brother, whoever is good to me, I'll follow them. Isn't that the truth of the human world? This. When Shiva heard this, she wanted to say something but ultimately didn't speak, only nodding. Senior brother, I understand now. Even if master is really from the world of eternal night, I will follow him. That's it, that's my good junior brother. At the Lu family's villa, after discussing the decisive battle with that woman, Gu Yuan sent the 6 ancestors away one by one. At this moment, Gu Yuan sat on the bone throne and called for the White Fox. White Fox, informed the Great Xia Council. The final battle is likely to happen in the next few days.
For this battle, the 6 major sects and I have decided to place the battlefield at sea. Let Xianyuan Mo try his best to evacuate the coastal cities. Also, the 6 sects have built 6 arcs. Each arc can carry 100 million people, and they will explore the universe to find new places suitable for the survival of humans. Let Xianyuan Mo quickly develop an algorithm to select the people who will enter the arcs, but it must be fair. Apart from special scientific research talents, everyone must have an equal chance. I don't want to see the arcs filled with those rich scoundrels. Yes, master. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the white fox nodded slightly and left. Gu Yuan, left behind, began to think in his heart. After informing the sect leaders about that woman's origins from the world of eternal night, Gu Yuan feared that many might defect, as the hatred between Blue Star and the world of eternal night is simply irreconcilable. In fact, Gu Yuan didn't care much about the strength of that woman's forces. Whether it was one group or 2 groups, he would kill them all. As long as the high-level combat power, the mortal fairy level, didn't mess up, the rest wasn't a problem. However, if the battle really begins, that woman would definitely use those forces kept in the dark as cannon fodder first, then her dogs, and finally, her own cultivated forces, namely the Gods Alliance and the Vantian sect. Gu Yuan had already seen the Starfall God King's attitude toward the Gods Alliance. At this point, he could be certain that the Starfall God King must know the mysterious woman's true identity. Further analysis revealed that this so-called Starfall God King might even be one of the traitor cultivators from the Heavenly Court who brought that woman to Blue Star. It seems that during the final battle, extra attention must be paid to the Starfall God King. If necessary, he should be captured alive to see if anything could be learned about the world of eternal night. In the next few days, Gu Yuan didn't wander around but instead went to the Li Mountain Imperial Tomb again. First, he could watch over Jiao Su, waiting for him to come out. If Jiao Su could bring out the secret treasure of the first emperor, the chances of success would certainly increase greatly. Second, the dragon energy here could also help Gu Yuan in breaking through his gate. During these days, through the shadow soldiers of the Gods Alliance, Gu Yuan also discovered that many of the sect leaders had already left the Gods Alliance, seemingly withdrawing from the final battle. At this moment, Gu Yuan's Black Mist and Blood Mist portals had already reached 89 million. One day, Gu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up, passed through the Black Mist, and returned to the Lu family's villa. The moment he returned to the Lu family's villa, Gu Yuan immediately took out a jade slip and crushed it with a single squeeze. At the same time, the surrounding space fluctuated, and the patriarchs of the 6 major sects appeared almost simultaneously. Friend, is there something happening? As soon as everyone appeared, they opened their mouths to inquire. The few of them had already agreed that once Gu Yuan discovered that the woman had exited her seclusion, he would crush the communication jade slip. Before the patriarchs arrived, they had also immediately issued the battle order, and the 6 major sects had already prepared for battle. With a single command, they could mobilize everything. It's hard to confirm for now. Seeing the 6 patriarchs, Gu Yuan spoke. Just now, all the sect leaders gathered at the Alliance of Gods have returned to their respective forces. I think, the woman must have come out of seclusion. As soon as Gu Yuan finished speaking, the white fox walked in. Upon seeing the patriarchs, the white fox slightly nodded, apologizing for barging in, then spoke. Master, Xianyuan Mo has sent a message. In America, India, Japan, and several other countries, a large number of cultivators have suddenly appeared. This group of cultivators is gathering, and their target seems to be Daxia. Moreover, many countries have activated their barriers, seemingly choosing to retreat from the world. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan and the 6 patriarchs nodded. It seems the woman really has come out of seclusion. Moreover, the countries that have activated their barriers are likely the ones that have turned against them. Once the barrier is activated, even the Red Dust Immortal would find it difficult to break through. Though it doesn't guarantee their safety, it prevents the mysterious woman from being able to deal with them one by one. These forces have already achieved their goal. As for Daxia, even though Jiao Su has not come out of seclusion, they can only brace themselves and move forward. Friends, let's fight. Chapter 57, Eternal Night Demon, Kanglin. Daxia, East Sea. The once peaceful sea area was now filled with a chilling killing intent. Above the sea, the cultivators of the 6 major sects, including the Heavenly Light Realm, the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, and Gu Yuan's 50,000 Yin soldiers, a total of 100,000 cultivators, formed their respective formations, waiting for the arrival of the mysterious woman. In this battle, all the cultivators above the Heavenly Light Realm from the 6 major sects were out in full force. There were more than 20 elders in the Earth Immortal Realm alone. Including Gu Yuan's 9 Yin generals, these 30-plus Earth Immortal Realm cultivators formed an incredibly terrifying force. Dealing with the woman's underlings was more than enough. Within the Daxia territory, a protective shield had been raised, strong enough to withstand several full-force strikes from Earth Immortal Realm cultivators. It was more than capable of handling the aftermath of the battle.
At this moment, Gu Yuan stood on the head of a blue dragon, surrounded by the 6 patriarchs, each wielding a magical artifact and accompanied by divine beasts.
Simply being here, they released an overwhelming aura. Soon, across the vast ocean, several black clouds swiftly approached. They're coming.
Upon seeing the dense figures, Master Xianyi, sitting atop a sky-passing Qilin, stroked his beard and spoke slowly. With half of their supporting forces gone, with only these underlings, once we kill the woman, they won't be able to stir up any more trouble.
Humph.
Hearing this, the sword immortal Luo Chen, surrounded by 12 swordlights, snorted coldly and said,
These bastards, knowing that the woman comes from eternal night, still refuse to repent. These people deserve to die more than the woman. Once we kill her, I will not let a single one of these dogs go. Friends! Just as the patriarchs were reflecting, Gu Yuan suddenly spoke. When the battle begins, I fear that the woman won't act immediately. At that time, you can directly charge into the enemy ranks. I will confront the woman, and once the fighting starts, we will surround her. This. Faced with such an unscrupulous suggestion, Yuan Hao was about to say something, when Nanfo Duankong, standing nearby, clasped his hands together. The Buddha light shone from his body. Good, good. Soon, the black cloud in the sky descended and covered everything. At this moment, the people of Daxia, watching this live broadcast, were already in an uproar. Lin Xian's strength was simply too weak, so this time Gu Yuan did not bring her along, but instead had her start the live broadcast through satellite back in the country. Watching the hundreds of thousands of cultivators descending, the people of Daxia were almost too stunned to close their mouths. Oh my god, is this the strength of the foreign cultivators? So many people, there must be over 100,000. Yeah, this scene, when Sun Wukong caused chaos in the Heavenly Palace, there were probably just as many people. What are you afraid of? They have people, don't we Daxia have them too? Exactly. Bosku's army has 50,000 shadow soldiers and generals. If the 6 major sects send another 50 or 60,000 cultivators, we're not necessarily fewer than those foreign devils. Bosku. Destroy these foreign devils. Go, Bosku. In the Daxia Council, watching the countless cultivators on the livestream, the 3 decision-makers of Daxia also stood with their hairs raised. No wonder Gu Yuan insisted on setting the battlefield at sea. These cultivators, every single one of them had once guarded a city-level area. A stomp of their foot, and the whole city would shake 3 times. Now, with hundreds of thousands of cultivators, if they truly fought, it's feared the entire continent could be directly sunk. With so many cultivators, it looks like a fierce battle is unavoidable. Looking at the screen, Nangang Luotian also spoke helplessly. I hope this battle doesn't last too long. The longer it drags on, the more unstable Daxia's situation will become. Nangang Luotian's thoughts were not without reason. Right now, before the battle had started, the people of Daxia were just watching the excitement. When the real battle begins, everyone will definitely give their all, that's certain. But once it drags on for too long, even if it's just 10 or 8 days, some people will get restless, stirring up trouble in Daxia, spreading anxiety to profit from it. While Nangang Luotian was thinking, Lin Zhengtang laughed and said, Second brother, you don't need to worry about that. I've at least cultivated for 2 years, I know a little about the ways of this world. The battles between cultivators are not like those of ordinary people. As long as the upper-level battlefield is decided, the battle will basically be over. That's right. Shen Yuan Mo also nodded and said, but don't forget, Gu Yuan said that the world of eternal night is the biggest danger. Once this battle ends, we might immediately face even more brutal war. Look, it's that woman, she's appeared. As Shen Yuan Mo was speaking, Nangang Luotian stood up and pointed at the screen. At this moment, on the battlefield, the mysterious woman, along with hundreds of thousands of the Alliance of Gods, the Brahma Heaven sect, and cultivators from various other forces, slowly landed on the sea. The smuggler from the world of eternal night, you've finally shown your face. Standing on the azure flood dragon, Gu Yuan emitted an endless aura of darkness. His body had already turned a deep blue-black, his hair billowing in the wind, looking like a hellish azura. Facing the woman, he shouted across the air. What? Have you broken through that barrier, advancing to a higher realm? Upon hearing this, the mysterious woman smiled and shook her head. Not yet, but it's enough to deal with you all. You lot. While speaking, the mysterious woman also looked at the 6 grandmasters and sneered. The ones who once dared not even let out a fart in front of me, today, you actually dare to gather together? Insects gathering together only speeds up their path to death, don't you all understand this? Listening to this, Yuan Hao, standing on the azure phoenix, his face cold, spoke in reply. Bitch, today we 6 sects will settle the debt for the destruction of our Daxia sects. Hey! That woman! As Yuan Hao was speaking, Gu Yuan suddenly interrupted, you don't want us to call you. Where exactly did you come from, what's your name? You've been mysterious for 300 years now. Today, it's either you die or I live. we have to settle this once and for all. Hearing this, the mysterious woman let out a light laugh and spoke. Alright, since we've reached this point, there's nothing left for me to hide. I am the daughter of the leader of the demon tribe, one of the 108 upper races in the eternal night world. My tribe has conquered 17 low-level planes. To be enslaved by the noble demon tribe is the honor of you, the lowly people of Blue Star. Remember my name. My name is Tsonlan. Got it, got it. Upon hearing the name, Gu Yuan responded with a look of disdain. Nice name, but over 100 upper races. I don't see how you're that noble. Chapter 58, The Peak Battle, Tsonlan's Strength. Well, I'm curious to ask. You said there are 108 upper races in your eternal night world, so is your noble demon tribe ranked in the top 10 of those races? Hearing Gu Yuan's sarcastic tone, the mysterious woman Tsonlan wasn't angry but instead sneered. Gu Yuan, in the end, you are just a frog in the well of Blue Star. The races of the eternal night world number in the hundreds of thousands. Even the lowest races have postnatal cultivation. How can your inferior Blue Star species compare? You and the inferior races of Blue Star are different. If you were to submit to me, I can take charge. After conquering Blue Star, I will let you rule this plane. Hearing this, Gu Yuan directly sneered. At this point, you still want to pull me into your eternal night world's camp? Isn't it a bit too late? Look at us, our great Xia already has more than 40 land gods. Even in the face of the eternal night world, we are not afraid. And we still have time. Do you think the eternal night world will invade tomorrow? Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Tsonlan laughed directly. Gu Yuan, stop pretending. If you want to extract information, I'll tell you this, once the eternal night arrives, even you will just be a slightly stronger ant. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Hearing this, Gu Yuan sneered and then looked at the 30 or so land gods behind Tsonlan. And you guys. This woman has openly admitted her identity. What? You still plan to be her dogs? As soon as the words fell, the many cultivators behind the woman had no reaction whatsoever. At this moment, the leader of the Northern European Divine Court also spoke. Even if the goddess is from the eternal night world, so what? Gu Yuan, you resist stubbornly now, but when the eternal night descends, the first to be destroyed will be your great Xia. Alright. Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded repeatedly. You like being dogs, huh? Then there's nothing more to say. Tsonlan froze for a moment, then lightly waved her hand, and the 30 or so land gods, along with the hundreds of thousands of troops, directly rushed forward. Still stubborn. Go! With the words falling, the hundreds of thousands of troops charged forward like locusts, sweeping across the sky. Seeing this scene, Gu Yuan and the 6 sect masters exchanged glances, and the next moment, the 6 sect masters each displayed their divine manifestations and charged forward. The southern Buddhist monk Duankong waved his hand, and the entire sea area began to boil. Great mighty dragon, Deluo. Halfway through his words, Duankong suddenly froze. Where's the dragon? Where's my damn dragon? At the same time, the Qing Jiao under Gu Yuan's feet quietly turned its head to the side. Seeing this, Duankong lightly called out a Buddha's name, then disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Gu Yuan silently nodded. This monk's speed was indeed fast, no wonder he was called Duankong. But this wasn't the time to admire. Gu Yuan slightly raised his hand, and the 50,000 soldiers rushed forward as well. Kill! The cultivators of the 6 sects behind them saw this and immediately charged forward. Same as with Gu Yuan's soldiers, the entire army surged out. In almost an instant, the two forces collided with each other. In this chaotic battle among hundreds of thousands of cultivators, the entire sea area was stirred up, creating towering waves. On Gu Yuan's side, however, he remained still, standing atop the azure flood dragon's head, staring intently at Tsonlan. With Gu Yuan's aura locking onto him, Tsonlan dared not make any reckless movements at that moment. Previously, on Sakura Island, Gu Yuan had displayed strength nearly equal to his own. A half-step Dao immortal. This realm, though still considered a mortal immortal, was no longer comparable to an ordinary late-stage mortal immortal. Although Tsonlan knew that Gu Yuan had special powers backing him up at that time, he was unsure whether Gu Yuan could activate that power again. Gu Yuan, are you not going to make a move? Are you waiting for all your people from Daxia to die before facing me one-on-one? Hearing this, Gu Yuan gently shook his head and said, You're overthinking. I'm just buying some time, letting the ancestors of the 6 major sects kill a few first. At this moment, on the battlefield, the ancestors of the 6 major sects were like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Mortal immortals, they were true immortals. Even a large number of earth immortals were nothing more than a number in front of a mortal immortal. On the battlefield, Yuan Hao didn't even draw his weapon, casually waving his hand, and entire groups of cultivators fell.
The sword immortal Luo Chen was even more crazed, countless sword lights flying back and forth on the battlefield, no matter the realm, whoever touched them turned into nothing but bones. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, Sun Lan wasn't concerned. Instead, he smiled and spoke, Gu Yuan, do you really think I care about the lives of these lackeys? My strength far exceeds what you can imagine. No matter how many low-level cultivators there are, they are useless. The reason I haven't made a move yet is because I truly like you. This is your last chance. Surrender, or die. Listening to this, Gu Yuan slowly shook his head and coldly replied, I'm not a good person, nor a savior. I'm just the most ordinary one among all beings. I have no grand ambitions, but I've seen the atrocities of the eternal night creatures under the Great Wall Seal, and the resistance of Xianqin. I don't have the heart to save the world, but at least I can't become the eternal sinner of Blue Star. No more talking, today either you die, or I live. As his words fell, Gu Yuan's entire body erupted with yin energy, and in the next moment, it surged out like a torrent of black fog, shooting straight at Sun Lan. Seeing this, Sun Lan's face turned cold, and with a grasp into the void, a giant energy hand appeared out of nowhere, reaching for Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, however, punched towards the giant hand. Boom! With a huge explosion, Gu Yuan broke through the energy hand and the remaining force from his punch shot directly toward Sun Lan. Sun Lan, seeing this, was calm. He transformed his claw into a fist and swung it to meet Gu Yuan's punch. Buzz! As the two fists met, the combined energy completely dissipated, not even a sound escaping. Feeling the power of Gu Yuan, Sun Lan, with his half-step Dao immortal strength, was even forced to step back a few steps. Taking advantage of the retreat, Sun Lan gripped his hand, and a long sword materialized, which he immediately swung in reverse toward Gu Yuan. On Gu Yuan's side, although his blow had forced Sun Lan back, he had also gained some understanding of his opponent's strength. Between mortal immortals, every small gap in realm was like a chasm. Gu Yuan was currently in the early stage of mortal immortal, nearing the middle stage, so he dared not be careless. He reached his hand into the black mist, and the next moment, countless vengeful spirits surged out from the mist, pouring out in torrents. Chapter 59, The Blood Prison Demon Abyss. Within the black mist, countless vengeful spirits surged out, but they did not scatter and flee. Those innumerable vengeful souls, once they appeared, gathered together and slowly transformed into a long blade. This long blade was 3 feet long. The blade was entirely black, and on its surface, countless wails of wronged souls could be faintly heard. Anyone with insufficient cultivation, even if they were earthbound immortals, would lose their soul just by glancing at it. This blade was named Blood Prison Demon Abyss. It existed in the dark mist when Gu Yuan was resurrected, and it was considered Gu Yuan's life weapon. The Blood Prison Demon Abyss could not only change its form at will but also absorb the grievances of all being slain by the Yin soldiers or who died within the dark mist, using that power to enhance itself. Since Gu Yuan's resurrection, the Blood Prison Demon Abyss had never been used. Only in the battle with the head of the 749th Bureau did Gu Yuan's divine ability, Blood God, summon the spear form of the Blood Prison Demon Abyss. The reason Gu Yuan had never used the Blood Prison Demon Abyss before was simple: there was no one worthy enough to make him unleash this extraordinary evil weapon. Even the shadow of the sun could not measure up. However, the strength of Sun Lan was so great that even Gu Yuan could not fathom her limits, so naturally, he did not dare to be careless. Holding the shadow of the blood prison, Gu Yuan made no flashy moves. He simply slashed out, colliding with the long sword in Sun Lan's hand. Ka! When gold met iron, the surrounding space shattered almost instantly, tearing open a spatial crack thousands of meters long, which then closed again in a split second. As that spatial crack closed, the figures of Gu Yuan and Sun Lan also vanished without a trace. Then, in the sky above, the sound of gold meeting iron echoed repeatedly. With each sound, a spatial crack hundreds of meters long torn open. Seeing the two engage in battle, the onlookers from both sides paused, directing their gazes towards the fight. The cultivators from both sides understood the truth. Despite their fierce struggle, they were merely cheerleaders. The real outcome relied on the battle between the two. Gu Yuan's strength is indeed so formidable. Can he truly push that woman to such an extent, relying solely on the early stage of the mortal realm? Hearing Master Xian Yi's words, Master Tian Xian shook her head, saying, Gu Yuan is indeed strong, but when dealing with that woman, I'm afraid he still lacks a bit. Let's attack together. No. Yuan Hao frowned and said, let's observe first. Gu Yuan has used all his strength from the start. It seems he wants to force out some of that woman's cards. If he can truly reach that level, then our chances of victory will greatly increase. Indeed. Listening, Zhang Lifeng nodded and said, Gu Yuan's strength is far greater than what he shows. Let him take the initiative. Once he finds himself at a disadvantage, it won't be too late for us to act. Acting rashly now may disrupt his rhythm. In the sky, the battle between Gu Yuan and Sun Lan had reached a boiling point, their speeds increasing, each clash resulting in hundreds of exchanges. I never expected it. The esteemed demon sorcerer clan has such little skill. Is this all they can do? Arrogant. Facing Gu Yuan's ridicule, Sun Lan scoffed lightly, kicking the blade to force him back. Then she waved her long sword, creating a flowery pattern. In the next moment, azure light gathered on the long sword. San Lan's expression was cold as she slashed out. As San Lan swung her sword, the gathered azure light transformed into a sword energy, sweeping toward Gu Yuan. The sword energy was about 100 meters wide. Though it looked harmless, the space it passed had already been sliced into countless shards. This strike seemed to traverse time and space, aiming to slay Gu Yuan, with no escape possible. Seeing this terrifying strike, even the lower-tier cultivators held their breath. Those in the earthbound immortal realm directly retreated 1,000 meters away. Even the leaders of the 6 major sects showed serious expressions on their faces. This strike seemed ordinary, yet it was capable of erasing all existence. Staring at the sword energy, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Gu Yuan's mouth. The next moment, the aura around him surged once again. With the support of the Nining divine technique, Gu Yuan's strength had now reached the mid-stage of the immortal realm, nearing the late stage. At this moment, Gu Yuan's appearance had also changed. His originally jet-black long hair had turned pale like blood, and countless blue patterns appeared on his bare upper body. Facing the sword energy, Gu Yuan did not dodge or evade, but directly extended his left hand to block the incoming sword energy. That sword energy, capable of erasing everything, was now being held back by Gu Yuan, seemingly without much effort. To be honest, I am very disappointed. Gripping that sword energy, Gu Yuan coldly spoke. This sword is very strong. But if it is struck from your hands, I am not satisfied. As he spoke, Gu Yuan gently squeezed his hand, and the sword energy, hundreds of meters wide, instantly shattered. At that moment, Gu Yuan's figure vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, it was right in front of San Lan, and he slashed down. Seeing the scene, San Lan was obviously taken aback, hastily raising her sword to block, but was caught off guard by Gu Yuan, receiving a kick to her chest. Boom! With a muffled sound, the mysterious woman San Lan shot straight down into the sea like a cannonball. This is how you win. The South Buddha Duankong of the Great Lane Temple looked at this scene in disbelief. It's not that simple. Luo Chen repeatedly shook his head and said, however, I really didn't expect Gu Yuan to have the upper hand. At this moment, San Lan's mouth had already spilled a bit of blood, gasping for air. Suspended in midair, Gu Yuan also shook his head slightly. What a noble race of summoned beasts. If your so-called upper races have individual strength at this level, I don't see why Blue Star needs to resist the Eternal Night. I'll spare your life, go back to the Eternal Night world. The cruel world of cultivation is not suitable for you. Hearing Gu Yuan's mockery, San Lan suddenly laughed heartily again. Good. 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 Kneeling halfway on the sea, San Lan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and with a wicked smile, slowly spoke. Gu Yuan, in 300 years, you are the first one who can force me to this extent, aside from that old immortal from the Xiao sect. But I can guarantee that your ending will be 1,000 times worse than his. As she spoke, a large amount of black mist suddenly erupted from San Lan's body, quickly enveloping her completely. In just a moment, as the black mist dissipated, the mysterious woman San Lan had already vanished, replaced by a pitch-black monster. Chapter 60, The True Form of the Summoned Beast, Fighting Alone Against the 7 Immortals. Good, the monster from the Eternal Night world has finally revealed its true form. On the surface of the sea, as the black mist cleared, San Lan also showed her true appearance. Now, San Lan stood almost 3 meters tall, completely black, with only 6 pairs of heavy pupils on her face. For deformed arms, as long as her legs, opened dozens of eyes, still resembling a human figure, but exuding an extremely bizarre feeling. He. As San Lan's true body let out an evil laugh, the eyes on her face and arms seemed to transform into mouths filled with sharp teeth, opening and closing with her voice. At this moment, San Lan carefully examined her appearance, admiring her own body. You practitioners of Blue Star are really interesting, whether it's the demon race or the corpse race, they all prefer to take on human forms. The human shape isn't that great, you know? I can barely unleash 3/10 of my strength in this form. I don't understand why you all desperately seek it. So, how about it? Are you satisfied with the body of our summoned beast race? Hearing San Lan's words, Gu Yuan immediately gritted his teeth. This summoned beast race truly lived up to being from the Eternal Night, just showing their true form had already made Gu Yuan feel immense pressure. It seems that her previous strength had been restricted by her human body. The true form of Kanglan, an absolute powerful enemy. While thinking, the patriarchs of the 6 major sects appeared beside Gu Yuan. Daoist Gu, this woman is not to be underestimated, let's attack together. That's right, once she reveals her true form, her power will increase several dimensions. The one in front of us now is probably the real terror. As the 6 patriarchs appeared, Kanglan laughed once more. Oh ho, it's you 6 stray dogs. What? Finally willing to make a move? Don't worry, this time, I will completely eliminate you all. Monstrous. Before Kanglan's voice fell, Duankong shouted loudly, and his Buddha beads scattered, turning into countless stars, pressing down on Kanglan. Prajna Barma Kong. Faced with the countless stars pressing down, Kanglin let out a sharp scream, and the dozens of eyes turned into giant mouths, spitting out a dark light that shattered all the stars. Then, with a flash of movement, Kanglin shot toward Duancone. Duancone, seeing this, formed a hand seal, and the scattered Buddha beads split from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 3, instantly transforming into countless points of light. The next moment, those countless points of light spread out and transformed into countless independent spaces. Inside these countless spaces, Buddha light rose, with countless followers, 3,000 bodhisattvas, and prajna Buddhas, chanting Buddhist mantras. It was as if 1,000 Buddhist realms were pressing down on Kanglin. But Kanglin paid no attention to these countless Buddhist realms and charged straight at Duancone. Wherever Kanglin passed, those thousands of Buddhist realms collapsed one by one, and in the next moment, Kanglin was before Duancone. Duancone, seeing this, flashed and retreated 100 meters away. At the same time, above Kanglin's position, 72 sword lights appeared, immediately trapping Kanglin in the sword formation. 5 thunders, step by step following. While Kanglin was surprised, Zhang Lifeng chanted a true mantra that sounded like ancient Brahman music, resonating through the sky. Thousands of thunderbolts struck down, hitting Kanglin. Seeking death. Facing the terrifying attack, the dozens of eyes on Kanglin's body once again released dark light, and a terrifying wave erupted from within, dispersing the heavenly thunder in sword formation. Seal. Seeing that Kanglin was about to charge towards Gu Yuan, Yuan Hao also took action, and the seawater within 10,000 miles rose into the sky. In an instant, it condensed into a bubble, trapping Kanglin again. Trying to trap me? Dream on. Within the bubble, Kanglin roared loudly, and his momentum erupted again. The bubble, which had been formed, was immediately covered with cracks, and Yuan Hao's mouth even oozed a trace of blood. Tianxian Shirgu, seeing this, made a virtual grab with her hands, and the energy of heaven and earth once again gathered and compressed on the bubble. Master Xianyi also swept his whisk, and a light column, several dozen meters thick, suddenly smashed down from the sky. Ah! Faced with the pressure from the 6 of them, Kanglin howled repeatedly. His shrill scream even became tangible, directly piercing through the bubble. Crack! With a crisp sound, the bubble shattered. At the same time, Kanglin swung his 4 deformed arms and made a slash in the void. The next moment, four spatial rifts tore open along the trajectory, and endless black mist spread out from those rifts, gathering together and transforming into thousands of sword lights. Good, to be able to force me to use my full strength, you humans of the Great Xia are indeed not bad. But it's also time to end this. 10,000 paths. You 10,000 your mother. Just as Kanglin was saying this, Gu Yuan suddenly appeared in front of him and punched him in the face. With Gu Yuan's punch, Kanglin was immediately sent flying, and the sky full of sword lights dissipated in an instant. However, Kanglin's battle awareness was still top-notch. He quickly turned and adjusted his posture, counterattacking. The 6 patriarchs of the sects saw this and immediately made their moves, joining the battle with Kanglin once again. On the battlefield, both sides of the cultivators watched the battle unfold. They all retreated 10,000 meters away separately. This kind of battle, even just a trace of leaked energy, could shred a peak heavenly phenomenon cultivator on the spot. Suddenly, in the east of the battlefield, a mushroom cloud shot up into the sky. The 6 great sect masters, who were lingering outside the battlefield, immediately changed their expressions. Not good. Something happened to Xia. Seeing that mushroom cloud, San Lan, while fighting Gu Yuan and the ancestors of the 6 great sects, laughed loudly and said, "Ah, Gu Yuan, I told you, I won't kill you. I want you to watch with your own eyes as eternal night arrives." Hearing this, Gu Yuan also sneered and replied, "So your target is Xia, the Great Wall Seal?" "Of course." Upon hearing this, San Lan immediately laughed and said, "Do you think a few ants like you are worthy of making me take action myself? I just wanted to lure you all out. To be honest, if you had stayed in Xia, guarding the seal and hiding like turtles, I really wouldn't have had a way. You think you're scheming against me? Too bad, I have been scheming against you for 100 years. Even your resistance today was within my calculations." As he spoke, San Lan revealed a wicked smile, yet the 6 great sect masters and Gu Yuan all showed mocking smiles. Monsters of the eternal night world really are simple-minded. That's right, using diversion tactics? We played with that trick thousands of years ago. Damn, your 2 best disciples, your strongest forces, still haven't shown up. Do you really think we're as stupid as you? Chapter 61, The True Power of Xia. 3 chapters in 1. As the decisive battle unfolded over the sea, the people of Xia were watching the live satellite broadcast of the real-time footage. Oh my god, that woman actually admitted she's an alien. What alien? That's an eternal night being, from another world. Isn't that still an alien? So Gu Yuan and the council were telling the truth, extraterrestrial beings are really invading. Why won't you listen? I told you it's eternal night, eternal night. So Infan and Migwa are that woman's lapdogs?
Can Dixia really win? Of course. Didn't you see Gu Yuan beat that woman back to her original form? What kind of monster is that? Why does it have so many eyes? My trypophobia is acting up. As the battle escalated, the discussions among Dixia's people grew more intense.
Online, countless messages were flooding in, cheering for the 6 great sects in Gu Yuan. What made Xian Yuan Mo quite relieved was that now, the livestream comments and bullet chats had much less hostility, and those spies who took advantage of major events to stir up trouble had completely vanished. After all, thanks to Gu Yuan's purge, the people of Dixia had fully realized that Dixia truly had the power to track you down through the internet. Boom! As the emotions of the people grew more intense, suddenly, the land of Dixia trembled. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? Did you guys feel that? I felt it. Me too. At the Dixia Council, watching the livestream comments, Xian Yuan Mo frowned deeply. What just happened? Hearing this, Lin Zhengtang thought for a moment before speaking. Could it be shockwaves from the battlefield? Impossible. Nangon Luotian waved his hand and said, the protective barrier is extremely strong. A mere shockwave wouldn't be a problem. Could it be that something happened to the Great Wall Seal? No. Everything is normal here. Listening to Lin Zhengtang and Nangon Luotian's analysis, Xian Yuan Mo's face suddenly changed. Not good. Someone must be attacking Dixia's protective shield. Quick, aim satellite number 2 at Dixia. Soon, under the control of the technicians, Xian Yuan Mo and the others finally saw what was happening. At this moment, on the coast of the Eastern Sea, the leader of the Gods Alliance, the Starfall God King, and the leader of the Brahma sect, Shiva, were leading 3 landing mortals and nearly 100 heavily phenomenon cultivators. He was speaking to the protective shield. Why does this protective shield look like a turtle shell? Facing the puzzled expression of the falling star God King, Shiva narrowed his eyes and spoke. Senior brother, the strength of this protective shield is very high. Even a divine lord cannot easily break it. I didn't expect that Gu Yuan still has such a trick up his sleeve, seems like he's been preparing for us. So what? Hearing this, the falling star God King sneered, it's just a protective shield. Let's strike together and see how many hits it can take. Just as the falling star God King was about to strike, Shiva directly stopped him. Don't forget Master's instructions. Once we make a move, the Daxia cultivators will come to the rescue. If you all strike, it might take at least 3 to 5 hits. Let me do it. Senior brother, after breaking this turtle shell, don't mind the Daxia people, let's head straight for the Great Wall Seal. Alright. Seeing the falling star God King nod, Shiva immediately took a step forward, raised his hand, and a 7-foot-long snow-white spear appeared in his hand. You all step back. Upon hearing this, the falling star God King and the many divine lord and celestial realm cultivators all retreated 1,000 meters away. It wasn't that 1,000 meters away would guarantee safety, but at least with this distance, they could react and run away in time. It wasn't because the shield was dangerous, it was because Shiva was at the peak of the earth immortal realm, a half step into the red dust immortal level, a being of immense power, and his seriousness made everyone step back. Shiva, holding the spear, assumed an attacking posture. The next moment, the energy of the entire sea region converged into the spear, and even the surrounding seawater formed into a whirlpool. As the energy gathered, the spear gradually radiated with 7-colored light, and even the surrounding space bent and refracted. Break for me! With a roar, Shiva violently thrust the spear, launching it in a perfect arc straight into the protective shield. Boom! With a huge clash of energy, a mushroom cloud rose into the air, and the protective shield shattered under the violent impact of the energy. The protective shield is broken. Stay here and stall the incoming Daxia cultivators for as long as you can. Senior brother, let's go straight to the Great Wall. Shiva commanded, ready to act, when a voice suddenly floated through the air. Where do you think you're going? Then a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the mushroom cloud. As the smoke cleared, the falling star God King and the others finally saw that behind the protective shield, there were actually tens of thousands of cultivators standing in tight formation. Among these cultivators, there were 7 Earth Immortal level experts, and even more than a dozen Celestial Phenomenon realm experts. Seeing this scene, the falling star God King cursed out loud. Damn it! How are there still cultivators in Daxia? And so many of them? Hearing this, a young woman standing at the front of the Daxia cultivator group sneered and spoke. Falling star God King, did you really think that Daxia only has cultivators from the 6 major sects? Exactly. Behind her, an Earth Immortal realm cultivator also spoke disdainfully, but this cultivator was not a human, but a zombie. Daoist Gu was right, I knew you'd come to stir up trouble, so he ordered us to stay here and wait for you. How's that? Surprised? Unexpected? Upon hearing this, Shiva's face darkened. He really hadn't expected that Daxia still had so many high-level cultivators. You are not humans.
Although most of them were humanoid, Shiva's sharp eyes immediately noticed that none of the cultivators left behind in Dasha were human. Demons, zombies, ghosts, and even some strange creatures. Even worse, the woman standing at the very front had strength no weaker than his own. She was also a half-step into the red dust immortal level, at least an earth immortal peak cultivator. It wasn't that Shiva thought he couldn't defeat them, but if these people stalled him. When the cultivators of the Great Xiao on the battlefield come to the rescue, it will be a pincer attack. And the task given by the master cannot be completed anymore. Moreover, the current problem is that even if the cultivators of the Great Xiao on the battlefield do not come to the rescue, the zombie's strength is already at the late stage of the land immortal realm. If he and that half-step red dust immortal level demon woman team up, he might not be able to handle it himself. Looking at the many cultivators in front of him, the falling star god king was even more horrified. This time, not to mention completing the task, it's questionable whether he can even leave. However, the falling star god king was still a leader of a sect, so he didn't show it, only speaking coldly. I never expected it. They say the Great Xia human race repels outsiders, yet you still help the human race so much. Even if the 6 major sects defeat my master, the next target to be cleared will be you. Everyone, why not join our Eternal Night World's faction, and then together we can share the human race's territory? Wouldn't that be great? Upon hearing this, the demon woman's lips curved up, shaking her head and saying, I never expected it. There are still people who acknowledge the Eternal Night monsters as their father. Who told you that the human race and other races are enemies? Hearing this, the falling star god king seemed to have caught an opportunity and immediately responded. Fellow Taoist, do I even need to say it? The Great Xia human race, especially the 6 major sects, has always looked down on your demon race, the corpse race, and others. For hundreds of years, they have been suppressing you. When have they ever taken you seriously? Then you're wrong. At this moment, a tiger demon cultivator beside them also spoke. Do you think we are stupid? It's always been the 749 Bureau and those women who suppressed the demon race. Exactly. The demon woman also nodded and said, Kid, you can try stirring up discord with others, but we old ones have been alive for thousands of years, and we've had a relationship with the 6 major sects for thousands of years. If we didn't do some surface work, how would we explain ourselves to your master? Juke, how would a traitor like him understand these principles? As soon as the demon woman finished speaking, a nearby zombie coldly snorted. I think you are someone from the divine court in the Eternal Night World. You were a traitor before. Once a traitor, always a traitor. I can't be bothered to talk to you about these grand principles. You're not worthy of hearing them. Children, attack. At the zombie's command, the tens of thousands of cultivators present immediately took action. Among them, the 3 corpse kings at the peak of Tianzhou and H City were also leading their subordinates, but these 3 had already broken through the boundary with the help of Gu Yuan, reaching the Tianxiang realm. If it were anyone else, Gu Yuan wouldn't have been able to help, but since the 3 corpse kings were zombies, Gu Yuan simply helped them break through one threshold, which was still fairly easy for him. At this moment, the demon woman Juke also spoke coldly. Xian Kuei, I will deal with that Shiva. You capture the falling star god king. Didn't Taoist Gu want him for something useful? Alright. The zombie Xian Kuei revealed an evil smile, and in the next moment, he disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, Shiva, who was dealing with the demon cultivators rushing up, suddenly felt a scorching heat surrounding him. Looking up, he saw a giant fire-red bird in the sky, already locking onto his vital energy. Damn it, this winged beast actually revealed its true form directly. Cursing in his heart, Shiva's body erupted with golden light, no longer holding back, and charged toward Juke. On the other side, on the sea battlefield, Gu Yuan, the ancestors of the 6 major sects, and Song Lan's battle had already reached a white-hot stage. Countless strange phenomena continuously appeared in the sky, and the clashes between the 2 sides were growing more and more intense. The cultivators on both sides had already retreated hundreds of miles away, fearing they might be caught in the aftermath of the battle. Song Lan, your 2 beloved disciples have probably already died in the Great Xiao by now. If you keep playing these tricks with our Great Xiao people, you can practice for a few hundred more years. Upon hearing this, Song Lan pushed back the crowd with a single palm and laughed maniacally again. Good. You lowly human race, you have ruined my great plan. I was originally going to let you witness the beauty of eternal night, but now I have no choice but to send you on your way myself. Saying this, the Kanglan monster let out a terrifying roar, its body expanding once again, reaching a height of over 10 meters in just a moment. Then, its strange body twisted once more, and 4 broken arms grew out from behind it. And those eerie eyes directly covered its entire body. This is bad, it's going to fight to the death. With a loud shout, Yuan Hao swung his hand, and the surrounding sea water soared into the air, surrounding the entire area in just a moment. If we don't kill it here, the entire blue star might be affected. That's right, let's all go together.
Luo Chen also whispered, holding an ancient sword, and rushed directly toward the true body of Kanglin. But Kanglin did not dodge or avoid, it lightly stretched out two fingers, pinched the tip of Luo Chen's sword, and flicked it backward, sending him flying. Luo Chen quickly retreated, spinning in midair, forming a seal with his hands, and in the next moment, 9 golden great swords appeared around him. The golden great swords did not attack Kanglin but coordinated with each other to form a golden array behind Luo Chen. Sword, come! With Luo Chen's light shout, the array took shape, and at the center of it, a massive ancient sword, silver-white like a small mountain, slowly emerged from the void. In the next moment, the ancient giant sword, carrying the power of heaven and earth, rushed directly toward Kanglin's true body. Seeing this, Nanfo Duankong also pressed his hands together, chanting the Buddhist mantra. Behind him, thousands of Buddhist nations slowly formed, and the Buddhist light that emanated from them transformed into a golden Buddha, slapping out its palm, merging with the giant sword. Seeing this, the ancestors also revealed their various Dharma images, each using their strongest attack. Kanglin looked at the combined attack of the group with an excited expression on its face, 8 arms surrounding its front, and the hundreds of evil eyes on its body suddenly merging into one. At this moment, Kanglin's 10-meter-tall true body seemed to be entirely occupied by a giant eye, and from that giant eye, a pitch-black light shot out. Wherever that light went, the sea water turned pitch black. The creatures in the sea that were exposed to this deathly aura all turned white as their eyes rolled back. Feeling this aura, Gu Yuan furrowed his brows. The aura released by Kanglin felt strangely familiar to Gu Yuan. It seemed very similar to the aura of the black mist space. It's not quite accurate to say this, though. The energy Kanglin released was mixed with evil aura, while the energy of the black mist space was much purer. It was pure to the point that Gu Yuan couldn't even describe what kind of energy it was. However, now was not the time to consider this. The combined attack of the 6 great sect masters was clearly not enough to deal with Kanglin's evil energy. Under the impact of the evil energy, they were continuously forced back. Seeing this, Gu Yuan also stopped holding back. A blood-red aura quietly emerged above the blood abyss. At this moment, every activated blood fog portal inside Gu Yuan's body became active, and overwhelming blood energy surged from those portals, pouring into the giant blade. As the blood-red color on the blood abyss deepened, Gu Yuan's face became increasingly serious. He had a strange feeling that this strike still lacked something. While he was thinking, the 50,000 Yin soldiers in the distance suddenly seemed to have been injected with new life, starting to shout loudly. Then, a ball of black light appeared on every Yin soldier's body, flying into the giant blade. The next moment, the red light on the blood abyss slowly turned into a pitch-black color. At this point, Gu Yuan finally realized that every Yin soldier in the black mist space was his own power. Realizing this, Gu Yuan lightly spoke, and a flash of blade light swept out. Blood prison. Tide of the dark abyss. That blade of light seemed to break through time and space, directly striking the black light emitted by the Kanglin, pushing back the 6 Grandmasters' attack, forcibly shattering that black light. The true form of Kanglin, seeing the approaching attacks, screamed again. In that instant, the dead sea creatures from the entire sea area released a black mist from their bodies, merging into the Kanglin's body. The black pillar of light became thicker, even reaching more than 10 times its previous size, and continued to grow stronger. Seeing this, Gu Yuan also snorted coldly, and with a thought, the black mist spread out, directly filling the entire sea area. The black mist emerging from the sea creatures' bodies was also directly blocked. Using corpses in front of me, are you joking? Kanglin screamed upon hearing this. Some methods are just too late. As the black mist was cut off, the black light from Kanglin no longer increased, but its power had already reached its peak. The strength of that black pillar of light was so great that Gu Yuan and the 6 Grandmasters' attacks were forcibly stopped, unable to advance even an inch. Where the 2 waves of power collided, the space had already shattered, with the crack continuing to expand. Even the energy of the entire blue star began to become chaotic. Not good, this woman is too strong. Master Xianyi muttered lowly, but Master Tianxian replied. No matter how strong she is still a mortal fairy. Then let's compete, and see who will break first. Increase the output. While Master Tianxian was speaking, Yuan Hao also spoke up. Such a powerful collision of forces, if it continues for much longer, it might explode the entire blue star. Good. Everyone responded in unison, increasing their power output. Master Tianxian waved her hand, and beams of golden light descended upon them. In an instant, the energy consumption rapidly began to recover. Not good, if this continues, the entire energy of Blue Star might explode. Gu Yuan cursed quietly. Indeed, even if the energy of the entire Blue Star were to explode, the planet wouldn't suffer much harm. But the mortals on Blue Star would definitely not be so lucky. Such a collision would likely kill half of the mortals instantly. Wouldn't that mean their battle would be all for nothing? Come on. You Blue Star bastards. Kanglin yelled loudly at this moment, her voice full of evil intent. Do you think such attacks can kill me? Keep going.
Let all the mortals of Blue Star accompany you to your graves. At the deadlock between the two sides, a great number of changes had already occurred across Blue Star. Volcanoes all over the world, which had been dormant for ages, erupted simultaneously. Earthquakes, tsunamis, nearly sweeping across the globe. Not enough. Kanglin shrieked, and space behind her rippled again. For cracks, hundreds of meters long, tore open, from which endless black mist poured out, merging into the black light. Seeing the shift in the attack, Gu Yuan gritted his teeth, and a hint of blood red appeared in his eyes. Blood Sea returned to ruins. With a soft shout, a scene of emptiness appeared behind Gu Yuan with a loud rumble. In that scene, a blood sea churned violently, stirring up massive waves, turning the blood prison blade light into a crimson red. At the same time, the entire Blue Star began to shake. The Dacia satellite broadcast had already spread across the entire Blue Star, with mortals all over the world watching this battle. The people of Dacia, each holding their breath, watched the clash of energies. Anyone could tell that the terrifying scene of heaven and earth collapsing outside was caused by the collision of these two powers. If either side weakened, it would be a complete defeat, body and soul destroyed. The fate of Dacia and even the entire Blue Star was at stake in this moment. But what made everyone even more anxious was that the fighters were immortals. If the battle between immortals continued, Blue Star would be completely destroyed. However, just as both sides were locked in a deadlock, a golden light in the east suddenly shot across the sky like a meteor. From the land of Great Xia, it shot directly into the battlefield. It was a spear. As soon as the spear revealed itself, it had already swelled with the wind, attacking in the same direction as Gu Yuan and the others, striking straight at the beam of light. In an instant, the balanced situation was tilted slightly. However, this slight tilt could never be considered the last straw to break the camel's back. The next moment, a figure appeared in the sky, carrying endless flames, rushing toward the battlefield with an eye-blurring speed, and kicked the spear. Another red dust immortal. With the entry of the 8th red dust immortal, the offensive of Gu Yuan's side instantly reversed. The attacks of the 6 great patriarchs, along with Gu Yuan's blade light, and the mysterious figure with his spear, directly scattered the black beam of light from Songlan. As the energies exploded, the mysterious red dust immortal's foot pressed against the back end of the spear, and with it, the spear descended. The entire spear pierced directly into Songlan's massive eye. You, damn you! With a sharp screech from Songlan, its body, which was over 10 meters tall, exploded into ashes. At this moment, the entire world fell into a deep silence. After the silence came the explosion. The cheers roared like a mountain storm, spreading to every corner of Blue Star. Looking at the dissipating Songlan, Gu Yuan also took a few deep breaths, while the 6 patriarchs had pale faces from the immense consumption. Although they had won, standing up was becoming a struggle. Did we finally win? I didn't expect there were hidden experts. Gu Yuan's voice had just fallen when the mysterious red dust immortal, holding the spear, turned around. Chairman Xian Yuan? Seeing that figure, Gu Yuan froze in shock. The mysterious red dust immortal was none other than Xian Yuan Mo, the first speaker of the Great Xia Council. I didn't expect it. You were hiding so deep. Hearing this, Xian Yuan Mo waved his hand and said, I'm not a true red dust immortal, if we're being honest, I'm more of a false red dust immortal, but breaking this balance is enough. Hearing this, Gu Yuan smiled and looked at the 6 patriarchs. Well, you guys really held back some cards. Hearing this, Yuan Hao also spoke. Xian Yuan, my friend, is the master of Great Xia, so he can't be judged by common logic. If he hadn't remained inactive for 10,000 years, today's effect would have been difficult to achieve. Wait. Just as Yuan Hao was speaking, his face suddenly changed. The other patriarchs, Gu Yuan and Xian Yuan Mo, also furrowed their brows simultaneously. The space rift that had yet to close was continuously emitting black mist. The next moment, a sudden darkness descended upon the entire Blue Star. Chapter 62, Dao Realm, Transcendence. A Last Gamble, Blood Sea Evil God. 3 in 1. Just as everyone was about to relax, a change suddenly occurred in the world. The space rifts that had not yet closed were spewing out a large amount of black mist, which spread wildly across the entire sea area. In the sky, a colorful ribbon, several thousand miles long and faintly visible, slowly emerged. Countless spiritual energies radiated out from that ribbon, and in just a moment, it filled the entire Blue Star. Not only that, but the overflowing spiritual energy created spiritual energy storms across all parts of Blue Star. At the same time, the sea entrances of various countries were spewing thousands of waterspouts, each several dozen meters wide, flowing backward toward the sky, merging into the colorful ribbon. It was at this moment that above the colorful ribbon, 9 great suns appeared in the sky, emitting endless light, illuminating the entire Blue Star, regardless of day or night. Seeing this sight, Gu Yuan furrowed his brows. What is this phenomenon? What is happening? Before Gu Yuan could finish his words, all the strange phenomena disappeared in an instant.
To be precise, it wasn't that the phenomena disappeared, but an endless, boundless darkness suddenly enveloped the entire blue star, covering all the strange occurrences.
Gu Yuan's brows suddenly twisted into a knot. What is going on? Could it be that the eternal night world has invaded? Isn't this too coincidental? Hearing this, Xian Yuan Mo shook his head and said, Impossible. The seal of the Great Xia is guarded by my Dao body, and that Sun Lan is just a peak mortal fairy, half a step to Dao fairy. It has no ability to tear open the dimensional passage. Not good.
Before Xian Yuan Mo finished speaking, Yuan Hao suddenly shouted out. I wondered why that phenomenon felt so familiar. It turns out someone has broken through to the Dao realm.
What?
Hearing this, the other 5 ancestors and Xian Yuan Mo all showed expressions of astonishment, looking at Yuan Hao.
They knew far too well what kind of strength these people from Blue Star had. There were absolutely no hidden powerful beings in Blue Star. When the first emperor set out to conquer the Eternal Night, he left behind the strongest guardian of Blue Star, who was the one from the Free and Easy sect at that time, whose power had also reached the late mortal fairy stage, but unfortunately, he died at the hands of Sun Lan 200 years ago. If no one could break through to the Dao realm, then the existence that has broken through this time was obvious. Ha ha ha.
Just as everyone was astonished, a sharp laugh came from beyond the 9 heavens. In the next moment, the black gas that surged out of the space crack had already condensed into a body several thousand meters tall. This body had 6 pairs of deformed arms, its entire form was smooth and rounded, and around that body, 9 giant eyeballs circled. Seeing that body, Gu Yuan clenched his fists, looking at the deformed arms and those iconic big eyes. It must be that Sun Lan's true body without a doubt. How could it transform again and still not be killed? You ants of Blue Star. Didn't expect it, huh? This master has not only survived but has reached a height you will never attain in your lifetime. The 9 eyes turned into a giant mouth filled with sharp teeth, opening and closing, full of mockery. I must thank you all. Were it not for your all-out attacks, this master would not have broken through to this transcendent realm on the brink of despair. You would never have imagined this was also part of my plan. By killing you, there is no need for the Eternal Night to descend. This master can conquer the Blue Star realm, and this achievement is enough for me to secure the position of the minor clan leader within the Demon Clan. Hearing Sun Lan's words, everyone immediately revealed a serious expression. They never expected that Sun Lan would take this opportunity to directly break through to the Dao Fairy level. At this moment, that Sun Lan from the Demon Clan did not need to take any action. The pressure from his body alone was enough to pin everyone down. The Dao realm is divided into 4 stages. Transcendence, harmony with Dao, supreme, true fairy. Whichever stage one breaks through, it is honored as Dao Fairy. This Dao Fairy title is truly a fairy. Lifespan cannot be measured by common sense. Even the most basic Transcendence realm can live for 100,000 years. Not only that, but the difference between the Transcendence realm and the mortal fairy is like clouds and mud. Once Sun Lan breaks through, everyone's chances of victory are infinitely close to 0. Moreover, the ancestors of the 6 sects had already turned pale, completely lacking the will to fight. The only one left with even a fighting chance is Xian Yuan Mo, but his strength was merely at the early mortal fairy level. Such a gap cannot be compensated in any way. Gentlemen. As despair filled everyone's hearts, Gu Yuan took a step forward, speaking coldly. Can we still fight? With a sigh, Yuan Hao replied, our current strength is barely 1 in 100, however, we have no other choice. Even if we die here, it is better than being used as food. Hearing this, Gu Yuan shook his head. If that's the case, gentlemen, you should bring the people and retreat into the secret realms of the 6 sections. Xian Yuan Chairman, you also take the people of Great Xia and enter the secret realm in batches. Time is limited, take as many as you can. I think, even if that woman is at the Dao realm. It seems that even in half a moment, it will be impossible to break through the secret realms of the 6 great sects, let alone all 6 of them. Even if he attacks them one by one, it will take him some time. The arcs of the 6 great sects are already prepared. Take this opportunity and send away as many people as you can. Hearing these words, Yuan Hao and the others looked at Gu Yuan in confusion. Friend Gu, do you have a way to deal with that woman? No. Gu Yuan spoke lightly, without a trace of emotion. I still have some strength left. I should be able to hold her off for a while until you all escape. Whether the fire of Blue Star can be preserved depends on all of you. Upon hearing this, the ancestors of the 6 great sects said no more. They immediately turned around and led their sect's cultivators away. At this moment, there was no room for noble words or displays of loyalty. That woman's strength had already reached a level beyond what Blue Star could handle. No one knew how long Gu Yuan could hold her off. Even if it was just 1 minute, or even 1 second, it could mean saving a few more people. At the same time, all the nations of Blue Star began implementing their evacuation plans. Gu Yuan's words were broadcasted live across the entire world. He did this intentionally, hoping that the leaders of various nations would seize this rare opportunity. As the ancestors of the 6 great sects left,
Xian Yuan Mo did not leave. Instead, he stepped in front of Gu Yuan and said, "Friend Gu, I still retain most of my strength. You go first and try to wear down some of her power. After you die, I will take over. At the very least, we can delay her a little longer." Seeing that Xian Yuan Mo had not left, Gu Yuan shook his head slightly and said slowly, "There's no need for that. Chairman Xian Yuan, your strength is too weak. Delaying her for a few more seconds is meaningless. Instead, you should preserve your power. You represent the mortals of Dixia, you cannot die here. Go now. Friend Gu. Enough nonsense." As soon as Gu Yuan finished speaking, Song Lan's 6 grotesque arms clapped together. "Good. Truly touching. So, have you decided who will die first?" "Never mind, I don't think there's any need to decide. Gu Yuan, I know you're just stalling for time, but unfortunately, I don't actually care. There are so many people on Blue Star. So what if some of them escape? As long as I can conquer Blue Star, it doesn't matter how many are left. But I do enjoy it. I enjoy this cat and mouse game. Run. The more panicked you are, the more excited I get. Go now." Hearing Song Lan's words, Gu Yuan shoved Xian Yuan Mo aside, his long blade appearing in his hands as he charged toward the towering, thousands of meters high true form of Song Lan. As a flash of blade light emerged, Gu Yuan's eyes turned blood red, and he slashed out. However, before he could even get close, a giant mouth on Song Lan's body instantly transformed into an eye, radiating a wave of energy. As the wave struck Gu Yuan, he was instantly frozen in place. The next moment, a massive hand from Song Lan came crashing down onto him. At that moment, Gu Yuan felt his blood surging violently as he was sent flying. Skidding across the surface of the sea, Gu Yuan felt a sharp sweetness in his throat, and a stream of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. So strong. So this is a Dao immortal? Feeling the force of Song Lan's attack, Gu Yuan immediately realized this was just a glimpse of its full power. A cultivator at the Dao realm was indeed far beyond what he could handle at this moment. For the first time since his resurrection, Gu Yuan had suffered a setback. What's wrong? Not so arrogant anymore? Gu Yuan, weren't you so powerful? Come, let me see how you struggle. Didn't you want to stall for time? Fine, I'll give you that chance. Facing Song Lan's mockery, Gu Yuan lowered his head and chuckled. Then, he let out a series of long laughs, slowly raising his head. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Song Lan, Dao Realm, Transcendence. Truly powerful. As he spoke, Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. But who told you I was stalling for time? I let those useless ones leave because it's just to keep them from dying here, just doing a small favor while I can. As he spoke, Gu Yuan's body changed once again. His originally dark blue body gradually turned pitch black, and his white hair slowly transformed into deep black. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan directly absorbed all the resources sent over by the 6 major sects' ancestors. At this moment, the portals of Black Mist and Blood Mist were being violently broken through. 90 million. 91 million. 92 million. 93 million. In the blink of an eye, the portals of Black Mist and Blood Mist had already been breached to 93 million. According to Gu Yuan's plan, with these resources, reaching 150 million should have been absolutely possible. But now, in such a rush, he could only absorb a tenth or even less, yet there was no time to care. At this moment, Gu Yuan felt a strange force emerging inside him. This power was extremely weak, so much so that even controlling it was difficult, but it was exactly the same as what he had felt before on Sakura Island. Right now, within the borders of the Grand Xia, countless citizens were watching the live broadcast with overwhelming excitement. Many of them weren't even rushing to enter the 6 major sects' secret realms anymore, they only wanted to see the outcome of Gu Yuan's battle. Boss Gu, keep going. Boss Gu, don't let that monster have its way. Boss Gu, you're awesome. Kill her for me. At this moment, countless beliefs seemed to merge into a mysterious force, even stirring the 7-colored streamers hanging in the sky. Feeling the support of this power, although it wasn't strong, Gu Yuan's mind became exceptionally calm. But Song Lan, seeing Gu Yuan's strength surging wildly, immediately sneered again. Still resisting desperately? I already gave you a chance to stall for time, and yet you're so eager to die? Hearing this, Gu Yuan's lips curled up slightly as he spoke calmly. Who lives and who dies, you'll find out soon enough. As his words fell, behind Gu Yuan, a sea of blood surged forth once again. But this time, within the sea of blood, countless skeletal remains rose from the ground. As the strange phenomenon spread, it transformed into a city, a kingdom. In that sea of blood, billions of skeletons and corpses gathered, finally forming a towering skeletal demon god thousands of meters tall. The blood abyss in Gu Yuan's hands disappeared, replaced by the vengeful soul blade that materialized in the skeletal demon god's grasp. Blood prison. Eternal night ruins. As his voice dropped, the skeletal demon god in the sea of blood let out a long howl, holding the vengeful soul blade high, slashing downward with a single strike. This slash seemed to transcend eternity, cutting across countless dimensions, descending upon Sun Lan's head. Seeing this, all the gigantic eyes on Sun Lan's body snapped open at once, and from her 9 massive eyes, torrents of black flames erupted. Demonic descent, dark annihilation. The moment the black flames clashed with the skeletal demon god, time itself seemed to freeze for an instant. Watching this scene, Gu Yuan understood that even though his move was powerful, defeating Sun Lan, who had reached transcendence, was impossible. At this point, there was only one choice: stake everything. In the next moment, as Gu Yuan willed it, the 50,000 ghostly soldiers blocking Sun Lan's subordinates turned into ashes one by one. At the same time, Gu Yuan's body swelled once more. Blood energy, corpse energy, yin energy, demonic energy, all of it gathered into Gu Yuan's body. The power of the ghostly soldiers was now entirely infused within him. At this moment, countless cracks, like spider webs, appeared all over Gu Yuan's body. The energy was simply too vast, to the point where even Gu Yuan's body could not withstand it. As the cracks grew larger and larger, Gu Yuan's body suddenly exploded with a thunderous roar. The energy that erupted was like a raging tide, surging into the skeletal demon god's body. At this moment, the skeletal demon god's form became more complete, and countless black lightning bolts, like colossal dragons, coiled around its entire being. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from the blood prison evil god growing stronger, Sun Lan even began to feel a trace of fear. How is this possible? How can you have such power? This is impossible. You, a mere insect from Blue Star, dare to challenge a true immortal? Break for me. With a monstrous roar, the 9 giant eyes of Sun Lan spewed black flames, their intensity doubling. As Sun Lan unleashed even greater power, the blood prison evil god, which Gu Yuan had transformed into, was actually forced back slightly. Not only that, but cracks even appeared on the blood prison evil god's body, showing signs of collapse. Is this the end? Seeing this, Sun Lan increased the output of the black flames and mocked. Daring to challenge a true immortal, this is your fate. After you die, I will refine every single person on Blue Star into pills to strengthen my demon clan. No one will remember you. Gu Yuan, you are nothing more than an ant beneath our feet. Facing Sun Lan's taunts, Gu Yuan had no time to respond. As Sun Lan had said, Gu Yuan's attacks were already on the verge of collapse. But in the next moment, within the dark misty space, a dormant wisp of black light trembled slightly. That black light did not react, did not move, and did not release any power. It only trembled slightly. Above the sea, Sun Lan's black flame suddenly became chaotic, and his whole body stiffened as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of power is this? Eternal night. This is the power of eternal night. You are not from Blue Star. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's face twisted in rage as he roared. Why do you care what power this is? Why do you care who I am? With a long howl, the blood prison evil god that Gu Yuan had become swung its long blade, shattering the endless black flames and slashing at Sun Lan's true form. Boom! As the black flames shattered, a world-shaking explosion instantly swept across the entire sea. Not only the sea, but even the entire Blue Star trembled violently, and the battlefield was completely sunk beneath the waves. From the long blade, an overwhelming tide of blood energy and sinister aura erupted, seemingly intent on completely erasing Sun Lan's 1,000-meter-tall body. On Sun Lan's body, countless eyes suddenly opened, releasing black light to resist the erosion of the blood energy and sinister aura. You think an ant like you can kill me? Nonsense. If you don't die, then do you expect me to? Die for me. With a low growl, black light burst forth from the blood prison evil god's long blade, splitting Sun Lan's 1,000-meter-tall body in half. At the same time, from within the blood sea, countless skeletons and blood corpses crawled out, dragging Sun Lan's severed corpse into the blood sea. Gu Yuan. The demon clan will never forgive you. With Sun Lan's final scream, his body was swallowed by the blood sea. In that moment, the blood sea's anomalies, the blood prison evil god, and the skeletal fortress all disappeared without a trace. The darkness that had engulfed Blue Star also began to recede. In midair, Gu Yuan's figure slowly emerged, his body covered in countless cracks as he hovered motionless. This time he's really dead, right? Within the borders of Dacia, the once silent livestream chat suddenly saw a single message flash across, followed by an explosion of comments as if Pandora's box had been opened. Gu Yuan won. He actually won. Gu Yuan is incredible. Where are the doubters now? Inside the 6 great sects, the sect leaders watching the livestream could hardly believe what they were seeing. Facing a woman of transcendent realm, Gu Yuan had actually slain her. A red dust immortal killing a Dao immortal even in the age of ancient geniuses thousands of years ago, this had never been heard of before. Within Dacia, Shen Yuanmo's face was filled with utter shock.
His own cultivation was merely at the half-step red dust immortal level, and only due to the faith of Dasha's mortals could he exert the power of a red dust immortal. He didn't dare to say he could truly kill the cultivator of the red dust immortal realm. That Gu Yuan, relying on the strength of the early red dust immortal, completely shattered the Transcendence Realm's Zhonglan? Thinking of this, Xian Yuan Mo immediately reacted and disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, Xian Yuan Mo was already at Gu Yuan's side. At this moment, Gu Yuan was in disarray, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Gu, my friend, are you alright? Seeing Xian Yuan Mo arrive, Gu Yuan was also foggy-minded, laboriously uttering a few words. You still know to come save me, you count as a person. After saying this, Gu Yuan's vision darkened, and he fainted. Seeing this, Xian Yuan Mo had no choice but to hold Gu Yuan and return to the Lu family's villa. At this moment, the ancestors of the 6 major sects, as well as Zhu Ke, Xian Kuei, and others had already gathered in the Lu family's villa. Upon seeing Xian Yuan Mo, several of them stepped forward. How is Gu, my friend? Hearing this, Xian Yuan Mo let out a light sigh and shook his head. Listening in, Zhu Ke immediately widened her eyes. No way, it's hard enough to have a red dust immortal emerge from the human race, don't let him die. Get lost. Xian Yuan Mo rolled his eyes and replied, if he dies, it won't be the end for him. Xian Kuei, you're also from the corpse race, take a look at what's going on with Gu, my friend. Hearing this, Xian Kuei came forward, reached out to touch Gu Yuan, and nodded. Truly a remarkable body of a corpse cultivator, even I can't compare. Who asked you? Stop wasting words, what's the issue? Hearing this, Xian Kuei rolled his eyes and said, he won't die, but our corpse race is different from your human race. Every corpse cultivator has their own method of recovery, the priority is to wake Gu Yuan. Upon hearing this, the ancestors of the 6 major sects, along with Xian Yuan Mo, Zhu Ke, and others, exchanged glances and fell silent. Gu Yuan's injuries were clearly visible, his body condition was evidently bad. They couldn't take out pills capable of healing such injuries at the red dust immortal level, but if they forced Gu Yuan to wake up, it might. Seeing this, Xian Kuei rolled his eyes again. I knew you guys were unreliable, let me do it. Saying this, Xian Kuei slapped Gu Yuan's face without hesitation. In the next moment, Gu Yuan sprang up directly. What happened? Seeing the scene, all the ancestors of the 6 major sects were stunned. What were they hesitating about? Were they worried that forcing Gu Yuan to wake up would cause problems? This Xian Kuei was truly fierce. But amidst everyone's shock, Xian Kuei unleashed a massive wave of corpse aura, channeling it into Gu Yuan's body, while speaking. Gu, my friend, you're awake. Hearing this, Gu Yuan felt an unbearable pain tearing through his entire body, managing to say. Awake, but why are you all staring at me like that? It's making my face feel hot. Alright. Hearing this, Xian Kuei quickly changed the subject. Gu, my friend, since you have awakened, I believe you must have your own way to recover. Everyone, let's have a short discussion about what to do next. As for everything else, we can wait until Gu Yuan recovers. Chapter 63, Gu Yuan's Suggestion. At the Lu family's villa, everyone who represented a major power in the Great Xia was gathered here. Aside from Gu Yuan, the ancestors of the 6 major sects and Xian Yuan Mo, there were also powerful cultivators from outside the human race. Representing the demon race was Zhu Ke, from the corpse race was Xian Kuei, from the ghost race was the ghost king Yin Sha, and from the spirit creature clan was the thousand-faced elder. All were in the later stage of land god immortals or half-step red dust immortals. Although they had killed that mysterious woman, the Great Wall's seal was also on the brink of collapse, facing the eternal night world, let alone the Great Xia. Even the entire Blue Star struggled to fight back. So are we still sticking to the original plan of sending the mortals of the Great Xia onto the flying ships of the 6 major sects to search for a new homeland in the universe? Listening to Master Tianxian's words, Gu Yuan shook his head. Everyone, these past few days I've thought about it, just sending away mortals, even if we find a place to hide in the universe, it hasn't really solved the fundamental problem. Especially after the battle with Kanglan, I became even more certain of this idea. Listening, everyone looked towards Gu Yuan, wanting to hear what he wanted to say. Seeing everyone's gaze, Gu Yuan spoke up. According to what Kanglan said, the eternal night world, we don't know how vast it is, and it has already conquered countless dimensions. Blue Star is just one of them. Once eternal night invades, Blue Star is just the first checkpoint. The red dust immortal can already cross the universe with a physical body, let alone the existence above the red dust immortal. Conquering the entire Blue Star dimension is just a matter of time. So it's useless no matter where we run. Hearing this, Zhang Lifeng shook his head. Friend Gu, what you say does make sense, but it's better than staying on Blue Star and waiting to die, right? In any case, preserving some embers is always good. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded. Zhang the Heavenly Master, that is exactly what I mean. So on the flying boat, we can't just take mortals, the talented disciples from various sects, the geniuses from all races, and monsters must also board. But if we do that, space on the flying boat will be occupied even more.
Yuan Hao also spoke up, we originally couldn't take all the mortals, and now we have even less space. Moreover, those geniuses are actually the backbone force against the eternal night world. Hey! Hearing this, Gu Yuan rolled his eyes. How many talents can various sects and races have? A few hundred at most. They don't lack experience, but time. When the real fight starts, these few hundred won't change the situation, don't you all think? Hearing these words, everyone considered it and nodded their heads. Indeed, even apart from preserving strength and embers, those mortals need protection while exploring the universe. Everyone, let's leave it like this for now, I really can't hold on any longer. If it doesn't work, you can study and tell me when I recover. Hearing Gu Yuan's dismissal, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, Gu Yuan's body was already on the brink of collapse, and just now he was forcibly awakened by Xian Kuei, and it really couldn't be delayed any longer. Friend Gu, do as you wish, we won't change our place, we'll study things out here. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded, alright, Bai Hu, take good care of a few people for me. While saying this, a black mist appeared beside Gu Yuan, wrapping around him, and he vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, Gu Yuan was already within that black mist space. At this moment, Gu Yuan indeed could not hold on any longer. That recent battle not only brought his physical body close to breaking, but even the black mist space showed subtle signs of collapse. At this moment, in the black mist space, the 50,000 shadow soldiers had long since disappeared. The 10 shadow generals, aside from the second one protecting their old mother, had all been sacrificed by Gu Yuan. Saying it was a sacrifice isn't quite accurate. To be precise, it was that Gu Yuan forcibly extracted their power to supply the blood prison's blood sea, hence all were dissipated. Inside the black mist space, only those shadow soldiers from Sakura Island remained. However, although this batch of shadow soldiers were recovering and nurturing in the black mist space, they also provided quite a bit of power for the black mist space. This was something Gu Yuan hadn't expected. Previously the black mist space was very stable, and Gu Yuan didn't notice, but unexpectedly now there was a pleasant surprise. However, trying to enhance the black mist space by increasing shadow soldiers is indeed somewhat unrealistic. After all, how many mortals are there really? Even if Gu Yuan transformed everyone from Blue Star into shadow soldiers, the enhancement to the black mist space wouldn't be much. Mainly, it is a subtle and gradual process. Moreover, this black mist space, in reality for Gu Yuan, it's more like a container, and for Gu Yuan's own strength, it doesn't really have much of an impact. Burying himself in the black soil of the black mist space, Gu Yuan could also feel that his condition had obviously improved a lot, and his injuries were gradually healing. At this speed, it would only take a few more months, and Gu Yuan would be fully recovered. Not only that, but the shadow soldiers and generals that had turned to ash were now also condensing once again inside the black soil. Though this process was slow, it was still faster than Gu Yuan's recovery. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan also felt a bit anxious. His injuries would take at least a month to fully recover, but the invasion of the eternal night world wouldn't wait for him. The Great Wall Seal might be broken today, or maybe tomorrow, and here he was, lying in the black mist space, completely useless. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan suddenly had a bright idea. At the Lu family villa, after a simple discussion, Yuan Hao and the others reached a consensus, then looked toward the two women, Bai Hu and Lin Xian. Since the two little girls have come up with a plan, we won't disturb you any longer. The plan we've made must be passed on to Taoist Gu Yuan by the two of you. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Bai Hu exchanged a look, both showing a helpless expression. Seniors, we. Lin Xian clicked her tongue, then gave a bitter smile. Though she and Bai Hu had been living in the Lu family villa for a long time, they still had no way to contact Gu Yuan. Especially Bai Hu. Though everyone thought she was Gu Yuan's housekeeper, she was actually just staying there temporarily. She only passed on messages because there was more news recently. Normally, she would go out to have fun and come back. Mainly, Gu Yuan's shadow soldiers and generals were connected with his will, so there was no need for anything like a housekeeper. Seniors, we don't know where the master is right now, and we have no way to contact him. How about we wait for the master to appear, and then pass it on? No need. Before Bai Hu could finish, the door of the Lu family villa was suddenly pushed open, and a shadow soldier of the heavenly realm entered, holding a skeletal spear with red light glowing from his eyes. Seeing the shadow soldier with red glowing eyes, the 6 sect masters couldn't help but laugh. They had actually forgotten that Gu Yuan had this ability. Before the war began, Gu Yuan had demonstrated his ability to control shadow soldiers remotely, and at that time, his own eyes had glowed red. The shadow soldier in front of them also had red glowing eyes, so it was clearly the same thing. Everyone, although my main body can't move, it's fine to talk to you. Upon seeing the shadow soldier, Xian Kuei immediately raised an eyebrow. Oh, Taoist Gu, this trick of yours is impressive. You can control your subordinates, could you teach me as well? Bullshit. Gu Yuan shook his head when he heard this. This is a gift I was born with, and besides, it's not the same as your zombie subordinates. Alright, why are we talking about this? Zhu Kei interjected, Taoist Gu, how is your situation? Hearing this, Gu Yuan shook his head again. To be honest, it's not good. Right now, I can hardly move a finger. Being able to communicate with you like this is already my limit. Based on my calculations, it will take at least a month to fully recover my strength. If it's just simple movement, it'll take at least a week. No worries. Gu Yuan finished speaking, and the heads of the 6 sects revealed smiles. Seeing this, Gu Yuan asked with some confusion, what does this mean? Has something new happened? I just went into seclusion for half an hour, did I miss something? Hearing this, Xian Yuan Mo nodded and said. Based on my Dao perception from the Great Wall, it seems that the seal under the Great Wall has suddenly strengthened a bit. Although we don't know if it's related to the death of Sanlan, it doesn't matter now. What matters is that this seal was in a state of panic. Hearing this, Gu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not only for himself, but more importantly, this month was enough time for the Great Xia to prepare for the arc plan. After all, the lottery for the selected individuals and boarding procedures all required time. Since that's the case, then we have nothing to fear, everyone, we can stay in touch at any time. Alright. After sending everyone off, Gu Yuan also looked at the White Fox and Lin Xian. White Fox, during this time, you stay in the Lu family villa and take care of my mother, brew her some tea every day, and you can also drink some of that tea, just consider it training. Upon hearing this, the White Fox's eyes suddenly brightened. The tea leaves from the immortal Dao tea were extremely precious, and Gu Yuan actually let her have some. The tea leaves that she carefully saved from brewing for the old lady were meant to be given to Gu Yuan. Master, those tea leaves are so precious. It doesn't matter. Gu Yuan shook his head and said, there are just these few people in the family, what good will saving tea leaves do? The eternal night world is about to invade, things we can use now shouldn't be saved for later. Hearing this, the White Fox nodded and replied gratefully, thank you, Master. Lin Xian. After dispatching the White Fox, Gu Yuan turned to Lin Xian and said, during this time, you don't need to livestream, there should be small secret realms within the 6 major factions that can help you improve your strength. Go ask around and see if you can make any progress within this month. You have 4 spiritual coffins, even within the realm of cultivation, that's impressive and should not be wasted. Your strength is too weak right now, when the day of eternal night arrives, you at least need to ensure that you have the strength to escape. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian slightly nodded. Gu Yuan then spoke again, as for those 2 cameramen, you can inform them that since they have followed me, even when eternal night descends, I will do my best to protect them. Alright, I need to recover my spiritual strength, so I'll log off now. If there's anything, just contact the Yin soldiers. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the Yin soldier gradually dimmed, returning to a fierce appearance, and returned to the entrance to stand guard. Inside the black mist space, Gu Yuan was very satisfied with his arrangements. If he hadn't left 2 Yin soldiers to guard the door, he would have missed a lot during this time. But now that there was ample time, Gu Yuan could focus on his recovery. Thinking of this, Gu Yuan let his consciousness sleep, entering a complete recovery stage. Compared to the Great Xia, during this time, the countries outside the Great Xia were already in panic. That peak battle, where Gu Yuan killed the Eternal Night Demon, had already spread across the world. The Brahmin sect of India, the Alliance of Gods in America, and other miscellaneous forces almost all mobilized, and in the end, they were all wiped out. Not only that, after that battle, the strength of Great Xia had not lost even half. Certainly, for those countries that withdrew, although they did not assist the Great Xia, the 6 major factions still showed no malice. After all, the reason these countries withdrew was only one, that this battle involved the Eternal Night world. Both sides labeled each other as eternal night beings, although they withdrew, they were unwilling to intervene, fearing they would ultimately become the villains of one side. Of course, the Great Xia Council had no such intentions. At this moment, the Great Xia Council had fully focused on the seal of the Great Wall. Under the command of Xian Yuan Mo, the Great Xia had long entered a first-level combat readiness state, and all residents within 100 miles of the Great Wall had already evacuated. Meanwhile, countless modern weapons had long been aimed at the Great Wall, always prepared to respond to any changes in the Great Wall seal. At the same time, Xian Yuan Mo, in the name of the Great Xia Council, announced to the world that the Great Wall seal was about to collapse, and the invasion of the Eternal Night world was imminent. Once this news spread, every country in the world was in a state of great alarm. One by one, they all gave a positive response, expressing their desire to fight alongside the Great Xia against the enemy. After all, after that battle, even ordinary people understood the terrifying nature of the creatures from the Eternal Night. Just a single smuggled demon from the Demon Clan could trigger global anomalies, so what would happen if the creatures from the Eternal Night launched a full-scale invasion? However, after a full month, the seal at the Great Wall remained calm, with no further disturbances. In a grey and misty space, a hand suddenly emerged from the black soil. In the black mist space, Gu Yuan struggled and crawled out from the black soil. After a whole month, Gu Yuan's injuries had completely healed. Not only that, but the cultivation resources Gu Yuan absorbed during that battle also began to show their effects.
At that time, in order to increase his strength, Gu Yuan absorbed all the resources in one go, which greatly reduced their effectiveness and wasted an unknown amount. But unexpectedly, after the battle, there was still a large amount of medicinal power remaining in Gu Yuan's body. During this period of recuperation, Gu Yuan took the opportunity to absorb all the remaining medicinal power, pushing his black mist and blood mist gates to the 100 million threshold. However, after reaching the 100 million gate, no matter how much Gu Yuan tried to break through, the black mist and blood mist gates remained still, as silent as the Dead Sea, with no further breakthroughs. Now it seemed that Gu Yuan's previous thoughts were indeed correct. The 100 million gate was his first bottleneck. Since there was no way to continue breaking through the gates, Gu Yuan directly exited his retreat.
After lying down for a whole month, Gu Yuan's movements were a bit stiff, like a robot.
Indeed, life lies in movement, but I wonder if I still count as a living being. With that thought, Gu Yuan spread his divine sense throughout the entire black mist space. At this moment, due to Gu Yuan's growth and strength, the black mist space seemed to have become considerably stronger. The 100 million gate was almost equivalent to the threshold of Transcendent Realm. The 50,000 shadow soldiers and generals had already fully recovered, even growing slightly stronger. The 10 shadow generals now possessed strength that had already reached the level of a half-step red dust immortal. Although in a real fight, they would definitely not be a match for true half-step red dust immortals like Zhuge or Xian Kuei, their strength was more than enough. Moreover, the 3 billion shadow soldiers from Sakura Island had now reached the innate realm. In just 1 month, they had reached the innate realm. This speed was already extremely fast, even comparable to light speed.
According to Gu Yuan's calculations, in 1 or 2 months, they could even reach the Amaterasu realm, or even higher.
The important thing was that the shadow soldiers could regenerate. Even if they died in battle, they would be revived in the black mist space, making them an important force to fight the creatures of the eternal night. Thinking about it, Gu Yuan figured that the invasion from the eternal night world might not be far off, but they still hadn't received any news.
With that thought, Gu Yuan exited the black mist space.
When Gu Yuan emerged from the black mist space, he had already returned to his appearance before his rebirth, and even the hostility on his body had subdued a lot. With his divine sense, Gu Yuan could sense that Bai Hu and Huang Guiying were talking to each other, so he went directly over. He pushed open the door and saw Huang Guiying vividly telling Bai Hu some rural ghost stories passed down by the older generation. Gu Yuan had heard these stories when he was young, and Bai Hu was listening with great interest. When Bai Hu saw Gu Yuan enter, she showed a look of confusion. Who are you? How did you get in?
Bai Hu asked in confusion.
Normally, if someone came to visit, they would have notified them in advance. Even if she hadn't heard the knocking, the shadow soldiers would have let the person in. Furthermore, the person in front of her, though somewhat familiar, did not match her memory. But the white fox is after all a shapeshifted demon race equal to the innate realm, so her memory is certainly intact.
She definitely doesn't recognize this person.
However, Huang Guiying, standing nearby, saw Gu Yuan and immediately had tears in her eyes.
When Gu Yuan's body was brought back to the village, although it had been disguised by professionals, his appearance was nearly unrecognizable.
By the time he returned to life, he had long transformed into a ghostly form. Seeing this face again, the one that crawled out of Huang Guiying's belly, her heart couldn't help but stir.
Son. You're back? Seeing Huang Guiying's reaction, Gu Yuan walked forward and took her hand. Mom, I'm back. Haven't I always been back? Mom, do you think I looked bad before?
How old are you, and you still care about appearances? Upon hearing this, Huang Guiying wiped her tears and smiled.
You naughty child, you're not allowed to tease your mom. Son, all those chaotic things, Xiao Linger has already told me. Whatever you want to do, I won't stop you. I support you. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan glanced at the white fox and nodded approvingly.
Huang Guiying is his real mother, and of course, he knows that he hadn't told her everything before, fearing she would think he survived a disaster and wouldn't want him to take any more risks. It seems the white fox had been working hard during this period. And the white fox, hearing their exchange, also quickly realized.
You are master? What else could I be? Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Is the difference so obvious? No. The white fox shook her head. Actually, I can still recognize you. Master, you've come out of seclusion? Hearing this, Gu Yuan sighed lightly.
I say, white fox, why are you talking so strangely today?
Of course, I've come out of seclusion. Otherwise, how would I be standing here?
You weren't stunned by my handsomeness, were you?
Ah, yes.
Hearing this, the white fox responded, tilting her head to one side.
Seeing this, Gu Yuan rolled his eyes at the white fox, then asked. Where is Lin Xian?
Master, Lin Xian went to the Kunlun secret realm and hasn't returned yet.
Should I call her back? No need. Hearing this, Gu Yuan waved his hand. I'll go to the Kunlun secret realm. You all continue. While speaking, Gu Yuan waved his hand casually, and a Dao gate slowly opened. Reaching the Red Dust Immortal Realm, opening a Dao gate is not a difficult task, not to mention that Gu Yuan had been to the Kunlun Secret Realm before. Inside the Kunlun Secret Realm, Yuan Hao was meditating. Sensing Gu Yuan's arrival, he immediately appeared. Dao friend Gu, you've come out of seclusion? Your strength peak Red Dust Immortal, half a step into the Transcendence Realm. I didn't expect your strength to increase so quickly. Hearing this, Gu Yuan waved his hand. Oh, no need for formalities, brother Yuan Hao. How's the situation with the Great Wall Seal over this past month? Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao shook his head slightly. Well, how should I describe it? Over the past month, the seal beneath the Great Wall has fallen silent. Fallen silent? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan showed a puzzled expression. What a rare word. Brother Yuan Hao, you mean that there's been no movement at all at the Great Wall Seal recently? This isn't right. Even if the seal was reinforced, the attacks from the Eternal Night creatures on the seal should still send some vibrations through. Could it be that our previous judgment was wrong? That's impossible. Regarding Gu Yuan's suggestion, Yuan Hao immediately rejected it. Our previous judgment was absolutely correct. There are two layers of seal between the Blue Star Plane and the Eternal Night World. The outer layer of the seal has been broken through, that's certain. Not only did we all feel it, but within the sect, there's a jade plaque that links to the seal. If that jade plaque is damaged, it means the seal has been broken. Not only that, when we fought that woman earlier, the reinforcements to the seal and the shockwaves from there all proved that the Eternal Night creatures were indeed attacking the seal. Hearing these words, Gu Yuan was even more confused and looked at Yuan Hao. Then why has the seal over there become silent? Did the creatures of the Eternal Night give up trying to break the seal? Listening to this, Yuan Hao once again shook his head. The only explanation now is that there are ancient sages who entered before, and they are temporarily holding off the Eternal Night World's attack. Are you saying the creatures of the Eternal Night have been driven back? No, since the creatures of the Eternal Night could break through the first layer of the seal, it means this attack is extremely fierce and almost impossible to repel. It should be the ancient sages of Blue Star who are fighting against the creatures of the Eternal Night, preventing them from having the energy to break the seal. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded slightly and fell into deep thought. After a while, Gu Yuan showed a smile. Brother Yuan Hao, since there are ancient sages on the other side of the seal fighting against the Eternal Night, why don't we actively open the seal and join them to fight against the Eternal Night together? Hearing this, Yuan Hao thought for a moment but shook his head again. Gu Dao friend, to be honest, we have already studied this matter, but since we didn't inform you, you must already know the result of our research. The overall strength of Blue Star is simply too weak. When Emperor Shur led an army against the Eternal Night, the lowest level cultivators he brought were all at the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. And now, the strength of Blue Star, those above the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, can be counted on one hand. With such strength, crossing the seal into the Eternal Night World would only make things worse. Hearing this, Gu Yuan chuckled lightly. That's because you didn't bring me into your research. I now have 300 million innate soldiers. Even if the creatures of the Eternal Night are strong, it's impossible for every one of them to be above the innate level. If these 300 million innate soldiers don't have any effect, then we might as well give up and run away now. Upon hearing this, a gleam of light immediately flashed in Yuan Hao's eyes. 300 million innate cultivators. Even the entire Blue Star can't find 300 million innate cultivators, let alone 1 or 2 million. It would be hard to gather even that many innate cultivators. But the next moment, Yuan Hao sighed. Unfortunately, we still cannot actively open the seal and support the Eternal Night World. Gu Dao friend, your 300 million soldiers should stay in Blue Star for defense. Hearing this, Gu Yuan could only nod. Looking at it this way, the seal on Blue Star should hold for a while longer. With this in mind, Gu Yuan spoke again. Even if the seal won't fail for a while, we still need to follow the previous preparations. Exactly. Yuan Hao also agreed. Now the 6 flying ships are fully prepared. The 6 major sects have also upgraded them a little. Normally, tomorrow the selection of passengers will begin, and everyone will board within 3 days. But since it seems we have more time now, and since you still have those 300 million soldiers, we can prepare well. The way we select ordinary people to board the ship can be optimized further, and then when the creatures of the Eternal Night invade and we can't resist anymore, we will send people off. Thinking optimistically, it's not impossible for the ancient sages of Blue Star over there to repel this wave of attacks. Exactly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan smiled. If the seal really holds for a while longer, his soldiers might even evolve again. A week later, the Great Xia Council officially announced the ARC plan. Since the news of this plan had already been released earlier, the people of Great Xia had long been eagerly awaiting the lottery. However, when the method for the lottery was finally revealed, some were happy, and some were worried. First, the 6 arcs from the 6 major sects could only accommodate 600 million people. This meant that with a population of nearly 1.3 billion in Great Xia, less than half of the people could board the Ark. And even with these 600 million spots, Great Xia had still allocated 10 million to other countries of Blue Star. These 10 million people, de Xia also raised the requirement that scientists must be prioritized. As for the others, de Xia has done its utmost and does not need to care too much. The method of de Xia here still follows the principles of fairness, justice, and openness. Among the 600 million spots, in addition to the 10 million allocated to foreign countries, there is also 1 million special talents. Among these 1 million special talents, only 10,000 are the genius cultivators from the 6 major sects: the Demon Clan, the Corpse Clan, the Ghost Clan, and the Spirit Monster Clan. The rest are all research personnel from various fields. The remaining spots will be decided by a live lottery. The lottery method, under the supervision of the 6 major sects, the Demon Clan and other foreign representatives, as well as the de Xia Council, is completely random and bound to the individual's identity, and the qualifications cannot be transferred in any way. Moreover, once entering the Ark, all resources and money become invalid. Everyone can only carry one suitcase, and other materials will be distributed uniformly by the Ark's management staff. As soon as this news spread, most of the wealthy people, business empire leaders, and government officials under the de Xia Council were completely panicked. In the past, because of their power and wealth, they enjoyed the highest quality of resources and lifestyles. However, now, no matter how much money or power you have, it's all meaningless. On this day, in de Xia's land, some people were excited after being selected in the lottery, while others were disappointed because they didn't get picked. In a neighborhood in M City, General Zhao looked at the lottery results on his phone, and his heart sank. He had successfully drawn a spot, and his wife was also lucky enough to be selected. However, what devastated him was that none of his 3 sons were selected. The eldest of the 3 children was only 8 years old, and the youngest had just passed their first birthday. Without the couple, they would have no chance of survival. Beside him, Li Huanhuan also looked at the result, and it felt as if the sky had collapsed. Hubby, if we don't have the children, how will they live? This. Zhao thought for a while, gritted his teeth, and said, if it doesn't work, I won't go. You take the eldest one in. I'll stay behind to take care of the second and third. How is that possible? The spots can't be transferred. For the sake of our sons, we still have to try. By the way, hubby, let's ask Xiao Chuan for help. He might have a way. Hearing the name Xiao Chuan, Zhao immediately became alert. Xiao Chuan, mentioned by Li Huanhuan, was Zhao's younger brother, Zhao Chuan. The 2 brothers had a very good relationship. They were both orphans since childhood, and Zhao Chuan had been raised by Zhao. After Zhao achieved some small success, he spent 300,000 to arrange Xiao Chuan into a television station. Although this job didn't pay much, it was stable. Most importantly, 2 months ago, Zhao Chuan was noticed by Gu Yuan, who brought him under his wing as a full-time cameraman. This was a person working under a divine being. If others couldn't do it, could he not do it? Thinking of this, Zhao immediately stood up and said, Okay, Huan, you watch the kids. I'll go find Xiao Chuan. He must have a way. That Gu Yuan, he can definitely help us. Such a situation, besides at the Zhao family, was also happening all over de Xia. However, most people didn't even know how to ask for help. For a time, panic spread, and news of the lottery was all over the internet. Many people were even cursing the lottery method, and some proposed willing to transfer their spots. However, for the demand to transfer spots, the de Xia Council still chose to cut it off completely. Once transferring spots was allowed, there would likely be no such thing as voluntary or involuntary. But as time passed, these voices became fewer and fewer. One day, Gu Yuan was sitting on the throne, studying the black soil of the black mist space, when he was gently awakened by the white fox. New. Have the 6 great sects received any news? No, it's Sister Lin Xian who has returned. Oh, so that girl is back? She must have made some progress in her cultivation. Upon entering the living room and seeing Lin Xian, Gu Yuan nodded repeatedly, expressing his satisfaction. At this moment, Lin Xian's strength had already reached the half-step postnatal realm. You should know that Gu Yuan did not give much help to Lin Xian's training. At most, he just borrowed some immortal tea for a few days. To reach the half-step postnatal realm in just a month, such talent is already quite remarkable and hard to find even among the holy sons of various sections. Not bad, you've made great progress. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and said, of course, the head of the Kunlun sect knows I'm a disciple of the teacher, and he allocated a lot of resources to me. Even a pig could fly with that. That's right, he has good insight. When did you come back? I returned last night, but teacher, you were in seclusion at that time, so we didn't dare to disturb you. No need for that. Gu Yuan waved his hand and said, it's not a deep seclusion, you can always come to me, no need to be so polite. As he spoke, Gu Yuan waved his hand again, you all carry on, just making a greeting is enough. Contact me anytime if needed.
After saying this, Gu Yuan was about to turn back to the secret room, but Lin Xian called out again from behind.
Teacher, there's something I want to report to you. Report? Upon hearing that Lin Xian used the word report, Gu Yuan suddenly became interested. Could it be that Lin Xian discovered something incredible in the Kunlun secret realm? Go ahead. In response, Lin Xian began to speak. Teacher, it's like this, Zhao Chuan told me. Wait. Before Lin Xian could finish, Gu Yuan interrupted, who is Zhao Chuan? Faced with Gu Yuan's question, Lin Xian and Bai Hu both showed an awkward smile. Master, Zhao Chuan is the photographer who was with sister Lin Xian. Oh, what did he say? Teacher, Zhao Chuan told me that his older brother had some issues with the family lottery. His brother and sister-in-law won, but 3 kids under 10 didn't win. I think this situation is quite common in Daxia. Hearing this, Gu Yuan furrowed his brows. When he first heard about the lottery issue, he thought Zhao Chuan wanted him to help with some backdoor connections, but after listening, he realized it was indeed a reasonable request. If it involved arranging people into the Ark, Gu Yuan wasn't very opposed. After all, in all of Daxia, there were only 2 or 3 who could arrange mortals into the Ark, namely the 3 decision-makers of Daxia. Even if they could arrange a few people, Gu Yuan could at most get those 2 photographers into the Ark, but the issue Lin Xian raised was not about arrangements, it was very important. After thinking for a moment, Gu Yuan nodded and said, this news comes at a timely moment. Doesn't the Daxia Council have any stance on such matters? None. This time, Bai Hu interjected, at this time, involving the survival of civilization, it is no longer a matter of familial affection or morality. Moreover, cultivators do not care about mortals and would not make a statement. I think the decision-makers in Daxia are still waiting for your attitude, Master. After all, you were the mediator who facilitated this Ark plan. That makes sense. Listening, Gu Yuan nodded. The space on the Ark is limited, and it is the property of the 6 great sects. Ultimately, the Daxia Council is just an executor, they don't have the final say. Xian Yuan Mo would find it difficult to fight for benefits for mortals based solely on his word. Thinking this through, Gu Yuan spoke again. Alright, if no one is managing it, then I will. Bai Hu, convey this situation to the Daxia Council and the 6 great sects respectively. No need for them to express a stance, they know what to do. In the following days, Gu Yuan focused on cultivating the Yin soldiers and spent time with Huang Guiying, talking and enjoying the scenery. The barrier of strength, he tried many methods, but could not break through. If it were like Kanglin, breaking and then rebuilding, Gu Yuan was not in that condition yet, and moreover, problems could arise anytime in the eternal night world. More importantly, this method was not scientific, so he had to give it up. However, Gu Yuan accidentally discovered that when he was in the Black Mist space, the ghost soldiers cultivated in the Black Earth of the Black Mist space grew their strength much faster. Although the entire growth was not large, it was still somewhat useful. Not long after, the Great Xia Council also issued a statement: if the selected citizens had children under 16 who did not win the lottery, they could bring their biological children on the flying boat. Once this news broke, it won widespread praise. However, with this, the carrying capacity of the Ark increased by several 100,000. For the next full 2 months, Great Xia returned to peace. 2 months was enough for people to forget many things. But just when everyone thought that the invasion of eternal night was about to pass, on the Great Wall, an earthquake occurred again. And this time, the earthquake was stronger than any previous one. Chapter 66, The Coming of Eternal Night, The Revival of Spiritual Energy. In the calm Great Xia, the intense earthquake near the Great Wall shattered everyone's hearts completely. The leaders of the 6 major sects, along with Gu Yuan and others, also broke their meditation to check the situation of the seal. Ultimately, everyone confirmed that this wave of disturbance was caused by an attack from the other side of the seal. And once it reached this level, it proved that the seal had been breached on the other side. At most, within 3 to 5 days, the seal would surely be broken. In an instant, the entire Great Xia returned to the previous tense state. The 6 major sects, various races, and the Great Xia army were on high alert, encircling the Great Wall in layers. The Great Xia Council even revealed its hidden ultimate weapon, the Planet Destroyer. This Planet Destroyer had a total of 28 units, a pinnacle of human technology. Although it could not shatter planets, the power of a single shot was comparable to a full-force strike from a half-step Earth immortal. Coupled with various firearms, dealing with the first wave of invasion would definitely be no problem. In the following days, the frequency of disturbances from the Great Wall increased, becoming stronger and stronger, and the seal was weakening further. The 6 major flying boats had long docked in Great Xia, just waiting for the arrival of eternal night to begin boarding. According to the thoughts of the 6 major sects, the sooner they left, the better, but the people of Great Xia were like this: no one wanted to give up their homeland until the last moment. However, unlike Great Xia, the countries outside were in panic, even in chaos. After all, they knew that although the beings of eternal night would descend upon Great Xia, how long could Great Xia hold out? Sooner or later, it would be their turn. Especially regarding the Ark plan, various countries expressed dissatisfaction.
hoping Great Xia could take more people. Even led by Australia, dozens of countries united together, confronting the Great Xia Council, demanding Great Xia yield 2/3 of the quota to share with the world, or else they would go to war with Great Xia, destroying everything. Faced with such demands, the Great Xia Council had no verbal response, only that Xian Yuan Mo made a domineering move, sinking the Australian continent with a single palm. Until this moment, the talents on Blue Star finally remembered, there are immortals in Huaxia. Real immortals, and not just one. The disturbance of the seal on the Great Wall grew more and more frequent, and as the disturbances continued, the Great Wall gradually began to collapse. This type of disturbance continued until the 4th day, with reports coming in over 30 times in a day. Everyone knew that this time, it was very likely the world of Eternal Night was really going to invade Blue Star. However, on the 5th day, the disturbances suddenly came to a halt again. For a whole day. No more fluctuations came from it. On the 6th day, in the morning, Gu Yuan sat on the throne, as usual, closing his eyes to rest. At his level, he no longer needed to stay at the Great Wall, anywhere on Blue Star. As soon as something unusual happened, he could arrive instantly. In the next moment, Gu Yuan's half-closed eyes suddenly opened, and in the next instant, he had vanished. When he reappeared, it was at the front line of the Great Wall. Along with him appeared the leaders of the 6 major sects, the Phoenix from the Demon Tribe, the Corpse King Xian Kuei, and the first seat of the Great Xia, Xian Yuan Mo. In 3 months' time, with Yuan Hao's help, both Phoenix and Xian Kuei successfully ascended to the realm of Red Dust Immortals. Although Xian Kuei was far behind, with Gu Yuan's help using the Black Earth, he also reached this realm. They are here, everyone. Yuan Hao stepped forward and coldly spoke. Let's fight. As his words fell, the 10 Red Dust Immortals present immediately revealed their Dharma forms. The human race's firearms also all gathered energy, and the hundreds of thousands of cultivators behind them all assumed their combat stances. The next moment, the Great Wall seal began to rapidly collapse. Terror energy rapidly gathered on the seal, and within seconds, it exploded with a loud bang. Seeing this, Gu Yuan immediately took action, suppressing the energy, and then, a spatial rift thousands of meters long was violently torn apart. From the rift, towering energy poured out, and an unknown power instantly descended upon the entire Blue Star. This energy, carrying the aura of the Great Tao, upon appearing, the 7-colored ribbon that once appeared in the sky over Blue Star once again spanned across. Around that 7-colored ribbon, countless heavenly Tao chains shot down, smashing into the rift, and the vibration sent shudders through the entire Blue Star. However, the moment those heavenly Tao chains touched the rift, the unknown power from within the rift immediately wrapped around them. In just a moment, the heavenly Tao chains were shattered with a loud boom. The next moment, the entire Blue Star visibly plunged into darkness. People all around the world cried out in despair as the invasion of the Eternal Night world began, and the Eternal Night representing it finally descended. From this point on, it seemed that the entire Blue Star would never see light again. But after the Eternal Night descended, the rift fell silent. The scenario that everyone had imagined, with creatures from the Eternal Night world flooding in, did not happen. Not a single creature from the Eternal Night was seen. About 5 minutes later, a force so powerful that no one could comprehend instantly surged out from the rift. Before anyone could react, this power had already spread across the entire Blue Star. The next moment, no matter where it was, anywhere on Blue Star, torrential rain began to fall. Wherever the rain fell, flowers and plants on the ground grew at a visible speed, and as soon as the rain touched the ground, it instantly evaporated. Looking at the scene before them, everyone present, except Gu Yuan, showed expressions of shock. Seeing this, Gu Yuan also showed a look of confusion. Everyone, what is happening? Spirit Chi Rain, it's Spirit Chi Rain. Yuan Hao said excitedly at this moment, this is Spirit Chi Rain. It's completely condensed from Spirit Chi. Could it be? Spirit Chi has revived? Spirit Chi revival. Everyone stayed in the space passage for another day and night, but no more movement came from the rift, so Gu Yuan and the others temporarily withdrew. At the Lu family's villa, many Red Dust Immortals gathered, completely unaware of what had happened. Although the seal had been broken and the Eternal Night had descended, for some reason, creatures from the Eternal Night had not appeared. Many ideas were proposed, but they were all dismissed. But one thing could be confirmed, the energy coming from the other side of the space passage was Spirit Chi. Blue Star had now begun the revival of Spirit Chi. Within 3 days, the spiritual energy will be completely stabilized. Not only that, many ordinary people who were showered by the rain of spiritual energy actually broke through the spiritual coffin on their own and entered the Chi refining stage. As soon as this news spread, crowds that had been hiding all over the world rushed out of their homes to receive the baptism of the spiritual energy rain. Even some cultivators on the verge of a breakthrough directly broke through right where they were. Chapter 67, The Heavenly Emperor. The Eternal Night world is a constantly expanding, almost infinite plane. Unlike most other planes, this Eternal Night plane has been shrouded in complete darkness for billions of years, since its birth, through countless eras and epochs.
In that darkness, there wasn't a trace of light. Without light, there was no concept of darkness, and countless powerful, ancient existences, hiding in every corner of the eternal night world, were completely unaware and had no communication. Until one day, the chaotic eternal night received its first ray of light. Although this ray of light was faint, it completely awakened the entire eternal night world. Since then, although the eternal night world had no sun, it gradually began to have different forms of light, and civilization began to form, as did consciousness. It was only then that the beings of the eternal night realized that their strength was enough to break through the barriers of the plane, and the invasion began. Countless scenes of conquest across numerous planes followed, and the eternal night world continued to strengthen and expand. With war fueling war, the native beings of the eternal night world grew increasingly powerful. Until one day, the first ray of light that had awakened the eternal night's consciousness, hidden by countless powerful beings, vanished. In the eternal night world, on a battlefield, tens of thousands of humans were fighting countless eternal night creatures. No one knew the strength of either side, all that was known was that this battlefield stretched hundreds of light years. On both sides of the battlefield, two faint figures stood in silence, as if separated by hundreds of light years, confronting each other across the void. Such beings, once they acted, would probably cause the surrounding space, within a radius of thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of light years, to be completely barren. Of course, the eternal night world was originally a synonym for desolation and barrenness, and there were no plants in this world. At the edge of the battlefield, a burly man sat on a throne, wearing 12 crowns that obscured his face. 9 true dragon phantoms surrounded him, and even when he remained still, he emitted a heavy pressure that could stretch across infinite space. It seemed that just a slight movement from him would cause this space to collapse entirely. The battle on the battlefield had been going on for an unknown amount of time, and the man on the throne remained as still as a statue, unmoving. However, at a certain moment, terrifying fluctuations suddenly emanated from tens of thousands of light years away from where the man was. Sensing the fluctuation, the man immediately opened his eyes. Just this simple action caused the space within tens of thousands of kilometers to collapse with a loud bang. In the next moment, a person dressed like a general, wearing heavy armor and a robust figure, appeared instantly. "Your Majesty, the outer seal of Blue Star has been breached." Upon hearing this, the man slowly nodded. "I felt it as well. Meng Tian, take 100,000 true immortals and go quickly to support the plane passage." Hearing this, the person called Meng Tian revealed a serious expression. "Your Majesty, with this number, I'm afraid it's just a drop in the bucket." Before he could finish, Meng Tian shook his head again. "This is a scheme to lure you away and abandon the battlefield in the Void Heaven domain. This is a trap." Upon hearing this, the man gently closed his eyes. In the next moment, he turned his head slightly and looked into the distance. Beyond infinite time and space, an ancient battlefield stretched for hundreds of thousands of light years, with smoke lingering in the air. And though the battlefield seemed to be embroiled in war, there were no living creatures left. It appeared as if the battle had just ended, but no one knew. How long has the turmoil on this battlefield lasted? At the very center of the battlefield, a massive wreckage, towering thousands of meters, clutches a golden ancient sword, half-crouched on the ground, its flesh having long since rotted away. Yet, upon that decayed remains, a strange power radiates, seemingly trapping the very time and space of the battlefield. The golden ancient sword looks as if it were just produced anew. As the fluctuations of the Blue Star seal resonate, the skeletal wreckage's eyes suddenly glimmer with a ghostly light. Then, the long-decayed figure begins to make subtle movements, slowly, bit by bit, as if adjusting to the shell of decay that had endured countless ages. At that moment, in the sky, the voice of the man in black on the throne booms like a great bell. "You continue to rest, I will handle things on the Blue Star." However, the remains seem to have not heard at all, slowly rising to its feet. Seeing this, the voice of the man in black reveals a hint of urgency. "If you force yourself to act today, your hard-earned cultivation will be destroyed in an instant. Moreover, there are still 17 rulers from the Eternal Night who have not shown up. You must weigh the importance of this. Heavenly Emperor. You have rested like this, in at most 100,000 years, you can recover as before." Upon hearing this, a laugh escapes from the remains. 100,000 years, can the human race last until then? As the words leave his mouth, the man in black gradually falls silent. In the next moment, the golden sword in the remains' hand turns, and in an instant, the battlefield that stretches for hundreds of thousands of light years, full of corpses, flames, and earth, dissipates into smoke and clouds. At the dimensional passage, countless beings of the Eternal Night are violently crashing against the Great Wall Seal. In the next moment, a fissure thousands of meters wide tears open in the sky, and a golden giant statue, bathed in brilliant light, crashes down. As the golden light fades, a young scholar-like figure in a white shirt and white robe, holding a golden sword, reveals himself. From a distance, a towering figure of the Eternal Night, resembling a giant humanoid, sees this youth and is instantly horrified. "Heavenly Emperor! You actually forcefully separated from the river of time. You do not wish to live. In response to the Eternal Night being's confusion, the youth says nothing but gently raises his sword. Seeing this, the humanoid being of the Eternal Night, with 3 eyes on his forehead, sneers coldly. Bluffing. With your current strength, if you can exert even 30%, it would already be a limit. Dragging us into the river of time is utterly impossible. You are correct. The young man smiles slightly and speaks slowly, but dealing with you is already sufficient. As his voice falls, the entire time of the Eternal Night world seems to pause for an instant. In the next moment, the ruler of the Eternal Night is pierced into the ground by that golden sword. And the clothes of the young man in white are already drenched in blood. Heavenly Emperor, you are ultimately not at your prime. Even if you kill me, it cannot stop the invasion of the Eternal Night. 3 more rulers are already on their way, arriving in an instant. Let's see how you will defend. Before the ruler's words fall, 3 figures, filled with the ancient aura of countless years, surge in from 3 directions. Seeing this, the young man in white lets out a soft sigh, slicing open the seal of the dimensional passage with a sword, then he stands the sword vertically in the passage. In the next moment, 3 figures quietly appear. But as those 3 figures materialize, the young man in white has already transformed into a flash of white light. Wherever this white light passes, all existence returns to nothingness. Within that white light, a pure energy that even distorts the void itself surges along the dimensional passage into the blue star. On the throne, that black-clad figure feels an overwhelming wave that almost affects the entire Eternal Night and slowly rises from the throne. If that is the case, I must buy some time for the blue star.